My name's Jake, I'm 29, and last summer I paid over $12,000 for what was supposed to be the trip of a lifetime, a 2-week luxury vacation to Italy for me and my parents. My dad had just turned 60, my mom had been talking for years about visiting Florence and Venice, and I'd finally saved enough from my job in software development to surprise them with something big. I booked the flights, the 5-star hotels, private tours, even arranged for a local guide to take us through lesser-known Tuscan towns. It was supposed to be a thank you gift, a way of showing appreciation for everything they'd done for me growing up. But I should have seen it coming. I should have seen him coming. By him, I mean my younger brother, Matt. He's 26, still lives at home, has bounced between jobs, and somehow always lands on his feet, usually because someone else cushions the fall. My parents never admitted out loud, but the favoritism has been clear since we were kids. I was the responsible one, the invisible one, the one expected to handle things on my own, while Matt got all the attention and forgiveness. I still remember the day I revealed the surprise. We were sitting around the dinner table, one of those rare weekends when we were all in the same place. I handed my parents a printed itinerary in a sleek little folder. My mom's eyes went wide as she read through it. The Amalfi Coast, a gondola ride in Venice, cooking classes in Tuscany, wine tastings, ancient ruins. My dad smiled, clapped me on the back, said, "This is amazing, Jake." Even Matt looked impressed. For a second, I felt like maybe, just maybe, I'd done something they'd remember forever. Then came the change. A few days before the trip, my mom started acting weird. She kept asking if I was sure the rooms had enough space, if the tours could accommodate changes, and whether there was any way to swap names on the airline tickets. At first, I brushed it off. I figured maybe she was just anxious about the long flight. But then I caught a glimpse of a text on her phone while she was helping me carry groceries in from the car. It was from Matt. It read, "Did he say anything yet? Can't believe he's not offering. So selfish." My stomach sank. I didn't ask. I didn't want to hear whatever excuse was coming. The night before the flight, my dad called a family meeting. I should have known something was off by the way he said it, like he was the CEO of a company, not a father. We sat down in the living room, and he launched into this rehearsed speech about how Matt had been through a tough year, how he really needed a reset, and how they decided it would be better for everyone if Matt took my place on the trip. I laughed. I genuinely thought he was joking. I looked at my mom, waiting for her to cut in, to roll her eyes and tell him to stop messing with me. But she just nodded, gently, like this was the best solution for all parties involved. My voice caught in my throat. "You're serious?" I asked, my hands clenched so tight I could feel my nails digging into my palm. My dad gave me that patronizing look he's perfected over the years, the one that says we know what's best, just go along with it. "Matt deserves a break," he said. "And you're young, you'll have plenty of chances." Plenty of chances. Like I was some lottery machine of opportunity while they cashed in their tickets for Matt. I didn't yell. I didn't throw anything. I just nodded. I smiled, even. And I said, "Okay." The next morning, I drove them to the airport. I carried their bags, smiled for the selfies my mom insisted on taking, and watched Matt strut around like he'd won some contest. As they were boarding, my dad clapped me on the back again, same exact gesture as when I first gave them the folder, and said, "We'll bring you back something nice." I stood there until their flight took off. Then I walked back to the car, sat for 10 minutes in the lot, and pulled out my phone. I opened the hotel booking app and quietly canceled every reservation I'd made. 5-star hotel in Rome? Gone. The countryside villa with the private pool in Umbria? Gone. The gondola ride confirmation? Cancelled. The wine tasting? Voided. I didn't even feel angry. Just hollow. Like I'd been hollow for a long time, and this was the first time I actually noticed the echo inside me. Later that evening, I got a message from my mom. Landed safely. Everything looked so beautiful. I didn't respond. An hour after that, another one. "Why is the hotel saying there's no reservation?" Then my dad, "Jake, did you book the wrong dates?" Then a call. Then 3. Then Matt, "Bro, not funny. Fix this." I turned off my phone and went for a walk. The air was cool, crisp. It felt like I was breathing for the first time in weeks. When I got home, I made myself dinner, nothing fancy, just pasta and a bit of leftover chicken, and sat at the table where I'd handed them that stupid folder 2 weeks earlier. I could still see the crease marks in the placemats from where they'd leaned over, wide-eyed, pretending to be grateful. I stared at my phone on the counter. It was still lighting up every few minutes, vibrating quietly, like a trapped bug trying to escape a jar. Around 10 p.m., curiosity got the better of me. I turned it back on. 37 messages. The first few were what I expected: confusion, panic, mild frustration. Jake, something's wrong with the hotel. They won't let us check in without a credit card. Your dad's calling the manager now. Please call us. Then things escalated. We're sitting in the lobby. Matt's tired. This isn't okay. Did you cancel it? Jake, what are you doing? You better fix this right now. Do you realize how humiliating this is? We're in a foreign country. The last one was from my dad. Timestamped just 20 minutes earlier. I don't know what your problem is, but you've crossed a line. You'll regret this. I stared at that one the longest. You'll regret this. It hit me how familiar that tone was. The way he could be disappointed and threatening at the same time. Like I was a defective employee who'd failed a quarterly report. I wasn't his son in that message. I was the problem. The inconvenience. The mistake. So I did something I'd never done before. I blocked his number. Then my mom's. Then Matt's. The next day, I woke up feeling light. Lighter than I'd felt in years. It wasn't joy. Not yet. But it was something close to peace. I worked from home, cleaned the apartment, and decided I'd finally book that solo hiking retreat I'd kept putting off. While they were scrambling around Rome, trying to figure out how to pay for hotels they didn't even know the names of, I was organizing my own version of freedom. 2 days passed before my cousin Rachel called me out of the blue. She's one of the few relatives I still talk to, someone who'd always noticed the favoritism but stayed quiet because, in her words, it's not my family to fix. When I picked up, she didn't even say hello. They're freaking out, she said, half laughing, half whispering like she was reporting live from the front lines. Your dad called Uncle Dean trying to get money wired because apparently their cards are maxed out. Your mom is blaming your brother. Matt's blaming everyone. And get this, they finally got into a hotel yesterday, but it's like some 2-star airport place. She's been posting passive-aggressive travel updates all over Facebook like everything's fine. I smiled. Not because they were suffering. Okay, maybe a little, but because, for once, the script had flipped. For once, I wasn't the one getting thrown aside so someone else could play the hero in a story I wrote. Rachel paused. You okay? Honestly, I said. I've never been better. There was a long silence. Then she added, good, because I think you needed to do this. And I hope you don't let them guilt you out of it. I promised her I wouldn't. But of course, the guilt did come. Not right away. Not when they were texting. Not when they were calling. Not even when my mom tried emailing me with subject lines like, please just call, and we can fix this. It came later. Quietly. In the evenings, when I saw families walking outside, or when I scrolled past someone's vacation photos and felt that familiar sting of this was supposed to be us. But then I'd remember how easily they erased me. How they decided, without even asking, that I didn't belong on the trip I planned, paid for, and poured my heart into. How they laughed at the airport like they were doing me a favor. And just like that, the guilt would fade, replaced by something harder, sharper. Not bitterness, exactly, more like clarity. A week after they were supposed to fly back, I got an email from Matt. You made your point. Everyone's mad. They think you're being dramatic. Just fix it before it gets worse. No apology. No acknowledgement. Just a demand. That's when I realized. He still didn't get it. None of them did. I left the email unanswered. A few days later, my dad tried calling from a different number. I didn't answer. Then my mom texted me from a friend's phone. If you needed the attention that badly, you could have just told us. This was cruel. Cruel. That word sat with me all day, like a stone in my shoe. And by the end of the night, I decided I was done being quiet. I opened my laptop and started writing the kind of email I'd never dared to send before. No anger. No cursing. Just truth. Just years of swallowed frustration, packaged neatly in paragraphs they couldn't talk over or twist. I hit send. Then I waited. The reply came less than 2 hours later, but I didn't open it right away. Just seeing my mom's name in bold text at the top of my inbox sent a surge of adrenaline through me, not the good kind. I'd spent my entire life avoiding conflict with my parents, taking the high road, swallowing things down to keep the peace. And now that I'd finally said my piece, part of me didn't want to see how they'd twist it. I didn't want the apology if it was only meant to reset the dynamic, to shove me back into the role of the good son, the one who made things easier. But curiosity is a stubborn thing. The message was long. Pages, really. My mom had clearly been typing with fury or panic. Maybe both. She started by saying she didn't appreciate the tone of my letter, that my message had ruined what little joy was left of the trip, that she and my dad were embarrassed beyond belief and still trying to clean up the mess I created. Not once did she acknowledge what they did at the airport. Not once did she say, "We're sorry." Instead, she wrote lines like, "Matt didn't ask for this. We thought it would be a nice gesture to include him. You could have handled this like an adult. You blindsided us. Your father has been humiliated. He's barely spoken since we got back." And then the kicker, "We're your parents, Jake. We don't owe you anything, but you owe us respect." I sat with that line for a long time. We don't owe you anything. Not even basic decency. Not even a conversation before giving away my seat on a trip I spent months planning and paying for. I didn't respond. I couldn't. What was there to say to someone who truly believed love was a 1A street? Over the next few weeks, the silence stretched longer. I started getting messages from relatives, distant cousins, family friends, who'd clearly been fed a version of events that painted me as unstable, vengeful, dramatic. One message from my uncle read, "Your mom said you're going through something. We're all worried about you. Maybe talk to someone." I deleted that one immediately. The thing is, I had talked to someone. My therapist. For months leading up to the trip, we'd worked through years of family dynamics, guilt, emotional labor. She'd helped me name things I never knew how to describe: enmeshment, scapegoating, conditional affection. She never told me what to do. She just gave me tools. So when the messages from my family started to shift from guilt to rage, then to denial, then finally to silence, I didn't panic. I didn't chase after them or try to fix it. I just let it happen. 3 weeks after they got home, Matt showed up at my apartment. I hadn't seen him since the airport. He stood outside my door in joggers and a designer hoodie, holding a to-go coffee in one hand and a plastic shopping bag in the other. "Can we talk?" he said, eyes darting past me like he was afraid someone else might be watching. I didn't invite him in. We stood in the hallway. "I didn't know they were going to do that," he said after a few seconds of silence. "I mean, I suggested it, but I didn't think they'd actually go through with it." I stared at him. "You suggested it?" He winced. "I was joking. Mostly. I just said you wouldn't mind. You're always doing stuff like this. I didn't think they'd cancel your ticket without telling you." I couldn't help but laugh, a short, sharp sound that didn't feel like mine. "You didn't think they'd cancel it, but you still boarded the plane?" I asked. He shrugged. "Well, it was all booked. It would have gone to waste. And Mom said you were probably cool with it, just being dramatic." That word again. "I'm not giving you anything, Matt," I said. "If that's why you're here, you can go." He looked genuinely surprised. "What? No, I'm not here for money." I waited. He glanced down, then offered the bag. "I brought you some stuff. A couple souvenirs. Just figured I owed you that much." It was probably the closest thing to an apology I'd ever get from him. I didn't take the bag. "Matt," I said carefully, "I think it's best if we don't talk for a while. Not until you figure out what it means to actually respect someone. I'm not your fallback. I'm not your punchline. I'm your brother. And I'm done playing the extra in your story." His mouth opened like he wanted to argue, but then, slowly, he nodded. "Okay," he said. "I get it." He left the bag by my door. I waited until I heard the elevator ding before I picked it up. I didn't throw it out, but I didn't open it either. 2 months passed. The silence from my parents remained total. Then, on my 30th birthday, a card showed up in my mailbox. No return address. Just my name and my mom's handwriting. Inside was a short note. "We hope you're okay. We miss you. Things got messy. Let's talk soon. Love, Mom and Dad." There was no apology. No ownership. Just a vague attempt at resetting the board, like nothing had really happened. I put the card back in the envelope and slid it into a drawer. That evening, I booked a solo trip to Iceland. Not to escape, but to celebrate. For the first time in my life, I was choosing myself. I didn't tell anyone I was leaving. And the next morning, as I boarded the plane, I finally understood what freedom tasted like. But that wasn't the end. When I got back from Iceland, I felt new, lighter. Like I'd finally burned off the parts of me that had lived for someone else's approval. The trip had been stunning: waterfalls crashing over cliffs, hot springs under pale green auroras, a landscape that felt carved by something bigger than any of us. I'd taken photos, but only for myself. No performative vacation posts, no frantic updates to my parents. It was the first time I'd traveled where I wasn't trying to earn anyone's praise. But when I opened my apartment door, reality slid back in like a draft under a locked window. There was a letter on the floor. No envelope. Just a folded sheet of paper with my name scrawled across it in my father's handwriting. My stomach turned the way it used to before parent-teacher conferences, a mix of dread and practiced numbness. I picked it up, shut the door behind me, and stood there in the entryway while I read. Jake, we stopped by because we're trying to fix this. We didn't know how to reach you. You've made it clear you don't want to talk, and we're trying to respect that. But you need to understand that we are your parents. We've always done what we thought was best for you, even when it hurt. This can't go on forever. Families argue. Families mess up. But they come back together. We miss you. Your mother misses you. Come home. There it was again. The implication that they hadn't really done anything wrong, just parented imperfectly. That I was the one dragging this out. That the solution was simple. Come home, smile for the pictures, pretend nothing ever happened. I crumpled the letter, dropped it into the trash, and went to unpack. For a few days, I tried to ignore the unease that followed me everywhere, like a shadow just out of reach. I didn't want more drama. I didn't want another confrontation. I just wanted to keep living the life I was finally building. But then came the call. It was from my bank. Apparently, there had been an attempted access to one of my older accounts, a joint savings account my parents had helped me open years ago when I first started working full-time. I'd completely forgotten about it. It had maybe $3,000 left in it, left over from my early 20s. They tried to withdraw it. The teller flagged it when my father claimed he was authorized. Said it was family money. But my name was the only one on the account. The access was denied, but the bank rep was calling to confirm I was aware of the attempt. I wasn't. But now I was furious. It felt like a line had been crossed, not just emotionally, but legally. Like they were no longer content with emotional leverage and guilt. Now they were reaching for whatever else they could grab. That night, I got another email from my mother. The subject line just said, "Please stop." The message inside was short. "You're turning people against us. You're making us look like monsters. You've said enough. Please stop." And that's when I decided, no more silence. No more carefully constructed distance. If they wanted a reckoning, they'd get one. I didn't reply to the email. I wrote a letter. A real one. Printed, signed, and delivered by hand. It was 4 pages long. I told them everything. Every moment I'd felt like the afterthought. Every time they'd put Matt first. Every decision I'd made to try to please them. Only to be told I was being difficult or too sensitive. I laid out what happened with the Italy trip. Not just the facts, but the betrayal, the emotional blow of watching them choose someone else in the moment that was supposed to be mine. And then I told them that I wasn't coming back. That love without respect isn't love. That family without accountability is just a shared bloodline. That I'd mourned the idea of having parents who saw me as more than a backup plan. And I was done trying to win a game they rigged from the start. I dropped the letter in their mailbox. No doorbell. No warning. And then I moved. I found a new apartment, smaller, quieter, closer to the hiking trails I discovered during my Iceland trip. I changed my phone number. I closed every old joint account. I scrubbed my social media. I even set up mail forwarding, just in case they tried sending more cards or guilt-laced letters. The only people who had my new address were friends who'd earned it. People who saw me, really saw me, and didn't ask me to shrink so others could shine. Months passed. Spring turned into summer. I started sleeping better. I joined a climbing group. I started writing again, something I hadn't done since college. I finally had room to think, to breathe, to be myself without bracing for impact. And then, on a quiet Saturday in August, Rachel reached out. She'd just gotten back from a family barbecue, one I hadn't been invited to, obviously. She said my parents looked tired. My mom was drinking more than usual. My dad didn't talk much. Matt was bragging about his new startup, but couldn't explain what it actually did. No one mentioned my name, but there was a strange energy like the air before a storm. Everyone could feel something missing. "I know you don't want to hear about them," she texted, "but I just thought you should know. You're not the one who broke the family. You're the one who stopped lying about it." I didn't cry, but I felt something loosen in my chest. A few weeks later, I got a package. No return label. Inside was the folder I'd used to print the Italy itinerary, the original one I gave them the night I surprised them. The pages were worn, crinkled. There were notes in my mom's handwriting on some of them, like "Jake love this view" and "Ask hotel about birthday cake." No note. No explanation. Just that folder. It was the first honest thing they'd sent me in a long time. I didn't respond, but I didn't throw it away either. I kept it. Not because I forgave them, not yet, maybe not ever. but because it reminded me of who I used to be, of how hard I tried, of the kind of son I was before I realized I deserved better. Today, I'm 31. I'm not angry anymore. Just clear. People say revenge is sweet. Maybe, but peace is better. And walking away? That was the real revenge. My name is Aaron. I'm 32. And if you had asked me a few years ago what kind of relationship I had with my family, I would have said complicated but manageable. We weren't the kind of family that hugged every day or said, "I love you," before hanging up the phone, but there was a routine sense of duty holding us together. I helped where I could. They leaned on me when things got rough, and for the most part, I thought that was enough. But looking back now, I see the cracks had been forming long before my brother ever shouted those words at me. It started in small ways, the kinds of things that you brush off at the moment because you don't want to seem overly sensitive. Like how my parents always introduced my younger brother, Ryan, as the one who's going places, while I was the one still figuring things out. Ryan was 3 years younger than me, and he had this natural charisma that seemed to shield him from consequences. Even when he made mistakes, everyone laughed them off as part of his charm. Meanwhile, my accomplishments, as modest as they were, passed without notice. I remember one Christmas when I told them I'd been promoted at work. Ryan had just bought a secondhand motorcycle, and that was all anyone talked about for the rest of the night. It stung, but I told myself that's just how families are sometimes. You take the teasing, you deal with the favoritism, and you move on. Except, it wasn't just teasing. Slowly, the weight of being the responsible one became a trap. I was the one who helped with rent when the bills piled up. I was the one who covered late car payments because my dad's hours had been cut and my mom's side business wasn't bringing in enough. I told myself I didn't mind because I was keeping the family afloat. I thought, foolishly, that maybe they appreciated it even if they didn't say it out loud. Ryan, on the other hand, never lifted a finger to help. He lived at home rent-free, spent his paychecks on flashy gadgets, nights out, and whatever hobby he had picked up that month. My parents excused it every time. "He's still young," my mom would say, though he was 28 by then. "He just needs time to get on his feet." I wanted to shout, "So when do I get to be the one who's still young? When do I get a pass?" But I swallowed the frustration because keeping peace was easier than starting a fight. The turning point came one night when I was sitting at the kitchen table, sorting through bills. My dad was in the living room, watching TV, while Ryan was pacing around talking loudly on his phone about some new investment opportunity. My mom came over and slid another envelope across the table, another overdue notice. "Aaron, can you take care of this?" she asked softly, like she was embarrassed to ask, but already knew I would say yes. I stared at the paper, then at her, and something in me cracked. "Do you guys even realize how much I've been covering for this family?" I asked, my voice sharper than I intended. The silence that followed was suffocating. My dad muted the TV. Ryan looked over with that smug half-smile he always wore, as if my anger was some kind of joke. "Oh, come on," he said. "You act like you're some kind of hero because you pay a few bills. You're just a parasite dragging us down, always whining about how hard you've got it." He slammed his phone on the counter for emphasis. "If you don't like it, then find somewhere else to suck off." The words hit me like a slap. Parasite. I'd spent years keeping them afloat, sacrificing my own life and opportunities, and that's what I was reduced to in his eyes. A parasite? I didn't yell back. I didn't throw anything. I didn't even cry in front of them. I just felt this cold clarity settle over me, like something I'd been blind to had finally come into focus. Without a word, I stood up, walked to my room, and began packing my things. My mom tried to stop me, her voice frantic. "Aaron, don't take him seriously. You know how he gets." But I couldn't even look at her. My dad muttered something under his breath, maybe an attempt at calming the situation, but I didn't care. Ryan smirked as I dragged my suitcase through the hall, and I swear I'll never forget that look. He thought he'd won. That night, I left and didn't look back. No long explanations, no drawn-out goodbye. Just silence. And for the first time in years, I felt strangely free. But 3 weeks later, that freedom was interrupted by a phone call I wasn't expecting. It was my mom, her voice breaking, tears choking every word. "Aaron, why did the creditors take the car? We don't understand. What happened?" My chest tightened, not with guilt, but with a grim sense of justice. I typed my reply slowly, each word deliberate. "Ask the parasite." I thought that would be the end of it, but I was wrong. That single message was the first domino. Everything began to unravel faster than I ever could have imagined. The fallout started small, but it grew quickly, like cracks spreading across glass. After that first call from my mom, the texts began flooding in. At first, they were desperate, pleas for me to come back, to explain what I'd done. But beneath the panic, the same old entitlement bubbled through. "You know this family can't function without you," my dad wrote once, as if I were some kind of appliance they'd misplaced rather than a son who'd been insulted out of his own home. Ryan didn't bother with pretense. His first message to me was a single line: "Real classy move, walking out and leaving us to clean up your mess." My mess. That was the word he chose. Not the mortgage payments I'd covered, not the overdue bills I'd shouldered, not the endless excuses I'd swallowed for years. No, suddenly, I was the one who had left a mess behind. I didn't respond. I thought silence would make it clear that I was done playing their game. But instead, it only fueled their anger. Calls came at all hours of the night. My phone buzzed so much it felt like it was vibrating straight into my bones. I started turning it off just to get some peace, but every time I turned it back on, there were more missed calls, more messages. And then the guilt tripping began. My mom left long voicemails, her voice thin and ragged. "Aaron, your brother is under so much stress now. He's trying his best, but without your help, we're drowning. Please don't punish the whole family because of one fight." She always framed it like that, one fight. As if Ryan screaming parasite in my face and shoving me out the door was some minor sibling spat, easily forgotten if only I were mature enough to move on. My dad took a different tack. "Families stick together," he said in a message. "That's what makes us strong. Don't be selfish." Selfish. The word stung, though I knew it shouldn't. After all those years of giving, covering, and carrying, I was now selfish for finally putting myself first. Ryan, of course, leaned fully into his role as the golden child. From what I gathered through their posts online, he had taken over as the man of the house. He bragged on social media about stepping up for the family, though anyone who knew him could tell he was all talk. One photo he posted stuck with me, a selfie of him standing in front of the house with his arm around my mom, captioned, "Family first, always." The comments were full of people praising him for being a good son. I almost laughed at the absurdity of it. I was the one who'd kept them afloat all those years, but the moment I left, he became the hero by default. Meanwhile, I began piecing together just how deeply they'd relied on me. The car wasn't the only thing creditors had taken. The utilities were being shut off one by one. My mom hinted at it when she called again, her voice low and ashamed. "They said if we don't pay soon, they'll cut the power." It wasn't a request, not outright, but I could hear the expectation in her tone. She wanted me to swoop in again, to be the safety net I'd always been. But I stayed quiet. Every word I might have said felt like it would only pull me back into their grasp. The more they unraveled, the more hostile Ryan became. One night, around midnight, I got a string of texts so furious I could practically feel his rage bleeding through the screen. "You think you're better than us? You think walking out makes you some kind of saint? You're a coward. Always have been. When this family falls apart, it'll be on your head." A second later, another text. "Don't come crawling back when you realize no one else wants you." I stared at the messages for a long time, my hands trembling, not with fear, but with the mixture of anger and sorrow that comes when someone you love twists the knife deeper. But what haunted me most wasn't Ryan's fury or my parents' guilt trips. It was the realization that none of them saw me as a person. I was a resource, a wallet, a scapegoat. My mom only called when she needed money. My dad only lectured me about duty. And Ryan only ever noticed me when he wanted someone to blame. The more I thought about it, the more I realized this dynamic hadn't started the night Ryan called me a parasite. It had always been this way. That was just the first time I refused to ignore it. And still, even as I tried to move forward with my own life, they wouldn't let me go. My aunt, who had always been close with my mom, started messaging me too. "You're tearing your family apart," she scolded. "Ryan told me everything. He said you ran off because you didn't want to contribute anymore. Is that true?" The lies Ryan fed them spread quickly, painting me as the deserter while he played the martyr. I could feel the walls closing in, not because I believed their version of events, but because the isolation was suffocating. My whole family had chosen his narrative over mine, and I was left shouting into the void. unheard and unseen. What they didn't know was that I had kept meticulous records. Years of bank statements, text receipts, and transfer slips. Every cent I had paid to keep that household from sinking. I never thought I'd need them, but something told me not to throw them away. And now, as the accusations mounted and the manipulation deepened, those records burned like a hidden weapon in the back of my mind. I didn't want revenge, at least not yet. But I wanted the truth. I wanted them to see, once and for all, who had really been the parasite. And then, one night, I got a call from an unknown number. Against my better judgment, I answered. It wasn't my mom or dad this time. It was Ryan. His voice was sharp, cold, and dripping with venom. You think you're smart, don't you? Sitting out there, letting us burn. But guess what? You can't hide forever. You're still family. And you're going to pay, one way or another. That was the moment I realized this wasn't just about money anymore. It was about control. And Ryan was determined to drag me back into the fire, no matter what it took. The call from Ryan stuck in my head for days, echoing like a warning bell I couldn't shut off. I tried to push it aside, to focus on my new routine. I had found a small apartment across town. Nothing fancy, just a one-bedroom with creaky floors and a view of the alley. But it was mine. For the first time in years, my paycheck wasn't evaporating into overdue bills that weren't mine. I stocked my own fridge. I paid my own utilities. I even bought a second-hand couch, something that felt like a luxury after living on hand-me-downs all my life. For a brief moment, I let myself feel proud. But peace never lasts long when someone is determined to destroy it. One Friday evening, after a long day at work, I came home to find a thick envelope wedged into the crack of my door. At first, I thought it was junk mail, but when I opened it, my stomach dropped. Inside were collection notices, not mine, but in my name. Loans I had never taken. Accounts I had never opened. I flipped through them, each page heavier than the last, until I found the signature at the bottom of one of the agreements. My brother's. Sloppy, rushed, but unmistakable. My hands shook as I sank onto the couch, the papers scattered around me. I had always feared Ryan might drag me into his messes, but I never thought he'd cross this line. He hadn't just insulted me. He hadn't just leaned on me. He had stolen my identity, used my name, and tied me to debts I never asked for. Suddenly, his midnight call made sense. This wasn't about me abandoning the family. This was about him covering his tracks. He knew the creditors were circling, and he had decided to throw me to the wolves to save himself. I wanted to storm back to the house, to throw the papers in his face, but I knew better. Confronting him in person would only end with him twisting the story, turning my anger into proof that I was the unstable one. That's how it always went. He lied, I defended myself, and somehow I ended up looking like the villain. No, this time I needed to be smarter. I gathered the papers back into the envelope, tucked them into a drawer, and sat in silence until the early hours of the morning. My thoughts were loud enough to drown out the world. Over the next week, more letters arrived. Some from banks, some from collection agencies. All of them addressed to me. The weight on my shoulders grew heavier with each envelope. I tried to explain to myself that this was just paper, that it could be sorted out, but the betrayal burned deeper than the financial damage. It was the confirmation of everything I had feared. Ryan didn't just see me as expendable, he saw me as a shield. I wasn't his brother. I was his cover story. My mom called again around this time, her voice strangely upbeat, like she was trying too hard. Ryan's been under a lot of pressure, she said. But he's really stepped up. You should be proud of him. I almost laughed. Proud. I wanted to ask if she had any idea what he'd done in my name, but I held back. Something in her tone told me she knew more than she was letting on. That realization cut deeper than anything Ryan had said or done. My own mother, who had begged me to help them for years, had turned a blind eye when Ryan decided to throw me under the bus. The breaking point came 2 weeks later. I went to my mailbox one morning and found a letter from my bank. I assumed it was another statement, but when I opened it, I froze. My savings account, what little I had managed to scrape together since moving out, was nearly drained. Only $112 remained. My heart pounded as I scanned the withdrawal slips attached to the notice. There were 3 large transactions, all made in person at a branch near my parents' house. The signatures weren't even close to mine, but the teller had accepted them. I felt sick. This wasn't just identity theft. This was theft from my future, my one fragile attempt to build something for myself. Ryan hadn't just sabotaged me. He had stripped me of the little security I had managed to hold on to. And my parents? They had to know. No one else had access to the documents he needed to pull this off. The betrayal wasn't just Ryan's anymore. It was the whole family's silence that roared in my ears. That night, I sat in my apartment surrounded by papers, collection notices, bank statements, forged signatures, and I realized the truth. The family I had sacrificed for, the people I had protected at my own expense, had decided I was expendable the moment I stopped playing their game. I wasn't their son. I wasn't their brother. I was a tool, and when I stopped being useful, I became the enemy. I stared at the empty balance on my statement, the red numbers on the collection letters, and something inside me hardened. For the first time, I didn't just feel hurt. I felt dangerous. And that was the night I started planning. The weeks that followed were some of the darkest I've ever known. It felt like the walls of my new life, thin and shaky as they were, had already collapsed before I'd even had the chance to settle in. Every day seemed to bring a new reminder of how thoroughly Ryan had sabotaged me. Phone calls from collection agencies became a grim routine. They'd call at work, in the middle of the night, even during the rare moments I tried to relax. I learned to recognize the pauses before the automated voices began, learned the hard edge and the tone of real people on the other end, demanding repayment for debts I'd never chosen. I tried to explain at first. That's not me. My brother forged the documents. But they didn't care. To them, a name was a name, a signature was a signature, and I was the name on the page. The weight of it was suffocating. I started waking up with a knot in my stomach, my chest tight, as if I'd run miles in my sleep. Even food lost its taste. I'd come home from work, sit on the edge of the bed, and stare at the floor until hours passed. The betrayal gnawed at me, but so did the silence from my parents. I expected some denial at first, maybe even anger at Ryan if I pushed hard enough. But instead, what I got was absence. No one called to check on me. No one asked how I was surviving with my accounts drained. They didn't even bother to defend Ryan anymore. It was as if, by leaving, I had forfeited my place in the family entirely. I was a ghost, erased, while Ryan lived comfortably in the house I had kept afloat for years. And yet, despite the pain, a strange clarity began to creep in. I realized how much of myself I had tied to their approval. For years, I thought if I just helped enough, gave enough, carried enough, they would see my worth. But now that the curtain had been ripped away, I understood. Nothing I did would have ever been enough. I wasn't their equal. I wasn't their son in the way Ryan was. I was the utility, quiet, dependable, replaceable when the lights finally flickered out. Still, the losses piled up. The landlord of my apartment called me in one afternoon, his expression tight. "Aaron, I like you. You pay on time. But these calls we're getting from collectors, it makes people nervous. We can't afford problems here." I nodded, swallowing the sting. Even here, in the one place I thought I had carved out for myself, Ryan's shadow loomed. I promised the landlord it was under control, though I could see in his eyes he didn't believe me. The hardest moment, though, came when I sat down and actually totaled up everything Ryan had taken. Between the forged loans, the drained account, and the unpaid bills still trailing after my name, I was tens of thousands in the red. Not life-ruining, maybe, if handled correctly, but for someone who had just started to rebuild from nothing, it felt like a mountain crushing my chest. I remember gripping the calculator so hard my knuckles went white, staring at the red digits, and whispering to myself, they left me with nothing. But that wasn't entirely true. They hadn't taken my ability to think. They hadn't taken my memory, my records, or the truth of what had happened. And little by little, that realization started to shift something inside me. I couldn't fight them openly, not yet. If I stormed into the house demanding answers, they would close ranks and turn it into another story of me overreacting. If I tried to call them out online, they'd paint me as bitter and unstable. No, if I wanted any kind of justice, it had to be careful, quiet, deliberate. So I started documenting everything. I built folders on my laptop, scanned every forged document, highlighted the mismatched signatures, noted every date and transaction. I kept a journal too, writing down every phone call, every debt notice, every memory of when I had paid for them in the past. It wasn't much, but it was something solid, something real in a world where my family had twisted the truth against me. Late at night, When sleep wouldn't come, I would scroll through those files and remind myself, you're not crazy. You're not imagining this. They did this to you. In the meantime, I cut back my own life to bare bones. Instant noodles and canned soup filled my cupboards. I stopped going out with coworkers after shifts. I turned down small luxuries, new clothes, a night at the movies, even replacing the shoes that had worn thin at the soles. It wasn't pride anymore. It was survival. If I could just hold on long enough, if I could just outlast the storm, maybe there would be a way forward. But Ryan wasn't finished. His voice kept echoing in my head from that midnight call. You're still family, and you're going to pay, one way or another. I didn't know what he meant then, but as the pressure mounted, as my life shrank into survival and planning, I began to fear what his one way or another might look like. And then, just as I thought things couldn't sink any lower, I received a letter that made my blood run cold. This one wasn't from a creditor. It was from a lawyer. The letter from the lawyer sat unopened on my table for a full day before I could bring myself to look at it. I was terrified of what it might say, another notice, another debt, another weight pressing down. When I finally slid it open with shaking hands, I discovered it wasn't what I expected at all. It wasn't a demand, but a notification. I had been named in connection with one of the forged loans. The bank was investigating irregularities. For the first time in months, I felt something other than dread. Hope flickered. If the bank had noticed, maybe the cracks in Ryan's scheme were beginning to show. Maybe I wasn't as powerless as I thought. That night, I stayed up late, sorting through every piece of evidence I had collected, the signatures, the withdrawal slips, the records of my own payments through the years. I organized them into binders, labeled each section, even printed out timelines. For so long I had been drowning in their chaos, but now I was shaping it into something that could fight back. It was still just paper and ink, but for the first time it felt like armor. At the same time, I started to rebuild outside of the mess. Work, which had once been just a paycheck, became my anchor. I volunteered for extra shifts, stayed late when others wanted to go home. My boss noticed. You've got grit, Aaron, he told me one evening. Not many people would push through what you're dealing with. A month later, he offered me a promotion, shift supervisor. It wasn't glamorous, but it came with a raise, and more importantly, it was proof that I wasn't defined by my family's poison. With that extra money, I began to claw my way back. I opened a new account at a different bank, under tighter protections, and started saving again, slowly, cautiously. Every deposit, even the small ones, felt like a victory. I sold some old things online, picked up freelance work on weekends, and watched as the balance grew little by little. It wasn't much, but it was mine, untouchable by Ryan's hands. I also began investing in myself, in ways I never had before. I took a night course in financial literacy, determined to understand every loophole and safeguard that could protect me from further damage. I read about credit disputes, about how to build a case against fraud. The knowledge steadied me. For years I had been the one blindly handing over money, never questioning, never standing up. Now I was learning how the system worked, and how I could use it for my own defense. And slowly, people outside my family started to notice the change. A coworker named James, someone I'd only ever chatted with in passing, invited me out for coffee after hearing about my promotion. We talked for hours, not about debts or betrayal, but about books, music, even silly things like favorite movies. It felt strange to laugh again, to talk without the constant undertone of manipulation. It reminded me that life existed beyond the orbit of Ryan and my parents. Even my landlord, who had once eyed me with suspicion, softened when he saw the effort I was putting in. I was worried about you, Aaron, he admitted one afternoon. But you've been solid. Keep this up and you'll be just fine. Those words, simple as they were, meant more than I can describe. They were validation, the kind I had chased for years in my family, but never received. Yet, even as I built this fragile foundation, the storm at home didn't quiet. My mom left a voicemail one night, her voice heavy. Your father's blood pressure is through the roof. He's stressed beyond measure. Ryan is doing everything he can, but he can't hold this family together alone. Don't you think it's time you stepped up again? I didn't reply, not because I didn't care, but because I finally understood. Stepping up for them meant stepping down for myself. But Ryan wasn't content to let me move on. I found out through a mutual acquaintance that he had been spinning new stories about me, telling relatives I had stolen from him, that I had abandoned the family in their darkest hour. The lies spread like wildfire, and I could feel the disapproval of extended family members in their silence online. Aunts who once liked every photo now ignored me. Cousins who used to invite me to gatherings left me out. Ryan was building his narrative carefully, painting himself as the victim. What he didn't realize, though, was that I was no longer the same person he had bullied out of the house months ago. I wasn't beaten down, desperate, and scrambling to keep afloat. I was working, saving, learning, and slowly gaining the tools I needed. Every lie he told, every debt he forged, every whisper he spread, it was all being recorded, documented, and stored. And then, one afternoon, I received an email that changed everything. The bank's fraud investigation team wanted to meet with me in person. They had questions about the loans in my name. It was the opportunity one had been waiting for, the chance to finally lay the truth bare, to show the world what Ryan had done. I sat back in my chair, staring at the message, my heart pounding not with fear this time, but with anticipation. The pieces were aligning. The rise wasn't complete, but for the first time, I could see the path stretching out ahead of me. And I knew, deep down, that the day would come when Ryan would no longer be able to hide behind his lies. The meeting with the bank was the moment everything began to tilt in my favor. I walked into their downtown office with my binder tucked under my arm, my stomach tight, but my mind razor sharp. Two representatives sat across from me, their expressions professional but curious. They asked simple questions at first, when I had applied for the loans, what I knew about the accounts in my name, whether I recognized the signatures. That was when I opened the binder. Page by page, I laid out the evidence I had been quietly collecting for months. The mismatched signatures, the timeline of withdrawals that didn't line up with my location, the transfer slips that led back to the branch near my parents' home. I showed them my work pay stubs from the days of the supposed transactions, proving I was across town at the time. I even had copies of old texts from Ryan, where he had boasted about handling things for the family while I was too busy working. For the first time in this entire ordeal, I saw disbelief flicker, not at me, but at Ryan. One of the investigators leaned back in her chair, her lips pursed. "This is substantial," she said, flipping through the pages. "We'll need to verify everything, but I'll be honest, this doesn't look like you're doing." The relief that flooded me was so sharp it nearly knocked the wind out of me. For months, I had been the accused, the scapegoat, the parasite. Now, finally, someone believed me. After the meeting, they asked me to keep quiet while the investigation continued. "If you confront your family now," one of them warned, "it could compromise our ability to hold the responsible party accountable." I nodded. It wasn't easy, but I understood. This wasn't about a shouting match in the living room anymore. This was about evidence, process, and strategy. In the weeks that followed, I noticed small shifts. Collection calls began to slow down. One agency even sent a letter confirming they had paused action pending investigation. My credit report, which had been strangled by Ryan's forgeries, started showing disputed accounts. It wasn't victory yet, but it was progress. And progress gave me something I hadn't felt in a long time: control. At work, the promotion began to pay off in more ways than money. I had authority now, responsibility that extended beyond just myself. People came to me for answers, for decisions. For years, I had been the invisible one at home, the one who covered the bills but never got the recognition. Now, I was the one steering the ship. It gave me confidence I didn't know I had. But the real turning point came through an unexpected source. One night, I ran into an old neighbor, Mrs. Clark, who had lived down the street from my parents for decades. She was a sharp-eyed woman, the kind who noticed everything. We got to talking, and without prompting, she said, "I don't know how you put up with that brother of yours for so long. Always swaggering around, bragging about money he didn't have." My chest tightened. "What do you mean?" She glanced around, as if checking who might overhear, then lowered her voice. "I've seen him more than once, walking into that branch near your parents' house. Always on days when your folks were panicking about bills. He'd wave receipts around like trophies. Said you were the one paying, but I knew better. The boy doesn't have the brains for it. If you ask me, he's been playing everyone." I thanked her, my mind racing. What she didn't realize was that she had just handed me something priceless, a witness. Someone outside the family who had seen Ryan in action, who could corroborate what I already knew. It wasn't just my word against his anymore. There was someone else who had noticed the pattern, someone credible. I added her statement to my growing collection of evidence, and with each new piece, the picture became clearer. Ryan wasn't just sloppy, he was reckless, and his recklessness was leaving a trail I could follow. Meanwhile, my parents' attempts to guilt-trip me grew more frantic. My mom left another message, her tone dripping with exasperation. "You've made your point, Aaron. Enough is enough. Ryan is doing everything he can, and you're just sitting back letting your family fall apart. Don't you care about us?" I saved the voicemail. Every word was another brick in the wall I was building, proof of how they had twisted the story. For the first time, I began to think not just about defending myself, but about striking back. What if I took everything I had, every receipt, every voicemail, every witness statement, and used it not just to clear my name, but to expose Ryan for who he truly was? The thought simmered quietly at first, but the more I considered it, the stronger it grew. By the time the bank's fraud team called me back for a follow-up, I had a new clarity. They confirmed they were pursuing legal action against the person responsible. They didn't say Ryan's name, but I didn't need them to. I already knew. And as I walked out of that office, binders still heavy under my arm, I felt a strange calm settle over me. The stage wasn't just being set for my defense anymore. It was being set for something far bigger. Because if Ryan wanted to call me a parasite, then I would show him exactly what happens when the so-called parasite stops feeding the host and starts fighting back. The revenge didn't happen in one fiery moment. It wasn't a slammed door, a screaming match, or some dramatic confrontation that left everyone in shock. No, what I learned, through the long nights of documenting and planning, was that the most devastating revenge is quiet, precise, and undeniable. The first move wasn't even mine. It was the bank's. A formal letter was sent to my parents' address, demanding repayment and announcing that the accounts linked to Ryan were under investigation for fraud. My mom must have been the one to open it, because she called me the next day, her voice trembling. "Aaron, there's been a mistake. They're saying Ryan did something. But you know that can't be true, right? He wouldn't do that to you." I didn't argue. I didn't shout. I simply said, "I've already given them everything they need. They'll figure out the truth." Then I hung up. For once, I didn't chase after her approval or try to explain myself into being believed. I let the weight of silence do the talking. A week later, I was asked to give an official statement. I walked into that sterile office with my binder, my journal, and the voicemail recordings neatly organized. Every document had tabs. Every page was highlighted. The investigator raised her eyebrows when she saw the sheer volume of what I had brought. "You've done half our job for us," she remarked. I just nodded. I had been preparing for this for months. The real satisfaction came when they asked if I knew of anyone outside the family who might have witnessed Ryan's behavior. That's when I gave them Mrs. Clark's name, along with her contact information. She was eager to help, having always disliked Ryan's arrogance. Her statement, combined with my evidence, painted a damning picture. Meanwhile, Ryan had no idea how much of the ground beneath him was about to give way. He still posted online about being the rock of the family, the one sacrificing everything to keep them together. His captions grew more defensive, though. "Some people don't know loyalty," he wrote in one post, a not-so-subtle jab at me. But I didn't take the bait. I stayed silent, watching the net close in. The turning point came when I received a copy of the bank's decision in the mail. They had found sufficient evidence of fraud and were pursuing legal action against Ryan. The debts tied to my name were being cleared, my accounts freed from his shadow. It was everything I had been working toward. But I didn't just stop there. I knew my extended family still believed Ryan's version of events, that I had abandoned everyone, that I was selfish and bitter. So I made a decision. I didn't confront them directly. Instead, I gathered everything into a single file: the forged documents, the investigation results, the transcripts of my mother's guilt-ridden voicemails, even screenshots of Ryan's posts bragging about handling the money. Then, one evening, I sent it all in a single email to every relative in our family group. No commentary, no angry rant, just the evidence. The silence that followed was delicious. Hours ticked by, then a day, then two. Finally, a message popped up from one of my uncles, the kind who had always been closest to Ryan. I had no idea. "I'm sorry, Aaron." One by one, others followed. A cousin who hadn't spoken to me in months reached out privately, apologizing for believing the lies. My aunt, the one who had scolded me for tearing the family apart, sent a single line, "I owe you an apology." I didn't respond to most of them. I didn't need to. The truth had spoken louder than anything I could say. Ryan's carefully crafted facade had crumbled, and the people he thought he had wrapped around his finger were now staring at the ugly reality. But the sweetest moment came later, when my mom called again. This time, her voice wasn't guilt-tripping or angry. It was hollow. "Aaron," she whispered, "they've taken Ryan in for questioning. The police, they came to the house." I closed my eyes, letting the words sink in. I didn't gloat. I didn't laugh. I simply said, "That's what happens when you protect the real parasite." Then I hung up. For the first time in years, I felt light. Not because everything was fixed, not because the scars had disappeared, but because the balance had shifted. The years of being overlooked, dismissed, and drained had finally turned into something undeniable. I wasn't the parasite. I had never been. And now, the world knew it too. But as much as the revenge felt complete, the fallout was only beginning. And I had no idea just how far the collapse of their carefully guarded house of cards was about to go. The fallout hit them faster than even I expected. Once the bank filed charges, everything Ryan had tried to hold together began unraveling. Word spread quickly, first among the extended family, then through the neighborhood. Neighbors who once waved at my parents now crossed the street to avoid them. My mom, who had always loved to host backyard gatherings, stopped posting photos altogether. My dad withdrew into silence, too proud to admit that the son he had called the real winner had been nothing more than a fraud. Ryan, of course, tried to fight it. He posted long rants online about being framed, insisting that I had set him up. But the evidence was overwhelming. The forged documents, the withdrawal slips, the witness statements. There was no room left for lies. His trial was brief. He was sentenced for fraud, ordered to repay what he had stolen, and left with a record that would shadow him for years. The swagger he once carried, that untouchable arrogance, was gone. When I saw him in court, sitting there in his wrinkled suit, I barely recognized him. He wasn't the golden child anymore. He was just another man caught in the consequences of his own choices. My parents weren't spared either. While they weren't charged, the financial fallout crushed them. The car was gone. The house, once held together by my silent contributions, slipped into foreclosure. They tried to reach out to me again, their voices softer now, humbled by loss. My mom's final voicemail was short, just 4 words, "We should have believed you." But I didn't call back. Some bridges, once burned, are better left as ashes. As for me, the storm cleared piece by piece. The fraudulent debts were wiped from my record. My savings, though scarred, began to grow again. At work, I continued to rise, no longer dragging the invisible chains of a family that had drained me for years. I moved into a better apartment, one with sunlight that poured through the windows in the morning. For the first time, I woke up without dread gnawing at my chest. The final act of closure came one quiet afternoon when I walked past my parents' old house. The yard was overgrown, the windows dark, a for sale sign staked into the front lawn. I stood there for a moment, staring at the place where I had spent years sacrificing myself, the place where Ryan had once called me a parasite. And then, with a calm I hadn't known before, I pulled out my phone, took a photo, and whispered to myself, "Ask the parasite." Then I turned and walked away, leaving the ruins of their lies behind me. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't carrying their weight. I was free. My name's Jonah, I'm 29, and I guess you could say I'm the black sheep of the family. Not because I'm a failure or anything. Far from it. I just stopped playing the game they all agreed on. Smile, nod, pretend everything's fine even when it's not. I was never good at pretending, not even as a kid. My family, on the other hand, masters of it. Perfect smiles, polite digs, and years of making me feel like I was less than because I didn't follow the path they laid out. I'm the youngest of 3. My sister Lila is the golden child with the picture-perfect husband, 2 kids, and a Pinterest-worthy house. My brother, Evan, lives in Arizona, works in finance, and thinks that makes him a philosopher. I didn't go corporate. I didn't marry young. I didn't buy a house in the suburbs and post about my Sunday brunch. What I did do was start a tech company straight out of college. Lived broke for years, worked from a basement, survived off ramen and self-doubt. But it paid off. Quietly, steadily. I never posted about it, never flaunted it. I just built. And I've done well. Well enough that when my parents hit a financial snag 3 years ago and almost lost their house, I stepped in without hesitation. They never said thank you. Not really. My mom called it helping the family and treated it like a loan she never intended to repay. My dad avoided the subject entirely, but I kept paying. Rent, maintenance, even covered some of their credit card debt. I didn't do it for recognition. I did it because they were my parents, and I didn't want them to lose their home. Simple as that. Still, it stung. Especially at gatherings, like this reunion, when they'd talk about Lila's new countertops or Evan's latest promotion, but my name barely got a mention. Like what I did wasn't real because it didn't come with a title or a mortgage. It had been years since I'd brought a date to one of these things. Too many times I watched someone I cared about get that look from my mom. The one where she smiled too hard and asked too many questions designed to expose some imagined flaw. I stopped trying. This reunion was no different, or at least I thought it wouldn't be. It was at my aunt and uncle's house, one of those sprawling ranch-style homes in the suburbs, all open-concept living and blessed signs above the mantel. I arrived late on purpose, the kind of late that avoids the awkward milling around phase but still counts as making an effort. The backyard was packed, long tables with plastic tablecloths, kids chasing each other with squirt guns, someone grilling under a pop-up canopy. I nodded at a few cousins, waved at an aunt. My mom saw me first. She gave me that half hug she reserves for moments when someone might be watching. "Oh, you made it," she said, like I'd RSVP'd no and showed up anyway. "Wouldn't miss it," I said, setting down the bottle of wine I brought on the gift table. Not that anyone would notice. The first hour passed in a blur of small talk and polite judgment. Lila talked about her oldest getting into a gifted program, and Evan was holding court near the grill, explaining the economy to people who hadn't asked. I kept to myself, sipping lemonade and pretending not to hear the occasional, "Is Jonas still freelancing?" from relatives who didn't understand what I did and didn't care to. Then came the moment that shifted everything. I was standing near the buffet table, loading my plate with fruit, when my Uncle Peter, my dad's older brother and lifelong master of the backhanded compliment, sauntered over. He clapped a heavy hand on my shoulder and said, loud enough for everyone around us to hear, "You still living off your parents, kid?" I blinked. "Excuse me." "You know, crashing at home, eating mom's lasagna, playing video games all day." He laughed, elbowing the guy next to him. "Must be nice not having bills." I felt the air shift. A few heads turned. My cousin Julie gave me an awkward smile, like she wasn't sure if she should laugh too. And then, as if she'd been waiting for the perfect moment, my mom chimed in from across the table. "Well, he could never really make it on his own," she said, not looking at me, stirring her iced tea like it was just another day. I froze. It wasn't the first time she'd said something like that, but it was the first time she said it like a punchline, like a joke that didn't need context because everyone already believed it. And that's when something in me snapped. Not with anger, not with some grand, emotional outburst. Just a quiet, steady click, like a lock turning. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my phone. "Funny," I said, holding it up so they could see. "Because their lease renewal depends on me." The laughter died immediately. Even the kids went quiet. My dad looked up from his conversation. My mom finally turned toward me, her glass halfway to her lips. My uncle's smile twitched. I tapped the screen. Slowly, deliberately. "Want to see something cool?" I asked. No one answered. I opened the property management app, the one I'd been using to cover their rent for the past 3 years. It showed the unit, the upcoming renewal, and one single button. "Cancel," I read aloud. Just like that. No one moved. I let the moment hang there. Let it sink in. I didn't hit the button. Not yet. I just stood there, holding it in the air, daring anyone to laugh again. For the first time in years, they didn't know what to say. My mom opened her mouth, then closed it again. My dad furrowed his brow like he didn't understand what he was seeing, but I knew better. He understood. They all did. I gently lowered my phone and slipped it back into my pocket, but the silence held. Somewhere behind me, a bird chirped. Someone's kid asked for a juice box. But at that table, at that moment, the world had stopped turning. I didn't walk away. I wanted to see what they'd do, how they'd pivot. My Uncle Peter coughed and tried a smile, like he could laugh it off. "Ah, come on, Jonah. Just teasing. You know that, right?" I tilted my head. "Sure. Just like I'm teasing." His chuckle was thin. My mom set her tea down, too hard, The ice clinked against the glass. "You don't need to make a scene," she muttered. "I didn't," I said calmly. "You did." I just responded. "I didn't mean it that way," she added, folding her arms. "It was a joke." I shrugged. "So was mine. Depends who's laughing, right?" My dad finally spoke. "Jonah, this isn't the time." "No," I said, my voice a little sharper now. "Actually, this is exactly the time. Because if I said this in private, you'd pretend you never heard it. Like you pretended not to see every payment I made. Like you pretended it was your house when you couldn't even pay the water bill." The words were bitter, yes, but not shouted. I kept my voice low, steady, just loud enough to carry to the people who needed to hear it. "You didn't ask for my help," I continued. "You expected it. And I gave it. Every month. Quietly. Without resentment. Until now." My sister Lila looked away. Evan was watching me with that smug, detached look he wore when someone mentioned student debt or healthcare. He leaned forward. "You know," he said, "we all struggle sometimes. But it's not cool to throw things in people's faces. Especially your parents." I looked at him. Really looked. "You live in Scottsdale with your third Tesla and a wine fridge in your bedroom, Evan. Don't talk to me about struggle." He bristled, but I didn't let him interrupt. "I never asked for anything. Not once. You all assumed I failed because I didn't brag. Because I didn't shove my success in your face. And you liked it that way. You liked having someone beneath you." "No one said that," my mom whispered. I looked at her. "Then why'd you say I could never make it on my own?" She didn't answer. "So let's be clear," I continued. "You don't get to insult me and rely on me. You don't get to mock me in front of the family while sleeping in a home I pay for. Not anymore." Peter spoke up again, half joking, half pleading. "So you're just gonna evict your own parents?" "I'm just gonna stop protecting people who think I'm a joke." There it was. Simple. Honest. And yet, it felt like I'd taken a sledgehammer to the family tree. I turned then, finally ready to walk away. I hadn't realized how tense my shoulders were until I felt them drop. I left my plate untouched, left the wine bottle on the table, walked through the crowd of stunned silence and fake smiles, past my cousin pretending to check his phone, past the aunt who gave me a sad little smile like she always liked me, really. I didn't stop until I reached the front gate. As I pulled it open, I heard footsteps behind me. Fast, awkward, desperate. It was my mom. "Jonah, wait," she said. I turned, slowly. She looked smaller somehow, her perfectly curled hair shifting in the breeze. She tried to smile. "Can we just talk about this?" "We could have," I said. "Years ago." She hesitated. "I didn't know you felt this way. You didn't want to know." She looked down. "So what now?" I pulled out my phone again. "That depends," I said, opening the app. "Do you want to treat me like family or like a wallet?" The screen blinked, the options still open. Renew. Cancel. Behind us, the door creaked open again. My dad stepped out, then Lila. Evan followed. One by one, they stood at the top of the steps, watching. No one said a word. And right there, in that stillness, my thumb hovered over the screen. Then I tapped. But not that button. Not yet. Just the back arrow. Just to close it. Because they weren't ready. But I was. And that's when Evan, smug as ever, decided to speak. What? Trying to guilt trip everyone now. Real mature. I turned around, slowly, and smiled. "Funny," I said. "That's not what the email says." Their faces twisted in confusion. I held up my phone one last time. "I already canceled it," I said. And I walked to my car as the shouting started behind me. The first message hit my phone before I'd even made it out of the driveway. MOM, "Jonah, please don't do this. Can we talk?" Then, a minute later, "Dad, this isn't funny. You can't just leave us like this." I sat behind the wheel of my car, engine idling, hands resting on the steering wheel. I didn't move, didn't text back, just stared out the windshield at the rows of cars parked along the curb, the manicured lawns, the string lights still flickering in my rearview mirror like nothing had changed. But everything had, and they all knew it. For a while, I just sat there and breathed. Let it wash over me. The silence, the disbelief, the weight finally shifting off my chest. I thought maybe I'd feel guilty. Maybe I'd second-guess myself. But the truth? I felt calm. Not triumphant. Not angry. Just free. But peace doesn't last long in my family. By the time I pulled into my apartment's garage, I had 14 new messages. Most from my mom. A few from my dad. One from Lila. A carefully worded guilt trip about family unity and how I'd embarrassed them all. Evan sent me a single hands clapping emoji. Classic. I ignored them, made myself tea, took a long shower. But the messages kept coming, and they changed tone quickly. The first wave was disbelief, then bargaining, then guilt, and finally, blame. You always had a temper. I should have seen this coming. Dad, don't come crying to us when you regret this. Lila, I just want to understand why you do something so petty. Petty. That word stuck with me. They thought I'd done this to hurt them, that it was some twisted form of revenge. But the truth? I'd simply stopped protecting them from the consequences of their own choices. I'd finally done what they'd always claimed I wasn't capable of, put myself first. Still, I couldn't sleep that night. Not because I regretted what I didn't, but because I knew my family, and I knew this wasn't over. I was right. The next morning, my building's front desk buzzed me. There's a woman here, the receptionist said hesitantly. She says she's your mother. Of course she did. I went down. She was waiting in the lobby, sitting stiffly on the couch like she couldn't decide whether she was furious or heartbroken. She stood when she saw me, clutching her purse like it might anchor her. Jonah, she said, forcing a smile. Hi. I nodded. You didn't text you were coming. I didn't think you'd answer. She wasn't wrong. We stood there for a moment in silence, the kind that feels like a dam ready to crack. Then she spoke. Can we sit? I gestured to the chairs by the window. She sat down like she was at a job interview. I wanted to see you face to face, she said. What happened yesterday, that wasn't okay. I raised an eyebrow. Which part? The part where you insulted me in front of everyone, or the part where I stopped paying for your house? Her lips tightened. You didn't have to humiliate us. I leaned back. Neither did you. She looked down at her hands. We were just joking. We didn't realize it would hit a nerve. It didn't hit a nerve, I said. It hit a wall. One I built after years of being treated like I didn't matter. Her eyes glistened. You matter. I laughed once, dry and humorless. No, I matter when it's convenient. When you need something. When you need me. That's not true, she whispered. I pulled out my phone. Do you want to see the payment records? Jonah, please, she said, her voice cracking. We didn't mean to. You never mean to, I interrupted. But you do. Over and over. She blinked back tears, but I didn't soften. Not this time. We raised you, she said quietly. We sacrificed a lot. And I repaid it. Tenfold. Quietly. Without throwing it in your face like you did to me. There was a long pause. Then she said it. Your father and I have nowhere to go. I looked at her. Really looked. The woman who used to braid my hair for picture day. The woman who used to sing along to old records in the kitchen. The woman who, somewhere along the line, started seeing me not as her son, but as a safety net. That's not true, I said calmly. You have a place to go? You just don't want to downgrade. Her jaw clenched. You can sell the house, I offered. Move somewhere smaller. Get a roommate. Apply for assistance. Plenty of options. Her voice rose. We're your parents. I know, I said. And I was your son, not your accountant. That landed hard. She stood, shakily. So this is it. You're cutting us off. No, I said. I'm setting boundaries. If you want a relationship with me, it won't be one built on guilt and bank transfers. It'll be real, honest, maybe even painful, but it'll be earned. She didn't respond. I walked her to the door. She paused at the threshold. I just didn't think you'd ever do something like this, she whispered. I know, I said. That's why I had to. She left without another word. For the rest of the day, I was quiet. I didn't take calls. I didn't post online. I just thought about how long I'd been holding up their world while they chipped away at mine, and how strange it felt to finally stop. But around 9 p.m., I got a new text. Not from my mom. Not from my dad. From my Uncle Peter. Uncle Peter, Jonah, you might want to check the lease again. I stared at the message, confused. My heart thudded. Then another text came in. Uncle Peter, they're not the only names on the contract. And just like that, the ground beneath me shifted again. My stomach dropped as I reread my uncle's message. They're not the only names on the contract. I opened the property management app and pulled up the lease agreement. Scanned the names at the top. Margaret N. Blake. Roger T. Blake. Peter A. Blake. Peter. My uncle. I just stared at it for a moment, unable to blink. I hadn't noticed his name before because the original lease had only been under my parents, and when I renewed it last year through my LLC, I never thought to double-check the occupants. But sometime in the past 12 months, Peter had gotten himself added to the lease. I didn't know how. I didn't know when. But it was there, clear as day. And that changed everything. Canceling the lease wouldn't automatically kick him out, not without a formal eviction process. And because Peter was now on the lease, he could contest the cancellation. Worse, he might have already filed something to block it. And suddenly, it all made sense. His smug grin when he said, "Ah, come on, just teasing." His little cough. The way he went quiet instead of escalating like he usually did. He knew. He wanted me to make a scene. Because it would make me look unstable, impulsive, unreasonable. If things went legal, that would matter. I sat on my couch in the dark, phone glowing in my hand, as the pieces clicked into place. Peter had always been jealous of my dad, the younger brother who'd inherited the family home, the attention, the respect. Peter moved around a lot, never owned anything, always had some shady side hustle going. And when my parents nearly lost their house 3 years ago, guess who helped them negotiate the new lease? Guess who introduced me to the property manager? I hadn't paid attention at the time. Just signed what they sent. Paid the bills. Trusted them. That was my mistake. Now they were using that trust against me. I closed the app. Pulled up my texts. "Me, why is your name on their lease?" The reply came almost instantly. "Uncle Peter, I'm part owner now. Made it official last year. You should have read the paperwork, kid." Part owner. Of what? The lease? The LLC? The property? I opened my files. Scanned the documents. Lease agreement, signed. Monthly payments, sent from my company account. But then I found the amendment form from last November. A one-page update filed with the management company, authorizing the addition of Peter A. Blake as a legal tenant and representative. The signature next to it? Mine. Except, it wasn't my handwriting. My jaw tightened. My heart started racing. They'd forged it. I stared at the signature for a long time, rage boiling up through my spine. They forged my signature. And no one noticed. Because I never checked. Because I trusted them. I barely slept that night. I tossed and turned, imagining Peter bragging about how clever he was. My mom's wide-eyed denial. My dad's silence. How many times had they let him speak on their behalf? How many decisions had he made with my name? By morning, I'd made a decision of my own. I called my lawyer. His name's Victor. Mid-40s, sharp, no nonsense. Helped me set up my company years ago. I told him everything. The lease, the forged amendment, the payments, the sudden discovery that my uncle had maneuvered his way into partial control of a home I was funding. Victor didn't say much. Just asked for the documents and told me to meet him at his office. By noon, we were reviewing the paperwork together. He confirmed what I feared. If the property management company had accepted the amendment with a forged signature and processed it, the lease was now legally binding with Peter as a co-tenant, which meant I couldn't cancel it without his approval or without court intervention. "I can file a fraud claim," Victor said. "We'll need a handwriting analysis, a forensic expert, and it'll get messy. But if we prove it's forged, we can void the lease and maybe press charges." I nodded. "Do it." He looked up from his notes. "Are you sure? This could get very public." "I'm beyond sure." He smirked. "Good. Let's rattle some cages." Over the next few weeks, the legal process churned to life. I stayed quiet. My parents, meanwhile, had no idea what was coming. Peter certainly didn't. They thought the silence meant I was giving in, that I'd overreacted and backed off, just like I always did. But I wasn't backing off. I was giving them rope. I stopped payments. Let the bills bounce. Let the management company notify them of a pending lapse in coverage. They started calling again, first politely, then panicked. I didn't answer. 3 weeks later, Peter sent another text. "Uncle Peter, what's going on with the lease?" "Me. Ask your lawyer." An hour later, Victor got a call from Peter's attorney. The panic was real now. Peter hadn't expected this. He thought I'd be mad, but not dangerous. Not methodical. Not prepared. But I was. When the forensic expert concluded the signature on the amendment wasn't mine, we filed fraud claims. We included emails, texts, financial records, and a formal affidavit from the property manager confirming they'd received the document directly from Peter, not me. We demanded immediate removal of his name and nullification of his influence over the lease. And it worked. Peter backed down first. He signed a settlement agreement and walked away quietly, trying to avoid criminal charges. I didn't press. I didn't need to. Then I met with the property manager. "You're terminating the lease?" she asked, a little surprised. "I'm not just terminating it. I said. I'm buying the building. It wasn't impulsive. I'd been eyeing investment properties for a while. And after everything they'd put me through, it felt fitting, poetic, even, to own the very roof they took for granted. It took months of negotiations, paperwork, and inspections. But I had the capital. I had the motivation. And when the sale closed, I stood outside the duplex that my parents had once treated like theirs, keys in hand, and felt nothing but clarity. I didn't evict them right away. I gave them a formal notice, 90 days. Legal, professional, fair. They tried to call. I didn't answer. They sent letters. I returned them, unopened. Eventually, my mom texted me one last time. "MOM, we don't understand why you're doing this." I read it 3 times, and finally replied, "Me, because I finally realized you never saw me as family. Just a paycheck." She didn't respond. When the move-out day came, I wasn't there. I sent a property manager to handle it. She told me later that they left quietly. No scene, no shouting, just silence. Maybe they finally understood. Maybe not. It doesn't matter. Because now, when I visit the building, it's mine. The tenants in the other unit are kind. A retired couple who pay on time and leave cookies outside their door for the mail carrier. The unit my parents once lived in is empty now, freshly painted, the carpets replaced. Clean slate. Just like me. For the first time in my life, I'm not carrying anyone. And I've never stood taller. My name's Nate, I'm 29, and up until last fall, I genuinely thought I was going to marry the woman I'd been with for nearly 4 years. Her name was Kayla, and we met the cliché way, friends of friends at a rooftop party downtown. She was wearing this sunflower yellow dress that she hated because she thought it clashed with her skin tone. But to me, she looked like the brightest thing in the room. I still remember the first thing she ever said to me. "You look like the kind of guy who takes his shoes off at the movies." I don't, but I played along. I always played along with her. That was the beginning. I fell fast and hard. We moved in together after a year and a half, partly because rent was ridiculous, and partly because we were doing that thing where you start looking at your partner like they're home. I handled the finances more than she did. Kayla was charming, magnetic, and all over the place. She hopped between jobs, dreams, and friends, while I stayed grounded. I worked remote IT support for a healthcare company, which meant I was always around, always available, always the guy picking up slack quietly in the background. She called me Mr. Reliable, and at first, it sounded like affection. Over time, it felt more like a label. Like I was the safety net she used until she got bored. Things started to shift about 6 months ago. She began going out more. First, it was just girls' nights on Fridays. Then it became weekends with vague plans. I didn't want to be the insecure boyfriend, so I gave her space, but that space started to feel like a canyon. I'd wake up and her side of the bed was still cold from the night before. She started talking about feeling stagnant, about how she hadn't figured herself out yet. I listened. I encouraged her. She signed up for an online creative writing class, which was great, until the texts from Josh started lighting up her phone at weird hours. I wasn't snooping. She showed me some of them at first. "Just a classmate," she said. "Just a guy who liked her short stories." Then came the night. It was a Tuesday of all days. I was making dinner, grilled chicken and pasta, because she always teased me for being a creature of habit. She came in, didn't kiss me hello, and sat down like her bones were too heavy. I knew something was coming. She wouldn't look at me directly. She toyed with her bracelet, a nervous habit. Then she said it. "I need space. Time, I mean. I've been thinking a lot, and I want to explore other options. Maybe not just romantically, but just in life. I feel like I'm missing something, and I don't want to resent you for holding me back." Holding her back? That was the part that stuck in my chest like a dull knife. I didn't say anything for a full minute. I remember the chicken started to burn on the stove, and the smoke detector chirped softly in the background. She didn't flinch. I turned off the stove, sat down across from her, and asked her if she was leaving for good. "No," she said. "I just need time. Maybe a couple months. I'll crash with friends. I don't want to lose what we have. I just want to be sure." I didn't cry. I didn't yell. I didn't beg. I told her okay. I told her I wanted her to be happy. Then I helped her pack. She only took 2 suitcases and said she'd be back for the rest. I watched her walk out the door like it wasn't the last time I'd see her, even though somewhere deep in my gut, I knew it was. At first, I gave myself exactly 1 day to grieve. I let myself rot in bed, binge watching old sitcoms and ignoring texts from friends. But the next morning, I woke up with a kind of clarity I hadn't felt in years. Maybe ever. The apartment was quieter, emptier, but it didn't feel worse. It felt like possibility, like fresh air. And for the first time in a long time, I let myself wonder what life could be like without constantly making room for someone who only saw me as a backup plan. I didn't wait around. I canceled our shared Spotify, removed her name from the lease, called the landlord, and let him know I'd be ending the contract at the end of the month. I got boxes from a liquor store 2 blocks down and started sorting. Anything that wasn't mine went into a pile. Her things, her books, her little jewelry dish shaped like a seashell, her stupid Himalayan salt lamp that she never used but insisted made the apartment feel calmer. All of it went into neatly labeled boxes. But the thing that really pushed me to make it permanent? A week after she left, I ran into one of her friends, Ashley, at the coffee shop near my gym. We weren't close, but she'd always been friendly. She gave me this half smile and said, "So, how are you holding up?" I didn't think Kayla would actually go through with it. She and Josh were getting kind of intense. Josh, of course. I played dumb, said I was doing fine, but something in me clicked. She didn't need time to figure herself out. She wanted to test drive someone else and keep me in the garage, just in case he didn't work out. I was the fallback plan. Mr. Reliable. Plan B with a pulse. That night, I stayed up until 3 a.m. apartment hunting. Found a loft 30 minutes away. Cheaper rent, smaller space, but it had a big window that overlooked the park. A week later, I signed the lease. I hired movers. I told the landlord to forward any of her remaining mail to her parents' house, since that was the last address I had on file. I didn't tell Kayla. I didn't block her either. I just disappeared from her world the same way she disappeared from mine. Quiet, clean, like smoke slipping through a crack in the window. 2 months later, she texted me at 11:42 p.m. "Hey, I've been thinking. Can we talk?" I didn't answer. The next morning, she called. I didn't answer that either. By the third day, her texts got longer. Apologies. Confusion. Nostalgia. She said she missed me. Said she hadn't felt the same with anyone else, and realized she might have made a mistake. She wanted to stop by the apartment and talk. Clear the air. Maybe try again. She still had her key. That was the thing. She thought she had a key. And that's when I knew she had no idea what was waiting for her when she showed up. Because that key, that life, that version of me, all of it was long gone. The next Saturday, I took the morning off just to drive by the old apartment, even though I wasn't living there anymore. Not out of sentiment. Not really. More like curiosity. Like the same way you look up your ex's Instagram, even though you know you shouldn't. It was weird seeing the building again. It looked smaller, somehow. The front door had new paint. The buzzer panel had a smudge where her name used to be, back when we'd both scribbled K+N with a Sharpie on the bottom corner like teenagers. I'd replaced the locks before I left, not just to be practical, but because I didn't want there to be any trace of that life lingering. I watched for maybe 20 minutes, sipping burnt coffee from the gas station, and then I left. No one came. But that night, she showed up again in my inbox. "Kayla, I came by. Your neighbor said you moved? Is this a joke?" I almost replied. Almost. But something about her phrasing just confirmed what I already suspected. She never really saw me. She expected me to wait, to stay right where she left me, frozen in time, while she tested the waters with someone shinier, someone exciting. And now, when it didn't work out, when the novelty faded, she thought she could circle back and pick up where we left off. I didn't reply. Instead, I logged out of that email for the night. I opened my new one, a clean slate. And for the first time in years, I started writing again. Something I'd given up because Kayla always said it was a hobby, not a hustle. Ironic, given the creative journey she left me for. Over the next few days, the messages picked up. She messaged my cousin, asking if I was okay. She DM'd my friend Jason and asked him to check on me. I knew she was fishing, and honestly, I didn't blame her. I think part of her was genuinely stunned. Because the version of me she thought she could manipulate, the quiet guy who always said yes, who always paid the bills, who never pushed back, was gone. Then she tried a different tactic. The guilt trip. "Kayla, you're being cruel." I didn't cheat. I just needed space. You could at least have the decency to talk to me. That one made me pause. Because for a second, just 1 second, I almost felt bad. We did share years together. Good memories, even if they were tinted now. But that word, decency, rubbed me the wrong way. Because where was that decency when she left me half a plate of cold pasta and a vague apology? Where was that when she decided I was a safety net instead of a partner? I let it sit. No reply. But I wasn't done. Not yet. I still had one of her boxes in my storage unit, the one she never came back for. I'd kept it locked up, not because I was holding on, but because I'd forgotten it was there. Inside were little things, a Polaroid camera, old notebooks, that candle she said reminded her of fall in New York. And sitting on top, stuffed in a canvas tote bag, was a small hardcover journal. I'd never seen it before. I didn't want to read it at first. It felt like a violation. But curiosity's a tricky thing. It doesn't knock politely. It barges in. So I opened it. Most of the pages were scattered thoughts, poetry, lists of things she wanted to do in her 30s. But one entry, dated 3 weeks before she left, stopped me cold. Sometimes I wonder if Nate will ever stop being so safe. I know that sounds awful. He's a good man. He's stable. But I feel like I'm aging 10 years every time we sit on that same couch and watch reruns. He'll never leave me, I know that. He's too good for that. And maybe that's the problem. I closed the journal. And for once, I didn't feel pain. I felt clarity. She never left because I was bad to her. She left because she assumed I'd always be there. A fixture. A background character in her personal story of growth. She didn't expect me to rewrite the story without her. 2 days later, I sent her one message. Just one. Me. The unit is cleared. Your remaining box is in storage. I'll send you the address and code. After that, we're done. No sign-off. No warmth. She replied within minutes. She said, "You don't even want to talk?" Just like that. I didn't reply. She messaged again. "You really don't care at all?" But I did care. Just not in the way she hoped. I cared enough to walk away. I cared enough to grow into someone who no longer needed closure from the person who broke things in the first place. I cared enough to take back control over my own peace, my own space, my own future. And I knew she would show up one last time. Which is exactly what happened the following Sunday. I was eating lunch on the small balcony of my new place. A turkey sandwich, nothing fancy, when my phone lit up with a number I didn't recognize. I let it ring. Then it rang again. And again. The fourth time, I picked it up. Not to answer, just to block the number. But when I glanced down to confirm, I saw the voicemail transcribe on the lock screen. "I'm outside. Please, just talk to me." I didn't move. Didn't even blink for a second. Just stared out over the park, watching a couple walk their dog down the gravel path. The air had that crispness that only shows up for a few weeks in early fall, like the world can't decide if it wants to hold on to summer or move forward. I knew the feeling. Another voicemail. "Nate, I know you're there. I'm not here to argue. I made mistakes. I know that now. I've been spiraling since we broke up, and I need you to hear me out. Please don't shut me out." I should have ignored it. But I didn't. I stood, took one long breath, and walked to the front door. My building had a small lobby with glass windows, and through them, I could see her. Kayla, standing by the elevator, fidgeting with her jacket sleeves. She looked smaller. Not physically, just diminished. Gone was the glowing, confident woman who used to command every room she walked into. What stood there now was someone nervous, hesitant, even a little scared. I stepped out slowly, and the moment she saw me, her face lit up, like hope had landed hard in her chest. She took a step forward. "Hey." "Hi," I said. My voice came out flatter than I expected. "I didn't know if you'd come down." I almost didn't. She gave a half laugh, half sigh, like she knew she deserved that. "Can we talk?" "Just 5 minutes." I hesitated, but I nodded. We walked to the park across the street, and I stayed quiet, waiting for her to speak first. She sat on the bench and folded her hands in her lap like she was about to pray. "I know I messed up," she said softly. "I know what I said, about needing time, about wanting to explore, everything. It was selfish. But I didn't mean for it to be a breakup. I felt lost. And Josh wasn't what I thought. I realized that really fast. I kept my gaze ahead, watching the wind stir the branches. "This isn't about Josh." "I know," she whispered. "It's about how I treated you. How I assumed you'd always be there. And I hate that I made you feel like you weren't enough. Because you were. You always were." I didn't speak. Not yet. She turned to me, eyes glassy but no tears yet. "I miss you. Not just what we had, you. The way you made me feel safe. The way you believed in me when I didn't believe in myself. I was stupid to walk away from that. I thought I needed more, but I already had everything I could have wanted. That one landed. I felt it in my ribs. But I also remembered the journal entry. He's too good for that. Maybe that's the problem. She didn't miss me. She missed the version of herself that felt stable when I was around. And the part she hated, the predictability, the comfort, the quiet, that was me. I've changed, Kayla, I finally said. In ways you didn't expect. And maybe in ways you wouldn't even like. I want to try again, she said, her voice shaking. Whatever it takes. I'll move slow. I'll prove it to you. I turned to look her in the eyes. You don't get to prove anything to me anymore. That part of my life. It's over. Her lips parted like she'd just taken a blow she hadn't braced for. You don't mean that, she said, almost breathless. You're just hurt. We can fix this. I stood. You broke something that doesn't get fixed. I gave you everything, and you asked for time to explore. I gave you that. And now I'm giving myself something you never did. What? Closure. She stood, panicked. Nate, please, don't just walk away. I'm not just walking away, I said, stepping back. I already did. I turned, walked back toward the street. I didn't check to see if she followed. I didn't need to, because this time, I wasn't the one who was lost. I walked back across the street, the gravel crunching quietly beneath my shoes, and slipped into the front door of my building without looking back. I didn't need to. I knew she was still sitting on that bench, stunned into silence. The kind of silence that finally lets a person hear themselves clearly. I took the elevator up to the 4th floor. My new place was smaller than the one we used to share, but it felt bigger somehow. Maybe because there was nothing weighing it down, no invisible pressure, no tension stuffed between couch cushions or echoing off the walls. Just me, and the new life I'd quietly built from the pieces she left scattered on the floor. I sat down at my desk, right by the window that looked out at the trees in the park. I could see the bench from here, actually. I saw her stand. Saw her look up at the building, like maybe she expected to catch a glimpse of me through the glass. I didn't move. Eventually, she left. She didn't look back either. I don't know how long she walked, or where she went, and for the first time in 4 years, I didn't care. Not in a bitter way, just in that clean, weightless way that only comes after closure has finished stitching itself up. I wish I could tell you that I felt triumphant. Like some Hollywood ending where the hero closes the door on their past and steps into the golden light of freedom. But the truth was quieter, more personal. I just felt still, not frozen, not numb. Still, like I'd finally exhaled after holding my breath for far too long. The next few weeks moved on with a strange kind of peace. My days weren't filled with dramatic revelations or bold declarations. They were filled with normal things. Grocery runs, client meetings, lazy Sunday mornings where I'd make coffee and watch people walk their dogs from my window. I started going to the gym again, something I'd stopped doing when we lived together because our schedules never lined up, and I always felt guilty taking me time when she wanted to go out or talk or vent. I found myself reconnecting with friends I hadn't seen in ages. Turns out, people notice when you vanish into a relationship that slowly swallows your identity. Jason, my best friend since high school, invited me out for drinks one night, and after a couple of beers, he leaned in and said, "You look lighter, man. Like you finally dropped 100 pounds of emotional weight." I laughed. "Only 100? He grinned. "I'm being generous." We talked more that night than we had in the last 2 years. And for the first time, I admitted things I hadn't even admitted to myself while I was in the relationship. How I'd stopped writing. How I'd pulled back from my own goals to support hers. How I'd adjusted to avoid conflict. How I'd said, "It's fine," so often that the words lost meaning. He listened. No judgment. Just the way a real friend does. "You didn't just lose her," he said. "You got yourself back." And that stuck with me. Because it was true. That month, I opened a new document on my laptop and started writing again. Not journaling. Not venting. Actual writing. Short stories. Pieces of dialogue. Fictional characters who said the things I was always too polite to say. The words came out rusty at first, clunky. But they came. And they kept coming. Like a flood that had been dammed up for too long. One story in particular stuck with me. It was about a guy who lived in a lighthouse, totally alone, surrounded by silence, but perfectly content. People kept showing up at his door asking for help, and he always let them in. Until one day, Someone tried to steal the lamp from the top of the tower. That was the moment he realized. Some people don't come to share your light. They come to take it. I didn't realize it at first, but I was writing about myself. And Kayla. And everyone who ever saw my stability as a resource instead of a relationship. I sent the story to a small online journal. Didn't expect much. A week later, they emailed me back. We'd love to publish it. It wasn't a book deal. It wasn't a viral sensation. But it meant something. It meant the version of me I thought I'd lost was still there, just buried. Waiting. Patient like always. About 2 months after that day in the park, I got a letter in the mail. Not a text. Not an email. An actual letter. Handwritten, addressed to me in looping script I recognized instantly. Kayla. I debated throwing it away. Honestly, I did. But curiosity wins more often than I care to admit. I opened it. It wasn't long. Just 1 page. Nate, I know you probably don't want to hear from me. And I don't expect a reply. I just wanted to say something I never said clearly. Thank you. For being good to me when I didn't deserve it. For seeing the best in me even when I refused to see it myself. I've been doing a lot of thinking. And I realize now that what I thought I wanted, freedom, excitement, possibility, wasn't the thing I was actually missing. I was missing peace. And I didn't realize until it was gone that you were peace. I don't expect forgiveness. I just hope that wherever you are, you're doing well. That you're happy. That you're creating. Thank you for loving me when I didn't know how to love myself. K. I read it twice. And then I slid it into the bottom drawer of my desk, right under a folder labeled Old Receipts. Not because I needed to hold on to it, but because I no longer needed to throw it away either. It was just something that happened. Part of the past. And that's all it would ever be. Fast forward to now, almost a year later, and I can tell you this with absolute certainty. Letting someone go doesn't always come with fireworks. Sometimes, it's just a quiet decision you make over and over again. Every day you choose your own peace over someone else's chaos. Every morning you wake up and don't reach for your phone, hoping they texted. Every time you look in the mirror and see someone whole again. I still don't have all the answers. Still don't know what the future holds. But I know who I am now. And I know that I will never again shrink myself for someone who only loved me when I was easy to carry. Kayla walked away to explore her options, and I gave her all the time in the world. She came back hoping for the same old version of me. But I'd already moved on, packed up, and started over. Her name? It's not on the lease. Not on the mail. Not in the margins of my notebooks. Not in my life. Not anymore. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. When I was 9 years old, my father called my older brother the future of our family in front of 100 people at a company banquet. I remember it vividly because I was holding a drawing I made for him. Just some crayon stick figures and a scribbled version of our family name, Hartwell Technologies. I had spent hours on it. Dad barely glanced at it. He gave me a polite nod, took it, and set it down next to his wine glass like it was a napkin. Then he stood up, raised his glass, and said, "Let's hear it for Aaron, my right-hand man, the next CEO." I don't remember what Aaron said or did. I just remember the sound of clapping and my heart sinking, wondering why no one ever clapped for me. My name's Ryan. I'm 26 now, but I've been invisible in my own family for as long as I can remember. Don't get me wrong, I wasn't neglected or anything. I always had clothes, food, a roof over my head. But affection, pride, recognition, those were reserved for my brother Aaron, the golden child, the chosen one. He's 3 years older than me and somehow managed to be everything my parents wanted. Straight A's, captain of the debate team, early admission to Yale, MBA from Wharton. You name it, he did it. And every step of the way, our parents were right behind him, cheering, funding, bragging. Meanwhile, I got used to watching from the sidelines. Growing up, I wasn't exactly a troublemaker, but I didn't fit their mold. I wasn't interested in school in the way Aaron was. I liked building things, tinkering. I once took apart an old toaster just to see how it worked and turned it into a crude phone charger. My parents weren't impressed. "Stop playing with junk," Dad said. "Focus on your grades." When I built a working website for a local bakery in 10th grade and got paid $200, I thought maybe they'd see potential. Mom looked up from her tablet and said, "That's cute. Did you finish your math homework?" The truth is, I stopped trying to impress them after a while. I focused on learning what I loved: coding, digital design, automation. I taught myself everything from YouTube and open source forums. While Aaron was off shaking hands with VPs and doing internships in Singapore, I was teaching myself how to build software from the ground up. I freelanced quietly, built a few apps, and even helped a small business automate their entire supply chain system. But to my parents, none of that mattered because it didn't come with a degree from an Ivy League school. Things really took a turn after college. Or rather, after I didn't go to college. I got into a decent state university, but I dropped out after a year. I was bored, uninspired, and honestly felt like I was wasting my time. My parents were furious. Mom cried. Dad didn't speak to me for weeks. Aaron, predictably, told me I was throwing away my future. I moved out, found a small apartment, and started working on a startup idea with a couple of people I met online. We were building a SaaS platform to streamline digital storefronts. Basically, an all-in-one toolkit for small businesses to set up, track, and automate their online operations. It wasn't flashy, but it worked, and it was growing. My parents didn't care. Anytime I came over to visit, usually on holidays, they barely asked about my work. If they did, it was a token, "How's your little project going?" followed by an eye roll or a change of subject. But Aaron? He was treated like royalty. My dad had been grooming him to take over Hartwell Technologies for years. He started taking him to board meetings before he could legally drink. I once overheard my dad on the phone telling a colleague, "Once Aaron's in charge, the company will double in value. He's got the mind for business." One Thanksgiving, when I was 24, the dynamic got so uncomfortable I stopped going to family events altogether. Aaron had just landed some award at Wharton and Dad gave a toast in his honor during dinner. Meanwhile, I had just closed a deal with a mid-sized e-commerce platform to license our software across their 2,000+ stores. I brought it up, thinking maybe, just maybe, they'd finally see me differently. Mom smiled vaguely. Dad took a sip of his wine and said, "It's nice you're keeping busy." That was it. I remember leaving that night, standing in the cold waiting for my Uber, thinking, they'll never take me seriously. No matter what I do. I wanted to scream, but I didn't. I just tucked it away like I always did. Let it turn into fuel. I kept my head down and worked. For 2 years, I barely came up for air. I reinvested every cent I made into the company. We grew slowly at first, but the tech was solid and our customer retention was off the charts. Then something strange happened. One of our analytics features went viral on a Reddit thread for indie shop owners. Within a month, we had a flood of new users and several acquisition offers. We declined them all. Instead, I brought on a former VP from Shopify as our advisor and secured a round of funding. Suddenly, we weren't just keeping busy. We were making real waves. I never told my parents. Then came the night everything shifted. It was Hartwell Technologies' 30-year anniversary, my dad's company. They were hosting a big launch party for a new AI-driven logistics platform that Aaron had spearheaded. The invite came in the mail with gold embossed lettering. I almost tossed it out. But something made me keep it. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was pettiness. Or maybe, deep down, I wanted to see if anything had changed. When I arrived, the venue was as ridiculous as I expected. Marble floors, tuxedos, waiters carrying glasses of champagne on silver trays. The Hartwell name was everywhere, on banners, screens, embossed into the napkins. I stood near the back, watching as Aaron worked the crowd like a seasoned politician. My parents beamed beside him. Cameras flashed. A jazz band played softly in the background. Then came the toast. My father tapped his glass, and the room quieted. He stood under a massive screen showing a slideshow of the company's achievements and said, "Tonight is a celebration of legacy and the future. I built this company with everything I had, but I always knew one day I'd pass the torch. And that day is coming soon. Aaron," he turned to my brother, "you've proven yourself time and again. You are the future CEO of Hartwell Technologies." The room erupted in applause. Aaron gave a modest wave, pretending to be humble. My mother wiped a tear from her eye. And me? I just smiled. Because at that very moment, a man in a charcoal gray suit approached from the side. He walked past the crowd and stopped right next to me. Without saying a word, he handed me a sleek black folder. I opened it, saw the paperwork inside, and felt my chest tighten. Then he leaned in close and whispered, "The transfer's done. You own controlling shares now." I didn't say anything. I just stared at the stage while everyone clapped for Aaron, who had no idea his entire future was no longer in his hands. That's when things started to unravel. And I mean fast. I didn't confront anyone that night. Not then, not yet. I stood there at the edge of the glittering crowd, holding that black folder like it was a Molotov cocktail wrapped in leather. I had dreamed of this moment more times than I could count, some version of it, anyway. I thought I'd feel triumphant, maybe smug, vindicated, even. But instead, I just felt tired, exhausted from years of pretending their indifference didn't sting. My grip on the folder tightened, and I slipped out before anyone noticed I was even there. The car ride home was quiet. I didn't play any music, just sat there with the city lights flickering through the windows, thinking about how my parents had built a narrative so deeply rooted in favoritism that they never once questioned whether the son they ignored might be playing a long game. I kept replaying that toast in my head. The way Dad's voice cracked with pride when he said Aaron's name. The way Mom dabbed at her eyes like her boy was being knighted. You are the future CEO of Hartwell Technologies. Not anymore. But I didn't want revenge that night. I just wanted space. Time to think. To plan. To make sure that if I did step out of the shadows, it wouldn't be in anger. It would be on my terms. Strategic. Unshakable. So I did what I always do when I'm overwhelmed. I worked. The next few weeks were a blur of meetings with my legal team, calls with the Hartwell board members I now had access to, and careful, quiet maneuvering to set the chessboard. The shares had come through an investor deal months in the making, a move Aaron and my father had overlooked in their arrogance. They diluted part of the company to bring in strategic partners, and one of those partners just happened to be my shell company. Piece by piece, I'd bought control without ever tipping my hand. But while I played my silent game of empire building, the family dynamic continued to rot. It started with a brunch. A week after the launch party, I got a call from Mom. That was rare enough. She usually texted or sent polite group messages for holidays. She sounded cheerful, upbeat, like nothing had changed. Ryan, darling, we're doing Sunday brunch this weekend at the country club. Just the family. You should come. I almost declined. I knew what this would be. Another showcase for Aaron, another chance for me to play the invisible son at the kiddie table of life. But something told me to go. Maybe I needed to see it one more time. Or maybe I wanted them to see me, not the failure they imagined, but the calm, calculating adult who no longer needed their approval. When I arrived, they were already seated. Aaron was telling a story, some anecdote about a client pitch he'd nailed in New York. Everyone was laughing. Dad clapped him on the back. Mom was beaming. When I sat down, the conversation barely paused. "Oh, Ryan, you made it," Mom said, almost surprised. She motioned to a waiter. "He'll need coffee." Aaron nodded at me, a tight-lipped smile. "Hey, little bro. Hey." No one asked how I was, or what I'd been doing, or why I looked like I hadn't slept in 3 days from negotiating equity swaps. I stirred my coffee while they launched into a debate about Aaron's next big move at the company. He had ideas, he said. Big ones. Rebranding. Expansion. AI integration. Dad hung on every word. Then Aaron said something that made me freeze mid-sip. "We're restructuring some of the assets next quarter. Might move a few departments offshore to cut costs." I looked up. "You're what?" He blinked. "It's just internal stuff. Don't worry about it." I set my cup down. "You're talking about offshoring Hartwell's R&D team, the one that's responsible for your core IP." Aaron laughed. "Wow, okay. Someone's been reading our press releases." Dad raised an eyebrow. "How would you know about that?" I shrugged. "I keep up." Aaron waved a hand dismissively. "Anyway, I've got it covered. Trust me, Dad. Once the investors see the cost savings, they'll be thrilled." I almost said it then. Almost dropped the bomb right there over omelets and mimosas. I am the investor. I own controlling shares. I can fire you both before dessert. But I didn't. Not yet. Instead, I watched the arrogance. The entitlement. The way Aaron assumed the world would fall in line because it always had. That moment confirmed something I'd always feared. He wasn't just Dad's favorite. He was being groomed to dismantle everything my father had built, recklessly, blindly, without understanding the tech or the people behind it. After brunch, Dad pulled me aside in the parking lot. He looked tired, but satisfied, like a man who'd completed a difficult chapter of his life. "You should think about working under Aaron," he said. I stared at him. "What?" "There's still a place for you. Maybe head up something small, community outreach, or a mobile initiative. Aaron thinks it could be a good look, having you involved publicly." My jaw tightened. "A good look." He nodded. "Your family. People like that. And you've got some tech skills, sure. Just let Aaron lead. He's the visionary." There it was. The final slap. Not even a job offer, just a charity role for PR purposes. A puppet position so the shareholders could see a united front. It wasn't even an olive branch. It was a leash. I said nothing. Got in my car. Drove away. That was the breaking point. Not the toast. Not the years of neglect. Not the cheap praise, or the missed birthdays, or the forgotten milestones. It was that moment, being offered a token seat at the table of a house I now owned. I didn't sleep that night. I stared at the ceiling for hours, thinking of every time I swallowed my pride, every moment I let their favoritism slide, every time I bit my tongue to keep the peace. I remembered the way Mom would say, "Aaron's just more serious than you," when I brought up the double standards. Or how Dad once told me, "Some people are leaders. Others support them." I remembered building my first app at 17 and watching them fawn over Aaron's economics paper instead. I thought about all of it. And then I called my lawyer. The plan came together quickly. We'd keep the reveal quiet. Just a few key moves to make the power shift official on paper. I wouldn't go public. Not yet. But I wanted the structure in place so when I was ready, the hammer would fall in one clean, elegant stroke. 2 weeks later, things got even uglier. I was called into a board meeting, not as a shareholder, but as a guest. Apparently, Aaron had pitched an innovation council and wanted to leverage outside perspectives. I knew it was bait. He wanted to parade me in front of the board as a show of inclusivity, maybe butter them up before making his offshore move. The room was sterile. High-gloss wood, bottled water with glass tumblers, nameplates in perfect rows. Aaron stood at the head of the table, wearing a tailored suit and his most charming grin. "Gentlemen, thank you for coming. Today, I want to introduce someone very close to the Hartwell legacy, my brother, Ryan." Polite applause. Some smiles. A few curious glances. Aaron gestured toward me. He's had some interesting tech ventures, and we thought it might be good optics to bring him in as part of the innovation team. I cleared my throat. I wasn't aware I'd be speaking today. Aaron smirked. "Just share your vision, man. That little startup you've got, what was it again?" "Shop something." I smiled thinly. "Shopport. And we recently crossed 7 figures in ARR. But I'm sure you knew that." A flicker of discomfort passed over his face. I could see the board members shift slightly. "I didn't bring a pitch," I said, "but I'd be happy to talk about the future of tech leadership. Specifically, how it requires understanding both the product and the people behind it. Not just spreadsheets." Aaron's smile stiffened. "Okay, thanks, Ryan. That's enough for now." After the meeting, he pulled me aside, voice low. "What was that?" I met his eyes. "A taste." He narrowed his gaze. "Are you trying to embarrass me in front of the board?" I leaned in. "Not yet." And then I walked away. I didn't hear from anyone in the family for 3 days. Then Mom called, furious. "What are you doing?" she demanded. "Aaron said you were insubordinate in front of the board, that you're sabotaging his leadership." I kept my tone even. I told the truth. "This isn't about truth, Ryan. It's about family. Why can't you just support your brother like we asked?" There it was again. The expectation that I should shrink to make room for Aaron. That my success was only acceptable if it stayed in his shadow. That night, I made the final call. The stage was set. The hammer was ready. And no one, not Aaron, not my father, not even my mother, had the faintest idea what was coming next. After that call to my lawyer, everything changed, but not in the way I expected. I thought I'd feel powerful, like I finally had the upper hand. But instead, I felt like I was walking into a storm I wasn't sure I was ready for. And sure enough, the fallout came faster than I could brace for it. The documents were filed quietly, discreetly. The board was notified. The controlling shares were officially transferred to me, but without a public announcement. That was by design. I wanted time to prepare before revealing anything. But I underestimated just how fast the Hartwell rumor mill worked. Someone somewhere leaked something, and within days, I was getting calls. Not from the board or the legal team. From my family. It started with a single missed call from my dad. Then 3 more. Then a text. "Dad, we need to talk. Urgently." I ignored it at first. I wanted to wait until the timing was perfect. Until everything was airtight. But then the messages kept coming. This time from Aaron. "Aaron, what did you do?" "Aaron, don't play games, Ryan." "Aaron, call me. Now." Then Mom chimed in. "Mom, sweetheart, please. Your father is very upset. Come over." I didn't reply. Instead, I focused on my work. On something real. Something mine. But the pressure kept building. A week later, I stopped by my apartment late after a meeting. I was drained, shoulders aching, ready to collapse into bed. When I opened the door, I found my father sitting in my living room. He had used the spare key I forgot I gave him 3 years ago, back when I was still trying to keep some connection alive. I'd never thought to change the lock. Now I regretted it. "What are you doing here?" I asked, voice tight. He stood up, eyes bloodshot, suit rumpled like he'd slept in it. "We need to talk. Now." I didn't answer, just closed the door behind me and stood there, waiting. "You bought the shares," he said flatly. "Is it true?" "Yes." His jaw clenched. "Do you have any idea what you've done?" "I know exactly what I've done." He paced like a caged animal. "You blindsided me. After everything I built, everything I gave your brother, you swoop in with some backroom deals and take control of my company." I held my ground. "Your company? You gave away control the moment you brought in outside investors without securing enough board loyalty. You assumed no one would question your choices because your son was next in line. You made it vulnerable." His face twisted. "Don't lecture me about business. You think you're smarter than me?" "No," I said, just quieter. That hit him harder than I expected. He sank into the chair again, rubbing his face. "What do you want, Ryan?" The question caught me off guard. "I don't know yet," I admitted. "But I know I'm not going to be invisible anymore." He stared at the floor like he didn't recognize me. And maybe he didn't. Maybe he'd only ever seen me as a shadow trailing behind his golden boy. "Leave the family out of this," he muttered. "Don't punish them." I almost laughed. "You think this is about punishment? I've been on the sidelines for 2 decades, Dad. This isn't revenge. It's recognition." He didn't answer, just stood up, walked past me, and left. And that's when everything began to unravel. The next week was brutal. I thought I had time. Time to structure a graceful transition, to assert control through policy and strategy. But Aaron, he went full scorched earth. He called an emergency board meeting, claimed I was unfit, accused me of backdoor manipulation. He threw everything he had at me: character attacks, financial concerns, even suggesting I had emotional instability from years of being excluded from the family dynamic. The board wasn't impressed, but my parents were. They doubled down, started a whisper campaign through every channel they could reach. Suddenly, I was painted as the ungrateful second son who was trying to destroy his own bloodline out of spite. Investors started to get cold feet. Clients pulled out of pending deals. My inbox filled with legal threats, not all of them official, but enough to make me paranoid. And worst of all, I lost 2 of my original startup partners. We didn't sign up for a family war, one of them said over a video call. "This is getting toxic." I got it. I wasn't even angry, just numb. That night, I hit rock bottom. I sat alone in my apartment, boxes of cold takeout around me, and stared at a glowing screen full of unread emails. My bank balance was fine. My company was still alive. On paper, I had everything I'd ever wanted. But emotionally, I felt hollow. Everything I built was being tainted by the same people who had once dismissed me. And I started to wonder, was I really doing this because I believed in myself, or because I was trying to finally win their approval? Or worse, prove they were wrong? That was the moment I broke. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I just shut the laptop, leaned back, and whispered to the empty room, "What now?" And then I did the only thing that made sense. I left. I packed a bag, locked the apartment, turned off my phone, and drove. No destination, just away. I ended up in a small coastal town I used to visit with my grandparents when I was a kid. A sleepy place with weathered docks, cheap motels, and diners that still serve coffee in chipped porcelain mugs. I stayed in a quiet inn with no Wi-Fi and spent the first 2 days walking. No emails, no calls, just ocean wind and my thoughts. And slowly, very slowly, I started to breathe again. I remembered who I was before the hunger to prove myself consumed me. I remembered the joy of building things for the sake of building. I thought about the local bakery that was able to stay open because of the website I made for them in high school. The indie shop owner who messaged me saying our SaaS platform saved his business during the pandemic. Those were the moments that mattered. Not corporate titles. Not boardroom power plays. Not applause from parents who never clapped for me in the first place. I stayed there for 10 days. On the 5th day, I met a man named Frank who ran a small marine supply store. He needed help setting up an inventory tracker that synced with his online orders. I offered to help, just to pass the time. It felt good. Pure. Honest work for someone who needed it. No politics. No drama. Just solutions. Frank refused to take my money. Bought me dinner instead. Told me I was a damn wizard with numbers. It was the first time in months I smiled without forcing it. When I finally came back, I wasn't the same. I returned to a storm. Lawsuits had been filed. My parents had gone on record in a business magazine calling my acquisition a reckless act of immaturity. Aaron was still trying to rally shareholders, but his grip was slipping. And I didn't flinch. I walked into my office, shook hands with my remaining team, and said, let's build something better. Not just the company. Me. I started delegating the legal fight to the experts. I stopped reading the gossip blogs. I poured my energy into creating a culture of integrity, transparency, and actual innovation. I partnered with smaller firms that had been burned by larger players. I funded scholarships for young developers who couldn't afford college. I went on podcasts, not to rant about my family, but to talk about second chances, about quiet talent, about underdogs. And something amazing happened. People started listening. The tech press shifted tone. Employees from Hartwell began reaching out privately, sharing horror stories about Aaron's leadership. A few board members quietly expressed regret. But I didn't gloat. I didn't retaliate. I just kept building. Because for the first time in my life, I didn't need my family's validation. I had my own. But then, just when I thought the dust was finally settling, I got a call. It wasn't from a lawyer. It wasn't from Aaron. It was from my mother. Her voice was quiet, almost trembling. Ryan, we need to talk. It's about your father. And that's when everything shifted again. She hadn't called me in months. So when I saw my mother's name flash across the screen, part of me didn't want to answer. I stood in my office, sunlight pouring through the high-rise windows, a freshly brewed coffee in my hand, and that familiar knot twisted in my stomach like I was 12 again, being called downstairs to explain why I got a B in chemistry while Aaron aced calculus. I let it ring twice. 3 times. Then I answered. Her voice was softer than usual. Hesitant. Ryan. Yeah. There was a pause. Not dramatic, just loaded. It's about your father, she said. He's not well. I stayed quiet. She took a shaky breath. It's stress, mostly. High blood pressure. Chest pains. The doctor says he's at risk if he doesn't slow down. Still, I didn't say anything. Not because I didn't care, because I didn't know how to care anymore. The man who had dismissed every accomplishment of mine unless it mirrored Aaron's. The man who offered me a fake title to look good for investors. The man who raised his glass to the wrong son every year of my life. But I heard something else in her voice, something beneath the guilt-laced concern. Fear. And not fear for his health. Fear for what I might do next. She continued. Ryan, this feud, it's tearing the family apart. Your father's a proud man. You know that. But he's breaking. Can't you just meet him halfway? I wanted to scream. Meet him halfway. I had built a damn bridge for 20 years while he stood on the other side, lighting it on fire. But I didn't scream. I took a long breath. I'll think about it. That seemed to satisfy her, for now. But it wasn't the call that mattered. It was the timing. Because I had just received an internal report from one of the Hartwell engineers I'd quietly kept in contact with. People who didn't know yet that I owned controlling shares, but trusted me as a founder and peer. The report was damning. Rushed product timelines, budget cuts that affected software security, and a QA department that had been gutted to save costs. All under Aaron's leadership. And worse, they were prepping for a public rollout. Which meant bugs, breaches, lawsuits. My brother had spent so long in the glow of my father's praise that he'd started believing he was untouchable. And now? Now he was about to walk into a disaster with the whole industry watching. I sat at my desk after the call, staring at that report, my mother's voice still echoing in my ear, and realized something. This was it. This was the moment I'd been waiting for. Not revenge for the sake of pain. Not a dramatic reveal just to watch them squirm. This was a pivot point. I could act now, not just to take control, but to redefine it. And this time, I wouldn't do it alone. I made a list. A real one. Not digital. Pen and paper. Old school. People who had been overlooked, underestimated, or straight up discarded by Hartwell Technologies during Aaron's rise. Engineers who were let go for budget reasons. Department heads who clashed with Aaron's vision. A few execs who retired early after being sidelined. It was a long list. And I reached out to every single one of them. I didn't pitch revenge. I pitched redemption. Help me build something better, I told them. Not just a new company. A better company. One where we don't reward entitlement and cut corners for profits. One where we remember what tech is supposed to do. Solve real problems. Some were hesitant. Some angry. But most were ready. They just needed someone to say it out loud. I started quietly assembling a think tank. Rented out a small co-working space downtown under a different LLC name. We met on weekends, evenings, late nights. I funded it myself. No VCs. No headlines. Just minds. And as we worked, I fed information back into the machine. Every red flag I uncovered at Hartwell Technologies, I documented it. Not for a smear campaign, but to prepare for a takeover plan that wasn't just legal, it was moral. Meanwhile, the cracks started to show. The product launch Aaron was championing got delayed. Twice. Then rumors of a security breach started circulating in forums where developers whispered secrets. I didn't spread them, but I didn't stop them either. I kept my hands clean. I just watched. And I waited. Until I got an unexpected ally. His name was Jacob, one of the senior investors who had been with Hartwell since the early days. A quiet man. Numbers guy. Never picked sides. I had met him once as a teenager at a fundraiser, and he hadn't remembered me. But now he called me. I hear you've been making moves, he said. I've been correcting mistakes. There was a pause. Then a chuckle. Same thing, really. We met in private. He brought 2 other stakeholders. They didn't ask for presentations. They asked for vision. And when I laid it out, everything from the QA failures to the ethical pivots I wanted to implement, they listened. Then Jacob leaned forward and said, "If you're serious, we'll back you." Just like that, the tide shifted. I didn't need to scream anymore. I had gravity. But still, I didn't rush. Instead, I laid out a formal plan for a board intervention. Not hostile. Not dramatic. Just strategic. Backed by numbers, risk assessments, and a roadmap. My roadmap. I wanted to give Aaron one last chance to walk away with dignity. And to do that, I needed one final meeting. I asked my lawyer to arrange it. Told him to make it sound like an informal discussion of future roles. Aaron agreed immediately, probably thinking he was going to offer me some token seat again. A PR stunt to fix his crumbling optics. We met at a private lounge in the city, neutral ground. He was already sipping whiskey when I arrived, legs crossed, wearing his usual smug grin. "Glad you came," he said. I nodded. Sat down across from him. He started talking immediately. About the board. About media spin. About how we could present a unified front. "People love a comeback story," he said, smirking. "We can spin this as 2 brothers working together. You take a CTO role. I stay CEO. We clean up the PR mess, and everyone's happy." I let him finish. Then I pulled out the folder. The same kind the man in the gray suit had handed me all those months ago. "Here's what's going to happen," I said, sliding it across the table. "You'll resign. Publicly. You'll cite health reasons, a desire to pursue personal ventures. I don't care what you say, as long as you say it soon." He blinked. Scoffed. "You're joking." I leaned in. "If you don't, the board will vote to remove you. And when they do, the press will find out about the data breach your team buried. The QA reports you ignored. The staff you silenced. And every investor left will pull out in 24 hours. His smile faltered. I could see it, the cracks forming. "I'm offering you an out," I said. "Take it." He stared at the folder. Didn't touch it. "You think this makes you better than me?" he said quietly. "No," I said. "Just smarter." He stood up, jaw clenched, chest rising and falling like he'd just run a marathon. "You were always jealous. And you were always blind," I replied. "You thought you inherited leadership. But leadership isn't given, Aaron. It's earned." He didn't say anything, just stormed out. And I stayed there, letting the silence wash over me. Because the setup was done. The pieces were in place. And when the next board meeting arrived, I wouldn't just be walking in as the quiet little brother. I'd be walking in as the man they never saw coming. The boardroom was quiet, eerily so. Not the usual buzz of side chatter or the shuffle of papers. Just stillness. The kind that sits heavy on your shoulders. I stood at the head of the long glass table, my hands resting gently on the chair in front of me. Sunlight cut across the polished surface like a spotlight, illuminating the stack of documents in front of each board member. My legal advisor sat to my right. Jacob and 2 other major shareholders sat to my left. They weren't smiling, but they weren't tense either. Just focused. Waiting. Aaron was 10 minutes late. He finally entered the room with his usual bravado, flanked by his assistant and a PR manager. He wore a crisp navy suit, and that same look of forced composure he always wore when he knew he was losing. He took the seat directly across from me and gave a shallow nod to the room. "Apologies for the delay," he said, adjusting his tie. "Traffic." I didn't reply. Neither did the rest of the board. Jacob cleared his throat. "Let's begin." The agenda was simple. Point 1. Proposal for leadership restructure. The room remained silent as the paperwork was distributed, clean, organized, precise. My legal team had dotted every I, crossed every T, and pre-briefed every person in the room. The vote was just a formality. Still, Aaron tried. He stood, clearing his throat like he was about to deliver a TED Talk. "Before we get into this, I want to remind everyone of the growth we've seen under my direction. Yes, there have been growing pains, but the future is still bright. I believe stepping back now would be premature and could cause instability in the market." Jacob didn't blink. "Aaron, the numbers speak for themselves. So do the reports." The head of compliance chimed in. "Your decision to push the AI logistics platform through beta without final QA sign-off was not only reckless, it's now a liability. We've had to notify clients of potential data risks." Aaron's smile faltered. "That's being exaggerated." "No," I said, finally speaking. "What's been exaggerated is your leadership, your performance, your understanding of the company you were handed." He turned to me slowly. "You've been planning this, haven't you?" I met his eyes. "Since the moment you raised that glass and called yourself the future." There was no shouting, no dramatic pounding of fists, just a quiet vote. One by one, the hands went up. 7 in favor of the leadership restructure. 1 abstained. And Aaron? He didn't even bother voting. He just stared at the papers in front of him, like they were written in another language. When the final hand was counted, Jacob nodded. "The motion passes. Effective immediately, Aaron Hartwell is removed as CEO of Hartwell Technologies. Ryan Hartwell will assume interim CEO duties until permanent leadership is confirmed." Aaron sat back in his chair like the wind had been knocked out of him. "I gave my life to this company," he muttered. "No," I said. "Dad gave your life to this company. You just were the suit." He stood, slow and bitter. "You think you've won? You think Dad's just going to stand by and let this happen?" I reached down and picked up the second folder, the one I hadn't shown anyone yet. "This is a record of every time you ignored protocol, buried a report, or fired someone who questioned your decisions. HR complaints, security flags, legal risks, all signed, all documented, all ready to go public, unless you leave quietly." I slid the folder across the table. Aaron stared at it, jaw tight. Then he looked at each face around the room and realized something I'd known for weeks. He was alone. Without a word, he picked up the folder, turned, and walked out. And just like that, the golden boy was gone. But it didn't stop there. The press release went out later that day. Polished. Respectful. Aaron Hartwell has stepped down due to health and personal reasons. The board wishes him the best in his future endeavors. No scandals. No drama. Just a clean exit. But within hours, the ripple effect started. Former employees came forward with stories they'd been afraid to tell before. Articles began surfacing. Anonymous posts on tech forums. A thread on Twitter that went viral. The fall of the favorite. How nepotism almost killed Hartwell Technologies. And while the media dissected Aaron's fall, I got to work. First, I reinstated several team members who had been wrongly dismissed. Second, I froze all offshore restructuring plans. Third, I met with the entire R&D department, on Zoom, in person, whatever it took, and told them the truth. You matter. Your work matters. And you will never be ignored again. Morale surged. Internal feedback scores shot up. Clients who had been on the fence renewed their contracts. A few even reached out personally to say they were glad to see change. And then came the call from Dad. I ignored it. He called again the next day. This time I picked up. "You humiliated him," he said flatly. "No," I replied. "He did that himself. I just gave him the exit ramp. You think you've proven something? I don't need to prove anything to you." He exhaled through his nose. "You destroyed your brother's future." I waited a beat. "You mean your plan for his future?" Silence. Then I said, "Dad, I didn't do this to hurt anyone. I did this because the company deserved better. Because the people behind the curtain, the ones you never saw, deserved better. I'm not you. I don't lead with ego. I lead with purpose. He didn't respond. I didn't expect him to. He ended the call with a curt, "Good luck." I haven't heard from him since. Mom emailed once. A long, carefully written message about family, legacy, and disappointment. I read it. Didn't reply. I still haven't seen Aaron. But I heard through mutual acquaintances that he moved to Austin, trying to start something new, probably hoping the shadow of his fall doesn't follow him. And me? I didn't stay CEO. After 6 months of stabilization, I stepped down and handed the reins to someone better suited, someone who understood scale, who had vision without vanity. I returned to what I loved, building, creating. I took a position as head of innovation, not just at Hartwell, but in a foundation we launched to support underrepresented voices in tech. We called it the Quiet Builders Fund, because I know what it's like to build in silence, to be overlooked, underestimated. I know what it's like to be the second son in a world that only ever clapped for the first. But not anymore. Now, when people say the name Hartwell, they don't think of Aaron. They think of the man who stayed in the shadows until the moment was right and rewrote the ending. My name's Jacob, I'm 24, and if there's one thing I've always been proud of, it's that I never leaned on anyone else to build my life. I started working when I was 16, 2 jobs at once, in fact. During the day, I stocked shelves at a local grocery store, and at night, I flipped burgers at a fast food joint until closing. I'd come home smelling like fryer oil, hands sore from lifting boxes, but even then I knew I wasn't going to waste those hours. Every paycheck went straight into savings, with just enough skimmed off to cover gas, books, and the occasional cheap pizza with friends. By the time college rolled around, I didn't have the luxury of choice. I either figured it out on my own, or I didn't go at all. While most of my classmates could fall back on their parents for tuition or rent, I was up at dawn working shifts before class and clocking in again as soon as lectures ended. It wasn't glamorous, and plenty of nights I questioned whether I'd make it through, but I did. No debt, no handouts, just stubbornness and a spreadsheet of expenses so tight that I sometimes joked my budget was held together with duct tape. And after years of grinding, I finally reached a milestone I had been dreaming of since I was a kid, buying my own car. Not just a beater to get from point A to point B, but my dream car. I'd been staring at it on posters in my room back in high school, watching reviews online late at night when I should have been studying. It wasn't some ultra-luxury vehicle, but to me, it was everything. Sleek, powerful, reliable, and, most importantly, mine. No cosigner, no parent's name on the paperwork, just me. I remember the day I picked it up. The salesman handed me the keys, and I sat there in the driver's seat for a moment, just staring at the steering wheel. For the first time, I felt like I had tangible proof of all those years of sacrifice. When I pulled into my parents' driveway to show them, I expected maybe a little bit of pride, congratulations, or even a nice car. What I got instead was different. My mom's first words weren't, "That's great, Jacob," but, "Oh, you should let your sister drive this. She needs a car way more than you." My dad nodded in agreement, like it was the most natural suggestion in the world. My sister, who was lounging on the porch scrolling through her phone, looked up with this smirk that made my stomach twist. "Yeah," she said casually, "I could use something reliable. My car's been giving me issues." The thing is, my sister never had to work a day in her life if she didn't want to. My parents always covered her expenses, from her college tuition to her rent. When her old car broke down, they gave her one of theirs. She'd crashed it twice already, once because she was texting, the other because she thought red lights were more like guidelines. But here they were, looking at me, the son who'd done everything himself, and acting like it was my responsibility to just hand over the keys to the one thing I had worked toward for nearly a decade. I laughed at first, thinking it was some kind of joke. "No way," I said. "This is my car. I've been saving for years for this." My mom's face hardened immediately. "Don't be selfish, Jacob. Your sister needs it. You're young and single. You don't need something so extravagant." My dad chimed in. "She has responsibilities. You can always buy another one later." It was like a switch flipped inside me. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I'd busted my back for this car, for this moment, and they were trying to guilt me into giving it up because my sister, who'd never lifted a finger to earn anything, wanted it. I could feel my jaw clench, my pulse picking up. My sister didn't even bother hiding her grin. "I mean, you don't want to be the selfish brother, right?" she said, twirling her hair like this was already a done deal. I didn't argue right then. I just smiled tightly, said I was tired, and drove home. But that night, lying awake in bed, my thoughts kept circling. I realized this wasn't just about the car. It was about every holiday where my sister's gifts were bigger, every argument where my parents took her side without listening to me, every time my achievements were brushed aside while hers were celebrated. The car was just the latest and most blatant example of how little they respected the work I put into my life. That was the first time I felt the real weight of it. The years of being dismissed, overlooked, and treated like I was less deserving. And it was also the first time I started thinking, maybe it was time I stopped playing along with their version of family. And then, just a few days later, they pushed it even further. The next few days after I brought the car home were tense in a way I couldn't quite explain. Every phone call from my parents felt like it came with an agenda, and every text from my sister had this smug undertone, like she already believed the car was hers. At first, I brushed it off, telling myself I was just overthinking it. But then small things started happening that confirmed what I had feared. They weren't going to drop this. It started with my mom. She called me one morning while I was on my way to work. "Jacob," she said in that overly sweet tone she used whenever she wanted something. "Your sister's car finally gave out. It won't even start. She's really struggling, and you know how important it is for her to have reliable transportation." I gripped the steering wheel tighter. "Okay, but that doesn't mean I'm giving her mine, Mom. I worked too hard for this." Her voice sharpened instantly. "You're being unreasonable. She has a job, Jacob. She can't just miss shifts because you're being stubborn. Families support each other. Isn't that what we always taught you?" I almost laughed at that. Support each other? I had supported myself since I was 16. My sister had never once paid her own way. Still, I bit my tongue and told her I'd help look into cheap used cars for my sister. My mom sighed, disappointed, and said, "We'll see," before hanging up. That weekend, I drove to my parents' house for a family dinner. The moment I pulled up in my car, I saw my sister standing in the driveway, arms crossed, looking me up and down like she was already inspecting her new possession. "You really should let me take it for a spin," she said as I got out. "I need to get used to it before it's officially mine." I stared at her, stunned. "What are you talking about?" She shrugged casually, as if this was the most normal thing in the world. "Mom and Dad said you'd hand it over. They even told me I could start moving my stuff into the garage spot since you don't need it." Inside, the tension got worse. At the dinner table, my parents acted like referees in a game I didn't even agree to play. My dad looked at me sternly. "Your sister's car is gone. She can't afford to buy something decent right now, and you're in a position to help. It's only fair, Jacob. You don't have kids to worry about. You don't have a mortgage yet. You can always buy another car down the line. Think of this as doing your part for the family." I set down my fork slowly. I'm not giving up my car. I saved for this for 8 years. Why is it always me who has to sacrifice? My mom pursed her lips, her eyes flashing. "Because you're the strong one. You can handle it. She's delicate." I nearly choked on my drink. Delicate? My sister was 22 years old, fully capable of working, and had been bailed out of every mess she'd ever created. The word delicate was just another excuse to keep enabling her. Dinner ended with my sister sulking and my parents glaring at me like I had just committed some crime against the family. As I left, my dad muttered under his breath, "You're making things harder than they need to be." That line stuck with me. It wasn't about fairness or logic. It was about control. They expected me to roll over and do what they wanted, the same way I always had when I was younger. A few days later, the situation escalated even further. I got a call from my sister while I was at work. She didn't even bother with small talk. "Hey, where are your spare keys?" she asked casually. I froze. "What do you mean? Where are my spare keys?" "Well," she said, dragging the word out like it was obvious. "Dad told me you'd come around eventually, so I figured I'd save you the trouble. I need to start using the car this week. So just tell me where they are. I'll swing by and grab them." My jaw dropped. "Are you out of your mind? You're not touching my car. Do not show up at my place looking for keys." She huffed like a child being told no. "Wow, Jacob, you're seriously going to play this game? Mom and Dad said you'd do the right thing. I don't know why you're dragging it out. Honestly, it's embarrassing." I hung up on her, but I couldn't shake the unease. It was becoming clear that they weren't just trying to persuade me anymore. They were actively planning around me, like my refusal didn't even matter. The following weekend, I stopped by my parents' house again, and this time I noticed something that made my stomach drop. On the kitchen counter sat a shiny new insurance card with my car's make and model on it, but my sister's name listed as the driver. I held it up, my voice trembling. "What is this?" My mom barely glanced up. "Language, Jacob. We're just being practical. Once you see reason, everything will already be set up. No point dragging this out." That was the moment it hit me like a brick. They weren't waiting for me to agree. They were moving forward as if my decision didn't matter at all. And that was the moment I realized things were about to get a lot uglier. I didn't sleep much after finding that insurance card. My mind kept replaying the scene in the kitchen. My mom's casual dismissal, my dad's silence, my sister's smug assumption that everything was already hers. It wasn't just about entitlement anymore. It was about erasing my choice, my voice, my rights over something I had worked my entire young adult life to achieve. I decided to keep my distance for a while, but distance didn't mean peace. A week later, I came home from work late one night and noticed something strange. My car, usually parked neatly in the spot I always left it, was crooked, not just slightly, angled across the lines like someone had rushed it back into place. My chest tightened as I walked closer. I immediately spotted faint scratches along the side panel, ones that definitely hadn't been there the day before. I pulled out my phone light and scanned the car. The scratches weren't catastrophic, but they were noticeable, long scuffs across the paint. And then I saw it. The seat inside was adjusted all the way forward. I never drove with it like that. Someone had been in my car. My heart was pounding as I checked my apartment. The spare key, which I always kept in the drawer by my bed, was gone. I didn't even need to guess who it was. My sister must have taken it. And if she had the spare, it meant one of two things. Either my parents had given it to her, or she had gone into my place and taken it herself. Both options made me feel sick. I called my mom immediately. "Where's my spare key?" I demanded. She hesitated just long enough to confirm what I already knew. "Oh, Jacob, don't get so worked up. Your sister just needed to borrow the car for a bit. It's not a big deal." I nearly dropped the phone. "Not a big deal. You let her steal my car." "Don't be dramatic," she said with a sigh. "You weren't using it at the time, and she had somewhere important to be. Honestly, I don't know why you're making this into such a crisis. Families share." I wanted to scream. I wanted to tell her families don't take without asking. Families don't scratch up what doesn't belong to them. Families don't dismiss the years of blood and sweat that went into a dream. But all I could do was stand there, shaking, gripping the phone so tightly my knuckles turned white. When I asked my dad about it later, his response was even worse. He didn't deny it. He didn't even look ashamed. He just said, "You need to stop being selfish, Jacob. Your sister has responsibilities. You're just one person you can manage without for a while. This is about balance." Balance. That word cut deeper than I expected. Where was the balance when I was 16, dragging myself through 2 jobs while my sister went out with friends? Where was the balance when I had to scrape together rent while they paid hers in full? Where was the balance when my achievements were shrugged off, but my sister's every small victory was paraded around like she had climbed Everest? The final straw came a few days later. I went out to my car on a Saturday morning, planning to take it for a long drive, something I often did just to clear my head. But when I opened the door, I froze. There was a pink travel mug sitting in the cup holder, half empty, lipstick stains on the rim. My sister didn't even try to hide it this time. She was using my car like it was hers. I stormed into my parents' house that afternoon, clutching the mug in my hand like evidence at a trial. My sister was sitting on the couch, scrolling through her phone, and when she saw me, she smirked. "Oh, don't look so serious. I just needed it for errands. Relax." I threw the mug down on the table in front of her. "You scratched my car. You took my key. You're acting like it's yours when it's not." My mom rushed into the room, eyes flashing. "Jacob, lower your voice. You're scaring her. She's not scared. She's smug because you're letting her walk all over me." I snapped back, and that's when my sister, without missing a beat, leaned back and said, "Honestly, Jacob, maybe if you weren't so obsessed with controlling everything, you'd be willing to help out once in a while. It's just a car. You'll get another one. This one is better off with me. Better off with her." I stood there, stunned into silence, as my mom nodded in agreement and my dad looked at me like I was the problem. Something inside me shifted in that moment. It wasn't anger, it was clarity. The betrayal wasn't just that they had taken my car behind my back, or that they dismissed the damage like it was nothing. The betrayal was that my parents, my own family, had chosen to side against me again and again until there was nothing left to give. I walked out of that house with my hands trembling, my stomach in knots, and a cold determination forming in the back of my mind. If this was the game they wanted to play, then fine. But I wasn't going to keep letting them write the rules. Because the truth was, they hadn't just taken my car. They'd crossed a line I could never uncross. After that day, something inside me cracked. I didn't yell, I didn't argue anymore. I just shut down. It was like all the energy I had spent defending myself drained out of me in one instant. And what was left was this hollow ache that followed me around everywhere. For the next week, I avoided my parents' house entirely. But even at home, the reminders were everywhere. My car didn't feel like mine anymore. Every time I slid into the driver's seat, I smelled that cheap perfume my sister wore, faint but lingering. The scratches on the side mocked me, catching the light every time I walked past. I started double-checking the locks on my apartment door, paranoid they'd find another way in to grab the spare key. I'd drive to work and wonder if I'd find it missing in the parking lot by the time my shift ended. That thought made me nauseous because it wasn't just paranoia, it was a possibility. They had already shown me they didn't care about my consent. They had already crossed that line. At work, I was distracted. My boss even pulled me aside one afternoon, asking if everything was okay. I lied and said I was just tired, but the truth was, my family drama had sunk its claws into every part of my life. I couldn't focus. I couldn't sleep. Nights were the worst, lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, replaying every moment where I should have stood up for myself harder, louder, sooner. But it was always the same realization. No matter what I said, they didn't respect me. And yet, even in that fog of exhaustion and hurt, part of me started calculating. The thing about being on the receiving end of betrayal is that it forces you to reevaluate everything. I thought back to high school, to all the times I took on extra shifts so my sister could have weekends free. I thought about the birthdays where I got a practical gift while she was showered with whatever she asked for. I thought about college, scraping together tuition payments while she got checks written to her without question. The pattern was obvious now, so painfully obvious that I felt foolish for not recognizing it sooner. This wasn't a one-time betrayal. It was years of conditioning me to accept less, to take the scraps while she feasted. So I withdrew. I stopped answering their calls right away, let texts sit unread, and when I did respond, it was short and clipped. My parents accused me of being cold and ungrateful, but I just didn't have the energy to argue anymore. My sister, meanwhile, flaunted her new arrangement. She'd post pictures on social media with captions like "errands in my ride," or "so glad I have a reliable car now." Seeing her grin behind the wheel of what I had bled for made my chest burn. But instead of exploding, I started thinking. Quietly, carefully. I pulled out a notebook one night and began listing options. Sell the car? Lock it down with better security? Report the scratches and damage to my insurance? Every path had complications, especially with my family involved. But writing it out made me feel like I wasn't powerless anymore. At my lowest point, I sat in the car late at night, hands gripping the steering wheel, whispering to myself, "You earned this. Don't let them take it away." My reflection in the rearview mirror looked tired, almost unrecognizable, but there was a flicker of something else there too, a spark of resolve. I realized then that walking away might not mean literally abandoning the car or my family. It might mean walking away from being the person they expected me to be, the compliant, self-sacrificing son. The one who gave until there was nothing left. It hurt. God, it hurt to accept that my own parents saw me as a resource instead of a son. That my sister viewed me not as a brother, but as an ATM with wheels attached. But pain has a way of sharpening you, if you let it. And slowly, out of that low point, I started sketching out the shape of something else. Not revenge, not yet, but the beginnings of a plan. Because if they thought I was just going to crumble and hand over the keys, they had no idea who I was anymore. The weeks that followed were some of the hardest of my life, but strangely, also the most clarifying. Hitting rock bottom stripped away the illusions I'd carried for years, that maybe one day my parents would treat me fairly, or that my sister would grow out of her entitlement. Once I let go of that hope, I could finally focus on something I had always been good at, building. I threw myself into work with a focus I hadn't felt in months. My manager noticed right away. Instead of dragging myself through shifts, I started volunteering for projects, staying late not out of desperation, but because I wanted to prove myself. Within 2 months, I was promoted. The extra pay was nice, but the bigger reward was the feeling that I was carving out something solid, something that couldn't be taken away with guilt trips and manipulation. Outside of work, I picked up freelance gigs, small at first, then bigger. I had taught myself coding during college, mostly as a side hobby, but now I leaned into it, taking contracts in web design and back-end troubleshooting. Nights that I used to spend staring at the ceiling were now filled with projects that challenged me. The money started piling up faster than I expected. For the first time, my bank account had a cushion, not just enough to survive, but enough to breathe. And my car, was still mine. After the betrayal with the spare key, I changed the locks at my apartment, installed a small safe, and had the dealership reprogram a brand new set of keys. I didn't tell anyone. My sister ranted about how unfair it was that she suddenly couldn't find the spare anymore, but I ignored her calls. For once, I didn't justify myself. Meanwhile, my social circle grew. I reconnected with college friends who had moved into the city, people who didn't know me as the kid who always gave in to his family, but as Jacob, the guy who worked hard, cracked jokes at the bar, and actually seemed happy. It was subtle, but I could feel it. My identity shifting away from being defined by my family's expectations and more by the life I was actually creating. One weekend, I took the car on a road trip with a couple of friends. We drove up into the mountains, blasting music, winding through roads that made me remember why I had dreamed of this car in the first place. Sitting at the overlook, watching the sunset reflect off the hood, I thought to myself, this is what freedom feels like. Not the absence of family, but the presence of choice. My choice. When I posted a photo from that trip, captioned simply, "Earned, not given," my phone buzzed relentlessly. Old classmates congratulated me. Coworkers joked about wanting a ride. And then, buried in the notifications, were texts from my mom. "Jacob, this is cruel. Stop rubbing it in your sister's face. Your father and I are very disappointed in you. You've changed, and not for the better." But here's the thing. For the first time, their disappointment didn't crush me. It didn't even sting. Instead, it lit something inside me. Because yes, I had changed, and I wasn't going back. I started investing too. Small at first, index funds, a modest retirement account, but then more aggressively, thanks to the extra income from freelance work. I watched as the numbers grew, slow but steady, proof that my future wasn't tied to anyone else's approval. My sister, on the other hand, was spiraling. Word got around that she had lost yet another job. She hopped between gigs, always with a story about how her boss was unfair or her coworkers didn't understand her. My parents picked up the slack, of course, covering her rent, paying her bills, excusing her failures. But I noticed something. They were starting to strain under the weight. Their sighs were heavier, their fights more frequent. And through it all, they still looked at me like I was the selfish one. But the higher I climbed, the less their judgment mattered. I was no longer the kid trying to prove himself at their dinner table. I was the man who had built his own life, piece by piece, without their help. And with every new success, my confidence grew, not just in myself, but in the knowledge that I had leverage now. Because deep down, I knew it was only a matter of time before they came asking for more. And when they did, I wouldn't be the same Jacob they thought they could push around. It didn't take long for my parents to test me again. They had grown used to a version of me who would bend under pressure, so when they realized I wasn't folding this time, they shifted their tactics. Instead of outright demands, they tried manipulation, guilt trips masked as family concern, subtle digs about how I was drifting away, pointed reminders that family comes first. But here's the thing, I had changed. And with every guilt-laced message, I only felt more certain that I needed to protect what I had built. The turning point came one Sunday afternoon. I got a call from a family friend, Mr. Lewis, a neighbor who had known me since I was a kid. His voice was cautious. "Jacob, I think you should know. I overheard your parents talking about you at the store. They were saying how ungrateful you've become and how it might be time for them to take control before you ruin everything you've earned." My stomach dropped. "Take control? What do you mean?" He hesitated. "From what I gathered, they're thinking about legal angles. Something about family rights and how you owe your sister support. They said you're too stubborn to see reason, but they'll make you." I hung up the phone and sat there, stunned. It sounded absurd, parents suing their own son? But then again, hadn't they already justified taking my car without permission? Hadn't they already dismissed my boundaries like they didn't exist? To them, nothing was too far if it meant keeping my sister comfortable. That night, I stayed up late researching. I dug into property rights, insurance claims, and even scenarios where families tried to force financial support. What I found reassured me. Legally, my car and my assets were mine alone. They had no grounds. But the fact that they were even considering something like this lit a fire in me. It wasn't just about a car anymore. It was about control. So I started preparing quietly. I met with a financial advisor, someone recommended by a coworker who knew I was starting to accumulate savings. We set up accounts in my name only, with added security steps to prevent unauthorized access. I learned about trusts, titles, and asset protection. For the first time, I wasn't just saving money, I was safeguarding it. At the same time, my career was picking up. Another promotion put me in a supervisory role, and suddenly I wasn't just earning more, I had influence. I had a team reporting to me, people who respected me for my work, not for how much I sacrificed at home. That power shifted something in me. For years, I had felt small under my parents' roof. Now, I wasn't small anymore. And then came the piece of information that tied everything together. At a casual work event, I overheard one of my colleagues talking about repossession policies and insurance fraud. He had a relative go through a messy case where someone tried to claim a car that wasn't theirs. The fraud was discovered instantly because of VIN tracking and ownership records. A thought sparked in my head. If my sister or parents ever tried to pull something like that, I could catch them in the act. Every document tied to my car, title, insurance, financing, was locked in my safe. I even ordered certified copies, just in case. It was like setting a chessboard. Each piece I put in place gave me a sense of control I'd never had before. My parents and sister still saw me as the same kid they could guilt and pressure, but in reality, I was sitting on a foundation they couldn't touch. I kept my distance but stayed polite, almost neutral. When my parents complained about money, I listened without offering. When my sister ranted about her latest failed job, I nodded without reacting. Outwardly, I was calm. Inwardly, I was tightening every screw on the life I had built, making it airtight. And then, one evening, my sister slipped up. She came over unannounced, pounding on my apartment door. When I finally opened it, she stood there with her arms crossed, her eyes gleaming with that same entitled confidence I'd seen 100 times before. "You know, Jacob," she said smugly, "it's only a matter of time before Mom and Dad get this car situation sorted for me. You can keep playing stubborn, but in the end, I always get what I want." I didn't argue. I didn't raise my voice. I just looked at her, really looked at her, and for the first time, I didn't feel powerless. I felt ready. Because she was right about one thing, it was only a matter of time. But what she didn't know was that when the moment came, I'd already have every move prepared. The moment of truth came sooner than I expected. It was a Thursday morning, and I was halfway through reviewing a project at work when my phone buzzed with a call from an unknown number. Normally, I would have ignored it, but something told me to pick up. "Mr. Jacob?" the voice on the other end asked, formal and clipped. "This is Officer Reynolds with the local police department. We're calling regarding a report of a stolen vehicle registered in your name." My stomach tightened. "Stolen? What vehicle?" "Your car," he said. "It's currently in the possession of your sister, who claims it was gifted to her. We need you to come down and provide documentation." For a moment, I was silent, gripping the phone so hard my knuckles whitened. This was it, the move they had been building toward. I could almost see my parents behind it, whispering in her ear, telling her she had a right to what was mine. But instead of panic, a strange calm washed over me. They had overplayed their hand. "Yes, officer," I said steadily. "I'll bring everything you need." That evening, I walked into the station carrying a folder so thick it could have been a college thesis. Title, registration, insurance papers, certified copies. Even the loan paperwork showing every payment had come directly from my account. The officer raised his brows as he flipped through. "Well," he said, "this makes it pretty clear. Your sister doesn't have a leg to stand on." When I asked what would happen next, he explained they'd be contacting her about filing a false report. That could carry real consequences. The next day, I drove to my parents' house. My sister's car, well, technically my car, was parked out front, tilted at an odd angle like she had rushed home. I pulled into the driveway and walked in without knocking. The living room was tense, everyone waiting. My mom started first, her tone sharp. "Jacob, this is ridiculous. You embarrassed your sister with that police stunt. We told them it was just a misunderstanding." I held up the folder. "A misunderstanding?" "She reported my car as stolen. That's a crime." My sister rolled her eyes. "You're blowing this out of proportion. Mom and Dad said you'd come around, but you're dragging everyone through drama. Honestly, Jacob, why can't you just do the right thing for once?" That was the moment I'd been waiting for. Calmly, I set the folder on the table, opened it, and spread the documents like cards in a game of poker. This is the title. My name. This is the insurance. My name. Every payment, mine. I've got certified copies in a safe deposit box. You want to keep playing this game? Go ahead. But every move you make only digs you in deeper. For the first time, my dad looked rattled. "Jacob, you don't have to be so harsh." "No," I cut him off. "I do. Because this isn't just about a car. It's about years of being treated like I don't matter. Like my hard work is less important than her comfort. You want to call me selfish? Fine. But I will not let you steal from me." The silence that followed was thick. My mom's face was pale, my dad stared at the documents like they might rewrite themselves, and my sister's smug expression had finally cracked. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. I picked up the keys from the coffee table. They must have taken them from my jacket at some point, and pocketed them. Then I walked to the door. "This ends now," I said quietly. "Don't test me again." When I drove away, my hands were steady on the wheel. For the first time in years, I wasn't just reacting to their manipulation. I had turned the tables. And deep down, I knew this was only the beginning of the fallout. The fallout came faster than even I expected. 2 days after the confrontation, my sister called me in a panic. Her voice was shaking. "Jacob, they said I could get charged. Mom said you'd fix it. You have to fix it." I leaned back in my chair, the weight of her words sinking in. She wasn't worried about me, about the trust she had shattered, about the car she'd tried to steal. She was worried about herself, about facing real consequences for the first time in her life. "I'm not fixing anything," I said calmly. "You made your choices. Now you live with them." She started crying, loud and messy, the kind of crying she had used all her life to get our parents to swoop in and shield her. But I didn't budge. "If you thought you could lie, steal, and drag me into legal trouble without fallout, you were wrong," I told her before hanging up. That evening, my parents showed up at my apartment unannounced. My dad's jaw was tight, my mom's eyes puffy from crying. "Jacob," my mom started, "you can't let this happen. She's your sister. Family doesn't do this to each other." I looked at them both and felt a strange sense of clarity. "Exactly," I said. "Family doesn't do this to each other. But you did. She did. And now you want me to erase it like it never happened." They both tried talking over each other. Excuses, justifications, desperate pleas, but I didn't waver. I showed them the door and told them plainly, "You raised her to believe she could take whatever she wanted. Now she's learning that's not true. If you want to protect her from consequences, that's on you. But I'm done sacrificing myself for her mistakes." The days that followed were strangely quiet. My parents stopped calling as much. My sister went silent online, her endless selfies behind the wheel replaced by a void. Through a mutual friend, I heard she had taken a deal, community service and probation for filing a false report. It wasn't jail, but it was enough to leave a mark on her record. Enough to remind her she wasn't untouchable. As for me, my life kept moving forward. I kept working, kept saving, kept building. I even traded up eventually, buying a new car, not because I had to, but because I wanted to. And this time, when I slid behind the wheel, I didn't feel fear that someone might take it from me. I felt peace. Months later, I drove past my parents' house. My sister's beat-up old car was back in the driveway, patched together with duct tape and denial. My parents sat on the porch, tired and distant, looking smaller than I remembered. I didn't stop. I didn't need to. Because the truth was, I had already stopped playing their game. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't the one left behind. I was free. My name's Noah, I'm 32, and until a few months ago, I thought I was living the life most guys dream about. Nice house, decent job, a wife I adored, at least, I thought I adored her. You know how it goes. You meet someone young, you build a life together, and somewhere along the way, you stop noticing the cracks until one day the whole thing just crumbles under your feet. I never imagined I'd be sitting here, typing this out, but life has a funny way of kicking you awake when you least expect it. It started subtly. Little comments here and there. Alyssa would roll her eyes when I talked about my work at dinner. She'd get a little too interested in her phone during movie nights. We used to share everything: plans, dreams, even stupid memes at midnight, but lately, she'd been pulling away like I was some boring obligation she was stuck with. I chalked it up to stress at first. She'd been complaining about how her friends were all moving up faster than we were, buying flashier cars, posting exotic vacations. I figured it was just a rough patch. Everyone goes through them, right? What I didn't realize was that Alyssa wasn't just drifting emotionally. She was making moves, quiet, deliberate ones. Stuff like opening her own bank account, which she swore was just for fun money, and switching her phone passcode without telling me. She started staying late at work more often, telling me not to wait up because she was catching up on projects. I wanted to believe her. God, I needed to believe her. The real gut punch came one Thursday afternoon. I was sitting at my desk, slogging through spreadsheets, when my phone buzzed. A text from Alyssa. I still remember the way my stomach sank when I read it. "We're done. Don't speak to me again, only my lawyer." No fight. No warning. No conversation. Just that. Like I was some bad habit she was quitting cold turkey. I sat there for a minute, numb, the screen blurring in front of my eyes. People talk about seeing red when they're angry. I didn't. I saw nothing. Just empty, blinding white. Then, very calmly, I put my phone down, stood up from my chair, and walked out of the office without a word to anyone. I got into my car, pulled into a random parking lot, and just sat there, thinking, remembering. All the years I worked overtime to pay for the down payment on the house that was in both our names but mostly in my bank account. The brand new SUV sitting in our garage that I'd bought outright as a surprise anniversary gift. The furniture, the electronics, the vacations, 90% of it, funded by me. I didn't mind at the time. I loved her. Helping her made me happy. But sitting there in that car, something inside me shifted. If Alyssa wanted to be done, fine, as she wished. But she wasn't walking away with everything I'd built. That night, I got to work. First thing, I called the bank and froze every joint account. Locked them down tighter than a drum. Then I went through the credit cards, ones she had piggybacked onto my accounts, and canceled them one by one. I even flagged suspicious activity on her personal card that I had technically been paying off each month. Then came the utilities, the insurance, the car payments. All of them were in my name. Every subscription, every bill, every comfort she enjoyed was linked to me. By morning, I had a list as long as my arm of everything Alyssa thought was ours that was actually mine. And I wasn't done yet. I pulled the title deeds, double-checked the ownership of the vehicles, and called up a lawyer of my own, an old family friend who owed me a favor. I didn't rush anything. No anger, no dramatic confrontation. I moved in silence, methodically, like I was cleaning out a wound. It was almost funny how easy it was. Alyssa had gotten so used to me handling everything that she hadn't bothered to check whose name was on what. She assumed it would all fall neatly into her lap once she lawyered up. 2 days after her first text, her lawyer sent a terse email demanding a list of assets, proposing an amicable division. I smiled to myself as I replied, attaching a neat spreadsheet showing that the only asset she'd have any claim to was her own savings account, which, by the way, wasn't very impressive. I didn't gloat. I didn't argue. I just handed over cold, hard facts. The response I got wasn't nearly as composed. Suddenly, there were frantic calls from her lawyer's office, requests for urgent meetings, accusations flying about hiding assets, and bad faith. I let my attorney handle it. He loved this kind of thing. Meanwhile, I changed the locks on the house, parked the SUV at a buddy's place, and booked myself a room at a nice hotel downtown. I wasn't about to stick around for the meltdown. I wish I could say I felt triumphant, but mostly, I just felt tired. Worn out from years of giving everything to someone who saw me as nothing more than a stepping stone to a better life. The kicker came a few days later when Alyssa herself broke the no-contact rule she'd so proudly laid down. I was sitting in the hotel bar, nursing a whiskey, when my phone lit up with her name. For a second, I just stared at it. Then curiosity got the better of me. I answered. Her voice was frantic, a little breathless. She accused me of being vindictive, of ruining her life, of being small and petty. She said she couldn't access her accounts, couldn't use her credit cards, couldn't even get into the house. Her lawyer had warned her that without significant assets, her case for spousal support was flimsy at best. She was demanding that I fix this immediately or face serious consequences. I let her rant. I didn't interrupt once. When she finally wound down, breathing hard into the phone, I just said, "As you wished," and I hung up. That was the first real moment of peace I'd felt in months. Of course, it didn't end there. Alyssa wasn't the type to go down quietly, and I knew the next round was coming. She'd made her choice, but she had no idea just how deep a hole she'd dug for herself. And that, my friends, is where things really started to get interesting. The next morning, my lawyer forwarded me a letter from Alyssa's new attorney, a different one this time. Apparently, the first guy had dropped her after realizing she had no case worth fighting for. This second lawyer was a little more aggressive, threatening to take me to court for withholding marital assets and claiming I had intentionally caused financial harm. I laughed, out loud, in the middle of my hotel room. You see, everything I'd done was by the book. The accounts were frozen, not drained. Her name wasn't on the SUV's title or the mortgage, just mine. The joint checking? We each had equal access, but guess who had been depositing 90% of the funds? And her personal savings? Completely untouched by me. I had even documented every step I took after her text, ensuring there wasn't a single action that could be construed as malicious. Alyssa had fired the first shot when she told me not to contact her directly. My lawyer responded politely, laying out all the facts, including the timeline and a comprehensive asset list showing exactly who owned what. He even attached Alyssa's original text message, highlighting her request for no direct contact. He CC'd Alyssa's lawyer on everything, leaving no wiggle room. Radio silence followed for a week. During that time, I moved out of the hotel and into a small but cozy apartment closer to the city. It wasn't as flashy as the house, but it was mine, paid for with my own money, and free of all the ghosts Alyssa had left behind. Meanwhile, I started getting little glimpses into how things were going on her end. Mutual friends, who, it turned out, weren't quite as loyal to Alyssa as she thought, kept me in the loop. Apparently, Alyssa was scrambling. Without access to the house, her car, or our bank accounts, she had to crash with one of her friends. She tried to rent her own apartment, but with no active credit cards and no proof of independent income, it wasn't going well. Her job, where she had been working late so often, was also hanging by a thread because her performance had been slipping for months. She had been so focused on whatever exit plan she was plotting that she hadn't been paying attention to the actual work. One night, around midnight, I got another call. I didn't recognize the number, but something told me to pick up. It was Alyssa. Her voice was shaky, almost unrecognizable. She said she needed to meet, that we should talk things through like adults. She even apologized, sort of, saying she'd acted rashly and out of anger, but that we could maybe work something out. For a moment, I just sat there, staring at the wall. The audacity. The sheer nerve it took to try and walk everything back after burning the bridge to ash. I didn't yell. I didn't gloat. I just told her calmly that I was following her original request, no direct communication. If she needed anything, she could go through her lawyer. She tried again, her voice rising, pleading now, saying things like, "Come on, Noah, don't be like this," and "We can fix this if we just sit down and talk." But there was no "we" anymore. There hadn't been for a long time. I told her that the person she used to know, the man who bent over backward to make her happy, was gone. "As you wished," I said again, softly, and hung up. The next day, another email from her lawyer arrived. This time, a formal offer for settlement. Alyssa was asking for spousal support, a car, and a portion of the home's value. Again, I laughed. It wasn't even angry anymore. It was just absurd. My lawyer drafted a response, outlining exactly why she wasn't entitled to a penny. No children, no shared debts, no significant sacrifices on her end to support my career. In fact, the opposite. The house was bought before marriage, the car was a gift with documentation to prove it, and the accounts were all frozen legally. There was no misconduct on my part. In fact, her unilateral termination of the marriage, without grounds, made her claims even weaker. Another week passed, and then the inevitable happened. Alyssa filed an emergency motion for temporary spousal support. She claimed she had no money, no car, and no place to live. The court hearing was set for a Friday morning. I showed up in a tailored suit, calm and composed, flanked by my lawyer. Alyssa walked in looking like a ghost of herself, disheveled, frantic, and clinging to a folder of disorganized papers. When the judge called the case, Alyssa's lawyer launched into a dramatic sob story about how she'd been abandoned with no resources. He painted her as the victim of a calculated financial ambush. When it was our turn, my lawyer stood up, cool as ice, and presented everything: the documents, the timelines, the text messages, the property deeds. He showed the court that Alyssa had initiated the divorce, demanded no contact, and had never contributed significantly to the marriage's assets. He showed that she had access to her own separate funds, but had mismanaged them. The judge's expression shifted as he flipped through the files. He asked Alyssa a few pointed questions, simple ones, like what her contribution to the mortgage had been, none, and whether she had any proof of shared ownership of the car. She didn't. Each answer dug the hole a little deeper. By the time the judge ruled, it wasn't even close. Request for emergency spousal support? Denied. Immediate possession of the house or vehicle? Denied. Temporary financial assistance? Denied. She was advised very firmly that if she wished to pursue any further claims, she should prepare for a lengthy and expensive battle, one she would almost certainly lose. Alyssa's face crumpled as the reality hit her. She shot me a look, one I can still see clearly in my mind, a twisted mix of betrayal, rage, and something almost like regret. But by then, I felt nothing. Not anger, not sadness. Just closure. After the hearing, as I was walking to my car, I heard her call my name. I turned, half expecting another tirade. Instead, she just stood there, clutching her folder, looking smaller than I'd ever seen her. "Noah," she said quietly. "Please, can we just talk?" I paused, keys in hand. For a long moment, I just looked at her, the woman who had once promised to build a life with me and then tried to rip it apart when she thought she could do better. "As you wished," I said one final time. And I got into my car and drove away. But trust me, this wasn't even the end of it. After that day in court, I thought Alyssa might finally take the hint and disappear from my life for good. But if I learned anything through this mess, it was that some people can't just let go, especially not when they realize the grass on the other side isn't just less green, it's a barren wasteland. At first, it was quiet. A couple of weeks went by. I settled into my new apartment, throwing myself into work and rediscovering what it felt like to breathe without walking on eggshells. I went to the gym, reconnected with old friends I'd lost touch with during my marriage, even picked up a few hobbies I used to love but had shelved to make more time for Alyssa's endless needs. For the first time in years, I was actually happy. But I guess good things have a way of attracting old ghosts. Because right when life started feeling normal again, the whispers began. At first, it was mutual acquaintances reaching out. People I hadn't spoken to in months sending casual texts like, "Hey man, crazy question. Did you and Alyssa really split?" Others weren't so subtle. One of her former coworkers, Jenna, who I barely knew beyond a polite nod at Christmas parties, sent me a message late one night. "Hey, not trying to stir drama, but Alyssa's been telling people you stole everything from her, that you ruined her life out of spite. Just figured you should know." I stared at that text for a long time, a hollow laugh escaping my chest. Classic Alyssa. When reality didn't fit her narrative, she just built a new one. Apparently, she had spun a story where I was some manipulative monster who blindsided her with the divorce, took everything in some grand betrayal, and left her destitute, out of pure, calculated cruelty. She painted herself as the innocent victim who had loved too much, trusted too easily, and paid the price. The thing is, at first, I didn't care. Let her talk. I had the court documents, the receipts, the hard evidence. Anyone who actually mattered would know the truth. But Alyssa wasn't satisfied with just poisoning our old social circles. No, she wanted a full-blown redemption arc, one where she got to be the poor, wronged woman rebuilding her life from ashes, and preferably someone else's wallet. That's when she made her biggest mistake yet. Through some impressive mental gymnastics, Alyssa managed to convince a guy, let's call him Brandon, that she was the wrong party. Brandon was new money, flashier than smart, the kind of guy who thought loyalty was a feature you could buy along with designer clothes and luxury vacations. Perfect prey. They started dating, and from what I heard through the grapevine, it escalated fast. Lavish Instagram posts, weekend getaways, new clothes, spa days. All of it funded by Brandon, who believed he was rescuing a damsel in distress from the clutches of an evil ex-husband. It would have been laughable if it weren't so predictable. I stayed out of it. Let her have her new Prince Charming. I figured it was only a matter of time before the mask slipped. Because here's the thing about people like Alyssa, they can pretend for a little while, but eventually, They show you who they really are. It didn't take long. Apparently, Alyssa couldn't resist old habits. She started working late again. Started getting secretive with her phone. Spending Brandon's money like water through a sieve. New bags, new jewelry, fancy dinners with friends who, funny enough, all looked suspiciously like the party crowd she used to sneak around with back when she was married to me. Brandon started asking questions. Alyssa got defensive. The fights got ugly. And then, one night, she pulled the same move on him she pulled on me. A text saying she was done and that he should speak to her lawyer if he wanted anything back. Only, Brandon wasn't me. He didn't just roll over and walk away. No, Brandon unleashed his legal team on her. Private investigators, forensic accountants, lawyers who made mine look like a paralegal. And what they found? Well, let's just say Alyssa's web of lies wasn't nearly as sturdy as she thought. Turns out, she'd been siphoning money from Brandon's accounts without his permission, using his credit cards to fund her shopping sprees. In some cases, even forging his signature on leases for furniture and jewelry. It wasn't just a messy breakup. It was criminal. Fraud. Identity theft. Breach of fiduciary trust. And Brandon wasn't interested in settling quietly. The last update I got, through the same network of friends who'd been quietly rooting for karma, was that Alyssa was facing serious legal action. She was being sued for tens of thousands of dollars, facing possible criminal charges, and had officially been blacklisted from the industry she used to work in. No friends. No money. No prospects. Just the wreckage she'd created, sitting heavy on her shoulders. And me? I was finally free. The last time I saw her was a month ago. I was grabbing coffee near my apartment, just minding my own business, when I caught sight of her across the street. She looked worn out, tired in a way that makeup couldn't hide. She was sitting alone on a bench, scrolling on her phone like she was searching for some kind of lifeline. She didn't see me. Or maybe she did and just didn't recognize me anymore. Either way, I walked right past without a second glance. Because I realized something in that moment. Sometimes, the best revenge isn't anger. It isn't fighting back or setting traps. It's living well, thriving without them. Being so completely, unapologetically happy that their absence becomes the best thing that ever happened to you. And that's exactly what I intend to do. About a week after I saw Alyssa on that bench, thinking that part of my life was finally over, I got a phone call from an unknown number. Normally I'd ignore it, but something told me to pick up. Curiosity or closure, I don't know. Either way, I answered and immediately regretted it. It was her mother. Now, I'd never been close with Alyssa's family. They always acted polite enough around me, but there was this undercurrent of condescension, like they thought she was settling by marrying me. I was safe. A starter husband who would keep her stable until she figured out what she really wanted. I'd heard the whispers when they thought I wasn't listening. She could have done better, her aunt once murmured at our engagement party. I pretended not to hear. I told myself it didn't matter. But now, here her mother was, talking to me like we were long-lost allies. Noah, she said in this syrupy voice, we know there have been misunderstandings. We just want what's best for Alyssa. She's been through so much. I didn't say anything, just let the silence stretch until she got uncomfortable. She rushed to fill it. She made mistakes, sure. We all do. But don't you think maybe it's time to show some forgiveness? You were family once. Forgiveness. It took everything I had not to laugh out loud. Apparently, Alyssa had gone crawling back to them after Brandon's lawsuit hit, sobbing about how I'd set her up, how she was tricked and abandoned by everyone she loved. And her family, in their infinite wisdom, decided it must be partially my fault too. Because heaven forbid Alyssa ever face consequences for her own choices. They wanted me to drop my own countersuit against her, a simple one, just to formally recover the house keys, car titles, and other assets she had illegally withheld even after the court rulings. They asked if I could be the bigger person and let her keep what little she had left. I listened patiently until her mother finished her whole plea. Then I smiled, not that she could see it, and replied, no. There was a stunned silence on the other end, like she genuinely hadn't prepared for that answer. I'm not responsible for fixing the mess Alyssa made, I said calmly. And honestly, I'm not interested in hearing from any of you ever again. Tell her to lose my number. I hung up before she could sputter out whatever guilt trip she had loaded in the chamber. But, of course, that wasn't the end of it. Over the next few days, I started getting texts from random numbers. Messages like, how could you do this to her after everything you had? And real men don't abandon the people they loved. Fake numbers. Probably friends or family members Alyssa roped into harassing me. Maybe burner phones she got herself. Who knows? It didn't matter. I blocked each one without responding. The final straw came when I found a handwritten note slipped under my apartment door. I stared at it for a long time before picking it up. I don't know why. Maybe a part of me still wanted to believe there was a sliver of decency left in her. The letter was a mess of self-pity and manipulation. She begged for one more chance, said she couldn't survive without me, said she learned her lesson and would be better if I just gave her a lifeline. Then, the kicker, she warned me that if I didn't make amends, she would have no choice but to take drastic measures. It wasn't even thinly veiled. It was a threat. That was it. I scanned the note, emailed it to my lawyer, and that afternoon, we filed a formal no-contact order. It wasn't a full restraining order, yet, but it made it legally clear that if she tried contacting me again directly, through calls, letters, or people acting on her behalf, there would be consequences. The court processed it quickly, considering the pile of evidence we already had. Within days, Alyssa was legally barred from trying to reach me. Any violations would trigger immediate penalties, including potential jail time. After that, silence. Blessed, beautiful silence. In the months that followed, I moved fully into my new life. Got a promotion at work. Traveled a bit, Italy, Iceland, places I had always wanted to visit but never could because Alyssa thought they were too boring or not Instagram-worthy enough. I met someone new, too. Nothing rushed, nothing forced. Just two people finding comfort in honesty, not illusions. Every now and then, I'd hear updates about Alyssa through mutual friends. How the lawsuit from Brandon completely bankrupted her. How she had to sell off everything she owned just to pay legal fees. How she tried to start a GoFundMe claiming she was a domestic abuse survivor, but it flopped miserably when people called her out for lying. Last I heard, she was living with an elderly aunt 2 towns over, working part-time at a gas station, trying to scrape together enough to start over. And me? I'm thriving. Not because I won some battle against her. Not because I got the last word. But because I learned the single most important lesson she never could. Peace isn't something you beg for. It's something you choose. And I choose it every single day. Looking back, it's almost funny how much I used to fear losing her. How hard I fought to keep something that was rotting away from the inside out. Turns out, letting go wasn't the tragedy I thought it would be. It was the beginning of the best chapter of my life. And if Alyssa ever looks back on everything she lost, that's her cross to bear. Not mine. Not anymore. There's this moment from last Christmas that I keep replaying in my head, mostly because I never saw it coming. Not like that. Not in front of everyone. And certainly not with that smug little smirk on her face, like she'd finally won something. But before I get too far ahead of myself, let me back up and tell you how we got there. My name's Riley. I'm 29, and if you were to meet me, you probably wouldn't guess what I do for a living. I've always kept things pretty low-key. I don't wear flashy clothes, I'm not big on social media, and I drive a nice car. Yeah, but not the kind that screams, "Look at me." It's more like, I worked hard for this and I enjoy driving it. I didn't grow up with money. Far from it. My dad left when I was 6, and my mom did everything she could to keep us afloat. My older brother, Jake, is 31, and while we were close as kids, something shifted after high school. He became obsessed with status, labels, brands, appearances. I remember he once used a month's rent on a designer belt just because some guy at a party said his clothes looked Walmart basic. That was kind of the turning point. Now here's the thing about Jake. He's got charm, no doubt. That smooth, social kind of charisma that makes people overlook red flags because he's just so fun. He always knew how to say the right thing at the right time, especially around family. And my Aunt Valerie, absolutely adored him. I think part of her always wanted a son like Jake. Sophisticated, polished, ambitious. She never really knew how to talk to me. I was too quiet, too bookish, and as she liked to say with a tight smile, very practical, just like your mother. That wasn't a compliment. To Aunt Valerie, my mom represented the struggle she wanted to distance herself from. Valerie married well. Her husband, Charles, came from old money. Nothing crazy, but enough to give her the lifestyle she always craved. And she wanted Jake to mirror that world. So when he started dressing the part and talking about networking and investing and manifesting his dream life, Valerie ate it up. She didn't know the half of it. Jake's business ventures were mostly smoke and mirrors, drop-shipping schemes, crypto hustles, the occasional MLM he tried to rope me into and failed. Meanwhile, I was working brutal hours in tech, saving religiously, investing smartly, and eventually founded a SaaS company that took off. It wasn't overnight, and it wasn't sexy, but it was mine. I never told the family much about it. They never asked. They just assumed I was doing okay, and that was fine with me. But last Christmas, things reached a boiling point, and it all started with one look, one smirk, and one flashy car parked in the snow-covered driveway. See, last Christmas was the first time in a while that the entire extended family was getting together again. Aunt Valerie was hosting, of course. Her holiday parties were like mini galas, full of weirdly expensive cheese boards, string quartet playlists, and a dress code that wasn't explicitly stated but heavily implied. I pulled into the driveway a few minutes late, as usual, in my car. A midnight blue McLaren 720S. I debated driving something else, maybe renting a sedan just to avoid the questions, but I was tired of hiding. Not because I wanted to brag. I just didn't want to shrink anymore. I parked near the front walkway, figuring I'd move it if someone needed the space. When I walked in, the warmth of the house hit me first. Roasting turkey, cinnamon, pine from the massive tree in the foyer. Then came the noise. Laughter, chatter, clinking glasses. The usual holiday chaos. I found my mom in the kitchen, helping Valerie with some tray of puff pastries. She looked a little flustered, but happy to see me. Valerie barely acknowledged me, offering a distracted, "Oh, you made it," without looking up. Jake arrived 10 minutes later with a scarf around his neck and that confident glide in his step. The moment he entered, the energy shifted. Valerie turned into a giddy teenager. "Jake, oh, darling, you look amazing," she beamed, giving him an air kiss. I watched from the hallway, already predicting how the night would unfold. Jake started making his rounds, shaking hands, laughing too loudly, complimenting everyone's outfits like he was some kind of royalty. Then, as I sipped my drink quietly in the corner of the living room, I saw her walk in. A girl. Blonde, tall, model type. Beautiful, clearly a guest. And she was with Valerie, not Jake. That got my attention. Valerie had her hand on the girl's back, guiding her toward the center of the room like she was showing off a new painting. "Everyone, this is Lila," she announced. "She's just lovely. Jake, come meet her. I think you two will get along wonderfully." There it was. That little smirk. Like she was orchestrating something. Jake, of course, turned on the charm. "Well, now, this party just got a whole lot more interesting," he said, offering Lila his hand. Lila blushed and smiled, clearly flattered. Valerie stood back, sipping her wine with satisfaction like a puppeteer watching her marionettes dance. That's when she said it. Casually, almost offhand, but loud enough for the room to hear. "And of course, Lila, I'm sure you noticed the car out front. That's Jake's. He's done so well for himself." There was a pause. A moment where everyone glanced at me. Maybe it was instinct. Maybe it was the way I smiled, just barely. But I saw it. The tension. I put down my glass, walked over, and said it just loud enough, just clearly enough, with that same tight smile Valerie always used on me. "Oh, by the way, that car's mine, not his." The room went quiet. Not dramatically. Just that strange kind of stillness that happens when something shifts and no one knows what to say next. Lila blinked. Jake's smile faltered. Valerie's face froze. And that was just the beginning. I won't lie, watching Aunt Valerie's expression twist like that, kinda satisfying. She tried to recover fast, but it was too late. The words had already sunk in. The silence hung heavy for a beat too long. Then my cousin Harper nervously laughed and said, "Oh wow, Riley, didn't know you were into cars like that." I gave a small shrug and said, "Yeah, it's a fun one. Got it about a year ago." I wasn't trying to make a scene. I swear I wasn't. But something in me, maybe years of being sidelined at every family event, finally decided it didn't want to sit quietly in the corner anymore. And judging by Jake's flushed cheeks and clenched jaw, I'd touched a nerve. He tried to salvage the moment with a chuckle. "Well, technically, I helped Riley test drive a few models." He leaned on me for advice. Not true. Jake doesn't know a McLaren from a Mazda. But Valerie latched on instantly. "Yes, well, you always had such an eye for the finer things, Jake." And just like that, they pivoted, trying to steer the conversation away from the embarrassing reality that her golden boy wasn't the one with the supercar. I let it go, for that moment. But something had shifted in the air. I saw it in the way Valerie kept glancing at me during dinner, like I was an unruly guest who had the nerve to speak without raising his hand. I saw it in Jake's increasingly forced laughter as he told stories that didn't quite land. And I saw it in Lila, her curiosity. She ended up sitting next to me at the dinner table, which clearly hadn't been part of Valerie's original seating plan. "So what do you do, Riley?" Lila asked as we passed around some overly sculpted cranberry dish. I gave her the short version: tech startup, software tools, automation for small businesses. "That sounds kind of brilliant," she said, sounding genuinely interested. "I've been trying to build a side hustle and always get stuck on the logistics." We chatted a bit. Nothing flirty, just easy conversation. But that didn't sit well with Jake. I could feel his eyes on us the entire time, even as he pretended to joke with our cousin on the other end of the table. Later, while dessert was being passed around, some artisanal pear tart that looked like it belonged in a museum, I stepped into the hallway to take a call. One of my partners needed a quick update on a server migration we had queued. 5 minutes tops. When I came back, I found Jake standing with Lila near the fireplace, speaking low but animated. She looked uncomfortable, arms crossed, and when she saw me, her face lit up a little. "There you are," she said quickly, walking toward me. "Jake was just telling me that you, do back-end work for his company?" I blinked. "His company?" Jake came up behind her, smiling with all his teeth. "Yeah, technically, I gave Riley the first idea for his product. He just ran with it. So I like to say we're kind of co-founders. Right, bro?" I looked at him, really looked at him, and he wasn't joking. Not really. He wanted this narrative. He needed it. I turned to Lila. "That's not true," I said calmly. "He didn't help build anything. We had one lunch 2 years ago where he said I should make an app like Tinder for dog walkers. That's about as far as his input went." Jake's eyes flared. "Come on, man, it was a joke. Why are you being so dramatic?" Lila raised an eyebrow, then glanced between us. "Wow. Okay. Bit of a different story there." She turned and wandered back toward the dining room. I followed at a slower pace, but before I could get far, Jake grabbed my arm, not hard, but enough to get my attention. "You trying to embarrass me, huh?" he hissed, his voice low. I pulled my arm back. "You did that all on your own." That was the moment, the one where things cracked open. I saw it in his face. This wasn't just about the car, or Lila, or even the company. It was about years. Years of pretending he was ahead, while I quietly built a life he couldn't fake his way into. And now he couldn't stand that the illusion was falling apart. Not in front of Valerie. Not in front of Lila. Not in front of the whole family who had worshipped the version of him they thought they knew. For the next few hours, he avoided me. Valerie didn't. She kept finding little ways to jab. "I guess some people measure success in engines," she said at one point, sipping wine. "Others in how they carry themselves." I just smiled. I knew her game, and I wasn't going to play defense anymore. A few days after Christmas, I got a call from my mom. She sounded hesitant. "Sweetheart, did you tell anyone about that condo you're looking at?" I hadn't. Not really. Just a quick mention to my cousin Harper in passing that I was thinking of buying something downtown, closer to work. "Why?" I asked. Mom sighed. "Because Valerie told everyone at brunch today that Jake was buying a new penthouse next month, and she described the one you showed me pictures of, down to the marble kitchen island." I sat down, stunned. "What?" She said Jake was just waiting for the final paperwork. That he's been working on a quiet acquisition. "Riley," she said it like it was already his. It was surreal. Like I was watching someone rewrite my life in real time and hand it to my brother as a gift. I wanted to believe it was just a weird misunderstanding. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. Jake had done this before. Small lies that blurred into big ones. And with Valerie egging him on, it had always worked. Until now. I tried to ignore it. I focused on work. Pushed through the end-of-year chaos. But then came the real betrayal. Mid-January, I got a message from one of my clients, a small but steady business I'd helped automate invoicing for. The owner was friendly, kind of old school, and we'd built a great rapport. His email was polite but firm. "Hi Riley, I'm a bit confused. We received an outreach from someone named Jake claiming to represent your company, offering to take over our services at a discounted executive rate. Just wanted to check if this is legit." My heart dropped. I called the client immediately, and after a quick conversation, it was clear Jake had contacted not just them, but at least 2 others, pretending to be part of my company, offering deals, dropping my name. using phrases he must have picked up from me at family dinners or snooping through old emails when I'd left my laptop open during a visit. It wasn't just annoying. It was dangerous, legally and professionally. I confronted him, of course. Texted first. No answer. Called. Straight to voicemail. Finally, I showed up at his apartment. He opened the door shirtless, holding a protein shake, like it was any normal Wednesday. "What's up, bro?" he said, far too casually. I didn't bother with small talk. "You impersonated me to my clients." "That's fraud." Jake blinked, then laughed. "Calm down. I was just trying to bring in more business. You should be thanking me." "By lying? By offering fake deals?" He shrugged. "You've got plenty. Why not share the wealth a little?" And that was it. That was the moment I realized this wasn't just about jealousy or pride. This was about entitlement. Jake truly believed he deserved what I had, without doing the work. And he was willing to cross any line to get it. But what hurt more, what burned in my chest like acid, was knowing Valerie would probably defend him. Again, just like always. And I was right. When I told her what happened, she didn't even pretend to be shocked. "You two have always been competitive," she said with a sigh. "Jake just admires you, Riley. Maybe if you were a little more inclusive, you wouldn't feel the need to do these things." Inclusive. Like I owed him access to everything I'd built. That night, I sat in my apartment, staring at the ceiling, the city lights flickering outside my window, and thought about all the times I'd bitten my tongue. All the years I'd been quiet, respectful, patient, and all the times they'd used that silence to step over me, to rewrite my story. And in that moment, something hardened inside me. I wasn't going to let them keep writing chapters in a book that wasn't theirs. That's when I started planning, not out of anger, but clarity. And what happened next? Well, let's just say Christmas won't be the only holiday they remember for a very long time. But we're not there yet. The weeks after that confrontation were rough. I thought I'd be more angry, furious, even, but what I felt was heavier than that. I felt hollow, like something had been scraped out of me and replaced with this dull ache I couldn't shake. I still went to work, kept up with clients, led meetings, and smiled through check-ins with my team. But beneath it all, I was tired. Not just physically, emotionally, spiritually. Tired of the games. Tired of the manipulations. Tired of being pulled into some performance where I played the quiet one, the responsible one, the guy who always let it slide. And for what? So my own brother could skim off the top of my life like it was his buffet? After the client incident, I had to do damage control, quietly, professionally, without making Jake's actions public, because the last thing I needed was legal drama or questions about my company's internal security. I informed the clients he contacted that he had no affiliation with us. I updated our contracts, added stricter NDAs for future partnerships, changed a few logins just in case. But even as I handled it all calmly, efficiently, I could feel the weight of it starting to settle in. It wasn't just business. It was personal. Deeply, bitterly personal. I didn't tell my mom everything. Just the broad strokes. I knew she'd worry, and honestly, I didn't want to make her choose between her sons. She'd always try to stay neutral, even when it was clear who was in the wrong. That was her way. Keep the peace. Avoid the drama. Sometimes I admired her for it. Other times, it frustrated me to no end. I started pulling back from the family after that. Slowly, quietly, declined a few weekend invites. Skipped a cousin's birthday party. I needed space, not just from Jake and Valerie, but from the entire structure that had enabled them. And I didn't explain myself, which, apparently, was the worst thing I could have done, because silence leaves a vacuum, and vacuums get filled with rumors. I started hearing things secondhand, that I was burning bridges, that I was too good for the family now, that I couldn't handle a little competition. Classic gaslighting, wrapped in concern, tied with a ribbon of passive aggression. But I stayed quiet. I stayed focused. And beneath that quiet, I was building. I knew I needed to evolve, not just professionally, but personally. For years, I'd been the guy behind the curtain, the builder, the doer, the problem solver. I wasn't flashy, and I didn't care about recognition. But maybe, just maybe, that invisibility had been part of the problem. Not because I needed praise, but because it made it too easy for people like Jake to step into the spotlight and claim the stage I'd constructed with my own two hands. So I started working on something new. A side project, technically. A tool I'd been sketching out for over a year, but never found the time to pursue. It was meant to help creators manage digital rights, contracts, usage permissions, distribution licenses, all in one intuitive platform. I called it ClearFrame. And in those early months of rebuilding myself, ClearFrame became my lifeline. I poured everything into it. Late nights, early mornings, obsessively refining the UI, testing prototypes, sending drafts to a small circle of beta users. The feedback was promising. Not just cool app comments, but real enthusiasm. Where was this 6 months ago? One user wrote. I lost a client because we misunderstood our usage clause. I also hired a PR consultant, my first time doing that. She specialized in helping startups build public-facing narratives, and she pushed me to do something I'd never done before. Step out of the shadows. You're the founder, she said one afternoon on Zoom, adjusting her glasses with a smirk. Start acting like it. She helped me build a personal site, polish my LinkedIn, and prepare a few podcast appearances. And to my surprise, I liked it. Not the attention necessarily, but the clarity, the sense of ownership, the feeling of finally standing in the center of my own story. Meanwhile, the distance from my family kept growing. Jake texted me once, in February. No apology. No acknowledgement of what he did. Just a vague, hope things are cool. Want to grab a beer sometime? I didn't respond. Valerie emailed me the following week. It was a long message that somehow managed to sound both concerned and condescending at the same time. She wrote about how family bonds are sacred, how resentment only breeds more pain, and how Jake is willing to forgive and forget if you are. That last part got me. Like he was the one extending the olive branch. I didn't reply to her either. Instead, I booked a ticket to a tech conference in Lisbon. It was my first time attending one in person since before the pandemic, and it felt symbolic, like closing a door on one chapter and stepping into another. The conference was electric. I met creators, founders, developers, investors, people who got it, who didn't care about family drama or who said what at Christmas, people who cared about ideas, execution, integrity. I pitched ClearFrame to a few folks, got a lot of interest, even landed a meeting with a VC firm that had backed 2 companies I'd admired for years. It was surreal, and for the first time in a long time, I felt good, not smug, not vindicated, just solid, grounded, like I wasn't building to prove anything. I was building because it mattered, because it was mine. One night, after a long day of meetings and panels, I sat on the rooftop of my hotel with a glass of wine and just breathed. Lisbon glowed beneath me, warm, alive, and I thought about the kid I used to be, the one who sat quietly in the corner at family dinners, watching Jake get praised for things he didn't do. I thought about the years I spent making myself smaller to keep the peace, to avoid rocking the boat. And then I thought, never again. When I flew home, everything looked a little different. The city, my apartment, even myself in the mirror. I'd changed, not in some dramatic Hollywood way, just quietly, fundamentally. I felt strong, but strength doesn't erase the past. And when March rolled around, the past came knocking. Mom called, nervous again. Honey, I think you should come to Easter this year, just for an hour. I know things have been tense, but your cousin Chloe's coming back from overseas, and your grandma's been asking about you every day. I hesitated. I know you're angry, she continued gently, and I don't blame you. But don't let Jake take more from you than he already has. That hit me hard. Mom rarely acknowledged the imbalance so directly. And maybe she was right. Maybe staying away gave them more power, not less. So I said yes. 1 hour, I told myself. No drama. Just show up, hug grandma, say hi to Chloe, and bounce. But of course, it didn't go that way. Easter was at Valerie's house again. Same curated decor, same Pinterest-level food spread, same background music that sounded like it came from an overpriced spa. I wore a navy blazer, jeans, and my quiet confidence. Pulled up in a rental, not the McLaren. I didn't want the distraction. My grandma lit up when she saw me. Chloe nearly tackled me with a hug. Even my mom looked relieved. For the first 20 minutes, it was actually okay. Tense, but manageable. Then Jake walked in. He was wearing a tan suit that looked like it was tailored for someone 3 inches taller. Next to him, Lila. Yeah, that Lila. She smiled at me politely, but there was a weird tightness to it. Like we were both remembering that conversation by the fireplace months ago, but weren't sure if we were allowed to acknowledge it. Jake strutted in like he owned the place. And within minutes, he was holding court again, bragging about his latest venture, talking about meetings with industry insiders. When someone asked for specifics, he hand-waved them away. Confidential stuff, you know how it is. Then Valerie chimed in. Jake's also been working with some great new tech clients. Word is, he's stepping into a partner role with a company that's about to go global. She said it with that same smirk from Christmas. And just like that, the air shifted again. I felt it deep in my gut, because I knew what she was doing, and I knew what was coming next. Jake turned toward the center of the room and raised his glass. Actually, he said, I'd love to make a little announcement. I froze. Mom looked at me, confused. Valerie beamed, and I braced myself, because whatever he was about to say next, I knew it was going to cross a line I couldn't ignore. And this time, I wasn't going to let it slide. The glass in Jake's hand caught the afternoon light as he held it high, his voice rising just enough to command the room. All conversation died down. Forks paused halfway to mouths. I stood by the archway between the kitchen and living room, one hand in my pocket, the other clenching a chilled glass of water I hadn't touched in 10 minutes. I didn't move, didn't speak, just watched. Jake was glowing. Or trying to, anyway. That artificial confidence that's just a little too polished. Too forced. I'm thrilled to share that I've officially accepted a partnership with a brilliant up-and-coming tech company, he said, letting the words hang like mistletoe in the air. We're building something massive, something that's going to reshape how small businesses operate. We're looking at a multi-million-dollar valuation in the next 18 months. Aunt Valerie clapped lightly. A few cousins whistled. Grandma nodded approvingly, though I doubt she fully understood what he was talking about. I stood perfectly still. Jake wasn't done. You'll probably see our name soon in Forbes and a couple other media outlets. But I wanted you all to hear it here first from me. I knew that tone. That smug, self-satisfied inflection he used when he just told a lie so big it could only be swallowed whole if he said it with confidence. What stunned me wasn't the gall. It was the name he dropped next. We're called Clearframe, he added, like he'd just casually invented it yesterday. It's still in stealth mode, but you'll all be seeing a lot more of us soon. I swear I felt the air punch out of my lungs. I hadn't told the family the name of my new startup. Not once. Not even in passing. The only place he could have gotten it was through snooping, either from an old pitch deck on my desktop the last time he was over or from stalking one of my early investor meetings, maybe even using someone else's login. My jaw tensed. He'd not only stolen my company's name, he'd announced it publicly, in front of the family, as if it were his. There was a moment of silence after he finished. Aunt Valerie beamed like a proud stage mom. Lila looked vaguely uncomfortable. My mother turned her head slowly toward me. I didn't blink. I didn't even flinch. But inside, something snapped. This wasn't just lying. This was identity theft. This was reputation theft. And the timing couldn't have been worse, or better, depending on how you looked at it. Because what Jake didn't know was that 2 weeks earlier, Clearframe had finalized a strategic partnership with a very well-known software firm. It wasn't public yet, but we were days away from the rollout. Press releases had already been drafted. Product demos recorded. I had interviews lined up, podcasts queued, social posts scheduled. Once we went live, the digital footprint would be undeniable. There'd be no way to rewrite the narrative once that happened. Unless Jake was trying to jump in first. He was trying to get ahead of it. Plant a flag in the family's collective memory, so when they saw my name tied to it, they'd think he had something to do with it. So he could say, yeah, that's the company I told you about, and take credit for my work in a sleazy, slippery way that wouldn't hold up in court, but would be impossible to erase from casual conversation. I didn't say a word. Not yet. Instead, I quietly left the room, walked into the hallway, and sat down on the bottom step of the staircase with my phone. I opened my investor Slack group and sent a single message. Remember the guy I told you about? He just publicly claimed ownership of Clearframe at a family event. I need that press package live by Monday. First thing. And we're doing the rollout our way. The replies came instantly. Copy that. He seriously did that? What a psycho. I'll move the articles up in the queue. Want to record a CEO spotlight video tonight? Yes. Yes, I did. That night, after the party wound down, I declined dessert and said I had a meeting. No one stopped me. But Jake smirked as I walked past. Good luck with your back-end coding, bro, he said, loud enough for half the room to hear. Don't forget to thank me when Clearframe goes public. I stopped, turned, smiled. Oh, don't worry. You'll be part of the story. He didn't get it. Not yet. But he would. When I got home, I didn't even take off my shoes. I dropped my keys, threw on a clean shirt, set up my camera, and hit record. It wasn't scripted. It didn't need to be. I spoke from the heart. I introduced myself as the founder of Clear Frame. I talked about why I built it, who it was for, the years of quiet work that went into the idea. I mentioned the partnerships we were rolling out, the team behind the scenes, the vision, the mission, the story. It was clear, authentic, personal, and it was mine. We sent it to every outlet we'd lined up. We posted it across our startup socials. My PR manager even arranged a feature in an upcoming tech digest. It all went live Monday morning, 8 a.m. sharp. By 8:03, it was trending on LinkedIn. By 8:10, my inbox was full of congratulations. By 8:30, I got a call from an unfamiliar number. I didn't answer. At 9 o'clock, Jake texted me. WTF did you just do? I left it on read. But I wasn't done. Because I didn't want just my version of the truth out there. I wanted his lies exposed, publicly, clearly, with receipts. So I did what any good strategist does. I documented everything. Every screenshot. Every text. Every instance where Jake tried to blur the lines between his fantasies and my reality. And then I called in a favor from a friend I'd helped years ago with some back-end infrastructure. He ran a YouTube channel about tech drama, scams, fake startups, hustle bro grifters. I sent him the entire package and let him decide if it was worth telling. Spoiler, it was. He called it, How a Fake Tech Bro Tried to Steal His Brother's Startup and Got Caught in 4K. He blurred names and faces, kept things legally clean, but the story was unmistakable. People online aren't stupid. The context, the screenshots, the Easter brunch detail, it didn't take long before people put the pieces together. Jake had wanted to ride the coattails of my success without doing the work. Instead, he became a cautionary tale. But here's the thing, I wasn't trying to ruin him. I just wanted him out of my shadow. Jake had always thrived in the gray area. Half-truths, unspoken assumptions, social manipulation. So I turned on the lights. And that's when everything began to crumble. I heard from Mom a few days later. Her voice shook when she asked, Did you really build all that by yourself? Yes, I said simply. She didn't say much after that. Just that she was proud. That she was sorry she didn't see it sooner. But the best part? The absolute best moment? A week later, I got a LinkedIn message from Lila. Hey, just saw the Clear Frame rollout. Amazing work. Also, that brunch was wild. Hope you're doing okay. I smiled, typed a polite reply, and then I got back to work. Because revenge doesn't always come with screaming or slammed doors. Sometimes it comes with silence, with receipts, with truth, broadcast loud enough to drown out every lie that came before it. But I wasn't done yet. Because Jake was still out there. And he still had one more card to play. And I was ready for it. Jake never knew how to lose quietly. Even as the ground crumbled beneath him, he kept grasping for something. Anything to hold on to. After the Clear Frame launch went public and the YouTube expose gained traction, I expected backlash, maybe even confrontation. But I underestimated just how deeply Jake had convinced himself he was invincible, that he could keep lying his way forward as long as he smiled and talked fast enough. What I didn't expect was the audacity of his next move. About 2 weeks after the video dropped, I got a call from my lawyer. Riley, she said calmly, we received a cease and desist letter. From someone named Jacob Trent. I almost laughed. You're joking. I wish I were. He's accusing you of defamation. Claims you stole his intellectual property, which he supposedly shared with you in a private brainstorming session. I had to sit down. It was bold, desperate, but not unexpected. Jake had no concept of consequences. He thought everything was a negotiation. That if he pressed hard enough, I'd fold. That I'd back down to avoid public mess. But I played the long game. I documented everything. The dates, the pitches, the filings, the trademark application, the IP registration. My company had airtight logs showing years of development, drafts, internal messages, version control, and meeting notes. We had a receipt trail longer than a CVS coupon. So I didn't just defend myself. I went on offense. My lawyer and I drafted a response that was calm, professional, and absolutely brutal. We included our legal documentation, the timeline of events, and screenshots of Jake's attempts to poach clients and impersonate a partner. We submitted our own cease and desist, legally binding, backed by counsel, and filed formally. And just to make sure the message landed, I instructed our PR manager to release a second press package. This one wasn't about the product. It was about integrity. The article was titled, "Building a Startup in the Age of Scammers: Why Truth Matters More Than Ever." It never named Jake directly. It didn't have to, but it outlined the growing trend of impersonation and entitlement in the startup world, especially from wannabe entrepreneurs who think charisma can replace code. It ended with a message about resilience, about standing firm when someone tries to take what you've built. It hit LinkedIn like a thunderclap. Within a day, the comments flooded in. Support, admiration, other founders sharing similar stories. And amid all that, silence from Jake. He'd gone radio silent. But behind the scenes, he wasn't done. I got word from a friend, someone Jake had tried to impress once at a networking event, that Jake was telling people I'd fabricated everything, that I was the one with the grudge, that I'd smeared him out of jealousy. It didn't matter, because lies only work when no one checks the facts. And by now, everyone was checking. He lost his consulting gig, one he'd gotten through a college friend who saw the video and put the pieces together. He got dropped from 2 speaking panels he'd never earned in the first place. And Lila? She left him. She never made it public, never made a scene. She just disappeared from his socials and reappeared in mine weeks later with a simple message. "Guess you really were the builder." I didn't respond to her romantically. That wasn't what this was about. But it felt good. Not because I won her, but because truth eventually speaks louder than charm. Valerie, on the other hand, didn't go quietly. She called my mother in a fury, demanding answers. Why would Riley humiliate Jake like this? Why couldn't he let it go? They're brothers. She was livid. My mom listened, quietly, then said something I'll never forget. "Maybe you should have taught Jake to stop taking things that weren't his." That was the end of it. I never heard from Valerie again. But my favorite part, the most poetic piece of this whole mess, came 6 weeks later. Jake tried to launch his own company. I got an email alert from a name I didn't recognize, some half-baked domain using buzzwords like synergy and disruption. But I knew it was him. It was always him. He had slapped together a website with vague language, an AI-generated logo, and a fake team of stock photo employees. And what did he call this new venture? Frameline. I laughed, out loud, alone in my apartment. It was so transparent, so desperate. He couldn't even come up with a name that wasn't a cheap knockoff of the very company he tried to steal. My legal team took care of it in under 48 hours. Trademark infringement, intellectual property violation, domain takedown requests. We moved faster than he expected. By the 3rd day, the website was down. The LinkedIn page had been removed. His Gmail account associated with the project was suspended. And just like that, Frameline ceased to exist. But I wasn't done yet. Because revenge, true revenge, isn't about destruction. It's about education. So I reached out to my old college. I'd been invited to speak at their entrepreneurship series before, but always turned it down. This time, I said yes. And I told them I wanted to talk about ethics and entrepreneurship. The auditorium was packed. Students, professors, a few local founders. I gave a talk titled, "What Happens When Someone Tries to Steal Your Startup, and Why You Let the Work Speak for Itself." I never said Jake's name, but I didn't need to. I told the full story, scrubbed of personal identifiers, focused on the principles, not the pettiness. The audience was riveted. And at the end, during the Q&A, one kid stood up and asked, "What would you say to the person who tried to take credit for your company?" I smiled, looked out over the sea of faces. "I'd say thank you," I said, because they reminded me that silence isn't always strength. Sometimes you have to stand up and say, "This is mine." Not to hurt someone else, but to protect what you built, to protect your story. And once you do that, no one can rewrite it without your permission. The room erupted in applause. And that was the end of it. Jake faded, quietly. Like a bad rumor, people stopped believing. He moved to another city, tried to start fresh. But the internet has a long memory. And every time he tried to rebrand, someone would eventually find the video, or the article, or the remnants of Frameline. Meanwhile, ClearFrame kept growing. We expanded into Europe, partnered with 2 major platforms, hired our 50th employee by the end of the year. And I finally stopped apologizing for what I built. Because here's the thing. Revenge doesn't have to be loud. It doesn't have to be cruel. Sometimes, it's just telling the truth in a way that can't be undone, and watching the liars sink in their own silence. Jake once smirked at a dinner table, hoping I'd keep quiet. He never expected I'd be the one writing the ending. But I did. And here it is. My name's Chase, and I'm 40. If you met me today, you'd see a calm, well-dressed guy who built a $1 million logistics startup, lives in a quiet waterfront condo, and doesn't say much about his past. But rewind just a year ago, and I was standing barefoot on a cracked driveway at 2 a.m., holding a torn duffel bag and a hoodie that barely kept the wind off me, after being thrown out of my own home like garbage. My wife, Kelly, screamed at me from the porch with venom in her voice I'd never heard before. "You disgust me. Don't ever come back." And the worst part? I didn't even fight it. I just walked. The truth didn't matter to her. What mattered was the lie my brother told her, and she believed him without hesitation. It still feels unreal when I replay that night in my head. Sometimes I wonder if it started way before then. The cracks, the shifting loyalties, the subtle digs from my brother that I ignored for too long. His name's Brian, by the way, 2 years younger than me. Always the louder one, the charming one, the one who could light up a room with a story and twist a knife behind your back without blinking. Growing up, he was the type to break a lamp and convince mom that I did it. And when I got grounded, he'd sit outside my room eating snacks and humming just loud enough to be heard. Petty stuff, sure, but it set the tone. And somehow, no matter what he did, people gave him a pass. We weren't close as adults, but we played the part. Holidays, birthdays, occasional barbecues. Brian was always between jobs, but drove nicer cars than I did. He claimed to be consulting or doing freelance strategy, which basically meant talking fast to get people to loan him money. I was the stable one. I paid my taxes, stayed in one career for nearly 15 years, and kept my life as drama-free as I could. I married Kelly when I was 34, and for a while, we were happy. Or at least I thought we were. We had a modest house in the suburbs, no kids, and a comfortable rhythm to our days. I handled most of the bills. Kelly worked part-time at a floral shop she liked, and we took weekend trips whenever we could afford them. Nothing fancy, just a quiet, grown-up life. The trouble started when Brian came to stay with us for a week. His lease fell through, or so he said, and he needed a place to crash. Kelly wasn't thrilled, but she agreed. I told her it would just be a few days. That was mistake number one. Within the first 2 nights, Brian had claimed the guest room like it was his personal suite. He played loud music in the shower, left dirty dishes in the sink, and started borrowing my cologne and clothes like it was completely normal. I brought it up once, jokingly, and he laughed. "Come on, man, we're family." He always said that. "We're family" was Brian's magic phrase, the one he used to duck responsibility and guilt trip you in the same breath. At first, Kelly kept a distance. She was polite but cool with him. I noticed she started avoiding the kitchen when he was in it. Said he made her uncomfortable. I asked what that meant, and she just shrugged. "I don't know. He's too familiar." I told her I'd talk to him. I never did. Mistake number 2. Over the next few weeks, something shifted. Brian stopped being a guest and started acting like a resident. He ordered takeout using my card without asking. I'd wake up and find him using my laptop, scrolling through spreadsheets and email drafts like he had every right to be there. And worse, Kelly started withdrawing. I'd catch her in the living room, arms folded, barely responding when I asked how her day was. I figured it was stress. We were both working long hours, and having Brian around disrupted everything. But I kept pushing it down. I didn't want to start a war with my brother, especially not in my own house. One evening, I came home to find Brian and Kelly sitting on the couch, laughing. That alone wasn't the problem. It was the way she was laughing. A sharp, almost performative laugh, like she was trying to prove a point. I stood there for a second, watching, then walked past them and went straight to the bedroom. That night, she barely touched me. No kiss, no goodnight, just silence and cold sheets. The next day, I found my toothbrush wet and placed on the opposite side of the counter from where I'd left it. A weird thing to notice, sure, but I knew how I left it. I always do. I asked Brian if he'd used it, and he smirked. "Why would I use your toothbrush? That's gross." No apology. No explanation. Just that smug tone. I didn't press it. I should have. Mistake number 3. Then came the texts. I wasn't snooping. I swear I wasn't. But one afternoon, Kelly left her phone unlocked on the counter while she was upstairs, and a message popped up. From Brian. "He won't even notice, LOL." That was it. Just 6 words. I stared at it for a long minute. I didn't touch the phone. I didn't scroll. I didn't even know what I was looking for. My stomach just sank. When she came downstairs, I asked, carefully, what it meant. She looked at the screen, then back at me, and said, "It's about the takeout from last night." I told him not to order more, but he did. I said you wouldn't notice. That's all. She said it smoothly. No stumble, no hesitation. And I wanted to believe her. I did. Because what else could I do? Accuse her of something based on a 6-word message? But from that day forward, I watched them closer. The way Brian lingered when she was around. The way she started dressing up, even when she wasn't going out. The inside jokes they shared, the casual touches, a hand on the shoulder, a laugh too loud, a story only they seemed to get. I was losing them both. Slowly, quietly. And then came the final blow. It was a Thursday night in March. I had just finished a late Zoom meeting and was grabbing a sandwich in the kitchen when Kelly walked in with her arms crossed and a strange expression on her face. Disgust, maybe, or fear, or something worse. She didn't say anything right away, just stared at me like she didn't recognize me. Then she said, "Is it true?" I blinked. "Is what true?" She held up her phone. "That you've been cheating on me." I froze. My stomach dropped into my shoes. "What?" "Brian told me everything," she said, voice rising. "He saw the messages. The hotel receipts. Don't lie, Chase. He showed me everything." I was speechless. No such messages existed. No receipts. No affair. I hadn't so much as looked at another woman since we got married. I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. My mind was spinning. This had to be a mistake. A prank. Something. "I can't even look at you," she said. "I want you out. Now." I tried to speak, tried to tell her it wasn't true, that Brian was lying, but she didn't care. The trust was already broken, not by me, but by him. And just like that, with one false whisper from my brother, she chose him over me. I didn't pack properly. I didn't argue. I didn't yell. I just grabbed the bag she threw at me, walked out barefoot, and kept walking. 1 year later, everything has changed. But the moment she slammed the door shut behind me still echoes in my head. And what Brian didn't know was that night, I didn't just lose my wife. I lost every illusion I had about who I could trust. And that's when everything started to shift. I didn't have a plan that night. I walked until my feet went numb, and when the adrenaline finally wore off, I was sitting on a bench in front of a 24-hour gas station with a duffel bag that barely held a change of clothes, a dead phone, and a splitting headache that made my ears ring. It was early March, but it felt like winter never ended. The kind of cold that clings to your bones, especially when you've just been thrown out of your own house. No shoes, no coat, no warning. I stayed there until sunrise. My phone finally buzzed back to life after I charged it at a wall outlet near the coffee machines. No missed calls, no messages, just an ad from my bank reminding me I'd paid off the mortgage in full the month prior. I remember laughing when I saw that. Bitter, low, hollow laughter. The house she kicked me out of? My name was the only one on the deed. I bought it 2 years before we even got married. But none of that mattered now. I spent that first night in a dingy motel near the edge of town, the kind of place where the vending machines don't work and the towels feel like sandpaper. I paid cash and stared at the ceiling all night, my brain cycling through a carousel of questions. Why didn't I fight back? Why did I let Brian stay? How long had he been plotting this? And why the hell did Kelly believe him so easily? The next morning, I called my friend Marcus. We'd been buddies since high school. He ran a small tech support business out of a co-working space and had always offered me a desk if I ever wanted to freelance. I told him I needed somewhere to land, and without asking a single question, he said, "Come by. I'll make some room." That tiny act of kindness, that sliver of humanity, cracked something in me. For the first time since that night, I felt like maybe I wasn't completely alone. For the next week, I crashed on an old futon in the back of Marcus's office. I showered at a gym 2 blocks away and lived off cheap sandwiches and vending machine coffee. No one at the office asked questions. I think Marcus must have told them I was between things, which, in a way, was true. I was between the life I thought I had and whatever this was. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her face. Not Kelly, Brian's. That smug, performative concern he always wore like a mask. "I'm just looking out for you," he used to say. "I'm just trying to help." And now he'd used that mask to bulldoze through my marriage and leave me on the curb. But that wasn't the worst part. A few days later, I got a text from an old college buddy, Daniel. He wasn't close to me or Kelly, just a guy from a few parties and group projects. His message said, "Hey man, sorry to hear about everything. Brian posted something on IG. I figured you should know." I didn't have Instagram. I hadn't used social media in years. But curiosity and dread pushed me to check. I borrowed Marcus's phone and opened the post. There it was. A photo of Brian standing in my kitchen, wearing my hoodie, holding a glass of wine like some champagne villain. The caption read, "Cleaning house, one liar at a time." Some snakes were wedding rings too. Hashtag family first, hashtag truth wins. There were dozens of comments, mutual friends, acquaintances, even some of Kelly's co-workers, all liking it, reacting with emojis, tagging others. One comment read, "Dude, you did the right thing. You're a real one." Another said, "Finally someone exposed him." And that was when I realized he didn't just poison Kelly's trust. He poisoned everyone's. Quietly, carefully, strategically. It was a smear campaign wrapped in family loyalty. And he wasn't done. About a week after I left, I stopped by the house while Kelly was at work. I still had my key, and legally, it was still my house, so I figured I'd grab the rest of my things. Just essentials. Clothes, documents, my old journals, maybe some books. I didn't want anything else. I didn't want to see her. I didn't even want to breathe the same air anymore. But when I stepped inside, it didn't feel like my home. Brian's sneakers were by the door. His duffel bag was gone. His cologne lingered in the hallway. The guest room, the one he'd claimed like a squatter, was now completely empty. Like he'd moved into the master bedroom. No, I didn't want to think it. I didn't want to believe it. But then I walked into the master bedroom, and my closet had been rearranged. My things had been moved to the far left, crammed like an afterthought. And on the nightstand, next to where Kelly slept, was a photo of her and Brian. Not hugging, just smiling. But still, a framed photo. I stood there in silence. My hands curled into fists. My throat felt like it had closed up. It was one thing for Brian to lie. But this was something darker. I didn't take much when I left. Just my documents, my laptop, a couple of shirts. I didn't even touch the wedding album. I remember standing over it, wondering what I was supposed to do with all those memories. Were they all fake? Was she pretending the whole time? Was he? That night, I went back to the futon, stared at the ceiling again, and made myself a promise. I was done waiting. I was done licking wounds and hoping people came to their senses. If the world wanted to believe Brian's version of the story, fine. Let them. I'd show them the truth in a language they couldn't ignore. Over the next few weeks, something in me shifted. I stopped scrolling through messages I'd never sent. I stopped explaining myself to people who didn't ask. Instead, I did what I've always done best. I worked. I started freelancing. Quietly. Built a few client lists from old contacts. Pulled some strings. Got some startup gigs. Nothing fancy at first. Just digital logistics work, back-end coordination, delivery route optimization. But I was good at it. I always had been. And the demand was there. People wanted what I knew how to do, and they were willing to pay for it. Marcus let me use a corner of his office as my own. I hung a whiteboard, took meetings in the coffee shop downstairs, and slowly started carving something out of the wreckage. My old life was gone, but this was a blueprint for something new. Meanwhile, Brian kept posting. Always vague, always manipulative. "Tough love is still love," he wrote once. "Some bridges need burning to light your way." Another time, he posted a boomerang of him sipping wine at my old fire pit with the caption, "Healing vibes. House full of peace now." And Kelly? Radio silence. No texts. No apologies. Just the occasional Instagram tag in Brian's posts, like a ghost wearing her face. But people talk. Especially the ones who don't know they're being listened to. One afternoon, while I was grabbing coffee downstairs, I ran into Lisa, a friend of Kelly's from the floral shop. We weren't close, but she always liked me. She looked surprised to see me, and even more surprised when I smiled, and said hello like everything was normal. She hesitated, then said, "I thought you moved." "I did," I said. "Temporarily." "What did you hear?" Lisa glanced around, then leaned in. "Look, I don't want to get in the middle of anything. But Brian told Kelly you were cheating with some woman in Miami. Said he had proof. Said he followed your IP address or something." I stared at her. I haven't even been to Miami in 4 years. She winced. "Yeah, I figured. I never really bought it." But Kelly, she was devastated. Brian was with her a lot. Like a lot. She really leaned on him. I nodded slowly. "Thanks for telling me." That night, I sat in my shared co-working corner, staring at the wall, connecting the final dots. He didn't just lie to her. He engineered the whole thing. Fabricated evidence. Weaponized my tech habits. Maybe even spoofed some logins. He knew just enough about my work to fake something that sounded believable. And she didn't question it. Not once. That was the moment I stopped blaming just him. The breaking point didn't come in the form of yelling or a public explosion. It came in quiet realizations. The ones that strip away your last illusions. The moment you realized that the people closest to you were only close because you were convenient. That your silence made their noise louder. That your love made it easier for them to twist the knife. I wasn't angry. Not anymore. I was focused. Laser focused. They took everything from me. My name, my home, my reputation. But they left me with one thing. One powerful, dangerous thing. Time. And I was about to use every second of it. The lowest point wasn't the night I got kicked out. It wasn't even finding my hoodie on Brian's smug shoulders or the framed photo of him and Kelly on my nightstand. The lowest point came quietly, about 3 weeks after everything fell apart, when I was sitting alone in the office on a Friday night, long after Marcus and his team had left. The fluorescent lights buzzed faintly overhead, and outside the windows, the city had gone still. That kind of stillness you only notice when you feel like the last person in the world who matters to no one. I had just finished a freelance logistics consultation that barely paid $500, and I got the email at midnight. The client had gone with a cheaper competitor for their full-time role. They thanked me for the value I brought and said they'd keep me in mind for future needs. Translation: you did good work, but we don't need you. I closed my laptop, sat back, and felt this overwhelming wave of emptiness. Not sadness, not even anger, just a dull ache where my future used to be. I thought of what I'd built over the years, the reliable career, the house, the marriage, the reputation, and realized all of it had slipped away in silence. No explosion, just erosion. For the first time in my life, I felt invisible. The next morning, I didn't get out of bed. Or the futon, I guess. Marcus didn't say anything. He just left a box of protein bars and a note that said, "You're still in the game. Don't forget that." He knew something was up. He just didn't pry. That's the kind of friend he was. But something about that note hit me harder than any accusation or insult had. Maybe because it reminded me that someone still believed in me, even when I didn't. And slowly, piece by piece, I started putting things back together. First, I made a new routine. Wake up, shower, walk, no matter what. Even if I had no meetings or money coming in, I'd get dressed, lace up my sneakers, and walk a few miles. Through the neighborhood, around the lake, through old business districts. It cleared my head, gave me structure, purpose. I stopped letting my thoughts spiral into what-ifs and whys. Instead, I made a new rule: no more thinking about Kelly or Brian during daylight. Second, I rebuilt my network. Not the fake social ones. Not the birthday texts or distant LinkedIn connections. I started with people I knew respected my work. Old clients, managers, vendors. I didn't beg for opportunities. I just checked in, offered help, shared what I was working on. And little by little, the doors cracked open. One of them, a client from 2 years back named Preeti, ran a small import-export firm that had gotten crushed by COVID supply chain issues. She was trying to digitize her entire backend and streamline distribution, but the people she'd hired were either too expensive or too flaky. I offered to help her design a scalable delivery framework for a flat project fee. No invoices, no scope creep, just clean, efficient results. She said yes. That one project turned into 3, and 3 turned into a referral. Within a month, I had 5 clients, all small businesses, all desperate for better logistics. And I had just enough savings left to form an LLC and open a business checking account. I called it ArtBridge Logistics. The name didn't mean much at first. I just liked the way it sounded, strong, dependable. But it stuck. I rented a small corner office in a building not far from Marcus's. Nothing fancy, just a space to work that wasn't a futon. I brought in a whiteboard, a second monitor, and a coffee maker I rescued from a pawn shop. And every morning, I'd walk in, brew a cup, write my daily goals on the board, and treat myself like I was already running a 7-figure company. No one was watching. No one needed to believe in me. I just did it anyway. Meanwhile, I stayed quiet on social media. No posts. No announcements. No retaliation. Let them think I was spiraling. Let Brian enjoy his moment. Because I was building something better than a comeback. I was building leverage. Still, it wasn't easy. Every step forward came with a weight I couldn't shake. Nights were the worst. That's when the memories crept in. Sunday morning pancakes with Kelly, late-night board game marathons. Even that time we'd gotten caught in the rain, and she made me promise we'd never take each other for granted. All of that felt like a movie I barely remembered starring someone else. And yet, I never called her. Not once. I came close. Once, when I saw a photo of her at a wedding with Brian. He had his hand around her waist, and her smile looked so forced. Not sad. Not fake. Just tired. Like someone playing a part. I stared at that picture for 10 full minutes, then deleted it. Not out of bitterness, out of clarity. She made her choice, and I was finally starting to make mine. By month 4, AskReddit was doing more business than I could handle alone. I brought on a part-time assistant, Amanda, a former operations manager who'd been laid off from a larger firm. She worked from home and helped me juggle contracts, update CRM, and prep onboarding docs. Within 2 weeks, I doubled my output. Within 6, I hired a junior analyst. Then a second. The business was becoming real. More real than my old life ever was. The irony wasn't lost on me. Getting kicked out had freed me. The betrayal, the exile, it stripped away every distraction, every piece of dead weight I didn't know I was carrying. It hurt like hell, but it cleared the path. I started sleeping better, smiling more, eating real meals again. I bought a used but decent car, nothing flashy, just functional. And with the first real payment from a long-term logistics contract, I leased a 1-bedroom loft downtown. Exposed brick, wide windows, polished concrete floors. It wasn't home yet, but it was mine. And that's when something strange started happening. People began reaching out. Not many at first. Just a couple of mutuals from the old circle. Some were subtle. Hey, man, haven't seen you around. Hope you're well. Others were direct. Saw AskReddit is making moves, congrats. Even Marcus pulled me aside one day and said, I don't know what you're doing, man, but people are talking. I shrugged. Good talking or bad talking? He smiled. Doesn't even matter anymore. Just keep doing what you're doing. It was a weird feeling. I hadn't posted anything, hadn't even updated my LinkedIn. But word was getting out. I was rebuilding faster than anyone expected. And quietly, people were noticing. One of those people, apparently, was Kelly. It started with an email. Just a subject line. Can we talk? No greeting. No signature. Just those 4 words and a blank body. I didn't reply. Then came a text a week later. I just want to explain. Please. I ignored it. 2 days after that, another one. You don't have to forgive me. I just want to talk. I sat with that one for a while. Not because I wanted to talk. I didn't. But because I wanted to understand what finally pushed her to reach out. And the answer came a few days later, in the form of a very familiar knock. I opened my door, and there she was, Kelly. Same eyes, same voice, but a different presence. Smaller somehow, hollowed out. She didn't smile. She just said, can I come in? And that's when I realized. Something had happened. Something big. But what? I didn't let her in. Not yet. Because I wanted to hear every word of it right where she stood, out in the hallway, face to face, without walls to protect either of us. And what she told me, well, that's where things really began to shift. She stood in the hallway like a stranger waiting for a bus, clutching her purse, not meeting my eyes, breathing too fast. I leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, not saying a word. I didn't invite her in, didn't even ask why she was there. I just waited. She finally looked up and said, I know I don't deserve to be here. I didn't argue. I didn't believe it at first, she went on, voice shaking. I thought it was just business trouble, but then I saw the accounts. And the messages. And she paused, visibly swallowing hard. And the girls. I stayed quiet. He told me you were cheating, she said. But he was the one. The whole time. I wanted to laugh. Not because it was funny, but because it was pathetic how predictable it all was. How thoroughly Brian had followed his own playbook. But I didn't laugh. I didn't even flinch. I thought he loved me, she whispered. Or at least that he cared. Still, I said nothing. She looked up again, and this time, she saw the truth in my face, that I wasn't angry anymore. I wasn't hurt. I wasn't bitter. I was done. Kelly took a breath like she was about to say something else, but I cut her off. Is he still in the house? Her expression answered that before she did. No. He left 3 weeks ago. I don't know where. He took the car, emptied the joint account. She hesitated. I didn't even know it was joint. He must have forged something. Of course he did. Brian was always good at skipping steps. Forging documents, signing names, manipulating paperwork. The kind of guy who could convince a landlord to give him a key with a wink and a handshake. The type to open an account in someone else's name and leave them with the overdraft fees. It was never personal with him. It was just what he did. People were pawns, including her. She must have expected me to offer some comfort. Some form of "I told you so," wrapped in kindness. But I didn't. I wasn't here to console her. I wasn't her rebound therapist. I was the man she threw away like junk. You lied for him, I finally said. You didn't ask. You didn't check. You just decided I was guilty because he said so. I know, she said quickly, like she'd been rehearsing it. And I'll regret it forever. I was stupid. I was. You were comfortable. I cut in. You picked the story that made the least noise in your head. That's not love. That's convenience. She didn't argue. There was silence for a while. Then she nodded, as if accepting the verdict. I know I can't fix what I broke, she said. I just wanted you to know the truth. That he used me. That I see it now. That I see you now. And then she turned and left. No tears. No screaming. No begging. Just walked away, back down the hall, and into whatever version of loneliness she'd earned. I closed the door slowly. And that's when the real clarity hit me. Brian hadn't just destroyed a marriage. He had stolen my life. My name. My stability. He used me as a ladder, climbing one rung at a time, until he could leap off and leave me to rot in the mud. And now? Now he was gone. Vanished. Probably pulling the same con somewhere new. Or trying to. But this time, I wasn't going to let him disappear into the fog. I had money now. Power. Reach. And more importantly, I had nothing to lose. The setup began that same night. First I dug, not just into Brian's past, but into my own. Every email he'd ever forwarded, every document he'd touched, every text I still had backed up in the cloud. I started piecing together a digital timeline of his presence in my life over the last decade. And what I found was worse than I expected. He'd been borrowing money in my name since 2019. Small things at first. PayPal accounts linked to old shared devices, Venmo accounts using my profile picture, even a credit card pre-approval I'd once tossed in the trash that he apparently dug out and activated. For $100 here. $1,200 there. Never enough to trip the alarms. Just enough to skim off the top. I filed a Freedom of Information Act request with one of the banks and hired a forensic accountant to review my financials. That alone cost me $8,000. But it was worth every penny. Turns out, Brian had been using a layered strategy, stacking shell companies and fake invoices under my old consulting business's name. When I thought I was struggling to close deals in 2020, he was faking invoices for imaginary gigs and collecting the money through drop accounts under variations of my name. Chase B. Warren. C. Blake Warren. Warren C. Blake. The man had literally become me on paper. I spent 2 weeks gathering evidence. Hired a lawyer. Froze every account I suspected he had access to. Filed reports with the IRS, the banks, even old clients he'd impersonated me with. I played it by the book. But revenge, true revenge, isn't about justice. It's about control. So I started planning the second part. Brian had always wanted recognition. Fame, even. He didn't care about stability. He wanted to be seen as successful. To walk into a bar, name drop someone, and have everyone nod in admiration. His ego was his currency, which meant I didn't have to destroy his finances to ruin him. I just had to destroy his reputation. And I knew exactly where to start. Through one of my logistics clients, a guy named James who ran a warehouse operation in Florida, I tracked down a woman Brian had recently dated. Her name was Clara. She was bright, direct, and had apparently been burned pretty badly. He'd told her he was starting a tech-driven import company and needed her help writing up business proposals. Then he ghosted her after convincing her to send him $4,000 to secure a shipment of European prototypes. Sounded fake when I heard it. Still sounded fake when I read the emails. But Clara kept everything. Bank receipts, email chains, even voice messages where he promised her they'd move to Atlanta together once his funding came through. I offered to pay her back the $4,000, with interest, if she'd share everything with my legal team. She agreed. Happily. Next, I reached out to a recruiter friend I knew from years ago. Told him I was vetting a candidate for a new logistics startup and wanted to verify some resume claims. I fed him Brian's fake resume. He laughed. Man, half these companies don't even exist anymore. Exactly, I said. Mind running it through your back-channel grapevine? Already did. Couple of red flags. I'll loop you in when I hear more. Within a week, I had 3 former contacts emailing me privately asking, is this guy legit? Brian had apparently been trying to land a director-level role using my old portfolio, dressing it up like he'd built ArcBridge himself. The irony was so thick I could taste it. Now I had threads, real ones. I pulled more. Registered an LLC using his name. Reserved domains like brianwarrenlogistics.com and brian-warren-exposed.net. Created burner emails. I even bought ads on social media targeted at companies he'd previously worked with, using keywords like scam alert. Is your contractor really who he says he is? I never accused him directly. I didn't have to. Just cast a shadow big enough to block out his spotlight. Then came the final piece. Kelly. I didn't want her back. That ship had sunk, burned, and been buried. But she still had one thing I needed. Access. She had mail with his last known address. Knew old passwords. Knew where he kept backups. She even had a paper trail of purchases he'd made while staying in my house. I didn't have to beg. She offered it. Whether out of guilt or spite, I didn't ask. But when she handed over the folder, a real, physical folder with receipts and bank printouts and scribbled passwords, I knew I was holding the detonator. And when I flipped through the final few pages, I found something I never expected. A loan application, signed in my name, with her listed as a co-signer, dated before I was kicked out. That was the moment the last piece clicked into place. This wasn't just a betrayal. This was premeditated. He hadn't just lied to Kelly. He used her to build the lie, coerced her signature, blurred her lines, and then discarded her once he got what he wanted. Now I had motive, paperwork, witnesses, and most importantly, momentum. Brian had no idea any of this was happening. No clue I'd built a company, rebuilt my life, and was now circling his castle with fire. But he was about to find out. By the time everything was in place, it didn't even feel like revenge anymore. It felt like math. Clean, precise, unavoidable. Brian had always operated like he was in a movie, a fast-talking antihero who believed he could finesse his way out of anything. He saw people as props, situations as puzzles to manipulate. He never thought consequences applied to him, because for most of his life, they didn't. Everyone else cleaned up his messes. Until now. I waited another 6 weeks before I pulled the first lever. I wanted distance. Time for him to get comfortable, settle into his next con, feel like the storm had passed. It didn't take long to find him. A private investigator I hired tracked him to Austin, Texas. He was living in a rented condo under the name Brian Carrington, claiming to be a logistics consultant for a fictional shipping startup. He was driving a leased BMW, living on money skimmed from a fake invoice trail, and, true to form, dating 2 women, neither of whom knew about the other. Classic Brian. The first domino fell with a registered letter, sent to both the condo and the P.O. box he'd been using. It was a polite, professional cease and desist from ArcBridge Logistics, stating that he had been fraudulently misrepresenting himself as an executive of our company and that further use of our intellectual property would result in legal action. I knew he'd ignore it. That was the point. 4 days later, I launched a digital press release campaign. The article was titled, "When the Scam Wears a Familiar Face: How One Man Stole a Life and Faked a Career." I didn't name him directly, but I didn't need to. The breadcrumbs were all there. The fake companies, the forged invoices, the multiple aliases, the women he conned. And most importantly, the receipts. Redacted bank statements. Fake resumes. Voicemail transcriptions. Testimonies from Clara and 2 other women I tracked down. Enough documentation to send chills down the spine of any potential employer Googling his name. The article went viral within a niche crowd. Recruiters, small business owners, startup founders. It got picked up by a business ethics blog and a YouTube commentator who specialized in corporate scams. Within 48 hours, Brian Carrington was getting calls from 3 different companies, none of them offering a job, all of them asking questions. But that was just the appetizer. Next, I filed a formal fraud complaint with the Texas Department of Banking, attaching everything my legal team had compiled, from forged loan documents to co-signed debt in my name. At the same time, I submitted identical documentation to the FTC, IRS, and several financial institutions he had interacted with under my identity. Identity theft, wire fraud, tax evasion, the works. And then, I pressed send on the final stroke. An anonymous tip to his building's management, flagging that Brian Carrington was not only in violation of his lease agreement by using the condo as a place of business, but had submitted a fraudulent credit history application. I included PDFs for their review. Within 3 days, they gave him 30 days to vacate. By the end of that week, Brian tried calling me. Not texting, not emailing, calling. I let it ring out. He called again the next day. This time I answered. I wanted to hear it. Chase. His voice cracked a little. Look, man, I don't know what you're doing, but we need to talk. Why? I asked calmly. You didn't want to talk last year. Remember? When you said I was a cheater, and you smiled while she threw me out of my own house. I didn't mean, he began, but I cut him off. You forged my name, Brian. You used my credit. You ruined my marriage, my business reputation, and you thought I'd just go away. There was silence. Then a sharp inhale. I didn't ruin it, he said quickly. You left. You could have fought for her. I stepped in when you gave up. You lied. I snapped. You made it all up. And then you used her. Used everyone. For what? A few grand? Some free rent. She knew what she was getting into. He muttered, like that made it better. No, she didn't, I said, voice dropping to a whisper. But she does now. Another pause. You sent that article out, didn't you? I didn't answer. You're trying to ruin me. No, I said. You did that yourself. I'm just putting a spotlight on it. That was the last time we spoke. By the end of the month, the fallout began. The condo dropped his lease. One of the women he'd been seeing filed a small claims lawsuit for the money she'd given him. The second woman, turns out she worked for a major online financial publication, wrote a blog post titled, I Dated a Professional Liar, that made its way to the front page of Medium. The recruiters blacklisted him. The banks flagged him. He went dark again, disappeared from social media, changed his number. But it was too late. The echo followed him. Even if he started fresh in another city, the search results wouldn't lie. The debt wouldn't vanish. The investigation was active now, and financial crimes don't have a short memory. And as for Kelly, she sold the house 6 months after Brian left, paid off the remaining mortgage, and moved in with her sister. Last I heard, she was working 2 jobs and going to therapy. We never spoke again after that day in the hallway. I didn't need closure. I'd already found it. What surprised me most wasn't the satisfaction of watching it all unravel. It was how empty the revenge felt once it was done. There was no applause, no victory dance, just peace. Quiet, still peace. For the first time in my adult life, there was no chaos orbiting me. No one leeching off my kindness, no backdoor betrayals, no walking on eggshells around people I once called family. Artbridge Logistics crossed 7 figures in revenue that fall. We opened a second office, hired 6 more full-time staff. I moved into a house near the bay, smaller than the last one, but filled with real light, real friends, and not a single thing I didn't choose for myself. Sometimes people ask why I never went to court for damages. But the truth is, I didn't need a judge to tell me I'd won. I had my name back, my life back, and a future built entirely on my terms. The past is over, and the last thing Brian ever stole was the chance to see who I've become. So no, I don't answer his calls anymore. I don't respond to the burner emails he sends, asking for just a minute of my time. I don't need to. He already knows. And that silence? That's the real revenge. They gave me a joke apron for Father's Day. It said the spare dad in bright red letters, stitched across the chest like it was funny. Everyone laughed. Even my wife. Even my kids. I stood at the grill, flipping burgers in the summer heat while the rest of them sipped lemonade under the shade, not offering to help, not even acknowledging the effort. Just laughter and a few offhand comments like, don't burn the veggie ones, spare dad. And that's your new name now, huh? I smiled. Or at least, I think I did. Something in my face moved. I kept my head down and let them joke. My name is Greg. I'm 43. Been married 19 years. 3 kids, 15, 12, and 9. I'm not some tragic figure. I'm just a guy who did what he thought was right. Worked a regular job, paid the bills, did the carpool runs, handled school lunches, dentist appointments, laundry when needed. I didn't always get it perfect, but I was there. I was steady. I was reliable. And somewhere along the way, I stopped being anything else. You don't notice the shift right away. It starts small. The missed thank yous. The rolled eyes when you ask for help unloading groceries. The forgotten coffee order, even though you've been getting the same one for 7 years. And then you get a card on Father's Day that says, "We love you," even if you're not the fun one. A joke, supposedly. But the paper still sits in the trash, crumpled and greasy from the burger grease on my hands when I threw it away. I should have seen it earlier. How they treated me like the backup parent. How anytime something went wrong, bad grades, missed practices, sibling fights, it was, "Where were you, Greg?" But when things went right, that was Michelle. That was Mom. My wife, the shining star. She's magnetic. The kind of person who walks into a room and people notice. PTA president, active in the neighborhood group chat, organizes events, bakes for the bake sale, does Pilates with the moms at the country club. Everyone loves her, including the kids. I don't resent her for that. Not exactly. It's not her fault she's likable. It's not even her fault the kids lean more toward her. What gets me is that she let it happen. No correction. No, your dad helped too. No, Greg's the one who made that happen. Just silence, letting me fade into the background until I became a punchline. That Father's Day, the signs were all there. My youngest, Ellie, handed me the gift bag with the apron in it and laughed before I even pulled it out. She thought it was hilarious. The older two didn't say much, just kind of smirked. Michelle? She kissed me on the cheek and said, "Don't be such a grump. It's cute." Then she handed me the spatula and said, "Fire up the grill, chef spare." So I grilled. Quietly, like I always do. I watched them talk and laugh and play lawn games while I stood over the heat, flipping meat, brushing on sauce, listening to my own heartbeat get a little heavier every time someone called me spare dad, like it was normal now. It wasn't just Father's Day. That was just the moment I started paying attention. I began to look at things differently after that. A few days later, I noticed my oldest, Mason, came home from soccer practice and walked right past me without a word. Michelle called from the kitchen, "How was practice?" And he lit up, sat at the counter, and talked for 10 minutes straight. I was sitting right there. I asked one question, "Did you score today?" And he shrugged. "Nah," he said. That was it. A week after that, my middle one, Sam, had a science fair. I took off work to be there. Michelle had a meeting. I stood by his project the whole time, clapping when the judges stopped by, taking pictures, encouraging him. He barely looked at me. When Michelle showed up an hour late, he ran to her like she had rescued him from a hostage situation. "You made it," he shouted. I was invisible. She gave me a smile like, "See? I came." And just like that, her being late was forgiven, and my being there the whole time meant nothing. I know kids lean toward one parent sometimes. I know it's not always personal. But the thing is, they used to look up to me. I remember Mason asking me to teach him how to tie a tie. Sam used to crawl into my lap with books he could barely carry. Ellie would wait by the door for me to come home, every single day. Now, Ellie rolls her eyes if I don't get her juice the right way. Sam complains that I breathe too loud. Mason straight up ignores me unless I'm driving him somewhere. I kept telling myself it would pass, that they were just growing up. But then I started noticing how Michelle talked about me. Not to me, about me, to her sister, to her friends. On the phone. He means well, but he's not exactly present. He doesn't get how things work anymore. It's like having a fourth child sometimes. Those words cut deep, but I didn't say anything. I told myself I was being sensitive, overthinking, mishearing. Then came the cookout. Not Father's Day, just a regular Saturday in June. Michelle's parents came over, along with her brother and his wife. The whole backyard was set up, balloons, snacks, pool toys. Not for me, of course, just a summer gathering. At one point, I was carrying a folding chair out to the lawn when I heard Michelle's mom say, "Greg's still doing the heavy lifting, huh? At least he's good for that." She laughed. Michelle added, "He likes having a job. Makes him feel important." Everyone laughed. I wasn't seen as a partner. I was the help, the extra, the afterthought. Later that night, after everyone left, I sat on the back deck alone. The lights were off. The kids were inside watching a movie. Michelle was scrolling through her phone. I looked out at the grill, still greasy from dinner, the chairs still a little muddy from the kids' feet. And I felt it, that quiet ache. The sense that I wasn't needed. Not really. Just tolerated. Like a well-worn rug. Still in the house, but no one notices it anymore. The final nudge came a few days later. Ellie had a friend over. They were making bracelets or slime or whatever it was. I heard her friend ask, "Where's your dad?" And Ellie replied, without even looking up, "Oh, he's just around. He's not really part of stuff. Not really part of stuff." I don't think she meant it to hurt. She said it so casually, but I felt it like a punch to the ribs. That night, I opened a drawer in my study and pulled out a backpack. Just a small one. Threw in a couple pairs of clothes, my toothbrush, my passport. Grabbed $40 from the junk drawer, my phone, charger, headphones. I looked around the room. Photos of smiling kids, a framed World's Okayest Dad mug from 5 years ago, books no one had touched in months. Then I walked down the hall, past the kitchen, past the living room, past Michelle sitting cross-legged on the couch. She didn't even look up. I walked out the door and closed it gently behind me. I didn't leave a note. Not yet. I stayed in a motel that night. Cheap, quiet. I laid on the stiff mattress, staring at the ceiling. For the first time in years, no one needed anything from me. No one asked for juice, or a ride, or a clean uniform. Just silence. And in that silence, I started thinking about who I used to be. Who I might be again. A week passed. I didn't check my phone much. Turned off location tracking. Paid cash for everything. I figured they'd assume I was sulking, maybe fishing, maybe just off on a walk. They probably didn't think I'd actually leave. I didn't think I'd actually leave. Then one night, I checked my phone. I had texts. From Michelle. A couple. "Where are you? Are you coming back?" Then, "If this is about Father's Day, you're being ridiculous." But it was one comment that made me stop. On an old Facebook photo of me and Ellie at a carnival, someone had commented. Her account. Her real account. It said, "Please come home. We miss you." And just like that, the silence broke. But not in the way they expected. Because I wasn't going back. Not yet. Not without changing everything. Not without them finally seeing what life looked like without me. And not before I made sure they truly understood what it meant to be the spare dad. The morning after I read Ellie's comment, I sat in the stiff motel chair with my phone clutched in my hand. I kept reading those 5 words over and over again. "Please come home. We miss you." I tried to feel something soft, something like warmth or reconciliation, but it didn't come. Not right away. What I felt was this dull ache in my chest, like a bruise I didn't know I had. Because the truth is, I wanted to believe it. I wanted to believe my absence was felt in a real, meaningful way. That maybe they'd finally noticed the invisible man had left the room. But when I clicked on the post to see who else had said anything, there was nothing. No replies. No other comments. No Michelle. No Mason. No Sam. Just silence. I didn't reply to Ellie. Not yet. I was watching now. Listening. Waiting. I stayed in that motel for another 3 days, surviving off diner coffee and fast food. I kept the TV on in the background to drown out my thoughts, but they always crept in anyway. I'd think about the last time Sam gave me a hug that wasn't out of obligation, or how Michelle used to trace circles on my arm when we'd watch TV. Little things that had vanished without anyone ever announcing their departure. Then the calls started coming. Not just texts, actual phone calls. The first one was from Michelle. I let it ring out. Then Mason. That surprised me. Then her sister. Then the school. I guess they'd finally noticed I wasn't showing up to the usual pickups. Voicemails piled up, but I didn't listen. Not until I saw the one that came from my work. "Hey Greg," my manager's voice came through. "Just checking in. Michelle called us. Said you were dealing with something personal. I approved the time off for now, but let me know if you need anything. We've got your back." Michelle had called my job. Without even asking me. Just stepped in and started controlling the narrative. That's when I felt the shift. This wasn't concern. This was damage control. She wasn't worried about me. She was worried about what people would say. About what her friends would whisper. What the PDA moms might wonder. A husband gone missing? That would raise eyebrows. A husband who just left without a word? That would tarnish the image. And Michelle, God love her, lived for the image. She had curated our life like an Instagram page before Instagram was even a thing. Matching holiday pajamas. Family portraits on the beach. Handwritten thank you notes to teachers, signed from the Thompsons. Our home was a well-oiled machine of optics. And I was part of the furniture. Always present, never noticed. That realization burned. And then came the betrayal. It happened exactly 9 days after I left. I had just gotten back to my motel room with a paper bag full of tacos when my phone buzzed with a message from an old friend, Caleb. We hadn't talked in a few months, but we used to play pickup basketball together before life got in the way. He sent me a screenshot. It was Michelle's Facebook page. She had posted a long, carefully written update. I wasn't going to say anything, but after all the questions, yes, Greg has taken some time to himself. It's been a hard few months, and we've been working through things privately. Please respect our space, especially for the sake of our kids. They are the true victims in this. That word, victims, hit me like a brick. She had painted me as the one who abandoned them. She framed it like I had vanished in a fit of selfishness, leaving her to pick up the pieces. No mention of the years I'd been dismissed. No hint of the mockery on Father's Day. No acknowledgement of the isolation she'd allowed to grow between me and the kids like a wall she helped build. Just that soft, manipulative tone. Designed to get sympathy. Designed to make sure everyone knew she was the one left behind. Caleb followed the screenshot with a message. "You good, man? Want to talk?" I didn't reply. I just stared at the post. Read it twice. 3 times. The comments were worse. "Oh, Michelle, stay strong. You're such a good mom. He'll come to his senses. Men are so weak these days." My husband pulled something similar. Took him a month to realize what he lost. My kids had liked the post. Mason even commented, "We love you, Mom." I went numb. There was no better word for it. Just numb. Like someone had switched off all the dials inside me and left me in grayscale. I put my phone face down on the bed and stared at the ceiling for what must have been an hour. Then I got up, grabbed my wallet, and walked down the block to a 24-hour diner. I ordered a coffee and sat there until sunrise. I wasn't angry. Not yet. That came later. The anger came when I listened to the voicemails for the first time. Michelle's voice was calm. Cold. "Greg, I don't know what this is. If it's a midlife crisis or some cry for attention. But it's not fair to the kids. You made your point. Come home. Or don't. But stop playing games." Sam's voice came next, awkward and forced. "Hey, Dad. I don't know if you're mad or what, but Mom says you'll come back soon." Ellie cried a little. Mason said it's dumb. "I don't know." Then a long pause. Then Ellie. A soft voice, barely audible. "Daddy? I'm sorry if we were mean. I didn't mean it. Can you come tuck me in again? I miss you." And finally, Mason, the oldest, the one who used to beg me to play catch in the driveway. His voice wasn't angry. It was annoyed. "Okay, whatever this is, you've made your point. Mom says you're punishing us. That's real mature. Grow up." That's when the anger came. Because she had turned them against me. Slowly. Methodically. And now, she was planting the idea that I was abandoning them. Like I was the unstable one. Like she was the anchor and I was the one drifting. But I wasn't the one who left. I was pushed. Bit by bit. Smirk by smirk. Joke by joke. Until I finally got the message, "You're not wanted." And now that I was gone, I was the villain. I opened my laptop that night and started typing. Not to them. Not to Facebook. Just to myself. Everything I remembered. Every moment I felt like a ghost in my own home. The Christmas where they forgot to include me in the family photo. The birthday when I got an Amazon gift card and a plastic cup that said, "World's okayest dad," while Michelle got diamond earrings and a handmade scrapbook. The times I had to beg for family dinners without phones at the table, only to be told I was killing the vibe. I wrote until my fingers ached. Then I made a plan. I wasn't going to storm back in with a speech. I wasn't going to beg for my place again. I was going to watch. To listen. To let them unravel without me. Because the truth was, I had been the glue. They just didn't know it. Not yet. But they would. Starting with the little things. The school forms that didn't get signed. The carpool that didn't run. The forgotten soccer game. The lost library book. The mystery stain no one cleaned. I wasn't going to fix it. Not this time. And when it came time to make a real choice, when they needed me and expected the old Greg to show up, smiling and quiet and dependable, I was going to make sure they understood what they lost. Not in anger. In silence. Because nothing is louder than the absence of someone who used to say yes. And the loudest silence was yet to come. I didn't go home. Not the next day. Not the next week. And if I'm being honest, there were nights I wasn't sure I'd ever go back. Not out of spite. Not out of pride. Just because I didn't think I could walk through that front door and pretend things were normal again. Because nothing about it had ever really been normal. Not the way I was treated. Not the way I was erased. So I stayed gone. But staying gone came with a cost. After 2 weeks in that motel, the walls started closing in. Not just metaphorically, I mean literally. There was a leak in the ceiling above the bathroom. The TV only played static half the time. The Wi-Fi cut out every other hour. The towels smelled like bleach and mildew, and the air conditioner rattled like a dying lawnmower. And I was running out of cash. I'd left with $40 and a card I hadn't used much, an emergency credit card Michelle and I shared. She must have shut it off after the Facebook post, because it got declined at a gas station when I tried to fill up. That was the first time I felt something close to panic crawl into my throat. I had a bit of money in a personal savings account. Not much, just the leftover paychecks I'd stashed from side gigs over the years. Birthday money, Christmas bonuses. But it wasn't meant for escape. It wasn't meant to survive on. I needed a plan. So I moved. I found a small studio apartment above a tire shop on the edge of town. It smelled faintly of rubber and old coffee, but it had a working stove, a bed that didn't creak like a haunted house, and enough space to stretch my arms without bumping into furniture. I paid the first month's rent in cash, told the landlord I'd get a job nearby, and promised to stay quiet. He didn't ask questions, just handed me a key. That place became the cocoon I didn't know I needed. No pictures on the walls, no toys underfoot, no laughter in the next room that didn't include me, just quiet. And for a while, that silence was sharp and heavy. But slowly, very slowly, it softened, became something I could breathe in. I started waking up early, not because I had to, just because I wanted to. I'd make coffee, sit on the narrow balcony with a chipped mug, and watch the sun rise through a tangle of power lines and rooftops. I'd take walks to the park nearby, sit on benches, and listen to strangers talk. Sometimes I'd strike up conversation with old men walking their dogs or teenagers waiting for the bus. I hadn't done that in years. Just talk to people with no agenda, no errands, no pressure. It was strange how the absence of responsibility made me feel alive again. Still, there were hard days. I missed Ellie the most. Her tiny voice on that voicemail replayed in my head more times than I'll admit. I missed Sam's dry humor, even when it came laced with preteen attitude. I missed the way Mason used to sneak chips from the pantry late at night, thinking I didn't notice. And yes, I missed Michelle too. Or at least, the version of her I used to believe in. But every time I thought about going back, I remembered that apron, the spare dad. And I remembered the way they laughed while I stood at the grill, sweating, unthanked, unseen. I couldn't go back to that. So I moved forward. I took a part-time job at a local hardware store. Nothing glamorous, just stocking shelves, helping people load mulch into their trunks, sweeping aisles. But it felt good to do something with my hands again, to be needed, even if just to explain the difference between two kinds of screws. The manager, Luis, was a short guy with bad knees and a loud laugh. He didn't ask about my past, just trained me, handed me a uniform, and told me to show up on time. I did, every day, and slowly, I felt myself standing a little taller. One day, Luis tossed me a clipboard and said, "You're good with customers. Want to help run inventory next month?" I hadn't been offered something in years. Not like that. Not based on my merit. Not based on being seen. I said yes. And then something strange started happening. I started writing again. I used to journal in college. Nothing serious. Just thoughts, sketches of stories, overheard conversations I wanted to remember. But one night in the apartment, I found a half-used notebook in my backpack. I opened it, and I wrote. At first it was just memories. A story about Mason's first lost tooth. A list of things Ellie used to say wrong, like Bissetti and Liberi. A moment when Michelle danced barefoot in the kitchen with the kids, and I stood in the doorway thinking this is happiness. Then the memories turned into letters. Not ones I planned to send, just things I needed to say, things I never got to. To Michelle, you stopped looking at me like I mattered. You stopped asking if I was okay. And maybe I stopped showing it, but I needed that. To Mason, you're old enough to understand. And one day, I hope you look back and ask yourself if you were kind. Because I was trying, even when you didn't see it. To Sam, you're smarter than you let on. Don't bury your feelings like I did. Speak, loud and clear. To Ellie, I miss you more than air. If I could only hear one voice again, it would be yours. I filled 2 notebooks that month. At work, I kept moving up. I started managing the store's weekend schedule, then helped with supplier calls. Luis started leaning on me like I was part of the backbone. And I was. It felt good to be essential. A regular customer, older guy named Arthur, started bringing me coffee some mornings. "You remind me of my son," he said one day. "Only difference is, you show up." That meant more than he knew. I joined a local library club on Tuesdays. Just a group of folks who shared stories, read chapters aloud, and gave feedback. I didn't say much at first, just listened. But one day, I read a short piece I'd written about Father's Day. Not my Father's Day, just a version. Fictional, technically. About a man who flipped burgers while his family joked behind his back. When I finished reading, the room was quiet. Then a woman in her 60s leaned forward and said, "That hurt in the best way. Whoever he is, I hope he finds peace." I just nodded. They didn't know it was me, but it was the first time I'd been hurt in years. I started feeling stronger. Not just physically, but mentally. Emotionally. I was clearer, sharper. I'd go days without thinking about the house I left. Without checking Michelle's Facebook. Without wondering if Ellie was still waiting at the window. But the past always finds a way back in. It started with a letter. No stamp. No envelope. Just slid under the door while I was at work. I came home late, groceries in one arm, and saw the folded paper on the doormat. My name scribbled in thick black pen. Greg. Just that. Inside was a single line. "I'm sorry. I didn't see what I was doing. Please come home." No signature. But I knew the handwriting. Michelle. I sat on the floor for a long time with that note in my hand. My keys were still in my fist. I didn't move. Didn't blink. Just let it sit there in my lap like a weight. I wanted to believe it. Part of me needed to believe it. But I didn't trust it. Because I didn't see what I was doing wasn't the same as "I'll change." It wasn't enough. A week later, I got another message. This time on Instagram. From Mason. It was a photo of my old toolbox. The one I kept in the garage. It was open, tools scattered. Ellie wanted to build something for school. Mom didn't know where anything was. Said to ask you. No, how are you? No, we miss you. Just a request. The old pattern, trying to reassert itself. But I didn't reply. Because for the first time in a long time, I wasn't desperate to be needed. I wanted to be wanted. And until that was true, I wasn't going anywhere. I'd hit bottom. I'd felt the crush of being overlooked, unwanted, unloved. But now I was rising. And if they wanted me back, they were going to have to climb too. I didn't throw the letter away. I didn't respond either. I folded it neatly, placed it in the top drawer of my desk, beside my journal, a half-finished short story, and the apartment key I never used because I never locked my door, and I left it there. Like a relic. Like something I might study again later. Not because I believed Michelle's apology, but because I wanted to see if time would change the way it felt. Spoiler, it didn't. The letter read like someone covering their tracks, not someone trying to find the road back to me. There was no mention of Mason's comment calling me immature. No acknowledgement of the spare dad apron. Nothing about the Facebook post that made me look like I'd deserted my family to go soul-searching in the woods. It was vague, convenient, and exactly what I'd expect from someone who wanted forgiveness without offering change. So I did nothing. And for a while, that was enough. But then, something shifted. It started with the school district. Luis had asked me to pick up some donated tools from a high school across town. One of those community partnership things where local businesses pitch in. I pulled up to the loading dock, signed some forms, and while I was waiting, I wandered into the front office to ask about future drop-offs. And that's when I saw Ellie. Through the glass panel in the hallway. She was sitting alone on a bench, knees tucked to her chest, backpack at her feet, head down. I froze. It was like a movie reel snapping to life in my brain. Every time she used to wait for me at the door with her little hands pressed to the glass. The way she'd sprint across the driveway screaming, "Daddy's home," like it was the highlight of her week. I hadn't seen her in almost a month. She looked taller, older, sadder. I stepped back before she could see me. My hands were shaking. A secretary walked by, noticed me hovering. Need something? I cleared my throat. The girl on the bench, Ellie Thompson. Is she waiting for someone? She glanced. I think so. Poor thing. Her mom forgot it was early dismissal. Bus already left. We called but no answer. Happens a lot lately. I nodded, said thank you, and left. But the seed was planted. Happens a lot lately. That wasn't like Michelle. For all her flaws, she never missed pickups. She lived for the PDA image, the best mom ever mug on her desk, the organized chaos of school calendars. So what had changed? On the drive home, I kept wondering if things were cracking. If the illusion was finally unraveling without me there to silently patch the holes. A week later, Sam called me. Not texted. Called. I almost didn't pick up. But something told me I should. Hey, he said, voice low. Hey. Long pause. Do you still have the key to Grandma's place? I blinked. What? Grandma and Grandpa's cabin. The one by the lake. Mom said you were keeping it after they passed. I am. Another pause. Can we go there? I sat up straighter. Why? He hesitated. Because Mom's losing it, Dad. Mason's never home. Ellie cries all the time, and she's mad at us constantly. She says she's overwhelmed. She burns food. She sleeps through alarms. She forgot to pick Ellie up twice. My chest tightened. I wasn't happy to hear it, not exactly. But I was listening closely. She won't let us talk about you, he added quietly. If we do, she changes the subject. Mason tried to ask why you left, and she snapped at him. And what do you think? I asked. He didn't answer. Sam, I think you were always the one keeping it all together, he said finally. That hit harder than I expected. I told him the cabin was still mine. Paid off, maintained through a small property management company I used in the summers. It had been in my family since I was a kid. Michelle hated it, said it smelled like mildew and boredom. The kids only ever went once a year, but I kept it for myself. After we hung up, I sat in the kitchen of my small apartment, staring at the cracked tile countertop. And that's when the idea started forming. Not revenge in the fire and fury sense, but something cleaner, quieter, a plan rooted in clarity. Because I finally saw it for what it was. Michelle had built a house of mirrors, and I had been holding the flashlight, the glue, the scaffolding. Without me, things weren't just messy, they were fragile, unstable. One strong gust, and the whole facade would come crashing down. So I decided to let it fall. But this time, I'd control the wind. The first step? Establishing silence as a weapon. I made a second phone call. This one to my lawyer. He was an old college friend named Ben. A quiet, detail-obsessed man who loved contracts the way other people love crossword puzzles. I hadn't spoken to him in a while, but when I explained what was going on, he didn't hesitate. You're still legally married, he said. But if you're planning to make a move, you need to know your rights. I don't want to burn the house down, I said. But I want her to know I'm not the spare anymore. I want control. Then we start with financial autonomy, he said. You've got the cabin, right? Still in your name only. Yeah. Perfect. Let's keep that protected. Let's also draft a financial separation agreement. Nothing permanent yet, but it'll make her aware you're serious. And the kids. You've got every right to seek partial custody if it comes to that. You haven't abandoned them. You've created space. There's a difference. Ben got to work. Meanwhile, I focused on something more immediate, rebuilding my network. Because here's the truth most people don't talk about when you disappear. You become a ghost in more ways than one. People stop calling. They assume you're broken, unstable, a mystery they'd rather not unravel. And the people who do reach out usually want something. So I started small. I reconnected with Caleb, the guy who sent me the Facebook screenshot. We grabbed lunch. He asked me what happened. I told him the truth. Not the polished version Michelle had fed to her followers, but the messy, quiet, invisible erosion of respect over time. He didn't flinch. Damn, he said. I knew something was off. You were always solid. I figured maybe you had a health scare or something. Nope, I said. Just reached my expiration date. He leaned back. You thinking of going back? Eventually, I said. But not without leverage. He raised an eyebrow. What kind of leverage? The kind that makes them realize I was the center, not the spare. Caleb worked in event logistics, weddings, fundraisers, galas. He had contacts everywhere. And when I told him I had a plan involving the cabin and the kids, he offered to help. You want to throw a party? He asked. Not exactly. More like a reset. I'm in. And just like that, I had my first ally. Next, I reached out to the property manager at the cabin. Asked for a deep clean, a stocked pantry, firewood delivered, linens refreshed. Paid extra to expedite it. Told them a special family gathering was happening. They were happy to help. Then I called Sam. Told your mom you're going camping. Yeah. She didn't argue. That told me more than I expected. I'm picking you three up next Friday, I said. Don't bring electronics. Just clothes and an open mind. Is this a rescue mission? He asked. No, I said. It's a mirror. So you can all see clearly. Sam didn't push further. Just said, okay. The following days moved like a quiet storm. Ben finalized the draft. Caleb arranged a few local friends to help with setup. Nothing dramatic. Just a few things to make the cabin feel less like a dusty retreat and more like a memory factory. String lights. A fire pit. A portable projector for old home videos I pulled from a hard drive Michelle didn't know I had. And then came Friday. I pulled up outside the house I hadn't seen in over 5 weeks. It looked the same, but something in the air felt different. Staler, weaker, as if the place had aged without me. The front door opened. Sam stepped out with a duffel bag. Mason followed, dragging his feet. Then Ellie, clutching a stuffed bunny. Michelle came to the doorway but didn't step out. Our eyes met. She didn't wave. Neither did I. I nodded at the kids. Let's go. And without a word, they piled into the car. I didn't speak on the drive. Neither did they. But the silence wasn't heavy. It was full. At the cabin, I let them settle in. Gave them time to adjust. Then, after dinner, mac and cheese over the fire, just like the old days, I turned on the projector. Old footage played against the side of the cabin. Christmas mornings. Beach trips. Sam learning to ride a bike while I ran beside him, nearly tripping. Mason asleep on my chest. Ellie on my shoulders, squealing with laughter. No narration. No speeches. Just memories. And somewhere in the middle of it, I saw Mason wipe his face. The power wasn't in the images. It was in what was missing from them. Michelle. She was always there, but just off screen. Taking the photo. Making the plan. Managing the moment. But I was in them. With them. And finally, they saw it. This was only the beginning. The next morning at the cabin was quiet in a way that felt earned, not awkward. The kids slept in, tangled in blankets like they used to when they were little. I sat on the porch with a mug of coffee, watching the fog lift off the lake. And for the first time since I'd left, I didn't feel like I was waiting for the other shoe to drop. I felt steady, grounded, ready. When they woke up, we ate pancakes and bacon at the old table with the wobble in the leg. No phones. No rush. Mason cracked a joke about my pancakes being aggressively fluffy, and Sam laughed so hard he snorted. Ellie leaned into my side like it was the most natural thing in the world. I didn't comment on it. I just let it be. After breakfast, I told them we were going for a walk. We followed the path down to the water, the same one I'd walked with my dad when I was their age. We sat on a fallen log, and I finally said the thing I'd been rehearsing for weeks, not as a speech, but as a truth. I didn't leave because I don't love you, I said. I left because I stopped loving myself in that house. And I didn't want you growing up thinking that was normal. Mason stared at the lake. Sam picked at a splinter on the log. Ellie watched my face like she was memorizing it. I didn't know, Sam said quietly. I know, I said. That's not on you. Mason swallowed. Mom said you were punishing us. I nodded. I know she did. Were you, he asked. I shook my head. No. I was protecting something. Me. And eventually you. Ellie reached for my hand. Are you coming home now? I squeezed her fingers. Not the way things were. But I'm not disappearing again. That afternoon, I made the call. Michelle answered on the second ring. Are they okay? She asked immediately. They're fine, I said. They're with me. A beat. Greg, we need to talk. We are talking, I said. Just not the way you're used to. I told her I'd emailed her a document. The financial separation agreement been drafted. Temporary. Clear. Calm. No threats. No theatrics. You cut me off financially, I said. So I set boundaries. The cabin is mine. My accounts are mine. I'll continue supporting the kids directly. Transparently. You can't do this, she said, voice tight. This isn't how families work. It's how respect works, I said. You didn't lose me overnight. You spent years telling everyone I was optional. I listened. Silence. Then, softer, I said I was sorry. I know, I said. And I believe you're sorry it blew up. But remorse without change is just regret with better timing. She tried to pivot. Tears. The kids. The neighbors. The image. I didn't bite. There's more, I said. I'm filing for partial custody. Weekends and Wednesdays to start. We'll adjust if the kids want more time. Her breath caught. You're doing this to hurt me. I'm doing this so they have a father who isn't a joke, I said. And so I don't become one again. When I hung up, my hands were steady. The fallout was immediate. Michelle's Facebook went quiet, then disappeared. The PDA chat lit up with rumors until they died of boredom without fuel. People who had smiled politely at me for years suddenly started asking how I was doing. I kept my answers short and honest. I'm rebuilding. It was amazing how many nodded like they finally understood something they'd missed. At work, Luis promoted me to assistant manager. You've got a calm about you, he said. Customers trust it. I smiled and took the keys. At the library club, I read a new piece. This one wasn't about absence. It was about return. About choosing yourself without burning the bridge behind you. Arthur clapped first. The woman in her 60s wiped her eyes. The custody hearing was anticlimactic. No shouting. No theatrics. Just facts. Schedules. Receipts. A judge who listened. When it was over, the order was clear. The kids would be with me more. Michelle would have to adjust. The kids adjusted faster than anyone. Mason started coming over on Wednesdays, asking for help with college essays. "You're good at this," he said, surprised. I smiled. "I've been paying attention longer than you think." Sam brought his science projects to my place and actually wanted feedback. We built something together that didn't work the first time. We fixed it. He grinned like he'd won a medal. Ellie stopped asking if I was coming back and started asking what we were doing next. She redecorated my apartment with drawings taped to the fridge. One of them said, "Best Dad," in uneven letters. I put it in a frame. Michelle tried, in her way. She apologized to the kids. She asked to come to the cabin once, to talk. I agreed. Public place, coffee shop, neutral ground. She admitted she'd leaned on me without noticing, that she'd enjoyed being the center and assumed I'd always orbit. I told her I accepted the apology. I didn't promise more. Time did what it always does. It revealed patterns. It rewarded consistency. The kids saw who showed up. Over and over. Quietly. One afternoon, months later, we were all at the lake again, my weekend this time. Mason stood on the dock, phone in his pocket, and said, "Hey, remember that apron?" I nodded. "I told Mom it wasn't funny," he said. "I should have said it then." I put a hand on his shoulder. "You said it now." Sam laughed. "We should burn it." Ellie gasped. "No, we should make it into a dish towel." We laughed. I laughed until my sides hurt. That night, after they fell asleep, I sat on the porch and looked out at the water. I thought about the man at the grill, smiling through the heat while everyone laughed. I wished him well. I thanked him for getting me here. And I let him go. I didn't get revenge by yelling or humiliating anyone. I didn't expose messages or win arguments online. I did something better. I became undeniable. I became present without being expendable. I stopped auditioning for a role I already deserved. And the last thing I wrote in my journal that night was this: I was never the spare. I was the foundation. And when I stood up, everything finally found its balance. My name's Adam. I turned 43 last month. I work in IT, nothing glamorous, but it pays the bills, keeps the lights on, and has afforded us a decent home in the suburbs of Colorado. I've always been the guy behind the scenes, quiet, dependable, the one making sure the mortgage gets paid, the groceries appear in the fridge, and the oil in everyone's cars gets changed before they even realize it's due. I'm not flashy. I don't throw big parties. I don't post every coffee I drink on social media. But I always show up for my wife, for our daughter, and for my family, even when they didn't always do the same for me. This year, though, something felt different. For weeks leading up to my birthday, everyone was acting weird. My wife, Melissa, kept giving me this sly, knowing smile every time we talked about the weekend. "Don't make any plans," she told me. "This year's going to be special." Our daughter, Clara, she's 17, kept giggling every time I walked into the room. "You're gonna love it, Dad," she said one night, barely able to contain herself. It's a big surprise. Even my brother Jacob, who usually forgets my birthday until I remind him, texted me out of the blue. "Hope you're ready, old man." I didn't know what to make of it, but I let myself feel something I hadn't felt in a while: anticipation. So I cleared my schedule. I turned down a client call that Friday and told my boss I was unavailable all weekend. On the morning of my birthday, I even put on the blue button-down Melissa always says she likes, ironed it, and everything. I made coffee, fed the dog, and waited. And waited. By noon, the house was still quiet. No one had said anything. Melissa's car wasn't in the driveway, but I figured maybe she ran out to grab something for the surprise. Clara's door was shut, and I didn't want to ruin anything by snooping. So I waited some more. By 2 p.m., I started to feel off. I texted Melissa, "Hey, all good." No reply. Texted Clara, "Everything okay, kiddo?" Nothing. I chalked it up to them being busy, maybe caught up in last-minute prep. By 4 p.m., I was sitting in the kitchen, staring at the cold cup of coffee I'd reheated twice already. I opened the fridge. Nothing new. No cake. No beer. Not even a card on the counter. It wasn't just the silence. It was the kind of silence that wraps around you, presses into your ribs, and whispers something you don't want to hear. I told myself not to be dramatic. Maybe they were running late. Maybe they'd show up yelling surprise any minute. Maybe they were stalling to throw me off. But then, around 6 p.m., I opened Instagram. The first thing I saw was Clara's story. A boomerang of a fireplace, cozy and crackling. Then a group selfie. Melissa, Clara, my brother Jacob, and his wife. All of them huddled on a couch, grinning with marshmallows and cocoa. The caption, birthday weekend cabin getaway. Party Popper Mountain #family time. I blinked. Scrolled. Another post, this one from Jacob. A photo of the cabin porch, snow dusted on the railing. His caption read, glad we left the grump behind. Now it's a real party. My stomach dropped. I stared at the screen for a full minute before locking my phone and setting it down. The silence in the house had changed. It was no longer expectant. It was final, like it had always been there, waiting for me to notice. I didn't cry. I didn't scream or throw my phone across the room. I just sat there, numb. My birthday dinner was leftover meatloaf and a half-eaten bag of sour cream chips. The candles on the table were burned-out stubs from 2 weeks ago. No one came home that night. The next day, I went to work like nothing had happened. No one asked me how the big surprise went. No one really knew or cared. I answered tickets, fixed someone's printer, ate lunch in the break room, and drove home in silence. The house was still empty. Day 2 was when something in me cracked. I'm not a vindictive man. At least, I never saw myself as one. But there's something about being erased on your birthday that shifts your perspective. There's something about watching your wife, your child, and your brother, all people you've moved mountains for, laugh in real time while you sit forgotten in your own house. Something about reading, glad we left the grump behind, like you're the punchline to a joke you didn't know you were in. So I opened my laptop, logged into the accounts they forgot I still controlled. Electric? In my name. Wi-Fi? Me. The joint credit card Melissa used for groceries, gas, and this little weekend getaway? Yep, mine too. I didn't do anything rash. Not right away. I sat with it first. Let it simmer. That night, the lights flickered once, then went out completely. I sat on the couch with a beer, surrounded by the faint glow of the last bit of sunset, and waited. My phone buzzed around 9 p.m. A text from Melissa. Hey, weird question. Is the power out at the house? We just got an alert. I didn't reply. Next morning, Clara messaged me on Snapchat, because of course she didn't want a real trail. Dad, something's wrong with the card. We couldn't get gas for the drive back. Again, I said nothing. And by noon, the missed calls started coming in, one after another. Melissa, Clara, even Jacob, who hadn't called me in over a year. I let them ring. And then, around 2 p.m. that Sunday, my front door creaked open. I didn't jump up. I didn't pretend to be caught off guard. I was exactly where I wanted to be, sitting in the living room, phone in hand, reading quietly while the natural light spilled through the blinds. Melissa's heels clicked on the hardwood before she appeared in the doorway, cheeks pink from the cold and her mouth already half-formed in apology. Adam, she started, sounding breathless like she'd just sprinted from the driveway. I don't know what happened. The power, Clara's freezing. We had to cut the weekend short, and the card wouldn't work, and I looked at her, calmly. You mean the card I pay off every month? Her eyes flickered. Yes, but I thought you. What? I asked, setting my phone down with a slow, deliberate motion. I thought I'd sit here while my wife and daughter and brother all ran off for a secret trip and left me sitting in an empty house on my birthday. She looked around like she was hoping someone would walk in and tell her this was a prank. It wasn't like that. We didn't think you'd enjoy it. Then why lie? I asked. Why tell me to take the day off work? Why let me sit here thinking I was finally going to have a birthday that meant something? Melissa's voice cracked. Clara planned it with Jacob's wife. She thought it'd be better, more relaxing. You've been so tense lately, with work and… I stood. That stopped her mid-sentence. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't need to. Don't blame the teenager. Don't pin this on Clara like you weren't grinning in those cabin photos. Like you didn't know exactly what you were doing when you left me here. She looked down. We just wanted a break. No, I said, heart thudding, not from anger, but from something clearer. You wanted me to be the break, something you could set aside. Just then, Clara stepped into the doorway behind her. She wasn't crying. She wasn't angry. She looked scared. Dad, she said, voice soft. I turned to her. Clara, did you know I was here? Did you know I was waiting all day? She hesitated. I thought you knew. Uncle Jacob said you didn't want to come, that you were too tired, and you didn't like trips. Mom said it was better to surprise you when we got back. I nodded, slowly. So that was the story they fed her. She looked down at her phone. But then I saw your comment. The one you didn't leave. What? You saw the photos, but you didn't comment. You always leave something. A joke or a smile. This time, nothing. That's when I knew we messed up. There was a moment of silence between the three of us. Just air and shame and regret hanging thick in the room. Melissa took a step closer. Adam, I'm sorry. We can fix this. No, I said, cutting her off. I can fix this. Her brows furrowed. What does that mean? I walked to the foyer and opened the front door. You've got your bags in the car, right? You came straight here from the cabin. She nodded, hesitating. Good, I said. Then you don't need to unpack. She blinked. You're kicking us out. No, I said. You left. I'm just making it official. Clara looked between us, stunned. Wait, Dad. I looked at her and my voice softened, but my words didn't. You made a choice, kiddo. And choices come with consequences. That's something you'll need to understand now. Melissa's face hardened. You can't be serious. Over one birthday. One birthday. I laughed, but there was no humor in it. Try every birthday. Every time I took a back seat. Every time I made excuses for being forgotten. Every time I swallowed the hurt because I thought maybe next year would be different. She stepped forward again, but I backed away. I turned off the power. I canceled the cards. Because I needed you to feel for one weekend what I've felt for years. Invisible. Unwanted. Optional. Melissa was silent. Clara looked at me, her eyes shining. Where am I supposed to go? Your uncle seems to think I'm a grump, I said coldly. Maybe he'll offer you a couch. Melissa opened her mouth again, but I cut her off with a single raised hand. I'm done, Melissa. You don't get to spin this. You don't get to call this a mistake and sweep it under the rug until next year. You forgot me. Willfully. Publicly. Gleefully. And now you're going to remember that decision every time you hit a wall that used to be me. She stood there, frozen. Then, wordlessly, she turned and walked out the door, Clara trailing behind her with a shaken look. The wind howled outside as they stepped into the cold. I closed the door, locked it. The silence that followed wasn't empty anymore. That night, I didn't sleep. Not because I was restless or regretting anything. I just didn't want to. For the first time in a long time, the silence in the house wasn't suffocating. It was cleansing. No muffled laughter from the hallway that didn't include me. No midnight whispering behind a closed door. No pretending that being left out didn't hurt. I sat on the couch, legs up, a throw blanket over me, sipping whiskey I'd been saving for a special occasion that never came. Now, it felt appropriate. It wasn't a toast to revenge. It was a quiet celebration of remembering myself. Remembering that I didn't have to keep being the safety net for people who treated me like a spare tire. By morning, the real fallout began. First came the texts. Clara again. I'm sorry, Dad. I didn't know they were lying. I swear. Can we talk? Then Melissa. We need to come back and figure this out. Clara needs stability. We all do. I ignored them. 10 minutes later, a call from my mother. I let it go to voicemail. She never called me on my birthday either, by the way, just commented on my wife's Facebook post, like that counted. The voicemail was exactly what I expected. Adam, I heard what happened. Melissa and Clara are beside themselves. This isn't like you. Please be reasonable. Don't make things harder than they need to be. Reasonable. That word. Always the weapon of choice when people want to guilt you back into your old role. Quiet, compliant, cooperative. Funny how nobody wanted to be reasonable when they were playing charades in a cabin and tagging everyone but me. Around noon, Jacob finally called. That one I picked up. His voice was all fake cheer. Bro, sounds like things got a little tense. Listen, I didn't mean that comment about the grump, just joking around. You know how it is. You didn't mean it? I said flatly. Nah, of course not. Come on. We all needed a breather, man. Thought you'd enjoy the house to yourself. I mean, we figured you'd rather be alone. Ah, I said. So now you're psychic. Because I certainly don't remember telling anyone that. He paused. Okay. Maybe it was a miscommunication. Look, they're upset. Just turn the power back on. What's done is done. What's done is not done, I said calmly. It's only just beginning. What's that supposed to mean? I gave all of you my time, my money, my patience, and you gave me silence. So now I'm giving you the same. You'll figure it out. He started to raise his voice. Adam, don't drag this out just to prove a point. You're acting like the grump you left behind. I finished for him. Click. I didn't even feel angry. Just aware. Aware of how long I'd been asleep at the wheel of my own life. Aware of how easily people grew used to you being their fallback. How comfortable Melissa had gotten using my credit without thinking about where it came from. How often Clara called me only when she needed a ride or a signature. How Jacob only called when he needed help moving a fridge or bailing out of a parking ticket. The pattern had been there. I just hadn't been ready to see it. But now I was. Later that day, Melissa came back. Not to move back in. No, she wasn't that bold, but to plead. She rang the doorbell 3 times, then knocked. I didn't answer. I watched from the upstairs window as she stood on the porch, coat pulled tight around her, lips moving like she was rehearsing what she'd say if I opened the door. Then I saw her take out her phone. A few seconds later, it buzzed on the counter downstairs. Her voice, in my voicemail again. Adam, I don't know how we got here. I know I hurt you. We all did. But please don't shut me out like this. Not forever. I didn't listen to the rest. Instead, I walked back into the bedroom, the one I'd cleaned up after they left, and sat down at my desk. Opened my computer. Pulled up the family trust account. Another thing they forgot I had access to. Clara's college fund. Under my name. Her car insurance. On my policy. The cabin rental. Charged to the emergency travel card I'd opened 2 years ago during a storm when Clara got stranded after a music festival. It was all in my hands. And now I had decisions to make. I didn't want revenge for the sake of cruelty. I didn't want to see them suffer for sport. But I wanted something else now, something I hadn't wanted before. Accountability. Real, unmistakable consequences. Not the kind you whine about in group chats or sweep under an "I'm sorry." The kind that lingers. That teaches. That makes sure the next time someone starts planning a weekend escape, they remember who turned the lights off last time. And as I looked at the numbers, the account balances, and the auto-pay schedules, one thing became very clear. They weren't the only ones who could plan something special. But this time, it wouldn't be a surprise for me. It would be a surprise for me. And the best part? They wouldn't see it coming. It took me 3 days to make the full list. I didn't rush it. I took my time. Sat at the kitchen table with a cup of black coffee and wrote everything down. Every bill, every auto payment, every subscription, every account that had my name on it. Everything that made their lives comfortable without them even realizing it. They'd grown so used to the background hum of stability that they forgot it had a source. Me. Melissa hadn't worked full-time in years. After Clara was born, she said she wanted to stay home, just until kindergarten. Then it was, just until Clara's in middle school. Then, I'll pick up hours at the boutique, which turned into 2 shifts a month at a place that mostly paid in store credit. Clara had never paid for gas, insurance, or even her own phone bill. She was a good kid, smart, headstrong, but she'd inherited something dangerous, Melissa's quiet sense of entitlement. And Jacob? He was a parasite in khakis and cologne, always showing up with a favor to ask and never once offering one in return. But they weren't just freeloaders. They were confident freeloaders. They believed I would always show up, always forgive, always stay quiet, because I always had. So I decided to stop. I closed the emergency credit account first. That was the card they used for the cabin rental. Melissa had added it to her Apple Pay years ago and clearly forgot it was in my name. One call and a signature later, the payment bounced. I didn't even have to say a word. That night, I got a notification. Transaction declined at Mountain Pines Lodge. Reason: card closed. The next morning, I froze the college fund, not drained it, just locked access. Clara's tuition hadn't been billed yet, but the fund had been used as collateral for her upcoming dorm reservation and financial aid verification. She'd applied to out-of-state schools without even asking me how we'd afford it. She'd assumed, like her mother, that I would make it work. That same day, I scheduled a termination for every shared streaming account: Netflix, Disney+, Spotify Family Plan, you name it. Not out of spite, but because I didn't want them watching movies in comfort while I picked up the pieces alone. I didn't leave it at that, though. I mailed Melissa a certified envelope. Inside was a printed spreadsheet, color-coded, itemized, and brutally specific. Every single expense I'd covered in the past 3 years: groceries, gas, utilities, Clara's car repairs, Jacob's surprise bail money, her last spa day, with the receipt I found months ago. And at the bottom, a termination notice for our joint checking account, a separation of assets draft, courtesy of my friend at work whose brother is a lawyer, and a note that simply read, "Forgotten things tend to fade, but debts? They stick around." The response came faster than I expected. Melissa called the next afternoon, frantic. I didn't answer. Then she showed up, again, banging on the door this time, shouting through the locked wood like I'd kidnapped her child and robbed her bank. I stood behind the curtain, watching. She didn't look contrite. She looked panicked. "Adam," she cried, voice hoarse. "You're overreacting. This is insane. You're punishing Clara. Think about her." "Ah, yes. When all else fails, invoke the child." So I texted Clara. Just one message. "You want to talk? We'll talk. Just you. No lies, no games. At the park. Tomorrow. 4 p.m. She agreed. When I arrived at the park, Clara was already on the bench, bundled in a hoodie and jeans, her hair pulled back in a loose braid like she used to wear it when she was little. She looked up as I approached, and for a second, I saw a flicker of that little girl, the one who used to crawl onto my lap and beg me to read The Velveteen Rabbit for the 1000th time. Then she said, "Are you really cutting me off?" I sat beside her, let the question hang in the air for a moment. "I'm giving you a chance to take responsibility," I said. "There's a difference." She looked away, jaw tight. "I didn't mean to hurt you, Dad." "I believe you," I said. "But that doesn't change what happened. You left me on my birthday. All of you. And you didn't think twice." She swallowed. "Uncle Jacob said you'd be weird about the trip, that you'd make it awkward." I nodded. "And what did you say?" "I didn't say anything," she whispered. "Exactly," I said. That silence was a choice. Clara's eyes welled up. "I just wanted to have fun. I thought you'd understand." "I do," I said. "I understand perfectly. You wanted fun, and I was the price." We sat in silence for a while, the winter wind brushing leaves along the concrete. "I locked the college fund," I said. "Not to hurt you. To give you a reason to talk to me, really talk. Because I'm not going to be your invisible wallet anymore." She didn't respond, but she nodded, slowly, like someone finally realizing the weight of a consequence. I stood. "You want my help for college, I'll still give it. But there are going to be terms this time. Real ones. You want to be treated like an adult? Then act like one." I paused. "And you can tell your mom. The house will be sold this spring. I've already contacted a realtor." Clara's head whipped around. "You're selling the house?" "Yes," I said. "I'm done living in a museum of someone else's comfort. I'm moving on." The final blow came 2 weeks later. Melissa's car, technically my car, leased under my name, was repossessed after I canceled the lease agreement. She'd already missed a payment I'd reminded her about months ago. I let it lapse, then let the bank do their job. She called me sobbing. "Clara's ride to school is gone. What am I supposed to do?" I replied evenly. "Ask Jacob. He seems to know what I like and don't like." Then I hung up. Today, it's been 1 month since my birthday. The power in the house is on again, because I paid for it, not because someone begged. The guest room that used to hold Jacob's luggage during his unexpected visits has been turned into a home office. I sleep better. I eat what I like. I listen to my music, not what Melissa tolerated. I have dinner with Clara every other Thursday now. It's awkward sometimes, but she shows up. She asks questions. She listens. And she's starting to learn who I am beyond the guy who drove her to violin lessons and paid for her cracked iPhone screen. Melissa? She's staying with her sister. Jacob? No clue. No contact. No interest. And me? I'm not bitter. I'm awake. It took being forgotten to remember my worth. It took silence to realize the only voice I really needed to hear again was my own. And now, every morning when I flip the lights on in my house, I remember. They didn't turn them off. I did. I would love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. I remember the exact moment everything changed. I was 16, standing in the middle of our cramped kitchen with the smell of burnt toast clinging to the air, and my dad leaned back in his chair, folded his arms, and said it like it was the most reasonable thing in the world. "You don't need anything fancy. Save that for your brother's big day." He didn't even look up from his paper. My mom, standing by the sink scrubbing a pan that didn't need scrubbing, just nodded and said, "You should be grateful he gets more. You know how hard he's worked." I didn't say anything. I just stood there, holding the cheap little flyer I had printed off at the library for my birthday dinner. I had picked a small local Italian place with a discount menu on Wednesdays. Nothing flashy, nothing expensive. It was just the first time I tried to plan something on my own. I thought maybe, just maybe, they'd show a little excitement. But instead, I got a lecture about being practical and how we had to prioritize, which was their polite way of saying, your brother comes first. That night, I went up to my room, closed the door, and stared at the ceiling for what felt like hours. I wasn't angry yet, not really. I was just tired. Tired of being the one expected to understand, to compromise, to wait my turn that never seemed to come. My name's Drew, by the way. I'm 27 now, but back then I was just a quiet kid with too many thoughts and no place to put them. My brother's name is Tyler. 2 years older, louder, bolder, always the center of attention. He wasn't mean, exactly, not back then. But he never missed a chance to step into the spotlight. If I brought home a B+, he had an A. If I scored a goal, he had a hat trick. And our parents? They lapped it up like he could do no wrong. Tyler has potential, my dad would say. Tyler's going places, my mom added. Me? I was dependable, reliable. Translation, invisible. I stopped asking for things after that birthday. No more dinner flyers, no more subtle hints about getting to choose a movie or pick a family activity. I learned early that the more I wanted, the more disappointed I'd be. So I got good at wanting less. At least, that's what I told myself. High school passed in a blur of second-place finishes and being the guy in the background of the family photos. College? They didn't even visit when I left. Tyler got a whole weekend trip, a new comforter set, and matching school colors for his dorm. Me? I took a bus, alone, with a second-hand duffel bag and a stack of ramen noodles. But I wasn't bitter. Not yet. I just adjusted. I figured, maybe this was just how life worked. Some people shine brighter. Some people get picked first. And some of us have to learn to navigate by our own light. Things started to shift when I got my first internship. It wasn't glamorous, just an entry-level admin role at a mid-sized real estate firm. But for the first time, someone looked at me and said, "You're good at this." And they meant it. No comparisons, no backhanded compliments. Just straight-up acknowledgement. I remember walking home that day, feeling 10 feet tall. I didn't tell my parents right away. I had learned that sharing good news usually led to a story about how Tyler had done it first or better. And sure enough, when I eventually mentioned it at Thanksgiving, carefully, cautiously, over turkey and canned cranberry sauce, my mom blinked and said, "Oh, that's nice. Did you hear Tyler got promoted? His boss said he's management material." I nodded, smiled, passed the potatoes. Same old script. Still, I kept moving. I saved every paycheck, took on side projects, said yes to every opportunity. And when I graduated, I didn't go home. I stayed in the city, found a tiny studio apartment and a used mattress off Craigslist. Tyler, meanwhile, had moved back home to save up. Our parents were more than happy to turn his room into a man cave, complete with a flat screen and a recliner my dad used to say was too fancy when I'd suggested one for the living room. They sent him care packages, bought him new dress shoes for interviews, paid for his car repairs, twice. Me? I once asked if I could borrow the old lawnmower from the garage for a landscaping gig I picked up on weekends. My dad said it was too much trouble to dig it out. I stopped asking after that, too. The thing about being overlooked is that you start to see everything. You catch the little moments, the throwaway lines, the tone shifts. Like when Tyler crashed his car and my mom cried for days. But when I got mugged walking home from work, she told me I should have been more careful. Or when my dad lent Tyler $5,000 just to get him back on his feet, and later told me I was lucky to be so independent. They never meant to be cruel, but they were careless. And careless love can hurt just as much as none at all. Fast forward a few years. I'm 25, working in commercial real estate, finally in a position to make real moves. I've built a solid network, learned the ropes, and started putting away money, serious money. I'm not flashy. No new car, no designer suits. But I'm secure, quietly, comfortably. And then one day, I get a call from my mom. "Drew, honey," she says, in that syrupy voice she saves for guilt tripping. "Can you come by the house this weekend? We want to talk about something." Something in her tone puts me on edge. "What's it about?" She hesitates. "It's about your brother." Of course it is. I drive down that Saturday, heart heavy with the usual mix of resentment and duty. The house hasn't changed. Same faded shutters, same squeaky screen door, same framed photos of Tyler's graduation on the mantle. I sit on the same couch I used to nap on as a kid, and my parents sit across from me like we're about to start a performance review. "It's Tyler," my dad begins. "He's in a bit of trouble." I wait. "He made a few risky investments," my mom jumps in. "And his job? Well, they let him go. Unfairly, of course. He just needs a little help getting back on track," Dad says. "A loan, just to get him through the next few months." I stare at them. "How much?" $40,000, my dad says, like he's asking me to pass the salt. I actually laugh. "I can't help it." "You're joking. We wouldn't ask if it wasn't important," my mom pleads. "You're doing so well, Drew. And Tyler, he's struggling." And when I was struggling, I ask, "Where were you then?" My dad frowns. "This isn't about the past. The past is exactly what this is about," I say, my voice rising. "You made it clear who mattered more. For years. Now you want me to bail him out." "It's what family does," Mom whispers. I stand. "I'll think about it." And I do. For days. But not in the way they expect. Because what they don't know, what no one knows, is that the kid they overlooked has been making plans. Quietly. Carefully. I've built something they never saw coming. And when their golden child needed help, what I did caught everyone off guard. I didn't sleep much after that conversation. Not because I was stressed or uncertain. I just kept playing it over and over in my head. The way they asked. The way they looked at me, like it was already decided. Like I was some kind of safety net that had been stitched into their lives without my consent. They hadn't seen me as a person in years. Just a resource. A spare battery. A plan B. I was used to being sidelined. But that was the first time I felt commodified. Still, I didn't react. Not right away. I went back to my apartment. Back to work. Back to the gym, the coffee shop on 3rd, my quiet routines. I didn't answer when my mom called a few days later. I figured, if she really needed something, she'd leave a message. She didn't. She just texted me the next day. "Any update? Tyler is counting on you." Not, "We appreciate you thinking about it." Not, "Hope you're doing okay." Just pressure. That's when something inside me shifted. I started thinking differently. Not just about the loan. About the whole picture. My life. My history. I went through old photos on my phone. Not many of family, but enough. A birthday dinner where Tyler was in every shot while I was mostly cropped out. A graduation pic where they bought him a class ring and I didn't even get a card. A blurry snapshot of a family vacation I hadn't been invited to, found later on Facebook with a caption that read, "Family time, red heart." It was all there, piece by piece. And it painted a story I had spent years trying not to read. But the final page came a week later. It was a Sunday. I had just gotten back from a meeting with a client, an older couple looking to buy a duplex downtown. I was feeling good. Productive. I poured myself some coffee, sat down at my desk, and saw it. A Facebook post from my mom. It was a photo. Tyler, standing in front of a new SUV. A brand new 2023 model. Still had the dealership tags. Big red bow on the hood. The caption? "So proud of our boy. He's been through so much." Sometimes you just have to show up for the people you love. I stared at it for a long time. Then I checked the comments. Did he finally get that job offer? So glad to see him doing well. You guys are such great parents. Red heart, red heart, red heart. One comment stood out. It was from my Aunt Janine. "Wait, didn't you say Drew was helping him out?" My mom had replied, "Family always supports each other. We're just lucky Drew came through." I felt my ears ring. My mouth actually went dry. I hadn't given them a dime. I hadn't agreed to anything. And yet, there it was. The implication. The credit. The story, rewritten in real time to fit their narrative. I called my mom. She didn't answer. So I texted, "Take the post down." No reply. Then, 30 minutes later, a message from my dad. "Don't overreact. Tyler needed a boost." We didn't say anything untrue. I just stared at that text. Didn't say anything untrue. That was it. That was the moment. It wasn't just favoritism. It wasn't just emotional neglect. They were now using my name, my effort, my image, without my consent. It was betrayal. I didn't respond. I didn't yell. I didn't argue. I started planning. But first, I needed to understand just how deep the rot went. So I decided to do something I hadn't done in a long time. I went home, unannounced. I drove out to the old house on a Thursday evening. The sky was overcast, casting everything in this weird gray filter that made the neighborhood feel like it was frozen in time. Same cracked driveway. Same crooked mailbox with our last name, Weston, peeling in chipped paint. I parked across the street, sat for a minute, then crossed and knocked. My mom answered the door. She looked surprised, but only mildly. Drew, I didn't know you were coming. Didn't think I needed a reservation, I said flatly. She gave me a tight smile. Well, come in. Your brother's here. Of course he was. Tyler was on the couch, scrolling through his phone. He looked up, grinned, and said, "Hey, long time no see." "Yeah," I said, eyeing the brand new car keys on the coffee table. "Been busy funding your midlife upgrade." He blinked. "What?" "Never mind." I turned to my parents. "We need to talk. All of us." They sat. I didn't. I stood in front of the fireplace like I was giving a lecture I hadn't been paid for. "I saw the post," I said. "I saw what you said about me helping Tyler." My mom opened her mouth. I raised a hand. "No, you don't get to spin this. You asked me for $40,000. I never said yes. But instead of waiting, you went ahead and made it look like I bailed him out. That's dishonest." My dad shifted in his seat. "It wasn't dishonest. It was aspirational." "Excuse me. We knew you'd come through." "You always do," my mom said softly, like that was supposed to be a compliment. "That's the problem," I said, voice cracking. "You just assumed. You always assume. That I'll show up. That I'll fix things. That I'll carry water for your golden child while he gets a trophy for being thirsty." Tyler stood. "Okay, now you're being dramatic." "No," I snapped. "I'm being accurate." My dad scowled. "We didn't mean to hurt your feelings, Drew. But we had to help your brother. And the only way to do that was to throw me under the bus?" I asked. "To make it look like I'm some silent donor while you parade him around in a new SUV?" "It wasn't like that," my mom said quickly. "We were proud. That's all." "No," I said, stepping back. "You were proud of him. As always. And once again, I was just the means to an end." There was a long silence. I turned to leave. "Drew," my mom called after me. "Don't do this. You're being emotional." I stopped, laughed bitterly. "Yeah, I am." Finally, I walked out and didn't look back. That night, I made 3 decisions. 1, I would never let them use me again. 2, I was done pretending the past hadn't shaped me. And 3, I was going to hit them where it hurt the most, their image. Because for all their talk about love and loyalty, my parents cared about one thing more than anything else: looking good. And Tyler? He cared about comfort, about ease, about being the center of a world that bent for him without question. So I decided to take that away. But first, I needed to gather some information. I reached out to a friend of mine, Jenna, who worked in private finance. Sharp as nails, discreet, and someone I'd helped out a few months back with a property negotiation. She owed me a favor. "Can you check on a few things for me?" I asked her over the phone. "Of course," she said. "What are we looking at?" "Someone bought Tyler a car. Big purchase. Might have come from a second mortgage or loan. I want to know where the money came from. Legally." She paused. "Drew, what are you planning?" I didn't answer. She exhaled. "All right. Send me what you've got." 2 days later, she called me back. "Your parents refinanced the house," she said. "Pulled out a pretty big chunk." My heart thudded. "How much?" $45 grand. Transferred straight into a joint account between your dad and Tyler. I closed my eyes. "That's what I needed. Thanks." "You gonna burn them down?" she asked, half joking. "Not yet," I said. "But they're going to wish they hadn't made me the background character." Because what they didn't know, couldn't have known, was that while they were prioritizing Tyler's comfort, I had spent the last 6 months finalizing a business deal that would change everything. A deal that involved property. A deal that involved their neighborhood. A deal that would make them realize, too late, just how much power I had quietly built while they weren't paying attention. But before I pulled that trigger, there was one more betrayal coming. One that would push everything past the point of no return. And it came the following week, in the form of a wedding invitation. Not mine. Tyler's. And the guest list? Well, let's just say my name wasn't on it. I found out about the wedding the same way I found out about most things in my family, by accident. It was a Wednesday afternoon. I had just wrapped a lease agreement and was grabbing a late lunch downtown when my phone buzzed with a message from my cousin Lindsay. We hadn't talked in a while, not because anything was wrong, just life drifting us apart. Her text said, "Hey, are you going to Tyler's wedding next month? I wanted to know if you'd be down to split a gift. Registry's pricey, LOL." I actually dropped my fork. I blinked at the screen like maybe it would change if I stared hard enough. I scrolled up. No missed messages. No invites. No heads up. I hadn't heard a word from anyone about a wedding. So I texted back. "Wedding? Her typing bubble popped up right away. Yeah? Wait, you didn't know? I assumed you were in the wedding party or something. I stared at that message for a long time. My stomach twisted in this slow, heavy knot. I didn't even know Tyler was engaged. I hadn't seen him with anyone serious in years. And now, not only was he getting married, he hadn't even told me. Worse, my own parents hadn't either. I didn't reply to Lindsay. I just put my phone down and sat there, alone at that little cafe table, with a plate of half-eaten pasta going cold. There's this moment when betrayal stops shocking you. It doesn't hit you like a truck anymore. It settles in, like a familiar ache. I didn't cry. I didn't storm out. I just felt hollow, like someone had scooped out the part of me that still hoped for something different. I went home that night and sat in the dark for a long time. That was rock bottom for me. It wasn't the money. It wasn't the favoritism. It was the full circle confirmation that I wasn't family, not in the way that counted. I was the extra, the afterthought, the dependable background character who didn't need a seat at the table. That night, I didn't sleep. And the next morning, I turned off my phone. I didn't want apologies. I didn't want explanations. I needed silence and space. And in that space, I started to rebuild. The first step? Letting go. I stopped checking their socials. I muted their group chat. I packed up the remaining family photos I had in my apartment. Only 3, all from over a decade ago, and tucked them away in a shoebox under my bed. I wasn't erasing them. I was just clearing the air. The second step? Refocusing. I threw myself into work. Not in the unhealthy, ignore everything kind of way. More like intentional investment. I restructured my schedule, cut out distractions, started getting up earlier, staying organized, being present. My clients noticed. So did my team. 3 months after Tyler's engagement bombshell, I closed on a multi-unit property that had been sitting in limbo for a year. No one thought it was worth the risk. Too many repairs, bad location, sketchy tenants. But I saw potential, and I had time. So I negotiated hard, cleaned it up, hired a new management company, and flipped the narrative. Within 2 quarters, that property turned profitable. I got offers. Good ones. I didn't sell. I held. Because for the first time in my life, I didn't want fast success. I wanted roots. By that fall, I had acquired 2 more mid-tier units on the south side of the city, both undervalued, both neglected. I called them my ghost houses. Everyone else overlooked them. I didn't. In a way, they reminded me of me. Quiet, unappreciated, but full of potential if someone just took the time. Meanwhile, my personal life was beginning to take shape too. I started seeing a woman named Grace, a commercial photographer I met through a mutual client. She was smart, a little sarcastic, always 5 steps ahead in conversation. The first time we grabbed dinner, she asked me, straight up, "What's your family like?" I didn't flinch. I just said, "They're complicated, but I'm working on becoming the kind of person I wish I'd had growing up." She smiled at that, and for the first time in a long time, I didn't feel like I had to apologize for my past. Grace didn't need me to be fixed. She just needed me to be real. That winter, we started spending more time together. She helped me photograph one of my restored properties for marketing. I helped her set up her new studio. It was the most balanced relationship I'd ever been in. And still, not once did my family reach out. Not for my birthday. Not for Christmas. Not even to check in. I guess they thought silence would punish me. But it only clarified things. Because here's the truth. Rock bottom doesn't have to be a grave. It can be a foundation. And mine was solid. By the time spring rolled around, I was managing over a dozen rental units, had hired 2 part-time assistants, and was quietly working on acquiring a commercial lot just outside my old neighborhood, the one my parents still lived in. The lot was nothing special on the surface, just a rundown strip of stores, a shuttered laundromat, a failed vape shop, and a corner bakery that had been boarded up since COVID. But I saw the future. I partnered with a friend who ran a nonprofit focused on youth development. Together, we drafted a proposal to turn the lot into a mixed-use community space. Affordable apartments up top, community classrooms, and rentable creative space below. I financed most of it myself. Quietly. Strategically. When the paperwork cleared and I signed the deed, I drove past my parents' street on the way home. They still had no idea. I wasn't doing it to hurt them. Not really. But there was something deeply satisfying about owning the land within walking distance of the house I was never invited back to. And then, as if the universe had a sense of timing, I ran into Tyler. Literally. I was leaving a meeting at the city planning office when he stepped out of the elevator across the hall, dressed in a crumpled blazer, phone pressed to his ear, pacing. He didn't see me at first. I watched him for a second. He looked tired, less put together than usual. His tone was clipped, agitated. Then he saw me. His eyes widened for half a second, then narrowed. "Drew?" he said, lowering the phone. "Tyler," I said calmly. He cleared his throat. "Wow, long time." "Yeah." He looked me up and down. "Heard you've been busy." I smiled. "You could say that." "What are you doing here?" he asked. "Business," I said. "You?" He hesitated, looking at commercial spaces, trying to launch a new venture. "You know how it is." I nodded. "Sure." There was a beat of silence. Then he said, a little too casually, "You get the wedding invite, right?" I raised an eyebrow. "Nope." His face flushed. "Oh, must have been a mix-up. I told Mom to." "Don't," I said quietly. "You don't have to pretend." He swallowed. "Look, man, I know things have been weird, but we're family." I tilted my head. "Are we?" He didn't answer. I took a breath. "Good luck with the venture. Hope it works out." Then I turned and walked away. It wasn't a mic drop. It wasn't revenge. It was closure. But that wasn't the last time I'd see him. Because 2 weeks later, I got a voicemail from my dad. I hadn't heard his voice in almost a year. "Drew, we need to talk. It's about Tyler. He's in trouble. Please call me back." I didn't. Not right away. I needed time to think, to decide. Because part of me, the old part, still wanted to help. Still felt that flicker of guilt, of obligation. But another part, the stronger part, knew better. I had built something, earned something, grown into someone I could respect. And now, the people who had ignored me needed me. The question was, would I let them in? Or would I show them what it truly felt like to be left out? When I was a kid, my dad used to say something whenever he didn't want to talk about something serious. He'd wave his hand dismissively and mutter, "It'll sort itself out." It used to drive me crazy. If the car was making a weird noise, "It'll sort itself out." If Tyler broke something and blamed me, "Let it go. It'll sort itself out." If I came home looking tired, worn down, with questions about college, money, or just how to deal with the way things were, "Don't stress. Life sorts itself out." What he really meant was, it's not my problem. Now here he was, years later, leaving messages on my phone like a man who was finally realizing maybe it wasn't going to sort itself out this time. I didn't return his call. Not for 3 days. Not because I was trying to be petty. I just needed space to think. I was done reacting. Everything I did now had to be deliberate. By the 4th voicemail, he stopped trying to sound calm. "Drew, this is serious. Your brother, he's gotten himself into something bad. I know we haven't seen eye to eye, but we're still family. Just, please call me back." Still, I waited. Because I knew this time, they needed me. And I needed to know exactly how far they'd fallen before I played my hand. So I called someone who might know more than my dad would admit, my cousin Lindsay. The same one who'd texted me about Tyler's wedding. We hadn't spoken since that awkward moment, but when I messaged her and asked if she had time for a coffee, she replied within the hour. "You buying? I'm always down for family tea." We met at a quiet cafe near her work, a trendy place with overpriced matcha and indie playlists. Lindsay worked in corporate HR, and she had that air of someone who heard everyone's secrets but rarely told her own. Still, she'd always been fair with me, not playing sides, just watching from the bleachers like a curious spectator. She sipped her drink, leaned forward, and asked, "So, you heard about the loan sharks?" I blinked. "Wait, actual loan sharks?" She nodded. "Yeah. Tyler apparently borrowed money from some sketchy private lender, not a bank, not even a legit credit union. We're talking handshake agreements, crazy interest, unlicensed stuff. Why would he do that?" I asked. "Probably trying to launch that startup of his," she said, rolling her eyes. "You know, the marketing one? Hypernova Strategies, or whatever it was called. He blew through his severance from the last job, then borrowed more to keep it afloat. The wedding pushed it over the edge." I leaned back, silent for a beat. Lindsay gave me a knowing look. "He's in deep. Like, sell your stuff and run deep. And your parents co-signed one of the loans, apparently. That's why they're freaking out." My eyebrows lifted. "They didn't tell me that." "Of course not," she said. "They want you to swoop in and fix it without asking questions. Classic Drew move, right?" I let out a breath. "Not this time." She studied me for a second. "Good. About time." We sat for another half hour. She told me about the wedding, Small, rushed, poorly planned. Apparently, the bride's family wasn't thrilled either, especially once money became tight. Tyler had tried to mask it, but everyone could tell something was off. Then came the business collapse, the missed payments, and finally, the threats. My parents had tried to keep it quiet, but in small towns, bad news travels fast. And now they were out of moves. But I wasn't. I thanked Lindsay, bought her another overpriced drink, and headed home. And on that walk, I began laying the groundwork. Because now, for the first time, I held every card. I had financial independence, local real estate leverage, my family's secret and growing desperation, and a reputation for being the quiet, dependable one, which meant no one would see it coming when I made my move. Step 1. I reconnected with Jenna, my finance friend. I gave her an updated picture of what was happening, then asked her to do a deep dive, not just on Tyler, but on my parents. Their mortgage, their assets, everything. Within 3 days, she came back with gold. They took out a second mortgage to fund Tyler's startup, she said. Used the house as collateral. The interest rate's brutal. And now that Tyler's behind on his end, the lender is circling. I whistled. How long do they have? Maybe 6 months before foreclosure proceedings start, assuming they don't default sooner. My family home, the one they wouldn't even let me mow the lawn of, about to be taken. Poetic, in a cruel sort of way. Step 2. I met with my attorney. We had already been working on a few property ventures together, but now I wanted something more, a shell company. Not illegal, just protective. I didn't want any purchases tracing back to my name. Nothing shady, I clarified. Just a layer between me and the assets. He raised an eyebrow, but nodded. Understood. Step 3. I made a quiet inquiry about their home through a contact at the bank. Purely hypothetical, I said. What would happen if someone were interested in acquiring a foreclosed property in that neighborhood? He told me. If the mortgage defaulted, it would go to auction. But in some cases, especially if someone covered the debt early, the bank might be open to a private buyer taking over the note, especially if it avoided court and legal mess. Interesting. Step 4. I waited. Not passively. I kept building, kept acquiring. But in the background, I watched. Every ignored call, every missed payment, every little sign that the storm was worsening. And sure enough, within 2 months, the dam broke. It started with a voicemail from my mother. Her voice was shaking. Drew, please. We don't know what to do. They came to the house today. Left a notice. Your father won't admit it, but I think he's scared. Please just call me. I didn't. Not yet. I needed them to sit in it. To feel it. For the first time in their lives, they were powerless. Vulnerable. Out of control. Just like I had been for years. But I wasn't cruel. Not heartless. I didn't want them homeless. I didn't want Tyler hurt. I just wanted them to see me. The real me. Not the backup plan. Not the reliable shadow. Me. And if it took shaking their world to do it, so be it. Step 5. I arranged a meeting. I texted my dad a date, a time, and an address. It wasn't a suggestion. It was a directive. Be there. No one else. He showed up, right on time. He looked older. Smaller, somehow. Like life had finally whittled away at the edges of his certainty. The address led him to one of my newest acquisitions, a sleek, glass-walled office on the edge of downtown. I'd moved my operations there a month earlier. I met him in the lobby. Didn't shake his hand. Just gestured to the elevator. Inside, we rode in silence. When we stepped into the conference room, he looked around, clearly impressed but trying not to show it. You own this? He asked. I nodded. Among other things. He sat, fidgeted, cleared his throat. I'm guessing you know why I'm here. I folded my hands. I do. He hesitated. Then, with visible effort, said, We're in trouble, Drew. I know. We didn't mean for it to go this far. We thought we could manage. That Tyler would land something. But the lender's been calling. Showing up. Your mom's a wreck. Why not tell me sooner? I asked. He looked down. Pride. Stubbornness. Maybe shame. I said nothing. He met my eyes. We need help. And I'm asking. Not demanding. Just asking. That was new. I nodded slowly. I can help. But on one condition. Anything. I leaned forward. You sign over the house. He blinked. What? You and Mom sign over the deed. I'll pay off the mortgage. Clear the debt. But the house becomes mine. He stared at me. You'd take our home? I'd save it from foreclosure. I corrected. And I'd let you stay? Rent-free, if you want. But legally, it would be mine. He looked stunned. Why would you? Because I'm done being the fallback. If I'm going to save this family from a mess I didn't create, I want it to mean something. He didn't speak for a long time. Finally, he said, "You've changed." I smiled. "No, you just never noticed who I really was." He swallowed hard. "I'll talk to your mother." "You do that." We stood. As I walked him out, he paused at the door. "Drew, thank you." I didn't respond. Not with words. I just nodded. Once. Because now the stage was set. And soon, very soon, everyone was going to find out who really held the power in this family. And when Tyler came knocking, well, let's just say I had something special planned for him. The papers were signed on a rainy Tuesday. My parents came in quietly, both looking like they hadn't slept in days. My mom wouldn't meet my eyes. My dad barely said a word. The lawyer walked them through each section of the agreement, the deed transfer, the settlement terms, the waived rent clause, and they initialed like people signing away the last of their pride. Because in a way they were. After the last signature, my mom looked up. Her voice cracked. "Why are you doing this, Drew?" I met her gaze. Calm. Steady. Because someone had to. She didn't respond. They stood to leave, and I let them. No hugs. No fake pleasantries. I had what I needed. The house. The power. The final word. But Tyler was still coming. See, while my parents were digging their financial grave, he was digging a deeper one with a borrowed shovel. After the wedding disaster and the business flop, he had started freelancing, jumping from client to client, overpromising and underdelivering. He used buzzwords like scalability and synergy, but he couldn't meet a deadline to save his life. And once his name got around as unreliable, the offers dried up fast. He tried to pivot into crypto, then NFTs, then drop shipping, and failed. Every time. Then, in his desperation, he made one final, glorious mistake. He came to me. It started with a message. "Hey, heard you're doing well. I've got a pitch I think you'd love." I didn't answer. Then a second message. "Bro, seriously, this is solid. I've got an idea for a startup that could actually scale. I just need someone who gets it. Let's grab lunch." I waited 3 days. Then I replied, "Sure. Let's talk. My office. Thursday at 1. When he walked in, he had that same overconfident swagger I'd seen our whole lives. Like the world still owed him something. "Man, this place is nice," he said, glancing around. "Didn't know you were running things at this level." I smiled. "You didn't ask." He laughed. "Guess I was busy with my own stuff." Anyway, he pulled out a tablet. I brought a deck. "This idea? It's next level. Think digital infrastructure meets content monetization. We build a platform that helps mid-tier creators scale their audience and automate ad revenue. I've got some mock-ups, early interest from a few small streamers." I held up a hand. "Stop." He blinked. "What?" "I'm not investing," I said. He frowned. "You haven't even seen the—" "I don't need to. I'm not investing. Not in you." His jaw tightened. "Why the hell did you even ask me to come here then?" I leaned forward. "To say it to your face. You used me. Our whole lives. You walked into every room expecting applause, and I waited in the wings cleaning up your messes. But that's over." He scoffed. "So what, you're punishing me? Acting like some big shot now?" "No," I said calmly. "I am a big shot now, and I didn't get here by coasting on pity." He opened his mouth to argue, but I wasn't done. "You lied about the car. You lied about the loan. You let mom and dad think you were the victim when you were the storm. And now you want my help? After excluding me from your wedding? After dragging my name through the mud in your pity story?" He looked away, but I wasn't finished. "I bought the house," I said. "Their house. It's mine now." He turned sharply. "What?" "They were about to lose it. So I stepped in. Saved them. Paid off their debt. Legally, the deed is in my name." His face paled. "You're kidding." "Nope." "So what? You're kicking them out?" "No. I let them stay. Rent-free. I wanted them to see what grace looks like when it's real." He didn't say anything. His ego was deflating by the second. Then I pulled out a folder and slid it across the desk. "What's this?" "Your bailout." He eyed it suspiciously. "You said." I said I wouldn't invest. I didn't say I wouldn't offer you a way out. That's a job contract. Entry level. My company. Real work. Real hours. Modest pay. But you'd be earning it. He stared at the papers like they were written in another language. "I'm offering you a life raft," I said. "But not a throne." He pushed the folder back. "You expect me to work for you?" I shrugged. "You asked for help. This is it." He stood. This is pathetic. No, I said, standing too. What's pathetic is a grown man asking for handouts from the brother he spent a decade ignoring. He didn't say goodbye, just stormed out, face red with shame or rage, maybe both. I watched him go. That night, I got a call from my dad. Tyler came by. I figured. He's upset. I'm sure. Silence. Then, you really bought the house. I did. He sighed. I never thought I'd see the day. Well, I said, maybe you should have looked harder. Click. I didn't hear from Tyler again for weeks. I assumed he'd go quiet. Lick his wounds. Maybe take the job eventually, maybe not. Either way, it didn't matter. Because the best revenge was already done. I had taken everything they used to ignore me and turned it into something they couldn't look away from. I wasn't the backup plan anymore. I was the legacy. I didn't need their approval. I didn't crave their praise. I had outgrown their world. And as I stood one afternoon on the front porch of my house, the one I used to tiptoe around like a ghost, I looked at the neighborhood, the fading sunlight, the future I had built from the ground up, and smiled. They raised a golden child, but they buried a diamond. And I didn't just shine. I cut deep. I'm Evan, 34 years old, and I've always been the one to hold things together. The one who shows up, foots the bill, smooths things over when someone says something too sharp at dinner. The glue, I guess. That's what my mom used to call me. You keep us together, honey. I used to take pride in that. But glue can only hold so much before it dries out and snaps. My birthday this year was supposed to be different. Not some grand event or an over-the-top dinner. Just a quiet celebration. A little acknowledgement that I existed. That maybe, for once, someone else would hold me together for a change. I reserved a table at this place I loved downtown. It was small, warm, tucked behind an old bookstore with string lights in the windows and mismatched chairs. I sent out invites, just close family. My mom, dad, my younger sister Lila and her husband, my brother Jordan and his girlfriend, even Aunt Beth. I didn't want gifts, just company. I wrote that clearly. No gifts, just you. I kept it light, friendly, thoughtful. I even picked a table near the window in case someone walked by late, so I could wave, maybe joke that they were fashionably late. The reservation was for 6:30. I got there at 6:15. The hostess greeted me by name and smiled. I chose the seat facing the door so I could see them come in. The waiter brought me a glass of water. I declined the menu. I wanted to wait. At 6:40, I checked my phone. No texts. No running late. Messages. By 6:55, the waiter came by again. I smiled and said I'd give it a few more minutes. By 7 o'clock, my water had gone warm. My phone lit up. I reached for it, heart skipping. It was from Lila. Not worth the drive. Happy birthday, though. That's all it said. Not even punctuation. Not even a sorry. Just that. I stared at it for a while. Not because I was surprised, but because, somehow, I still was. Like some part of me thought this year would be different. At 7:06, my mom texted. We're tired, sweetheart. We'll celebrate another time. I didn't reply. I didn't even read it again. The waiter came by, a little sheepish now, asking if I wanted to order anything. I just asked for the check. He looked at the empty table and gave me this look, sympathetic, polite, and completely unbearable. I paid, tipped big, and walked out. The night air hit colder than I expected. I didn't go home right away. I walked. Past the bookstore, past the quiet park across from where I used to take my niece. I ended up in front of my office building. Dark now, closed for the weekend. My keycard still worked. I took the elevator up, walked through the quiet floor, and sat in my corner office. And there, I logged into the Family Foundation account. It started 10 years ago. After my first app sold, I wanted to do something meaningful. We'd always talked about giving back. My parents were big on appearances. Our name should stand for something, my dad used to say. So I created the foundation. It helped pay for scholarships, fund community projects, occasionally supported my siblings when they needed something for the kids or for the house. They liked to say we did it together. But it was my money, my name on the tax forms, my late nights vetting grants. They just posed for the pictures. At 8:17 p.m. on my birthday, I opened the admin settings and started removing names. One by one. My mom, my dad, Lila, Jordan, Aunt Beth. Every person who'd been given a card, a login, or access to the resources. Gone. Then I updated the main contact email and sent one message. Effective immediately, all support is frozen. If you have questions, direct them to legal. I sat back in my chair after that, staring at the reflection of myself in the dark window. I didn't feel triumphant. I didn't feel bitter. Just hollow, like the silence around me had finally settled inside. At 11:52 p.m., my phone buzzed. A missed call from Lila. Then another. And another. I didn't pick up. She called again at midnight. Then Jordan. Then Mom. No voicemails. Just the desperate pattern of rings over and over, like they were trying to rewind time with sheer persistence. At 12:03 a.m., as I was putting on my coat to leave the office, I got the push notification. It was from the Foundation's financial monitoring app. Something had triggered a red flag. Unauthorized access attempt. Multiple failed login attempts. I tapped to open the full report. Location, home address. IP, matched to Lila's network. User, Lila Family Support. I blinked at the screen, and for the first time that night, I felt something simmer. Not sadness, not disappointment, but a very quiet, very sharp kind of anger. She hadn't called because she felt bad. She'd called because she'd tried to get back in, tried to undo what I'd done before it stuck. I sat back down, opened the security protocols, started a trace log, then locked the system completely. No more half measures. As I worked, another email came in. From the Foundation's lawyer. Evan, we received notice of suspicious activity. Do you want to proceed with full audit protocol and account freeze? I hovered over the yes button for a moment. Then I clicked it. The moment I did, my phone lit up again, but not from a call. It was another notification. Emergency alert. Transaction denied. $18,400 transfer attempt. And the name tied to it wasn't Lila this time. It was my mother. That's when I knew. This wasn't just thoughtlessness. This wasn't just a family that forgot dinner or took me for granted. They were trying to drain it before I could stop them. And I wasn't sure what shocked me more, that they tried, or that it took me this long to see them clearly. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in my office with nothing but the hum of the building's backup lights and the soft flick of notifications. Each time I thought it was over, another alert came in. At 12:31 a.m., another denied transaction, this time for $6,200. At 12:47, someone tried changing the recovery email. By 1:10 a.m., the system locked itself down entirely. Nobody could get in, not even me. But I'd already triggered the audit. That was irreversible. Every cent, every login, every grant approved or denied over the last 5 years. All of it was now flagged for legal review. And I'd set it to notify every single board member. At 1:28 a.m., my phone buzzed with another call. Mom. I almost answered. Almost. But I let it ring out like all the others. I knew what she'd say. Why are you doing this? You're overreacting. This isn't the time to play games. But this wasn't a game. This was my birthday. And they made it very clear what I was worth to them. By 2 a.m., I was back home. I dropped my keys on the counter and sat on the couch in the dark. The place was clean, too clean. No half-eaten cake, no wrapping paper, no sloppily tied balloons. Just silence. I thought I'd feel empowered, maybe even a little vindicated. But instead, I just felt tired. Deep in my bones, like I'd been holding my breath for years and still couldn't find air. I stared at the ceiling and let my mind wander back. Back to when I was 17 and sold my first website. Dad said, "You're not special. You just got lucky." Back to 22, when Lila showed up crying about rent and left with $5,000. Back to 30, when I bought the lake house and everyone called it our place, even though none of them chipped in a cent. And every time, I swallowed the resentment, smiled for the camera, and told myself, it's just family. But this time, I didn't have to. By morning, the calls had slowed. I ignored everyone. I didn't need to hear the excuses. I didn't need their version of why they didn't come. I already knew. I wasn't the priority. I was the account, the walking safety net, the guy they leaned on when things got messy, then brushed aside when it was inconvenient to care. At 9:03 a.m., a new message popped up. From Jordan. "Okay, dude. This is getting out of hand. Call me back. You're freaking Mom out. She's crying. What's the point of all this? Just because we missed some dinner?" I stared at it for a long time. Some dinner. That's all it was to him. Not my birthday. Not the one day I asked for their time. Just a missed meal. I didn't respond. But I did forward the message to my lawyer. I figured it might come in handy if they tried to claim I hadn't warned them. At 10:27 a.m., I finally got a different kind of message, this time from Aunt Beth. I had no idea this was happening. I wasn't part of any of that. Please don't cut me off. I care about you. It should have made me feel better. Instead, it made me feel sick. Because of course she knew. They all knew. Maybe not about the transactions, but about the way I'd been treated. And not one of them said a word. That afternoon, I took the long way to the office. My phone buzzed every few blocks. Missed calls. New emails. One particularly desperate voicemail from Lila that started with, "Okay, I messed up, but you're seriously doing this," and ended with, "You've always been so dramatic, Evan." By the time I reached my floor, my assistant Rose was already waiting. She handed me a folder, thick, heavy. "They tried to log in with a fake grant application," she said quietly. "We flagged it. Look at the email domain." I opened the folder. The application was for a youth charity, completely fabricated. The email used a domain created that same morning. The listed contact? M. Carson, my mother's maiden name. I exhaled slowly. "Give me a call with the auditors. I want everything triple verified. Every withdrawal, every reimbursement, every personal expense disguised as outreach." She nodded. "Already scheduled for 4 p.m. And Evan, happy belated." I managed a half smile. "Thanks." The next few hours were a blur. I sat in meetings, signed off on reports, pulled up old records. The deeper we dug, the uglier it got. Thousands here, tens of thousands there. Plane tickets labeled as site visits to places we'd never supported. A vacation to Turks and Caicos under the name of a non-existent youth mentorship program. By evening, the auditors had seen enough. They requested a full statement and authorized the transfer of oversight to an independent firm. But the real punch landed at 7:46 p.m. when I got a call from our foundation's largest corporate partner. "Evan," the voice on the line said, "we just received a notice about the freeze. Is everything all right?" I paused. Then I told him the truth, or most of it. There were some internal issues. "I've initiated an investigation." There was silence on the line. Then he said, "I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm glad you caught it." Then he added something that stopped me cold. "One of your relatives reached out this morning. Said they were authorized to move funds on your behalf. We were a signature away from wiring $50,000. I froze. "Who?" There was a pause. "Your sister." My fingers curled around the edge of the desk. I thanked him, hung up, and stared at the wall. Lila hadn't just tried to get back in. She tried to drain it entirely. And she might have succeeded, if I hadn't been sitting alone at that empty table the night before. I don't know how long I sat there after that call. Just staring. My office was still warm with the late sun filtering through the blinds, but I couldn't feel any of it. I wasn't angry in the way people throw chairs or slam phones. It was colder than that. Quieter. Like watching someone you love sink underwater and realizing they're not even trying to swim. By 8:20 p.m., I was back home, suit jacket off, sleeves rolled up. I poured a glass of water and stood at the kitchen counter, reading the email I hadn't opened earlier, the one from Lila's husband, Matt. "Evan, look man, I don't want to get in the middle of all this, but you're putting a lot of people in a bad spot. Lila's freaking out. Your mom's calling every hour. I get that you're mad, but this seems extreme. We're family. We've all helped each other. This isn't who you are." No, it wasn't. But maybe it should have been. I was done pretending that quiet meant weak, that forgiving meant forgetting. So I opened a blank document, titled it Statement of Closure, and started typing. It wasn't a legal document. Not exactly. More like a manifesto, something I'd send to the family once the audit concluded. It would outline every misuse of funds, every unauthorized transaction, every time someone leaned on family as a shield for selfishness. Not to start a war, but to finish the story with facts, not feelings. I was halfway through listing the first year's discrepancies when my phone buzzed again. Unknown number. I usually don't answer those, but something made me pick it up. "Hello." There was a pause, then a voice I hadn't heard in years. "Evan, it's Uncle Reese." I froze. Reese was my dad's younger brother, estranged for almost a decade. Last I heard, he'd moved across the country and cut contact after some ugly fight with my parents. I'd always wondered what happened. "I heard about what happened," he said quietly. I blinked. "How?" "I got a call. From your dad. First time in 10 years. That took me a second." "He called you?" Reese laughed dryly. "Yeah. Said the family's falling apart. Blamed you. Asked me to talk some sense into you." I didn't say anything. Reese continued, "So I did. But not the way he wanted." "What do you mean?" I told him I'm proud of you. I sat down slowly. "I saw it coming, Evan. Years ago, the way they leaned on you, the way they dismissed your boundaries. It's why I left. I just didn't have the guts to burn the bridges. But you're not burning them. You're building something better, even if they can't see it yet. His voice cracked a little at the end. I didn't expect that. Thanks, I finally said. I didn't think anyone would say that. I wish I said it sooner. We talked for almost 20 minutes. About nothing. About everything. He told me he'd be in town next week and wanted to grab lunch. For once, I didn't hesitate. Yeah, I'd like that. After we hung up, I stared at the dark phone screen and thought, maybe I wasn't alone in this after all. But whatever small comfort I felt vanished the next morning when I got to the office and found Rose waiting at my door, holding a thick envelope. Messenger dropped this off 30 minutes ago, she said quietly. No return address. I opened it slowly. Inside were printed screenshots, dozens of them. Messages, emails, texts. From my sister, my mother, even Jordan. Group chats I was never included in. Threads I never saw. At first, it was little things. Jokes at my expense. Let Evan pay. He loves being the hero. He won't say no. He never does. Just ask him for the card. He's too guilty to refuse. But as I flipped through the pages, it got worse. One thread was labeled Plan B. And in it, Lila had written, if he ever cuts us off, we have options. His guilt is our safety net. Just hit him where it hurts. Say mom's sick again. That always works. I stopped reading. I didn't have to see more. Because that was the moment I understood. It had never been thoughtlessness. It had been strategy. They'd counted on me breaking my own back just to keep them afloat. But now they were the ones sinking. And I was no longer their lifeboat. That was the moment I made my decision. Not just about the foundation, or the audit, or the emails. But about them. About the role they would never play in my life again. I stood up, walked to the glass wall of my office, and stared out over the city. That was when Rose came back in, face pale, holding her tablet. Evan, she said quietly, you need to see this. There's a video going around. My stomach twisted. She turned the screen toward me. It was a shaky clip. A living room. My mother, sitting on the couch, dabbing her eyes with a tissue. Lila pacing nearby. A voice, Jordan's, saying, just record it. Maybe if he sees how upset she is, he'll stop this nonsense. And then my mother looked into the camera and said, he's destroying this family. I don't know what we did to deserve this. It was dated this morning. It had over 32,000 views. And the caption read, my brother turned on us and cut off our entire family. For what? Missing dinner. I didn't react right away. I just stood there, frozen, watching the video play on a loop. My mother's voice was soft, tearful, measured, like a seasoned actress delivering the performance of a lifetime. He's destroying this family, she said again, eyes glassy and hands clutching a tissue. And then Lila chimed in. All because we didn't go to his birthday. He's punishing us. Ruining everything out of spite. They looked like victims. They made sure of it. And it was working. The comments were already piling up. Wow, how heartless. Can't believe someone would abandon their mom like that. He sounds like a narcissist. What a baby. All this over dinner. I should have been used to it by now. Their ability to twist things. To rewrite history and paint themselves in soft colors while casting me as the villain. But seeing it so public, so rehearsed, it hit different. Rose hovered in the doorway. What do you want to do? I didn't answer immediately. My head was swimming. Not from anger, but from the sheer weight of how calculated this was. It wasn't a spontaneous moment. This was premeditated. Filmed. Edited. Posted. They'd weaponized sympathy, and it was already spreading. I sat down, pulled up my laptop, and opened the folder I'd been building for the past week. Every receipt. Every unauthorized charge. Every email and message that proved what really happened. I hadn't planned on going public. I thought I'd keep it private. Let the audit speak for itself. Let the lawyers handle the mess quietly. But they'd chosen the stage. So I gave them a show. Within an hour, I uploaded a video. No dramatic music. No angry rants. Just me, in my office, calmly reading from a list. The $18,400 wire attempt. The fake charity application. The vacation tickets labeled as site visits. The group chat where my sister said, his guilt is our safety net. I even showed the screen recording of the financial alerts that came in after I froze the accounts. Then I spoke directly to the camera. I didn't cut them off because they missed dinner. I cut them off because they missed every chance to treat me like a person, not a wallet. For years I paid. I showed up. I supported. I believed that family meant showing up even when it hurt. And they believed that meant I'd never stop. I let that hang. Then I added, they were wrong. I ended the video with the date the audit would be complete and a promise to release the full report if they continued their smear campaign. I clicked upload and walked away. I didn't check the views. I didn't read the comments. I just turned off my phone and went for a walk. By the time I returned to the office the next morning, everything had changed. Rose met me with wide eyes. It exploded. 2 million views overnight. I blinked. What? News outlets picked it up. People are dissecting every frame. And, get this, someone found old charity photos and matched receipts to vacations they claimed were work trips. It's all unraveling. I sat down slowly. Has anyone from the family? They've all gone quiet. Lila deleted her accounts. Your mom hasn't posted since yesterday. But she paused. There's more. She handed me a document. It was a statement from the board of the Family Foundation. They'd officially voted to remove every remaining family member from any role in oversight or funding. The audit would be published in full, and the foundation would be renamed, no longer carrying our last name. I stared at the paper. There it was, in ink. A full break. Later that afternoon, I received a message from a familiar email. My mother. Evan, I didn't know things had gone this far. That video, it's hurtful. We made mistakes, yes, but this public humiliation is cruel. We're family. Let's talk. Privately. Please. I didn't reply, because she still didn't understand. This wasn't about embarrassment. This was about consequences. Over the next few days, the silence grew. No more calls. No more texts. No more videos pleading for forgiveness. Just silence, the kind that follows a storm. And in that silence, something strange happened. People began reaching out, not from my family, but from outside. Quiet messages, DMs, emails, people I hadn't spoken to in years. One read, I saw your video. I've been the glue too. Thank you for showing what it looks like to finally let go. Another, I didn't know you could say no to family. I thought I was just supposed to keep giving. Thank you. And suddenly, the weight I'd carried for so long began to lift. Because I realized I wasn't just cutting off a toxic family dynamic. I was showing others they could too. Weeks passed. The audit finished. The full report was released. Every misused dollar. Every abuse of trust. Every manipulation. The public believed me, not because I shouted, but because I didn't. Because I told the truth with receipts. Because I had lived in silence long enough. And when I finally spoke, it echoed. The Family Foundation rebranded and expanded. We launched a new scholarship program under my name. No more Carson family, anything. Just people helping people. Lila and Jordan faded into digital obscurity. No more influencing. No more podcasts about building generational wealth. Their silence became their legacy. As for my parents, they moved. Somewhere quieter. A smaller home, smaller lives. Occasionally, I'd hear a whisper from a cousin or mutual friend. My mother wasn't the same anymore. My father was keeping his head down. I didn't ask for details. I had peace now. Not the kind that comes from forgiveness, but the kind that comes from distance. From boundaries held firm. From no longer needing to explain myself to people who never really saw me. My 35th birthday was small. No big table. No invitations. Just me, a couple friends from work, and Uncle Reese, who flew in, brought a bottle of scotch, and gave me a bear hug that didn't need any words. And when someone asked, jokingly, so where's your family this year? I just smiled and said, they got lost on the way. And I didn't feel sad. I felt free. Because sometimes, the best gift you can give yourself is walking away. My name's Evan. I'm 32, and I've been saving for the last year and a half to give my son the ultimate gift, something I never had when I was his age. He just turned 14, a straight-A student, a good kid, and honestly one of the few people in my family who still makes me feel like I'm doing something right as a dad. I grew up in a house where fun wasn't exactly encouraged, so when my son started getting into gaming, I decided I was going to go all out for him. I didn't want him stuck on some hand-me-down laptop or lagging console. No, I wanted him to have something amazing, a $4,000 fully customized gaming PC, with a curved monitor, RGB keyboard, the works. I even took the time to handpick every part. The case, the GPU, the RAM. I'd sit up late at night watching build guides just to make sure I didn't mess it up. It became sort of a project for the two of us. When I finally finished it, The look on his face was worth every second of those late nights. He lit up like it was Christmas morning. For weeks, he came straight home from school just to play, stream, and even edit his own videos. It was our thing. We'd sit in the room together, me on my old laptop, him at his new setup, talking about his favorite games and his plans to maybe go pro someday. Honestly, it felt like I was breaking a cycle, giving my kid a childhood that was better than mine. And then there's my dad, my stepmom, and my stepbrother. To put it nicely, we have history. I didn't grow up with much, but when my dad remarried, it was like his entire personality shifted overnight. Suddenly, it was all about keeping the peace and doing what's fair, which, in our house, always meant whatever kept my stepmom happy. My stepbrother, Chase, has been their golden boy since day one. Doesn't matter that he's 30 and still living at home. Doesn't matter that he's been fired from 2 jobs this year alone. Somehow, everything he does is just a phase. I'd been invited, well, more like pressured, to come over to their place for Sunday dinner. I hadn't gone in months, but my dad insisted, saying something about family bonding. Against my better judgment, I agreed. I figured it would be harmless enough. Just a couple hours of small talk, eat some food, smile, and leave. When I got there, it was the usual circus. Chase sitting on the couch with his feet up, his girlfriend scrolling on her phone, my stepmom loudly talking about how expensive everything is these days while still bragging about their new vacation plans. My son stayed close to me, clearly uncomfortable, but we powered through dinner without any major drama. Afterward, my stepmom casually asked my son how he was enjoying his new computer. I should have taken the way she said it, that strange, sing-song tone, as a warning. My son smiled shyly and told her about the games he'd been playing. Chase's kids, who had been running around screaming all night, perked up immediately and asked if they could come see it. I hesitated, but my dad gave me that look, the one that says, "Don't make things difficult." So, trying to be polite, I agreed to bring them over the following weekend for a short visit. I figured they'd look at it, maybe play for a few minutes, and that would be it. What actually happened was worse than anything I could have imagined. The next weekend, they came over. Within 5 minutes, Chase's kids were slamming the keyboard, clicking every button on the mouse, and yelling over each other about whose turn it was. I tried to keep calm, but when one of them knocked over an energy drink on the desk, I jumped up and said, "Okay, that's enough. We're done." That's when my stepmom laughed. Not an embarrassed laugh, a loud, sharp laugh that made my son's face fall. "Oh, come on, Evan," she said. "They're just kids. Don't be so uptight." I wiped down the desk, told the kids we were finished, and started shutting everything down. I thought that was the end of it. I wish it had been. The next weekend, my dad invited us over again. This time, my gut told me not to go, but my son begged me, saying he didn't want to make things worse. So we went. And that's when it happened, the moment everything between us and them snapped. When we walked in, Chase's kids were already there, sitting on the couch grinning. My stepmom greeted me with a too sweet smile and said, "We've been talking, and we decided it wasn't fair that your son has such a fancy computer when my grandbabies don't." I froze, not sure what she meant. Then she added, "So we stopped by your place earlier. Hope you don't mind, and let the kids have some fun." At first, I didn't understand. Then my son turned pale and whispered, "Dad, my PC." I drove home faster than I should have, my heart pounding. When we walked in, my stomach dropped. The PC was drenched, sticky soda dripping down the case, the monitor screen stained, RGB lights flickering and then going black. The smell of sugar and burnt electronics hung in the air. My son just stood there, silent, while I felt this hot wave of anger rush through me. And then I heard the laugh. My stepmom's laugh. She'd followed us home, standing in the doorway with her arms crossed like she had just won something. "If my son's kids can't have one," she said, almost cheerfully, "neither can yours." My dad just shrugged, as if this was somehow a reasonable solution. Chase didn't even look at me. I smiled, not because I was okay, but because in that moment, something inside me clicked. I didn't yell. I didn't cry. I just told them to leave. And that's when everything started to change. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the living room after my son went to bed, just staring at the ruined PC. The monitor was completely dead, the RGB lights wouldn't turn back on, and the inside of the case was still sticky. The soda had dripped down onto the carpet, leaving a dark stain. The smell was unbearable, burnt sugar and electronics. I kept replaying the scene over and over in my head. My stepmom standing there, smiling. My dad just shrugging like this was some minor disagreement about what TV show to watch. And my son, that's what hurt most. He hadn't cried, not even once. He'd just gone to his room, shut the door, and stayed there. That was how I knew how bad it really was. He didn't want me to see how much it hurt him. I hated that this was what my family had done to him, to us. The next morning, I texted my dad and told him he and his wife weren't welcome at my house until they apologized and paid for the damage. No response. Hours passed. Then finally, a message came through. It was from my dad. "Evan, don't be dramatic. They're just kids. You should have been more careful if it meant that much to you." I stared at the screen in disbelief. More careful? I'd worked for months to save for that build. I'd made sure my son's desk was organized, kept drinks away from it, taught him to treat it like it was precious, because it was. And somehow this was my fault. By the end of the day, my phone was blowing up with messages from my stepmom, too. "It's not that big of a deal. You can just buy another one. Don't punish the kids for being curious." And my personal favorite: if you can afford to waste money on toys, you can afford to share. Share. That word made my blood boil. As if I was hoarding something. As if my son had been selfish for having something nice for once. I ignored them. For 3 days, I didn't reply to a single message. I spent my evenings researching whether the PC could be salvaged. The verdict wasn't great. Most of the components were fried. The GPU alone, the most expensive part, was completely gone. When I finally called my dad, I was calm. Too calm, probably. "You're paying for this," I said. "Or I'm pressing charges. I have cameras in the house. I know when they were here. I know who did it." There was silence on the other end. Then he sighed. "Evan, don't make this a legal issue. Family doesn't sue family. Family doesn't destroy each other's property." I shot back. That's when he dropped the line that really made me see where his loyalties were. "Look, your stepmom already feels bad. Just let it go. You'll only make things worse. Worse. Like this wasn't already bad enough. Like watching my kid lose the one thing he loved most in that house was just a minor inconvenience." And then came the guilt trip. "You know Chase is having a hard time right now. He's trying to get back on his feet. Don't you think your nephew and niece deserve to have a little fun too? They don't have much." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. This wasn't about giving his grandkids a little fun. This was about control. About keeping the family hierarchy exactly how my stepmom liked it, with Chase and his kids on top, and me and my son at the bottom. I ended the call before I said something I'd regret. For a while, I thought maybe that would be the end of it. Maybe they'd finally leave us alone. But it got worse. The next week, my dad showed up at my house unannounced. I didn't even know he had a key. Apparently, he'd kept one from years ago. He walked right in, sat down at my kitchen table, and started talking like nothing had happened. "Your stepmom's feelings are hurt," he said. "She thinks you're punishing her by not coming around." "I am," I said flatly. He frowned like I just cursed at him. "That's childish, Evan. You're too old to hold grudges." Grudge. That word stung. This wasn't a grudge. This was a boundary. When I told him to leave, he didn't move. He just leaned back in the chair and said, "You've always been difficult. This is why it's hard to include you in things. You make everything about you." That was it for me. I grabbed his coat off the back of the chair, handed it to him, and told him if he ever let himself into my house again without permission, I'd change the locks. He left in a huff, slamming the door behind him. For a while, it was quiet. Almost too quiet. And then the rumors started. One of my cousins texted me asking if it was true that I'd kicked Grandpa out and banned the family from seeing my son. My stepmom had apparently told everyone that I was poisoning the family dynamic and isolating my kid from his relatives. At first, I tried to defend myself. I sent long texts explaining what had really happened, how they'd come into my house without permission and destroyed thousands of dollars worth of property. But it didn't matter. The story had already been twisted. The worst part was how my son started to notice. He'd come home from school quieter than usual. One day he asked me if we were the bad guys. When I asked him what he meant, he said, "Grandma told Aunt Lisa that you hate family and that you're teaching me to hate them too." Hearing that felt like someone had punched me in the chest. I reassured him that we weren't the bad guys, but inside I was seething. Not only had they destroyed his PC, but now they were trying to turn the rest of the family against us. And worse, make him feel guilty for standing up for himself. The breaking point came 2 weeks later when Chase himself showed up at my door. I almost didn't open it, but curiosity got the better of me. He stood there, hands in his hoodie pocket, looking smug. "Mom says you're being dramatic," he said. "You need to grow up. It's just a computer." "It was $4,000, I said evenly. He shrugged. "Shouldn't have spent that much if you couldn't afford to lose it." I could feel my jaw clench. "You and your kids aren't welcome here," I said. He smirked. "Yeah, Mom said you'd say that. She also said you wouldn't actually do anything because you can't afford to cut us off. Family's all you've got." I didn't reply. I just shut the door in his face. That night, I sat at the kitchen table long after my son had gone to bed, staring at the ruined PC in the corner. My anger had settled into something else now, something colder, sharper. I wasn't going to yell. I wasn't going to beg for an apology that was never coming. No, I was going to do something better. And I had the perfect idea. A week went by after Chase showed up at my door. I thought maybe that was it, that maybe they'd finally said their piece and decided to leave us alone. I was wrong. It was a Saturday morning, sunny but cold. I was halfway through making pancakes when my son came rushing into the kitchen, pale and panicked. "Dad, look outside." I ran to the window, spatula still in hand. There, parked in my driveway, was my dad's car. And behind it, Chase's truck. My stomach dropped. Before I could even react, they were at the door. Not knocking, pounding. The kind of pounding that makes your chest tighten because you know it's not a friendly visit. I opened the door just enough to block their way. "What do you want?" I asked. Chase smirked. "We came to get the rest of it." "The rest of what?" He gestured toward the house. "The computer, the monitor, the keyboard, whatever still works. The kids want it for their playroom." I blinked at him, unable to believe what I was hearing. "It doesn't work. They broke it." "Yeah," he said casually, "but maybe some parts still do. No point letting it sit here." That's when my dad chimed in. "Evan, stop being difficult. It's just collecting dust. Let them have it." My hands were shaking. "You think I'm going to give the people who destroyed it the rest of it? Are you insane?" "Watch your tone," my dad said sharply. "No." I snapped, louder than I meant to. "You watch yours. You broke into my house once already. You are not stepping foot inside again." Chase laughed under his breath. "Look at you getting all worked up over a toy. Pathetic." My son was standing behind me now, clutching the doorway. I could feel him trembling. He didn't say anything, but I could tell he was scared, not of them, but of me losing control. I took a deep breath and said, "You have 5 seconds to get off my property before I call the police." They didn't move. For a moment, I thought I might actually have to follow through. Then, finally, my dad shook his head in disgust and turned to leave. "Fine, but don't expect us to come running next time you need help." As if they'd ever helped me before. I slammed the door and locked it. My son went back to his room without a word. Breakfast was ruined. The whole day was ruined. But the real betrayal came the next day. Sunday afternoon, I got a call from my cousin Jenna, one of the few relatives who hadn't completely taken sides yet. She sounded hesitant, like she wasn't sure she should even be telling me. "Evan," she said slowly, "did you know your dad's having a family meeting tonight?" I frowned. "No." "Why?" "Because it's about you." My stomach turned. Apparently, my stepmom had gathered half the family at her house to discuss the situation with me. The plan, according to Jenna, was to stage some kind of intervention, to sit me down, tell me I was being toxic, and demand that I let Chase's kids use whatever was left of the PC to keep the peace. I thanked her for telling me and hung up. I didn't go to the meeting. I didn't even acknowledge it. But I didn't have to. They brought the meeting to me. Monday morning, I got an email from my dad. Not a text. Not a call. An email, like he was my boss instead of my father. It was long, formal, and cold. "Evan, your behavior over the past few weeks has been unacceptable. You have alienated yourself and your son from the family, refused to cooperate with reasonable requests, and continued to escalate a situation that could have been resolved peacefully. Until you are willing to sit down with us and talk like an adult, you are not welcome at family gatherings. If you continue to keep your son away from his grandparents, we will pursue other options to ensure he maintains a relationship with us." Other options. The implication hit me like a freight train. They were threatening to go to court, to drag me into a legal battle over my own son, all because I wouldn't let them trample over my boundaries. I felt something inside me snap. This wasn't about the PC anymore. It wasn't even about the money. This was about control, about reminding me where I stood in the family pecking order. For days, I walked around in a fog. I barely ate, barely slept. My son noticed. "Dad," he said quietly one night, "are they going to take me away?" Hearing that almost broke me. I knelt down and hugged him so tightly he squirmed. "No," I said firmly. "Nobody is taking you away. I promise." But inside, my mind was spinning. If they were willing to go this far, to threaten court, to lie about me to the rest of the family, what would they do next? The answer came faster than I expected. That Friday, I got home from work and saw something that made my blood run cold. There, on my porch, was a box. At first, I thought it was a package I'd ordered. But when I got closer, I saw the handwriting. My stepmom's. Inside were the charred remains of my son's GPU and motherboard, the ones I'd pulled from the case and set aside to try to clean. They'd been smashed with a hammer. There was a note taped to the inside of the box. "Stop acting like a victim. This ends when you stop fighting us." I sat on the porch for a long time, staring at the box. My hands were shaking, but my mind was clear for the first time in weeks. They had crossed a line. This wasn't just disrespect anymore. This was war, and I knew exactly how I was going to win. I didn't open the box right away. I just sat there on the porch, staring at it until the sun went down. The streetlights flickered on one by one, but I didn't move. When I finally did, I didn't bring the box inside. I left it there, a monument to what they'd done, and went to bed without saying a word to my son. That night, I lay awake staring at the ceiling. Every word my dad had ever said to me, every laugh from my stepmom, every smug look from Chase, they all played in my head like a broken record. I kept hearing my son's voice asking if they were going to take him away. And for the first time in years, I felt completely powerless. Over the next few days, I shut down emotionally. I went to work, came home, cooked dinner, went to bed. Rinse, repeat. I barely spoke to anyone. Even my son started looking at me like he wasn't sure how to reach me. I hated that I was doing to him what my dad had always done to me, going silent, shutting him out. One night, he came into my room and sat on the edge of the bed. "Dad," he said softly, "are we okay?" That hit me like a punch. I sat up and pulled him into a hug. "Yeah, buddy," I said, my voice breaking a little. "We're okay. I promise." But I knew we weren't. Not yet. The next morning, I took the smashed components and the note and locked them in a box in the garage. I didn't throw them away. I couldn't. It felt like evidence now, like proof that I wasn't crazy. I also went online and changed the passwords on every account I owned, bank accounts, utilities, even my streaming services. I called my landlord and had the locks changed. I installed a camera on the front porch. It wasn't much, but it made me feel like I was taking back a little bit of control. I stopped answering calls from my dad completely. When my phone buzzed, I just let it ring. When my stepmom sent long, dramatic texts about how I was ruining the family, I deleted them without reading past the first line. But walking away came with a cost. The more I pulled back, the more aggressive they became. Word started getting back to me through cousins and old family friends that my stepmom was telling people I was mentally unstable, that I was brainwashing my son, that I was dangerous. At first, I laughed it off, but then one of my son's teachers called me. "Mr. Daniels," she said carefully, "I don't want to alarm you, but we received a call from a relative saying they were concerned about your son's well-being at home. They claimed you were isolating him and refusing to let him see his grandparents." My blood went cold. I explained the situation as calmly as I could, gave her my number in case they tried anything else, and hung up. But the damage was done. That night, I sat in the garage staring at the box with the smashed GPU inside. This wasn't just about the PC anymore. This was about my life, my son's life. And if I didn't do something soon, I was going to lose more than just family dinners. For the first time, I started thinking strategically. I opened a notebook and started writing everything down. Dates, times, what was said, who was there. I printed out the emails and texts, saved screenshots, backed everything up to a cloud drive. And then I started making calls. Not to them, never to them, but to people who could actually help me. First, I called a lawyer. I didn't hire him yet, but I asked a lot of questions. What were my rights? Could grandparents really force visitation? What kind of proof would I need if this ever went to court? He told me to keep documenting everything. Next, I called a computer repair shop. I knew the PC was dead, but I wanted an official report. Something I could show if I ever decided to press charges. The guy at the shop shook his head when he saw it. "This wasn't an accident," he said. "This was deliberate." I asked him to put that in writing. He did. Meanwhile, I focused on my son. I started spending more time with him, even if it was just small stuff. Movie nights, walks around the block, cooking dinner together. I wanted him to know that no matter what was happening outside our house, we were still solid. But every time I saw the hurt in his eyes when he walked past the empty desk where the PC used to be, something inside me twisted tighter. Then came the breaking point. 2 weeks after the box incident, I got a letter in the mail. At first, I thought it was junk until I saw the return address. It was from my stepmom. Inside was a printed photo of me, my son, and the PC, one I'd posted to Facebook months ago when we first built it. Across the bottom, in thick black marker, she'd written, "This is what you lost because of your pride." That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat at the kitchen table with the letter in front of me, the house completely dark, and made a decision. I wasn't just going to walk away anymore. I was going to make sure they never had the power to hurt us again. The morning after I made my decision, something felt different. The heaviness that had been sitting in my chest for weeks wasn't gone, but it had shifted, no longer crushing me, but sharpening me, focusing me. I started by cleaning the house. It sounds small, but it felt symbolic. I cleared out the living room, scrubbed the carpet where the soda had spilled, and boxed up anything that reminded me of the chaos they had brought into my home. When my son came home from school that day, he paused at the doorway, looking around. "Whoa," he said softly. "It looks different." "Yeah," I said, trying not to get choked up. "I think we needed a reset." That weekend, I took on a few extra hours at work. It wasn't glamorous, late nights, spreadsheets, answering emails, but it paid over time. Every extra penny went into a separate savings account I opened just for my son. I named it after him. It felt good, like I was quietly building something that no one could touch. Over the next few weeks, life began to settle into a rhythm. I stopped waiting for the next blow-up from my dad or stepmom. Instead, I poured my energy into my own life. I started jogging again, something I hadn't done since before my divorce. I lost 10 pounds, not from stress this time, but because I wanted to. I cooked real dinners instead of living off takeout. And I started reconnecting with people outside the family. I called up an old friend from college I hadn't seen in years, and we grabbed coffee. I started joining my coworkers for lunch instead of eating at my desk. Slowly, I began to feel like a person again instead of just a storm waiting to happen. But I wasn't just rebuilding emotionally. Quietly, I was laying groundwork. I upgraded the security system on the house, better cameras, motion sensors, even a smart lock that logged every entry. I wanted there to be no question of who came and went. I kept collecting evidence too. Every text from my stepmom, every passive-aggressive email from my dad. I saved them all. I printed them, organized them by date, and put them in a binder. It felt obsessive at first, but the more I did it, the more empowered I felt. This wasn't paranoia. This was preparation. Meanwhile, my son started to come back to life too. I noticed him laughing more, joking with me during dinner. One night, he shyly asked if we could rebuild the PC together. I hesitated. The cost had been a major hit to my savings. But then I realized this wasn't just about the computer. This was about giving him back something they had taken from him. So I said yes. We didn't go over the top this time. No $4,000 build, just something solid, a little more budget-friendly, but still powerful enough for him to play his favorite games. We spent 2 weekends piecing it together. This time, he did most of the work with me guiding him. And when we finally hit the power button and the lights came on, he grinned from ear to ear. "Feels good to build it ourselves again," he said. "Yeah," I replied. "Feels good to take back what's ours." Rebuilding that PC felt like more than just fixing what was broken. It felt like reclaiming control of our lives. By now, I had stopped responding to my stepmom entirely, and that silence seemed to drive her crazy. The texts kept coming, each one nastier than the last, but I never took the bait. Then, one day, she sent a single message. "Fine. You win. Don't bother coming to Thanksgiving." For a moment, I felt a pang of guilt. But then I realized, this was the first time in years I wasn't dreading a family holiday. Instead of sitting at a table full of tension and forced smiles, I made different plans. My son and I booked a little cabin 2 hours away and spent Thanksgiving weekend hiking, cooking, and playing games. We didn't talk about them once. That trip lit a fire under me. For the first time, I started to think beyond just surviving. When we got back, I signed up for a certification course for work. It meant more late nights, but I knew if I passed, it could put me in line for a major promotion. The kind of promotion that would give me financial freedom and leverage I never had before. It wasn't easy. There were nights I wanted to quit, times when the weight of it all felt too much. But then I'd look at my son, sitting at the new PC we built, smiling again, and I'd push through. Months passed. Winter turned to spring. I passed the certification exam with a nearly perfect score. My boss called me into his office and told me there was a new position opening up, higher pay, more responsibility. He said I'd be a natural fit. When I walked out of his office that day, I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time: pride. Not the fragile pride that my stepmom loved to shatter, but a quiet, solid pride in what I'd built for myself and my son. And then, as if the universe wanted to test my resolve, my dad called. He didn't apologize. He didn't even ask how I was. He just said, "We're having a family barbecue next weekend. You should come. It's time to let this go." I almost laughed. After everything, the destruction, the threats, the lies, he really thought all it would take was some overcooked burgers and small talk to smooth it over. But I didn't yell. I didn't argue. I just said, "We'll see," and hung up. And that night, I opened my binder of evidence, flipped through the pages, and started planning in earnest. I wasn't just going to rise above this. I was going to make sure they understood, once and for all, that we were not theirs to control. By the time summer rolled around, the tension had cooled just enough that I could think clearly, not just about the past, but about the future. The promotion came through at work in early June. Higher salary, more flexibility, and most importantly, more authority. I now oversaw a small team, which meant I had control over scheduling, budgets, and, surprisingly, access to a company legal advisor when needed. The day I signed the offer letter, I sat in my car in the parking lot for a long time, just staring at it. I thought about all those nights I'd felt powerless, sitting in my kitchen at 2 in the morning wondering how to protect my son. Now, for the first time, I felt like I had options. But I wasn't going to waste this new power on anger alone. If I was going to act, I needed to make sure it was smart. That night, after my son went to bed, I opened my binder of evidence and started organizing everything by severity. Minor offenses in one section, direct threats in another, legal liabilities in their own tab. Looking at it all laid out like that made something click for me. They had been escalating for months, and every step of the way I had let them think they still had control. Not anymore. I scheduled a private consultation with a family lawyer, this time in person. I brought the binder with me, every email, every text, even the smashed components from the PC in a sealed plastic bag. The lawyer was a sharp woman in her 40s with a calm, no-nonsense demeanor. She spread everything across her desk and read in silence for a long time. Finally, she looked up at me and said, "You have more than enough to file for a restraining order if you choose to. And if they ever try to petition for visitation, this documentation will shut that down fast." Hearing that was like having a weight lifted off my chest. For the first time, I knew I wasn't just reacting, I had leverage. But I didn't stop there. At work, I started paying closer attention to my finances. I maxed out my 401k contributions, opened a high-yield savings account, and even started a small side hustle doing freelance consulting on weekends. Every extra dollar went into building a cushion, not just for emergencies, but for the day I decided to act. Meanwhile, my son was thriving. He joined a small online gaming team and started streaming regularly. One night, as I was passing his room, I heard him laughing with his friends, shouting callouts and strategies. The sound filled me with this strange mix of pride and determination. They had tried to break us, but here we were, rebuilding stronger than ever. The next major piece of the puzzle came from an unexpected source. One evening, I ran into my stepbrother Chase's former boss at the grocery store. We weren't close, just casual acquaintances, but he stopped me to chat. After some small talk, he leaned in a little and said, "By the way, I heard about the family drama. I'm sorry you're dealing with all that." I must have looked surprised because he chuckled. "Oh yeah, your stepmom's been talking. But between you and me, Chase has been burning bridges all over town. He owes money to 3 different contractors and apparently maxed out a credit card in his mom's name." My mind started racing. Chase had always been reckless with money, but I hadn't realized it had gotten that bad. If he was in that much trouble, that meant he was vulnerable. And so was my stepmom, since she was covering for him financially. That night, I dug deeper. Public records, social media posts, even casual mentions from mutual friends, I pieced together a clearer picture. Chase had been let go from his last job not because of budget cuts, as my dad had claimed, but because he'd been caught misusing company equipment. The girlfriend he'd been bragging about? Gone. Their big move into a new house. It was actually a rental they were already 3 months behind on. I didn't tell anyone what I'd learned. Not yet. Instead, I kept collecting information quietly, methodically. If they thought they had leverage over me because of family ties, I was going to make sure I had enough leverage to turn the entire narrative upside down. Then came the opportunity one hadn't been expecting. One afternoon, my boss called me into his office. "Evan," he said, "I've been impressed with how you've handled the new role. We've got an opening for a project lead on a big client account, and I think you'd be perfect for it." The client? A mid-sized local business that, as fate would have it, happened to employ Chase on a trial basis after he'd burned through his last job. I kept my face neutral, but inside, something cold and focused lit up. This was it. I accepted the project lead position, and over the next few weeks, I carefully navigated my role. I didn't go after Chase directly. That would have been too obvious, but I made sure that every decision I made on the project was airtight. No favoritism, no shortcuts, no room for anyone to accuse me of bias. All the while, I kept building my case at home. I met with my lawyer again, this time discussing what a full no-contact order would look like and how quickly it could be filed if necessary. I updated my security system's settings to automatically back up footage to an off-site server, and I started to plan for the barbecue. Yes, I had decided I was going to go. Not to reconcile. No, that ship had sailed, but to watch, to listen, to see how they acted now that I wasn't the quiet, powerless version of myself they were used to. The night before the barbecue, I sat at the kitchen table with my son. "Tomorrow might be interesting," I said carefully. He looked up from his drink. "Do we have to go?" I smiled a little. "No, but I want to. I think it's time they see that we're not scared of them anymore." He nodded slowly, and for the first time since this all started, I saw a spark of excitement in his eyes instead of dread. The next day, as we drove to my dad's house, I felt calm. No anger, no shaking hands, just a quiet, steady resolve. I wasn't just going to stand up for myself this time. I was going to take back the power they had stolen, and maybe, just maybe, let them see what it feels like to lose control for once. The morning of the barbecue, I woke up before my alarm. The air felt different, sharp, electric. My son was unusually quiet as he ate breakfast, and I could tell he was nervous. I put a hand on his shoulder and said, "Remember, we're not going there to fight. We're going there to watch. We stay calm, no matter what." He nodded. "What if they try to start something?" "Then we let them," I said, "and we make sure everyone sees who they really are." We arrived a little after noon. My dad's backyard was already full. Cousins, uncles, neighbors, all of them chatting and laughing like nothing had ever happened. My stepmom spotted us first. Her smile looked friendly enough, but her eyes narrowed. "Well, look who finally decided to show up," she said loudly enough for everyone to hear. I didn't rise to it. I just nodded and said, "Thanks for inviting us." For the next hour, I played the part. I helped set out drinks, made polite small talk, even laughed at a few jokes. My son stuck close to me but seemed to relax when he saw I wasn't taking the bait. But I wasn't there just to be polite. I was there to set the stage. When everyone finally sat down to eat, I stood up and cleared my throat. "Before we get started," I said, "I just want to say something." The table went quiet. My stepmom crossed her arms, clearly bracing for an argument. "I know there's been a lot of tension these last few months," I said calmly. "I know stories have gone around. So I brought something." I pulled a manila envelope out of my bag and set it on the table. Inside were copies of everything. The texts, the emails, the photos of the destroyed PC, even the report from the computer repair shop stating the damage was intentional. I passed them down the table silently. At first, no one said anything. Then my cousin Jenna, bless her, said, "Wait, this is what actually happened." "Yes," I said simply. "This is what happened." And instead of apologizing, they doubled down. They threatened legal action. They sent this. I held up the note that had been taped inside the box with the smashed components. "To my home, in front of my son." All eyes turned to my stepmom. Her face went pale, but she tried to recover. "This is completely out of context," she said quickly. "He's exaggerating." "I have video footage," I said, my voice steady. "Time-stamped. Saved to multiple backups. You can all watch it if you want." That shut her up. My dad shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Evan, was this really necessary? Yes, I said, because I'm done being painted as the problem. I'm done letting my son think we're the ones in the wrong. A murmur went through the table. My stepbrother looked furious. So what? You just came here to humiliate Mom. No, I said, locking eyes with him. I came here to set the record straight. And to tell you, all of you, that this ends today. You don't come to my house. You don't contact my son behind my back. And if any of you so much as think about threatening me again, I will file the paperwork I already have prepared. I pulled out a second envelope, this one containing the drafted no-contact order my lawyer had prepared, and set it on the table next to the first. The silence that followed was deafening. Then, slowly, Jenna nodded. Honestly, good for you. One by one, other relatives began speaking up. A few were neutral, but several openly sided with me. One uncle even turned to my stepmom and said, "Why would you destroy the kid's computer? That's cruel." I could see the shift happening in real time. The power they'd had over me slipping away, the narrative unraveling. My stepmom finally stood up, her chair scraping loudly against the patio. "This is ridiculous," she snapped. "You all are taking his side? After everything I've done for this family." No one answered her. She stormed into the house, slamming the door. My dad followed a few minutes later, muttering something under his breath. But I wasn't done. Later that week, I put the second half of my plan into action. At work, I finalized the project I'd been leading, the one that happened to involve Chase's employer. The client had been impressed with my performance, and during the final review meeting, they asked for feedback on their new hires, including Chase. I kept my tone professional. I didn't lie, didn't exaggerate. I simply laid out the facts, missed deadlines, ignored procedures, the day he left early without notifying anyone. It wasn't personal, it was the truth. 2 weeks later, I heard through the grapevine that Chase's trial period hadn't been extended. I didn't gloat. I didn't even bring it up to my dad. But inside, I felt something settle, like the scales had finally started to balance. And then came the last, quiet step. I called my lawyer one final time and filed the no-contact order. It wasn't dramatic. There was no shouting, no showdown. Just paperwork, signatures, and a legal document that stated clearly, they were not to contact me or my son again without my consent. The day the order was served, my phone buzzed with notifications from cousins. Apparently, my stepmom had been furious, throwing things, yelling about betrayal. But I didn't respond. I sat on the porch with my son that evening, the summer air warm around us, and for the first time in months, I felt completely calm. We had taken back control, but the real fallout, the part that would make them truly panic, was still coming. I expected silence after the no-contact order was served. For a few days, that's exactly what I got. No calls, no texts, nothing from my dad or stepmom. The house felt lighter, almost unnervingly quiet, like the air right after a storm when everything is still, waiting. Then the messages started coming in, not to me directly, but through cousins and mutual acquaintances. According to them, my stepmom was in full damage control mode. She'd been calling every relative, spinning the story that I had gone nuclear over a silly misunderstanding. She said I was trying to break the family apart and that my son was being brainwashed. But the difference this time was that fewer and fewer people believed her. The evidence I'd shared at the barbecue had shifted the tide. People had seen the screenshots, the note, the photos of the destroyed PC with their own eyes. They weren't taking her word for it anymore. A week later, I ran into my uncle at the grocery store. He pulled me aside and said, "I just want you to know, you did the right thing. We've all watched how they treat you for years. It's about time someone stood up to them." It was the first time a family member had openly said something like that to me. It felt like someone had poured cold water over the last ember of guilt I'd been carrying. But the real fallout came a few weeks later. I got a letter in the mail, not from my stepmom, but from my dad. It was short and to the point. "Evan, I don't agree with how you handled this, but I can't argue with the outcome. Things have gotten tense here since the order was served. Your stepmom is upset, but Chase finally moved out last week. I think he's living with a friend now. Take care of yourself." Dad, I read it twice, trying to process the subtext. Chase had moved out. That didn't sound voluntary. Sure enough, a few days later I got a quiet message from Jenna. "You didn't hear this from me," she wrote, "but your stepmom and Chase had a massive fight. Apparently, she found out he'd been taking money out of her account without telling her. She kicked him out. I stared at the screen, a slow, cold satisfaction spreading through me. The very son she had spent years putting above everyone else had betrayed her, and not in some small, petty way, but in the one way she couldn't ignore: money. After that, the family's tone changed completely. My dad didn't try to contact me again. My stepmom stopped sending messages through other people. It was like they had finally realized that they couldn't control me. And worse, that the people they had prioritized over me were the ones who'd actually burned them. Meanwhile, my own life kept getting better. The project I'd led at work wrapped up successfully and landed me another raise. My son's streaming channel started to take off. Not huge, but enough that he was earning a little money on the side, which made him glow with pride. One night, as we sat on the porch watching the sunset, he said, "Dad, do you think they'll ever say sorry?" I thought about it for a long moment. "Maybe," I said, "but whether they do or not doesn't matter. We don't need them to." And I meant it. The final nail in the coffin came at Christmas. For years, we'd been expected to show up to my dad's house for the annual holiday dinner, no matter how uncomfortable it was. This time, I didn't even wait for the invitation. I booked a trip for my son and me to a cabin up north, packed the car, and left town on Christmas Eve. Halfway through the drive, I got a single text from my dad. "Are you coming?" I stared at it for a moment, then typed back, "No, not this year. Not ever, unless things change." And then I turned my phone off and tossed it in the glove compartment. The cabin was perfect, quiet, snow-covered, with a little fireplace and no cell service. My son and I cooked dinner together, played games, and watched the snow fall outside. At one point, he looked at me across the table and said, "This is way better than sitting at grandma's pretending everything's fine." I raised my glass of cider and smiled. "To new traditions," I said. When we got home after the trip, the house felt like a different place, like it belonged to us again. No tension, no dread, no constant fear that they'd barge back into our lives. The box with the smashed components was still in the garage. For months, I'd kept it as a reminder of what had been done to us. But that night, I took it outside, dumped the contents in the trash, and set the box on fire in the fire pit. My son watched quietly from the porch until the flames died down. "Feels like the last piece of it's gone," he said softly. "Yeah," I said, standing beside him. "It is." And as the embers faded, I realized something. I wasn't just free from them. I was free from the version of myself who had let them get away with it for so long. I took a deep breath, turned off the porch light, and walked inside with my son, shutting the door on them, and that chapter of our lives, for good. When my sister screamed, "You've destroyed this family," it didn't even surprise me anymore. What caught me off guard was how calm I felt. My mom's voice followed right after, sharp and cold. "You were always the problem anyway." I remember standing there, frozen, the weight of her words sinking in deeper than I wanted to admit. That night, I packed my things in silence. No yelling, no goodbye, just the quiet sound of zippers and drawers closing while the people who were supposed to love me most tore me apart from the hallway. My name's Evan. I'm 26 now, but this story really started when I was 25, the night I left home for good. I didn't know it then, but walking out that door was just the beginning of something much bigger. Because exactly 1 year later, I woke up to 23 missed calls and a message that made my hands shake so bad I almost dropped my phone. But before that moment, before the calls, before everything collapsed, there were signs. Small cracks that turned into canyons over the years. I grew up in a family that looked perfect from the outside. Two-story house, dad who worked as an accountant, mom who stayed home, and my sister, Chloe, 2 years younger, always the golden child. If you ever saw our family photos, you'd think we were straight out of a magazine. Mom's hand on Chloe's shoulder, dad smiling proudly, me standing off to the side, half in the frame, half forgotten. Chloe could do no wrong. She was the kind of kid who'd borrow money from mom's purse, blame me, and somehow end up being comforted while I got grounded. I used to think that's just how families worked, that some kids were naturally easier to love. It wasn't until high school that I realized the scale of it. When Chloe crashed dad's car at 17, my parents brushed it off as a mistake. When I dented the garage door backing out too fast a year later, my dad didn't talk to me for a week. I tried not to let it get to me. I studied hard, got a scholarship, moved out at 18, and barely looked back. But family has a way of pulling you back in. no matter how much distance you try to keep. For me, it started when my dad got sick. He was diagnosed with early-onset Parkinson's, and everything changed overnight. I moved back home to help, partly because I wanted to, and partly because guilt is a powerful motivator when you're raised to believe everything is your fault. When I came back, Chloe had already been living there for years, helping out, as Mom called it. Except, from what I could see, helping meant sleeping in until noon, ordering takeout with Dad's money, and scrolling through her phone while I handled the actual work, doctor visits, prescriptions, late-night calls when Dad couldn't stop shaking. I didn't complain. I told myself that maybe this was my way of making things right with Mom, that maybe if I just showed her I cared, things would finally be different. They weren't. The first real fight started over something stupid, Dad's old watch. It wasn't even an expensive one, but it meant a lot to him. I found it sitting on Chloe's desk one night, and when I asked her why she had it, she rolled her eyes. "Relax, Evan." He said I could have it. When I asked Dad the next morning, he looked confused. He hadn't said that. When I told Mom, she sighed like I was starting trouble. "Evan, your sister's been under a lot of stress. Just let her have it." That's how it always went. I'd bring up something unfair, Mom would defend her, Chloe would smirk behind her coffee mug, and I'd feel like I was losing my mind. But what really got to me wasn't the favoritism. It was the way Mom started to talk to me. Short, dismissive, like every word I said was an inconvenience. "Maybe if you helped more around here," she'd snap when I got home from work, even though I was the one paying the bills she couldn't keep up with. Chloe, meanwhile, didn't have a job. She'd tried a few, a boutique, a real estate office, a social media gig, but none of them lasted more than a month. Somehow, Mom always had an excuse for her. "You're lucky to have her," Mom would say. "At least she stays close." Close. That word stuck with me, because being close in our family didn't mean love, it meant control. The breaking point came slowly, over months. It was death by 1,000 cuts. I started noticing money disappearing from Dad's account, small amounts at first, then hundreds. When I confronted Mom, she said Chloe was borrowing it for groceries. But the fridge was always empty. I checked her Instagram once. She was posting pictures at rooftop bars and weekend getaways. Meanwhile, Dad's medication bills were piling up. When I brought it up again, Mom's tone turned sharp. "You're not his keeper, Evan. Don't start acting like one." But I was the only one acting like one. I was the one staying up late, making sure he took his pills, fixing whatever Chloe forgot. The resentment grew quietly inside me, like a slow poison. Dad passed away 6 months later. Peacefully, they said. But nothing about what came after was peaceful. At the funeral, Chloe played the grieving daughter so well it almost made me sick. She cried into Mom's shoulder, gave a speech about how Dad always believed in her, and even threw in a line about how she'd make him proud. I stood off to the side, holding back everything I wanted to say. People came up to me afterward, offering their condolences, calling me strong. But I wasn't strong. I was tired. A week later, we sat down to go through Dad's things. He hadn't left a will. He'd mentioned wanting to, but it never happened. I figured we'd split things evenly. I didn't even care about the money. I just wanted some of his keepsakes, the watch, a few old photos, maybe the guitar we used to fix together. But when I brought it up, Chloe laughed. You? You barely even lived here anymore." Mom didn't say anything. She just looked at me like she agreed. I felt something inside me shift that day. It wasn't anger, not yet, more like clarity. A kind of cold, steady realization that I didn't belong there anymore. Still, I stayed a few more months. I told myself it was to help Mom adjust, but the truth is, I wasn't ready to let go. Every time I thought about leaving, guilt pulled me back. Maybe if I just worked harder, maybe if I said the right thing, maybe if I gave them time. Then came the night everything broke. It started with Chloe accusing me of stealing from Dad's old savings, the same account she'd been draining for months. Mom sided with her instantly. "Why would she lie, Evan?" she demanded, voice trembling with anger that didn't even sound real. "You've always been jealous of her. You can't stand to see her happy." That's when Chloe said it. "You've destroyed this family." And Mom added, "You were always the problem anyway." I remember staring at both of them, realizing there was nothing left to say. The words didn't even hurt the way they used to. I just nodded, walked to my room, and started packing. I left that night with 2 bags and a heart that felt like it had been hollowed out. I didn't look back. For a year, I stayed silent. Moved to another city, found a small apartment, started over. No calls, no texts, nothing. It was quiet, painfully quiet, but it was mine. Then, exactly 1 year later, I woke up to 23 missed calls from Chloe and Mom, and a message that made my hands shake so hard I had to sit down before opening it. I had no idea that what came next would pull me right back into the family I thought I'd escaped. When I woke up that morning, the light filtering through my blinds felt wrong. Too bright, too intrusive. My phone buzzed again on the nightstand, lighting up for what felt like the 100th time. I blinked at the screen. 23 missed calls. 10 from Mom, 9 from Chloe, and the rest from an unknown number that I didn't recognize. At first, I thought maybe something had happened to one of them. An accident, an emergency, something big. But when I saw the message preview from Chloe, my stomach twisted. Evan, you need to come home. Now. Please. No exclamation marks. No insults. Just please. I didn't even know she could say that word to me anymore. My first instinct was to ignore it. I'd promised myself I wouldn't go back, that I'd close that chapter for good. But something in my gut told me this wasn't just another manipulation. So I called her back. She answered on the first ring. Her voice was shaky, not her usual confident, sharp tone. Evan, oh thank God. You need to come home. It's Mom, her voice broke for a second. She did something stupid. Those words hit me like a punch to the chest. I grabbed my jacket, barely remembering to lock my door before running out. The drive back to that house, the one I swore I'd never see again, felt longer than it ever had. I hadn't been there in a year, but every road sign, every turn felt etched into me like a scar that hadn't faded. When I pulled up to the driveway, Chloe was standing outside. Her eyes were red, mascara streaked down her cheeks. For a moment, she looked like the little sister I used to protect when she got scared of thunderstorms. But that illusion shattered the moment she saw me. She hesitated, just long enough for me to know that whatever was happening wasn't as simple as she made it sound. Inside, the house looked wrong. Not messy, exactly, but empty in a way that felt deliberate. Half the furniture was gone, and the photos that used to line the hallway were missing. The air smelled faintly of dust and something bitter, like old perfume mixed with regret. I found Mom sitting in the living room, staring at the blank space where Dad's armchair used to be. Her hair had gone grayer, her skin thinner. But her eyes, those cold, unyielding eyes, still had that same sharpness. Evan, she said, like it was both a greeting and an accusation. Chloe said you needed help. I managed. She gave a small, bitter laugh. Help? That's funny coming from you. Chloe stepped in quickly, kneeling beside her. Mom, please don't start. You just got here. I felt like I was intruding on a scene that had been playing out long before I arrived. Whatever had happened, it wasn't sudden. It was the final crack after years of tension. Mom's hands trembled slightly as she picked up a folder from the coffee table and shoved it toward me. Since you're so curious, you might as well see what your father left us with. I opened it. Bank statements, debt notices, and a letter from the mortgage company. My chest tightened as I read through them. Thousands of dollars in debt, overdue bills, and a notice of foreclosure. I looked up at her. How long have you known? Since after he died, she said flatly. But Chloe promised she'd help. I turned to Chloe. Help? With what? Posting vacation photos and pretending everything's fine. Her eyes filled with tears. Evan, I didn't know it was this bad. She told me. Mom slammed her hand on the table, startling both of us. Enough. You both think you're so much better than me, but neither of you understands what it's like to lose everything. That's when I realized it wasn't just about money. This was about control. The thing she'd been losing since Dad passed away. And now she needed someone to blame. The conversation spiraled fast. Mom accused me of abandoning her, of leaving her with all the mess. I reminded her that I'd been the one cleaning up after Chloe's disasters for years. Chloe tried to mediate, but every word out of her mouth made it worse. At one point, Mom snapped, You think you're some kind of hero because you ran away? You left me alone with a daughter who can't even hold down a job. Chloe's face went pale. Mom, but she didn't stop. You're both disappointments. One ran away, and the other can't do anything right. That's when I saw it. The first crack in Chloe's expression. She wasn't angry. She was humiliated. It hit me that this was probably the first time Mom had turned that cruelty toward her instead of me. I could have stepped in. I could have stopped it. But I didn't. I just watched. After that day, I didn't plan on coming back. But a week later, Chloe showed up at my apartment unannounced. She looked exhausted, dark circles under her eyes, hair tied up messily. She didn't even say hello, just walked in and sat down on my couch. "I can't do it anymore," she said quietly. "Mom's losing it. She keeps blaming me for the money problems. I told her I'd talk to you because you're good with numbers and stuff." It was strange hearing her admit weakness, even in such a small way. I offered her water, and she started telling me everything. How Mom had taken out loans in her name, how she'd sold Dad's tools and collectibles, even how she tried to cash out one of his old insurance policies that wasn't even hers to touch. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" I asked. "Because she told me not to. She said you'd just judge me." I sighed. "Chloe, I'm not trying to judge you. But you have to see that she's using you. She always has." She didn't reply, just stared down at her hands. For the first time in years, I saw a flicker of regret in her eyes. We decided to meet with the bank together the next day to see what could be done. I thought, maybe, this was the turning point, the part where she and I finally started to rebuild something. But the next morning, when I went to pick her up, she didn't answer her phone or the door. I knocked for nearly 10 minutes before realizing something was off. I peeked through the window and saw boxes stacked by the entryway. It took me a few hours to piece it together. Mom had convinced her to move back in temporarily while she sorted things out. Chloe had chosen her again. It shouldn't have hurt. I should have expected it, but it did. 2 months passed without contact. I focused on work, tried to move forward. Until one afternoon, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. It was a lawyer. "Mr. Gray," he asked. "This is regarding your late father's estate. There have been some recent developments." My pulse quickened. "Developments? What kind?" He hesitated. "Your mother and sister have filed to claim full ownership of the property. They've submitted documents stating that you forfeited your right when you left the residence." For a few seconds, I couldn't even process the words. "They what?" "I'm afraid so. They presented signed statements. Your mother says you verbally renounced any interest. Your sister co-signed." I sat there in stunned silence, staring at the wall. Chloe had signed? After everything she'd told me? That was the moment everything inside me broke. I drove straight to the house that evening, not even thinking about what I'd say. When I arrived, Chloe was in the driveway, loading bags into her car. Mom's voice echoed from inside. "Evan, you shouldn't be here," Chloe said softly. "Don't," I snapped. "Don't tell me you didn't know." She avoided my eyes. "It's just easier this way. Mom said it was the only option." "Easier? You forged my name." Her lip trembled. "I didn't forge it. She said you gave permission. Do you even hear yourself?" I said, "You let her drag you down again, and now you're helping her steal from me. From Dad." That's when Mom appeared in the doorway, arms crossed. "You don't deserve a cent of this family's money. You left. You made your choice." I turned to her. "No, Mom. You made yours." Over and over again. The air felt thick with everything that had never been said. All the years of quiet resentment, the unspoken favoritism, the manipulations dressed up as love. I wanted to scream, to tell them how much they'd hurt me. But instead, I did something worse. I went silent. Because silence, in that moment, said more than anything I could have screamed. I walked past them into the house, found the drawer where Dad used to keep his old letters, and took one. The paper was yellowed, the handwriting faded. It was the last note he'd written to me before he got too sick to hold a pen properly. "Don't let them take everything from you, Evan. Not the things that matter." I folded it carefully, slipped it into my pocket, and walked out without another word. Behind me, I heard Chloe whisper, "What are you going to do?" I didn't answer. Because I didn't know. Not yet. But something inside me had changed. The part of me that always tried to make peace, to fix things, to be the bigger person, it was gone. And what replaced it was colder, sharper, patient. Because for the first time in my life, I wasn't going to forgive or forget. I was going to make things right my way. And it would start with that letter. When I left the house that night, I didn't go home right away. I drove without a destination, through streets I barely recognized, past restaurants that had changed names, and people who looked too busy to care. My hands were shaking the entire time, gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. I don't even remember where I ended up parking. Somewhere near the old park Dad used to take me to when I was a kid. The swings were rusted now, the benches covered in graffiti, but sitting there in the dark, it was the first time in months I actually let myself cry. I wasn't just angry, I was exhausted. Years of trying to be the good son, the one who held everything together, had drained whatever was left of me. I kept replaying Chloe's voice in my head. It's just easier this way. That sentence alone crushed something inside me. I realized then that I'd been chasing a version of family that didn't exist anymore. Maybe it never did. For the next few weeks, I spiraled quietly. I still went to work, still smiled when people asked how I was, but I was barely there. My boss, Mark, noticed. One afternoon, he called me into his office. "You've been off lately," he said gently. "You're one of the sharpest guys here, but something's eating you alive. You want to talk about it?" I almost brushed it off, but something about his tone made me pause. So I told him, not everything, but enough for him to understand. When I finished, he leaned back and sighed. "Family can be the hardest kind of poison," he said. "But I'll tell you something, Evan, the best revenge isn't getting even. It's getting better." That line stuck with me. It sounded cliché at first, but over time, it became something like a mantra. I didn't know what better meant yet, but I knew it wasn't what I had. So I started small. I moved to a new apartment, not fancy, but quiet. No shared walls, no memories lingering in the furniture. I bought secondhand things and built the rest myself. There was something strangely healing about putting together a table, screwing in bolts, tightening them with my own hands. It made me feel grounded again. Work became my escape. I started staying late, not because I had to, but because it was the one place I felt in control. Numbers made sense. Deadlines made sense. People didn't. I began taking on side projects, helping small businesses with their accounting problems, even doing freelance budgeting online. It started as a distraction, but before I realized it, it had turned into something more. Within 6 months, I had a growing list of clients who kept referring me to others. My phone buzzed constantly, and my evenings were full, not with arguments or guilt, but with purpose. For the first time in years, I felt like I was building something that couldn't be taken away from me. But the emotional scars didn't fade overnight. There were nights when I'd wake up from dreams of that house, the arguments, the disappointment, Mom's cutting words. Sometimes I'd catch myself checking Chloe's social media, half expecting to see some apology or sign of regret. What I found instead were pictures of her smiling at brunches, posing with friends, posting motivational quotes about family unity and moving on. I almost laughed the first time I saw one of her captions. "Sometimes you have to let go of toxic people, even if they're family." The irony was painful. Still, I didn't respond. I'd learned silence was my most powerful weapon. One night, around 9 months after I'd left for good, I got a call from an unknown number. Normally, I wouldn't have answered, but something told me to. "Evan, it's me, Chloe." Her voice was soft, hesitant. For a moment, I didn't say anything. Then, "What do you want?" "I know I messed up," she said. "Mom, she's not well. I just thought you should know." I stayed quiet. "She's been confused lately. She forgets things, accuses me of stealing when I haven't. I think it's getting worse." There was a pause, then she added, almost pleading, "Can you come by, just to see for yourself?" I wanted to say no. Every part of me screamed not to get dragged back into that black hole. But curiosity, or maybe guilt, made me agree. When I showed up 2 days later, the house looked worse than ever. Paint peeling off the walls, stacks of unopened mail by the door. Mom was in the kitchen, muttering to herself while stirring a pot of soup that looked half-burnt. When she saw me, her eyes widened with something that flickered between recognition and resentment. "You," she said slowly. "You finally showed up." "Mom," I started. "I just wanted to," she cut me off. "Don't act like you care now. You left me. You both did." Chloe tried to intervene. "Mom, please. He's here to help." "Help?" Mom laughed bitterly. "He's only here because he wants what's left." I realized then that nothing had changed. Maybe it never would. I left that night without saying goodbye. But as I drove home, I couldn't shake the image of her, frail, lost, angry at everyone and everything. And as much as I wanted to hate her, part of me just felt sad. Because I knew that underneath all the bitterness, there used to be love. It just got buried under years of pain and pride. After that visit, something shifted in me. I stopped waiting for apologies that would never come. I stopped replaying the past like an endless film reel. Instead, I started focusing on building the future I wanted, one where I didn't need their validation. Over the next year, my side business exploded. I left my day job to run it full-time. What started as helping small local clients turned into a legitimate consulting firm with 2 part-time employees and contracts in multiple states. I worked 12-hour days, drank too much coffee, and barely took weekends off, but it didn't matter. For once, my success was mine alone. People started to notice. Mark, my old boss, reached out to congratulate me. Even some of the clients who'd dismissed me before started asking for partnerships. I could feel the balance of my life tilting from survival to growth. Still, every victory came with a quiet ache. There were moments I caught myself wishing Dad could see it, wishing he could see that I'd made something of myself despite all of it. That thought alone kept me going on the hard days. Then came the letter. It arrived in a plain white envelope, no return address. Inside was a single sheet of paper, a court notice. My mother had defaulted on multiple loans, including one that had my name listed as a co-signer. Except, I had never signed anything. At the bottom of the page was a shaky, forged version of my signature. I sat there, staring at it for a long time. Not in disbelief. I was past that, but in quiet fury. The kind that doesn't burn hot, but cold. Precise. Focused. That was when I decided it was time to stop being passive. I contacted a lawyer, the same one who'd called me about the house a year before. I gave him every document, every message, every bank record I'd saved. He went through them silently, then looked up at me. "You know," he said slowly, "if what you're saying is true, this isn't just fraud. It's a pattern. We might be looking at something criminal here." "Good," I said. "Then let's start digging." From that point on, everything became a quiet, methodical process. I didn't lash out, didn't confront them, not yet. I learned patience from years of being ignored, and now I was going to use it. While my lawyer gathered evidence, I focused on my business, expanding it further. Within months, I was earning more than both of them had ever seen combined. I didn't flaunt it, not publicly, anyway, but I took satisfaction in knowing I had built everything they said I couldn't. The irony was that Chloe eventually reached out again, this time through email. Her tone was different, polite, almost desperate. "Hey, Evan. I know you probably don't want to hear from me, but I just wanted to say I'm sorry. Things have gotten really bad here. Mom's losing the house. I'm trying to fix it, but I don't know what to do. Pleased if you can help, just this once." I stared at the message for a long time before closing my laptop. I didn't reply. Not yet. Because I had a plan forming, one that would take time, precision, and the same quiet patience they'd once mistaken for weakness. I wasn't the same person who walked out of that house a year ago, bags in hand and heart in pieces. I had rebuilt myself from the ground up, stronger, sharper, and far more dangerous than they realized. They had taken everything from me once. Now, it was my turn to take everything back. By the time the second email from Chloe landed in my inbox, I'd already started preparing. I didn't know exactly what shape my revenge would take yet. I just knew it had to be slow, deliberate, and final. Not some loud outburst that ended in another screaming match. No, this needed to hurt in the one way they'd never expect. Through silence, through exposure, through truth. The email was short. "Evan, please. Mom's losing her mind. She's talking to lawyers, saying she'll fight for the house even though the bank already took it. I can't keep doing this. I know you hate us, but you're the only one who can fix it. Please call me." It would have been easy to ignore her again, but ignoring meant letting her set the pace. And this time, I wanted control. So I replied with 5 words, "I'll see what I can do." And that was the moment everything shifted. The next morning, I met with my lawyer again. He'd been working quietly in the background for months, piecing together the threads of deceit that Mom and Chloe had left behind. When I walked into his office, he already had a folder waiting on his desk. "You're going to want to sit down for this," he said. Inside the folder were copies of multiple forged documents, loan applications, credit cards, and even medical bills opened under my name. Some dated back to before Dad passed away. My mother's handwriting was on almost every one. "She used your social security number and signature more times than I can count," he explained. "Your sister may have signed a few of these too, probably thinking it was harmless." It was worse than I imagined, but in a strange way, it clarified everything. This wasn't just about greed, it was about ownership. My mom had always believed everything in that family, including me, belonged to her. "How do we proceed?" I asked. He leaned forward. "If you want to go legal, we can build a case strong enough to crush them. But I get the feeling you want something more personal." He wasn't wrong. I want them to lose everything the way they made me lose everything, I said quietly. But I wanted to look like they did it to themselves. He studied me for a moment, then nodded. Then we start by making them comfortable. Make them think they still have power. That line stuck with me. Make them comfortable. Over the next few weeks, I reached out to Chloe again, playing the part of the reluctant older brother. I asked questions, pretended I cared, offered small pieces of advice that made it look like I was on their side. She was hesitant at first, but desperation has a way of erasing skepticism. Within a month, she was confiding in me again. According to her, Mom had fallen into deeper debt. She'd been borrowing from friends, using fake promises of repayment and fabricated stories about me, apparently telling people I'd cut her off financially after stealing from Dad's savings. Classic projection. I listened, nodded, and never corrected her. Instead, I asked Chloe to send me whatever paperwork she had so I could help. She did: bank statements, emails, and old tax forms. She even forwarded me messages between her and a local lender Mom had been harassing. It was like she didn't realize she was handing me every piece of ammunition I needed. The deeper I dug, the more I uncovered. Mom wasn't just drowning in debt, she was dragging Chloe down with her. Several accounts were joint under both their names, meaning Chloe was legally responsible too. My first instinct was pity. But pity doesn't fix scars, it just delays the healing. So I kept going. I contacted one of my corporate clients, a real estate investment group I'd helped during my firm's early growth. I asked for a favor. I need you to buy something for me, I said during a meeting over coffee. They laughed. Depends what it is. The house I grew up in. Their expressions changed when I explained the situation. I didn't give all the details, just enough for them to understand that it was personal. Within 2 weeks, the paperwork went through. The foreclosure had already processed, and through a series of transactions and shell LLCs, I became the silent owner of the property my mother once screamed at me to leave. I didn't tell her. Not yet. Instead, I let her believe she still had time to fix things. Meanwhile, I made quiet renovations to the house. New locks, new utilities, and a team cleaning out what was left. I told the workers not to throw anything away. I wanted every paper, every photo, every trace of what she'd left behind. During that time, Chloe started calling more often. She wanted updates, reassurance, anything that sounded like hope. I gave her just enough to keep her talking. Through those calls, I learned Mom had started drinking heavily and accusing Chloe of betraying her, the same cycle she'd put me through years ago. She says I'm working with you against her. Chloe confessed one night over the phone. She's losing it, Evan. I don't even know what's real anymore. That's when I realized something. Chloe wasn't innocent, but she wasn't the mastermind either. She'd been molded, trained to obey, to believe that manipulation was love. Part of me hated her for it, but another part pitted her. Still, pity wouldn't stop what was coming. I started reaching out to some of Mom's friends, the people she'd borrowed from, the ones she owed. I introduced myself politely, told them I was her son, and wanted to help straighten things out. They were eager to talk. Turns out, she'd burned nearly every bridge she had, lying about money and making promises she couldn't keep. I took careful notes during each conversation, documenting every debt, every false claim, every piece of gossip. It wasn't about the money, it was about the story. Because once a story starts falling apart, so does the person holding it together. Meanwhile, I instructed my lawyer to file a quiet fraud investigation with the state. It wouldn't go public right away, not until the evidence was airtight. But it would start the process, the slow tightening of the net. Then came the opportunity one hadn't expected. One evening, Chloe called and asked if I could meet them both for dinner. Mom's ready to apologize, she said hesitantly. She wants to make things right. I think she finally realizes she went too far. For a moment, I almost believed her. Almost. I agreed to meet, but I didn't go alone. My lawyer came with me, posing as a business associate. We met at a quiet restaurant on the edge of town. Mom looked different, thinner, weaker, but her eyes still held that same spark of superiority. Evan, she said softly, I was wrong. It was the first time I'd ever heard those words from her. But what followed wasn't an apology. It was another manipulation, dressed up as humility. She talked about how families make mistakes, how we should forgive and move forward, and how the past doesn't matter when blood is involved. I listened carefully, waiting for the catch. It came 5 minutes later. I just need a small loan, she said finally. Something to help us get back on our feet. I'll pay you back once things settle." Chloe looked down, clearly ashamed. I leaned back in my chair, pretending to think it over. "Sure," I said slowly. "But I'll need you both to sign a few papers first. You know, just to make it official." Mom's eyes lit up. "Of course, whatever you need." When the waiter brought the check, I left my lawyer's folder on the table, a neat stack of documents labeled Restitution Agreement. Inside were forms acknowledging all the debts, the forged signatures, and the loans under my name. They didn't read them closely, they just signed, eager for the money. I walked out of that restaurant feeling nothing but calm. The kind of calm that comes right before a storm. Because those signatures weren't just receipts, they were confessions. I didn't call them after that. Didn't respond to Chloe's messages or Mom's voicemails. I focused on finishing the legal groundwork, gathering the last pieces of evidence, and finalizing the property transfer under my firm's name. By the time they realized what was happening, it would already be too late. For years, they made me believe silence was weakness, that walking away was surrender. But now, I understood something they never would. Silence isn't weakness. It's strategy. And mine was almost complete. 2 months after that dinner, the first domino fell. It started quietly, an envelope in my mother's mailbox stamped with the seal of the State Financial Crimes Unit. She must have thought it was another debt notice because she didn't open it right away. But when she finally did, I imagine her face drained of color. Inside was a formal notice of investigation for fraudulent credit activity, identity theft, and falsified signatures tied to multiple accounts under my name. I didn't need to be there to know how she reacted. I could picture it perfectly. The sound of her pacing the kitchen, muttering to herself, calling Chloe in a panic. Chloe would try to calm her down, but she'd get dragged into it anyway, because her name was on half of those documents too. My lawyer kept me updated on everything as the investigation moved forward. He was almost amused by how textbook their downfall was. "You gave them every opportunity to hang themselves," he said. "They just kept tightening the rope." He wasn't wrong. See, those restitution agreements they signed at dinner weren't just symbolic. They were legal admissions of guilt, signed, dated, and notarized by the restaurant's notary service, which I discreetly arranged beforehand. They listed every loan, every forged document, every false claim. My lawyer submitted those forms to the state as corroborating evidence, effectively closing the case before it even began. The best part? They still thought I'd given them money. I'd written a check that night, yes, but it was from an account created solely for tracking purposes, flagged for fraud the moment they tried to cash it. That check became Exhibit A. Within weeks, the investigation escalated. Subpoenas went out to banks, credit companies, and lenders. My mother's name appeared in half a dozen reports. Chloe's appeared in 3. And me? I was officially listed as the primary victim. When the call started coming, I didn't answer. But I saved the voicemails. "Evan, you can't do this to your family." Mom's voice cracked between anger and fear. "You think they'll believe you over me? You're nothing without us." Then Chloe's, quieter, trembling. "I didn't know, Evan. I swear I didn't know. Please, I'm scared." The truth was, I believed her. But belief didn't erase the damage. It didn't undo years of cruelty, manipulation, and betrayal. I couldn't protect her anymore. She had chosen her side long before this started. When the official charges came down, I was sitting in my office, reviewing a new client contract. My lawyer called and said simply, "It's done." Mom was charged with multiple counts of financial fraud, forgery, and identity theft. Chloe got lesser charges, accessory and negligence, but she was still dragged through the public process. Their names appeared in local news articles, small-town gossip forums, and public records. The same woman who used to boast about our perfect family was now a headline. Within weeks, her social circle vanished. The friends she'd borrowed from turned on her, demanding repayment. Creditors froze her accounts. Her car was repossessed. She couldn't pay her lawyer, so she ended up with a public defender. Chloe lost her job soon after. No company wanted the PR mess. The house, of course, was already gone. I waited until the investigation hit its peak before making my final move. Through my real estate firm, I arranged a visit as the new owner. I didn't announce who I was. I just showed up in a crisp suit, clipboard in hand, while a team inspected the property. Mom was there when I arrived, standing on the front lawn, yelling at one of the workers about her rights. She turned as I walked up the driveway. "Who are you?" she snapped. I smiled calmly. The owner. Her eyes widened. That's impossible. This is my house. I handed her the paperwork, official, notarized, and signed under the LLC I'd created. She scanned it, her face twisting with disbelief. No, she whispered. You can't. Oh, but I can, I said quietly. You sold it the moment you stopped paying the mortgage. I just happened to buy it back. Chloe came running out from inside, tears in her eyes. Evan, please don't do this. She has nowhere to go. I looked at her, and for a moment, the old brother in me wanted to comfort her. But then I remembered every night I stayed awake wondering why I wasn't enough for this family. Every word that broke me while they called it love. I already did, I said simply. The workers continued clearing the property. I turned to leave, but Mom's voice stopped me. You think this makes you better than us? She spat. You'll end up alone, just like your father. I paused, then looked back over my shoulder. No, I said softly. I'll end up free. I didn't wait for her response. By the end of that month, the house was stripped, sold, and renovated into a rental. I never moved into it. I didn't need to. Owning it was enough. Symbolically, it was closure. Practically, it was profit. As for Mom, she pleaded guilty to avoid jail time, but was hit with restitution orders she could never possibly repay. She moved into a small apartment funded by charity, a far cry from the suburban life she used to flaunt. Chloe disappeared for a while after that. I heard through the grapevine that she moved to another state, trying to start over. I didn't chase her. I figured she deserved a chance to find her own redemption, even if it didn't include me. I thought I'd feel guilt. I thought revenge would taste bitter. But it didn't. It felt clean, quiet, like exhaling after holding my breath for years. One night, a few months later, I found the old letter Dad wrote me, the one I'd carried out of the house on the night I left. The paper was still creased from how tightly I'd folded it. I read it again, slower this time. Don't let them take everything from you, Evan. Not the things that matter. For the first time, I understood what he meant. It was never about the money, the house, or even the justice. It was about reclaiming myself, my peace, my dignity, my sense of worth. They took my family. I built my own life. And as I sat there, staring at that letter, I realized something. Revenge hadn't destroyed me. It had rebuilt me, piece by piece, in silence, with patience. That was the real victory. The next morning, I went for a walk past the park where I'd sat in my lowest moment 2 years earlier. The same rusted swings, the same cracked benches. But now, the air felt different, lighter somehow. A family walked by, a father pushing his son on the swing, laughing. For a moment, I watched them, remembering what I used to wish for. Then I smiled and kept walking, because I didn't need their approval anymore. I didn't need their love. I had something far more powerful, peace. And as far as revenge goes, that's the only kind that lasts. My name's Ryan, I'm 29, and I rent a modest 2-bedroom apartment just outside the city. It's nothing fancy, plain carpet, outdated appliances, and the occasional plumbing issue, but it's mine. Or at least it feels like mine. I work full-time at a logistics company, nothing glamorous, but it pays the bills. I'm up at 6:30 every morning, out the door by 7:15, and usually don't get back home until after 5. That kind of schedule doesn't leave much room for drama, which I've always been grateful for. I like things quiet, controlled, and simple. That was before my sister moved in. Her name's Laura. She's 32, and the golden child in every sense of the word. Growing up, it didn't matter what she did, late for curfew, wrecked Dad's car, nearly failed out of college, my parents always found a way to spin it in her favor. She's going through a phase, or you know how sensitive she is, or my personal favorite, Ryan, you should be more understanding. She's your sister. And for the most part, I kept my distance. I didn't fight it. She had her life, I had mine, and we'd cross paths maybe twice a year, usually when our mom forced some kind of family dinner. But about a month ago, I got a call from my mom that flipped everything upside down. Ryan, she said, voice trembling just enough to sound dramatic, Laura's going through something. She's not well. Her husband left her. I waited. Okay, she just needs a place to stay for a few weeks. Just until she finds her footing. No, I said immediately. I wasn't trying to be cruel. I knew exactly the kind of storm Laura would bring with her, but it didn't matter. Within hours, I was getting calls from every direction. My dad, my uncle, even my grandmother, who barely remembers my name but somehow had the clarity to call me and say, You take care of your family when they need you. Eventually, I cracked. Not because I wanted to, but because I was too tired to keep pushing back. So she moved in. 1 week ago. Just one. She showed up with 3 suitcases, a ring light, a stack of Amazon boxes she insisted were work-related, and a tight smile that barely masked how little she wanted to be there either. We went over the ground rules that first night. I told her, clearly, she could stay for 2 weeks max, no guests, no mess, and this part was key, no remodeling anything. I even said it jokingly, but I meant it. I've seen what she's like. The kind of person who rearranges other people's stuff and then acts offended when you ask her to put it back. She agreed, sort of. She nodded, said, "Yeah, sure," and then immediately opened a box and started unpacking some kind of LED backdrop with fake vines. I just went to bed. The first few days weren't terrible. Inconvenient, yes. She used my nice towels without asking. Left hair in the drain. Rearranged the fridge. But I bit my tongue. I told myself, it's just 2 weeks. You can survive this. But then, on day 5, things started to shift. It was a Thursday. I came home from work, tired as usual, dropped my bag on the couch, and noticed something strange. The door to my bedroom was closed. Not just closed. There were 2 wooden planks nailed across it. I'm not kidding. Actual planks, like someone had tried to board it up during a hurricane. I stood there for a solid 10 seconds just processing. Then Laura came around the corner, holding a smoothie and wearing workout leggings like she had just returned from a spa retreat. "Hey," she chirped. "I was going to text you." "What is this?" I said, pointing at the door. "Oh," she said, like it was no big deal. "I turned your room into my office." "Hope that's cool." I blinked. "You what?" She sipped her smoothie and started walking past me. "It's just temporary. You weren't using it during the day anyway. I needed a space that gets natural light, and your room has the best window. I sleep in there." "Laura." "Well, yeah, but I figured you could crash in the guest room. Well, my room for now. It's just easier." At this point, my voice was rising. "You boarded up my door." "I had to." She snapped, suddenly defensive. "I bought a microphone and new camera gear, and I can't have you going in and messing it up. I have clients, Ryan. Actual clients. People depend on me." "What clients?" She rolled her eyes. "Don't be rude. Just because you don't understand what I do doesn't mean it's not important." She stormed off before I could say anything else. I stood there, stunned. I didn't even try to pull the boards off. I was too tired and too angry to deal with it that night. Instead, I slept on the couch. The next morning, she was already gone when I left for work, and by the time I got home, things had escalated even further. The boards were still there, but now a big printed sign was taped over them. "Do not enter. Private workspace. Trespassers will be reported." Reported to who? The apartment authority? I'd had enough. I knocked on the door to what used to be my bedroom. No answer. I knocked again, harder. She yelled from inside, "I'm filming. Come back later." "Laura, we need to talk." "Now." Nothing. I walked away, grabbed my phone, and sat on the edge of the couch trying to calm myself down. I texted her. "We need to talk. This isn't okay." No response. So I did something I had hoped I wouldn't need to do. I called my mom. She answered on the second ring, sounding tired but expectant, like she'd been waiting for me to call. "I know what you're going to say," she started. "Do you?" I said flatly. "She's just stressed, Ryan. You have no idea what she's been through. She's heartbroken. She's trying to rebuild her life. She boarded up my bedroom door." There was a pause. Then, "Well, I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation." She replaced the doorknob with one that locks from the inside. "Ryan, please don't make this into a bigger deal than it is." That was when I knew. I was on my own. I ended the call, got up, and knocked on the door again, harder this time. "Laura, open the door." "I'm working," she shouted. I said nothing, just stood there, breathing slowly, until I turned away and went to the kitchen. I opened the cabinet where I kept my tools, pulled out a screwdriver, and walked back toward the door. I wasn't going to hurt anything. I just wanted my room back. But before I could even touch the first screw, the door swung open. She was standing there, eyes wide. "Don't you dare touch that. It's my room." "I told you," she said, practically hissing. "This is my office now. You agreed I could stay here. I agreed you could stay in the guest room. You don't get to take over the apartment." "I need this," she snapped. "You have no idea what I'm building. I'm finally getting my life on track, and you're trying to sabotage me because you're jealous." I laughed. I shouldn't have, but I couldn't help it. Jealous? Of what, exactly? She slammed the door in my face. And that was the last straw. I picked up my phone, scrolled down to a number I hadn't used in months. My landlord. I stared at the screen for a second, thumb hovering. I knew what would happen once I hit call. This wasn't just some roommate spat. It was about to get real. I hit dial. Hey, Mr. Evans, I said when he answered. We need to talk about something. It's urgent. And that's where things really started to unravel. Mr. Evans is in his late 50s, runs a handful of properties around town, and doesn't mess around. He's not one of those laid-back landlords who forgets to fix the sink for 3 months. He's the clipboard type, organized, punctual, and known to swing by unannounced just to make sure the unit isn't being misused. I'd always kept a good relationship with him because I liked living here and didn't want to give him a reason to bump up my rent or be difficult about renewals. When he picked up, his voice was casual. Ryan? What's up? I'm sorry to call like this, I said, already bracing myself. But I have a bit of a situation. Oh, he said, neutral but attentive. I explained clearly and calmly what had happened. I told him my sister had been staying temporarily, that I'd allowed it under the assumption it was short-term, and that now she'd essentially taken over the apartment. I emphasized the boarded-up door, the altered lock, and the fact that I couldn't even access my own bedroom. There was a pause on the other end of the line. She did what to your bedroom? Boarded it up. With actual wood planks. And replaced the doorknob. She's using it as her office. You're paying for the whole unit, he said, mostly to himself. And she's not even on the lease. Exactly. I'll be there tomorrow morning. No, I said. Can you come tonight? That surprised him. You think she'll cause trouble? I think she already has. And I don't think she plans to stop unless someone forces her to. There was a beat. Then, all right. I'll see what I can do. We hung up. I leaned back on the couch, staring at the ceiling. It wasn't relief exactly, but it was something close. At least now there was a next step. I wasn't just stuck in limbo, waiting for Laura to dig in deeper. It was around 7:30 when she emerged from the room again. She didn't even look at me. She walked straight into the kitchen, humming under her breath, and started making tea like nothing had happened. I didn't say anything either. I was done trying to reason with her. At this point, it wasn't about talking. It was about consequences. She took her time in the kitchen, adding honey and oat milk, stirring slowly. Then she finally glanced over and said, "You look mad." I said nothing. She laughed. "Ryan, come on. Don't be such a baby. You're blowing this way out of proportion. If you just let me work in peace, I'll be out of your hair in no time." "You mean in a week like we agreed?" She looked away. "I mean, I might need a little longer. This month's been really hard, and I finally have some momentum going." "You're not staying longer." Her eyes narrowed, but before she could say anything, my phone buzzed. It was a text from Mr. Evans. "Be there in 15. I smiled. "What?" she asked, sensing something had shifted. "Nothing," I said. "Just a little work message." She squinted at me, but I could see the flicker of suspicion in her eyes. She wasn't dumb. Manipulative, yes. Entitled, absolutely. But not dumb. She knew I wasn't going to keep putting up with this, and I think on some level, she started to realize that her game was wearing thin. 15 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. Laura had gone back into her office, and I walked calmly over and opened it. Mr. Evans stood there in his usual leather jacket and black slacks, clipboard in one hand, phone in the other. "Evening," he said, stepping inside. "Where's your sister?" I pointed at the bedroom door, still boarded up, sign still taped to the front like we were running some kind of back alley medical clinic. He blinked. "You weren't exaggerating." "I wish I was." He walked over and knocked. "Hello? Laura." No answer. He knocked harder. "Miss, I'm the property manager of this apartment. I need you to open this door immediately." There was a long pause, and then finally, Laura opened the door a crack, just enough to peek through. "Can I help you?" she said, voice sugary sweet. "Yes," Mr. Evans said, all business. "This unit is leased to Ryan only. You are not on the lease. You are not permitted to alter the property, nor are you allowed to block access to any part of it." "I'm just using the room," she said. "He said I could stay here." "That's not the issue," he said, holding up his clipboard. "You're trespassing. And unless you remove those boards and leave the premises within 24 hours, I'll be forced to escalate this." "I'm his sister," she said, stepping out fully now, arms flailing dramatically. "This is ridiculous. I'm not some stranger." "That doesn't matter," he said, unfazed. You are not legally allowed to occupy this unit, especially not in a way that restricts the leaseholder's access to their own bedroom. That's a breach of your brother's lease and could result in his eviction. So I'm going to ask you again, politely. Start packing." Her jaw dropped. She looked at me like I just betrayed her, like I was the villain in some twisted family sitcom. "You really called your landlord on me?" She spat. "I asked you to leave," I said, keeping my voice even. "You didn't listen." She glared at both of us, then stormed back into the room and slammed the door behind her. Mr. Evans and I just stood there. "I'll give her until tomorrow morning," he said. "After that, I'm calling in a removal team. If she refuses, the police will be involved, and she won't be allowed back." "Thank you," I said. He gave me a nod and headed out. And now here I am, sitting on the couch, writing this, listening to her stomp around in the bedroom like she's trying to summon a demon through sheer rage. She hasn't said a word to me since Mr. Evans left, but I know this isn't over. Not by a long shot. If there's one thing Laura hates more than being told no, it's being held accountable. Tomorrow morning is going to be interesting. It was a long night. I didn't sleep much. Not because I wasn't tired, I was exhausted, but because I couldn't relax with her still in the apartment. Every few hours, I'd hear her pacing, sometimes talking on the phone in that fake soft voice she uses when she wants something. I could hear fragments. "He's being completely unreasonable, and it's not illegal if I'm family." And the one that made me actually sit up on the couch. I should have recorded him. I could have made this look like abuse. I didn't say anything, just stared at the ceiling and let it all soak in. This wasn't someone who felt guilty for overstaying her welcome. This was someone trying to spin a narrative where she was the victim. I woke up around 6:30, same as usual, and made myself coffee in silence. Her bedroom, my bedroom, was still shut tight, with the boards still nailed in like some kind of petty barricade. I took a picture of it just in case. Then I texted Mr. Evans. "She's still here. Board's still up. Just a heads up." He responded immediately. "Understood. I'll make the call." Less than an hour later, I heard it. The knock at the door. Not a gentle landlord knock this time, either, firm. Serious. I opened it to find two uniformed officers standing in the hallway. One male, one female. Calm expressions, hands resting near their belts. "Morning," the male officer said. "Are you Ryan?" "Yes," I said. "Come in." They stepped inside, looking around. I gestured toward the boarded-up door. "She's in there. That's supposed to be my room." "She's not on the lease?" the female officer asked. "No," I said. "She was supposed to stay for 2 weeks. It's been over that. She's locked me out of my own room, changed the doorknob, and refuses to leave." The male officer tilted his head, clearly surprised. "She locked you out of your bedroom?" "With actual wood planks. See for yourself." They exchanged a quick glance. Then the female officer walked up to the door and knocked. Loudly. "Ma'am, this is the police. We need to speak with you." There was no answer at first. I was just about to speak up when I heard it. Locks turning. Then the door cracked open, and Laura appeared, barefoot, messy hair, makeup smudged like she hadn't slept either. "What is this?" she snapped. "Miss, we've been informed that you're living here without being on the lease," the male officer said. "We need to verify your identity and have a quick chat about what's going on." "I'm his sister," she said, voice rising. "I'm not some squatter. He invited me to stay. And he also asked you to leave," the female officer said calmly. "Is that correct?" She looked directly at me. Her eyes were furious, glassy like she was on the verge of fake tears. "So you really called the cops on me? Your own family?" I didn't say anything. I just stepped aside and let the professionals handle it. "Ma'am," the male officer continued, "you need to vacate the premises today. You've overstayed your welcome, and your continued presence here is interfering with the leaseholder's rights. We can either handle this calmly, or it can escalate into a legal issue." "I'm not going anywhere," she said flatly. "This is my office. My business runs out of here. You can't just kick me out." The female officer raised an eyebrow. "Your office is in someone else's private bedroom that you boarded shut?" "That's not the point," she said, stepping out further into the living room. "He told me I could stay here. He promised." "No," I said finally. "I said 2 weeks. That was almost 3 weeks ago. You've taken over my bedroom, tampered with the property, and ignored every request I've made. You don't live here." She turned on me. "You're pathetic. You couldn't stand me succeeding, could you? That's what this is really about. I'm building something and you can't stand not being the center of attention anymore." Both officers gave me a look. clearly seeing through the theatrics. The male officer spoke again. "Ma'am, you have two options. You can pack your things now and leave voluntarily, or we begin the formal eviction process with a trespassing charge. That includes law enforcement supervising your removal. Which do you prefer?" She looked like she was about to scream. Her face went red, hands clenched into fists. "You know what?" she said, shaking her head. "Fine. You all want me gone. I'll go. But when Mom hears about this, don't expect to be invited to anything ever again." "Not a problem," I muttered under my breath. She stormed back into the room, slammed the door, and started throwing things around, boxes hitting the floor, drawers opening and slamming shut. The officers stayed near the door, relaxed but watchful. I stood by the kitchen, still unsure if this was really happening. It felt surreal, like the past week had been one long nightmare, and I was finally starting to wake up. It took her about 40 minutes to gather her stuff. A few times she accidentally dropped things loudly. Her makeup bag, a box of LED lights, a ring light that cracked when it hit the floor. She didn't say a word to me as she stomped out of the apartment, two massive suitcases trailing behind her, arms full of tangled wires and props. She barely even looked at the officers, just muttered, "This is disgusting," under her breath as she left. They followed her out, watched her march down the hall, then turned back to me. "She gives you any trouble, call us," the female officer said. "Thanks," I said. "I appreciate it." They nodded, then left. And just like that, it was quiet again. For the first time in weeks, the apartment felt like mine again. I walked over to the bedroom, my bedroom, and stared at the boards still nailed across the frame. I didn't even know where she got them. Probably one of those Amazon deliveries she kept saying were business tools. I took a deep breath, grabbed my screwdriver, and started prying them off, one by one. With each piece of wood I removed, I felt lighter, like I was peeling away layers of someone else's chaos from my life. When the last board came off, I opened the door, and what I saw made my stomach drop. The room was trashed. Clothes everywhere. Lipstick smeared across the mirror. One of the curtains was ripped. And the smell, strong perfume, maybe 3 different kinds, all battling each other in the air. It was like walking into the aftermath of a tornado that had passed through a Sephora and a temper tantrum. I didn't even know where to start. But I didn't yell. I didn't call her. I didn't even take pictures, though I probably should have. I just stood there in the middle of the room, my room, let out a slow breath, and started cleaning. Not for her. For me. Because I needed my space back. Because I was done giving her the satisfaction of any more of my time, energy, or peace of mind. She didn't message me. Not that day. Not the next. But I should have known the silence wasn't peace. It was prep time. By the 3rd day, the text started rolling in. First from my mom. MOM texted, "Ryan, what did you do to Laura?" MOM texted, "She's here crying, says the police dragged her out. Are you serious right now?" Then my dad. Dad texted, "I don't want to get in the middle of this, but come on. She's your sister." Then my aunt, who I hadn't spoken to in years. And June texted, "I always thought you were the calm one. I guess I was wrong." Apparently, Laura had spun the story into some big melodramatic sobfest. Ryan betrayed me. He ambushed me with the police. He humiliated me and destroyed my business. She even told them I'd stolen her stuff and locked her out first, my room, by the way. My family, being the Olympic-level enablers that they are, didn't even question her version. I ignored the texts. Every single one. But on the 4th day, my mom called. Not text, called. I let it go to voicemail, but she called again. Then again. Eventually, I picked up, because I figured I might as well get it over with. The second I said hello, she exploded. "How could you?" I held the phone away from my ear and let her get through the first 30 seconds of yelling before calmly responding, "Hi, Mom. Good to hear from you too. Don't you dare be sarcastic with me, Ryan," she snapped. "You had her removed from your home by the police. She refused to leave. You could have talked to her." "I did. Multiple times. She's your sister. She just went through a breakup. She's hurting. And instead of healing, she boarded up my bedroom and tried to take over my life." "Sounds healthy." "She told me you screamed at her." "She screamed at me. I just called the person who actually has the authority over this apartment when she refused to go. She had nowhere to go." I paused. "Oh, so where is she now?" Silence. "She's here," my mom admitted. "We told her she could stay until she finds her feet." "Ah," I said, letting the sarcasm drip. "So I didn't leave her on the street like she told everyone." Good to know. You're being cruel, Ryan. I took a breath, stood up from the couch, and walked into my clean bedroom. The smell was finally gone. No, I said. You know what's cruel? You raising two kids completely differently and expecting the one you always guilt-trip to clean up the other's messes. You all act like I'm heartless, but I'm not. I just finally hit a point where I realized I was being used. Again, I gave her a place to stay, and she tried to push me out of my own home. That's not hurt. That's not grief. That's entitlement. She's family, and I've spent my whole life being told that means I'm not allowed to have boundaries. That ends now. There was a pause. I could almost hear the wheels turning, like she wanted to say more, but couldn't find the words that would still make her sound like the reasonable one. She'll get her life together, my mom said quietly, almost like a warning. She just needs time. Great. Let her take all the time she needs with you. Then I hung up. It felt final. Not dramatic, not angry, just done. Over the next few weeks, word got around. Some relatives called to check in, which really meant they wanted gossip. I didn't entertain them. I kept things short, polite, and ice cold. The message was clear. If you're here to lecture me, you can go. As for Laura, she stayed with our parents. For a while. At first, she acted like a guest of honor, playing the victim card, soaking up their sympathy, floating around in silk robes while she restructured her business. But eventually, the cracks showed. She left makeup stains on the furniture, took over the guest room and turned that into her new workspace, ordered takeout on their card, left dishes in the sink, and slept until noon. My dad started calling me more often, not to scold me this time, but to ask questions. Did she do this at your place too? Yep. Did she really put boards on the door? Yep. She left her ring light on all night. The electricity bill's up $60. Sounds about right. By month 2, I got the message I'd been waiting for. Dad texted, "She's moving out. Your mom finally told her she's on her own. We should have listened to you." I didn't reply. I haven't spoken to Laura since. I don't know where she lives now, or if her little business ever took off. I don't ask. I blocked her number, muted the family group chat, and finally drawn the line I should have drawn years ago. Some people will call it cold. Others will call it selfish. Me? I call it peaceful. My name's Ryan. I'm 34, and for most of my adult life, I've been the kind of guy who tries to keep the peace. I'm the quiet problem solver in my family, the one who fixes the leaky faucet without being asked and makes sure the bills are paid on time. When I married my wife, Laura, 3 years ago, I knew stepping into a blended family wouldn't be easy. She had 2 kids from her previous marriage, Dylan, 15, and Emma, 12, and I was ready to do whatever I could to make our home feel stable. I thought I was doing a decent job. I put in extra hours at work to make sure we could afford a bigger place with bedrooms for both kids. I paid for family trips, and I tried to show up for their school events even when I was exhausted. It wasn't perfect. There were awkward dinners and moments where I could feel the tension hanging in the air, but I told myself that was just part of figuring things out. But lately, it's been different. It started small, little comments I brushed off at first. Dylan would roll his eyes if I asked him to take out the trash. Emma would mutter, "Whatever," and slam her door when I reminded her about homework. Typical teenager stuff, right? But then they started to get bolder. Dylan once laughed when I asked him to clean up after spilling juice on the counter and said, "You're not my dad. You can't tell me what to do." It stung, but I tried to let it go, thinking maybe he was just having a bad day. Then it escalated. Laura and I were sitting in the living room one night when she asked Dylan to turn down the music in his room. I chimed in, trying to back her up, and he stormed out, stood in the doorway, and shouted, "Why do you even care? You're not even part of this family." The words hit me harder than I expected. I felt my ears burn and my chest tighten, but I just sat there, silent. Laura scolded him, but it felt half-hearted, like she was afraid of pushing him too far. I told myself I was overthinking it, but the disrespect kept growing. The next week, I came home from work and found Emma and her friends in the living room, eating the snacks I had bought for the week, leaving empty wrappers on the floor. When I asked them to clean up, Emma smirked and said, "Why? Mom will do it later." I was so stunned I just stood there, staring at the mess, before quietly picking up the trash myself. That night, I lay in bed next to Laura, staring at the ceiling while she scrolled on her phone. "I feel like they don't respect me at all," I finally said. "They treat me like I'm just some guy who happens to live here." Laura sighed, set her phone down, and turned to face me. "They're just kids, Ryan. They'll grow out of it." Don't take it so personally. But it was getting personal. Every day, I felt more like a stranger in my own home. I'd come home from work to find the TV blaring, lights on in every room, and dishes piled in the sink. When I'd ask them to pitch in, they'd act like I was some villain ruining their fun. It was exhausting, and somewhere deep down, a part of me started to wonder if they were right. Maybe I wasn't really part of this family. Then came the moment that tipped everything over the edge. One Saturday afternoon, I was making lunch when Dylan came into the kitchen, grabbed a soda from the fridge, and started heading back upstairs. I asked him to put his dish from breakfast in the dishwasher first. He froze, turned around, and yelled, "You don't get to tell me what to do. You're not my real dad." Before I could respond, Emma chimed in from the hallway. "Yeah, you can't make us do anything." The two of them stood there, glaring at me like I was some intruder. My hands were shaking, and I could feel my face getting hot, but I didn't yell. I just slowly set the spatula down on the counter and looked at both of them. "Okay," I said quietly, my voice calm in a way that surprised even me. "If that's how you feel, then we need to make some changes around here." And in that moment, something inside me shifted. I didn't say anything else that day, but something clicked in my brain. For months, maybe years, I had been tiptoeing around this family, trying to be the cool stepdad, the one who didn't push too hard or make waves. But standing there in the kitchen with Dylan's words hanging in the air, I realized that all my effort had bought me was their contempt. I went through the rest of that afternoon in a haze, cooking lunch, washing dishes, quietly observing everything around me. Laura didn't say much either. She gave me one of those careful looks that said she was worried I was about to overreact, but she didn't step in. And that silence, hers, theirs, felt louder than anything they'd yelled at me. Over the next few days, I started noticing just how much I was doing to keep this house running, and how little anyone else seemed to care. Monday morning, Dylan left his wet towel on the bathroom floor, again, even after I'd asked him dozens of times to hang it up. Emma left half a bowl of cereal on the counter, milk turning warm, like she expected a ghost to clean it. When I got home from work that evening, the sink was overflowing with dirty plates, the dishwasher completely empty. Normally, I would have sighed, rolled up my sleeves, and handled it myself. But this time, I just stood there staring at the mess, feeling this strange mix of frustration and clarity. Why was I bending over backward for two kids who openly told me I wasn't part of their family? When Laura got home, I gently brought it up again. "I feel like I'm the only one cleaning up around here," I said. "Can we make some kind of chore schedule? It doesn't have to be strict, just something to make sure everyone contributes." Laura gave me that patient, tired smile I'd come to dread. "Ryan, you know how teenagers are. If we push too hard, they'll just rebel more. It's easier if I just handle it. Right?" I said, trying to keep my tone even. "But then it's just me and you doing everything. They live here too." Her smile faded, and I could tell she was getting defensive. "They've been through a lot with the divorce. I don't want to make home feel like a battleground." I didn't push further. There was no point. But that night, lying awake again, I realized I had been living in a battleground all along. Only I was the one taking all the hits while everyone else got to feel comfortable. The next weekend, things really started to shift. Saturday morning, I woke up early, grabbed a coffee, and sat in the living room scrolling through my phone. Dylan came downstairs around 10, grunted a hello, and went straight to the Xbox. After about an hour, Emma joined him, flopping onto the couch and leaving a trail of crumbs from the cookies she'd grabbed from the pantry. I asked them to clean up their mess before playing games. Dylan didn't even look at me, just muttered under his breath, "Not my dad." Emma giggled. I felt my jaw tighten, but I didn't raise my voice. "Then you can't use my Xbox," I said calmly, picking up the controller from the coffee table. Dylan's head snapped around so fast I thought he'd hurt himself. "You can't do that," he shouted. "I can, actually," I said, standing up and taking the controllers with me. "You don't want me telling you what to do? Fine. But that means you don't get the things I pay for." He glared at me, fists clenched. "Mom," he yelled up the stairs. Laura came down, clearly annoyed at being pulled into whatever she thought was a minor squabble. "Ryan, what's going on?" I explained what happened as calmly as I could. Laura sighed and rubbed her temples. "Can we not make this into a huge thing? Just let them play for a bit." I looked at her, feeling that familiar frustration bubble up. "Laura, I bought that console. I pay for the Wi-Fi. I'm not going to let them treat me like I'm nothing and then use all my stuff like I'm their personal bank. For a moment, Laura didn't say anything. Then she quietly asked Dylan to apologize. He muttered something that barely sounded like sorry, but it was enough for her, and she shot me a pleading look. So I handed the controllers back, but inside I was done. That night, I started thinking about all the little ways I was supporting this family. The streaming services, the grocery runs, the gas I used to drive Dylan to practice and Emma to her friend's house, the school supplies I paid for without a word. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that my entire paycheck was being poured into a home where I was treated like an outsider. And still, the disrespect continued. Sunday morning, I woke up to find Emma had invited 2 friends over without asking, and they were blasting music in her room. When I knocked on the door and asked them to turn it down, Emma rolled her eyes and said, "God, you're so strict. My dad would never care." Something about the way she said "my dad" made my stomach turn. I had never tried to replace their father. I knew there was a sensitive spot, but the way they wielded it like a weapon, like it gave them a free pass to ignore me, hurt in a way I didn't expect. When their biological dad came to pick them up later that day, I overheard Dylan telling him how lame I was for taking the Xbox controllers. I could feel my blood pressure rising, but I stayed quiet. I just nodded politely at their dad and went back inside. Laura noticed I was quieter than usual that night. "You okay?" she asked softly as we got ready for bed. "I'm just tired," I said. "But something's going to have to change, Laura. I can't keep living like this." She frowned, but didn't argue. Maybe she sensed that this wasn't just a bad mood. This was me reaching my limit. The next few days were tense. I started setting small boundaries. No snacks left out. Dishes had to be rinsed before bed. Lights had to be turned off if no one was in the room. Every time I enforced something, Dylan and Emma acted like I was the strictest warden on earth. They started whispering when I walked into the room, glaring at me over dinner, even deliberately leaving bigger messes just to see what I would do. It all built up to one Wednesday evening that changed everything. I came home from work to find a giant mess in the kitchen, empty pizza boxes, soda cans, chip bags everywhere. The Wi-Fi router light was blinking like crazy, which meant they were online all day, gaming and streaming, probably ignoring every responsibility. I stood there in the doorway, looking at the chaos, and something in me finally snapped. And that was the night I decided I wasn't going to just ask for respect anymore. I was going to take control of my house back, one step at a time. When I stood in the doorway that Wednesday night, staring at the disaster zone my kitchen had become, I felt that familiar tightness in my chest again, the one that meant I was holding back too much, trying to stay calm when every nerve in my body was screaming. But this time, I didn't just clean it up like I always did. I took a slow, deep breath, turned on my heel, and went upstairs. Laura was working late, so it was just me and the kids in the house. I walked to Dylan's door, knocked once, and opened it before he could answer. He was sitting at his desk, headset on, yelling at his friends through the mic as his game blared on the screen. "Pause the game," I said, my voice quiet but firm. He glanced over his shoulder, irritation already written on his face. "I can't pause, it's online." "Then leave," I said. He froze. "What? You heard me. Get up. We need to talk." He groaned dramatically but finally stood, yanking off his headset. Emma peeked out of her room down the hall, already curious. I led Dylan downstairs to the kitchen and gestured at the mess. "Did you do this?" I asked. He shrugged. "Emma and I ordered pizza." "So what?" "So what? Look at this place. This isn't a teenage bedroom. This is the kitchen where we eat. This is everyone's space." Emma had come downstairs by now, standing next to Dylan like his backup singer. "Mom doesn't care if we order pizza," she said, crossing her arms. "That's not the point," I said, feeling my patience thinning. "This is about respect. You two are old enough to clean up after yourselves. I work all day, I pay for this food, I keep the lights on. The least you can do is not leave the house looking like a trash can when I come home." Dylan snorted. "Then don't come home if it bothers you so much." The words hit me like a punch to the gut. My hands curled into fists at my sides, and for a moment, I just stared at him. Emma looked uncomfortable now, but Dylan was smirking like he'd just won. "That's enough," I said finally. "Clean this up. Now, both of you." They muttered and complained, but eventually they started clearing the counter while I stood there watching. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't lecture. I just waited until the last soda can was in the recycling bin, then went upstairs and locked my office door. But that wasn't the betrayal. That came 2 days later. Friday afternoon, I left work early to surprise Laura. I thought maybe we could have a quiet evening together before the kids came back from their after-school activities. When I walked into the house, I immediately noticed something was wrong. My office door was open. I never left it open. My office was my one safe space, the one room in the house that was entirely mine. I kept my important documents there, tax forms, pay stubs, my passport, even some cash tucked away in a locked drawer for emergencies. When I stepped inside, my stomach dropped. The drawer was open. Papers were scattered across my desk. And the cash, about $300, was gone. I stood there for a long time, just staring, my ears ringing. At first, I thought maybe Laura had needed something and forgot to close it. But then I noticed the faint sound of laughter coming from Dylan's room down the hall. I walked in without knocking. Dylan was sitting on his bed, counting bills. Emma was next to him, holding a new pair of headphones still in the packaging. My voice came out colder than I intended. "Where did you get that money?" They both froze. Dylan's eyes darted toward the desk like he'd been caught with his hand in the cookie jar. "None of your business," he said, but his voice wasn't nearly as confident as usual. "It is my business," I said, stepping closer. "Because that's my money. From my office." Emma looked guilty now. "We just needed it for." "You just needed it?" My voice was sharp now, the calmness finally cracking. "That money was for emergencies. You went into my office, went through my things, and stole from me. It's not stealing if it's in the house." Dylan snapped, standing up now, his face red. "This isn't just your house. Mom pays for stuff too." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "Are you seriously trying to justify stealing from me because you think this house is half yours? Do you understand how serious this is? You're not my dad." Dylan shouted suddenly, his voice echoing through the hallway. "You can't tell me what to do. You can't take my stuff. You can't punish me. You're nothing." Emma flinched at his words, but didn't say anything. I stood there, frozen. Part of me wanted to yell back, to ground him, to call Laura and demand she back me up. But instead, I just looked at Dylan, really looked at him, and saw not a defiant teenager, but a kid who thought he could burn every bridge and still have somewhere soft to land. "You're right," I said finally, my voice calm again, though my hands were still shaking. "I'm not your dad. And from now on, I won't act like one." Dylan frowned, confused. "What does that mean?" "It means," I said, turning to leave, "that things are about to change around here." I walked back to my office, shut the door, and locked it. I sat down at my desk, staring at the half-empty drawer, and felt something harden inside me. This wasn't just disrespect anymore. This was betrayal. They had crossed a line, and there was no going back. That night, I didn't join them for dinner. I stayed in my office, making a list of every single thing I paid for in this house. The Wi-Fi, the streaming subscriptions, the gaming console, the cell phone plan, even the snacks they loved so much. With every item I wrote down, I felt calmer, more focused. By the time Laura got home and asked me what was wrong, I already knew what I was going to do next. That weekend felt like walking through a storm with no umbrella. After the confrontation with Dylan and Emma, the entire house seemed to shift. There was this heavy, brittle silence hanging over everything. Not the peaceful kind, but the type you get before a thunderclap. Dylan avoided me completely, stomping past me in the hallway without saying a word. Emma kept giving me these nervous glances, like she knew things had gone too far, but was too scared to pick a side. Laura noticed immediately. Saturday morning, she caught me sitting in the kitchen with my coffee, just staring out the window. "Ryan," she said gently, sitting across from me. "We need to talk about what happened yesterday." I didn't even look at her at first. "Did Dylan tell you?" "He mentioned you were angry about the money." "Angry?" I finally turned to her, and even I was startled at how quiet my voice was. "Laura, they broke into my office. They took cash out of my desk. That's not just kids being careless. That's theft." She winced. "I know, but what?" I asked, my voice sharp enough to make her stop mid-sentence. "Laura, this isn't about being strict or laying down rules. This is about trust. I can't live in a house where my own things aren't safe." She looked down at her hands, twisting them nervously. "I'll talk to them," she said finally. "You should," I replied. "Because if this doesn't change, I don't know how much longer I can keep doing this." Her head snapped up at that, panic flashing in her eyes. What are you saying? I didn't answer right away. I just stood up, poured my cold coffee down the sink, and said, I'm saying I'm tired, Laura. Tired of being treated like I don't belong here. I spent the rest of the weekend in my office, not sulking but thinking, planning. For the first time since moving into that house, I looked around my office and saw it as more than a place to work. It was my sanctuary, the only room where I had full control. Saturday evening, I heard them laughing downstairs. The sound should have been comforting, but instead it felt like a reminder that they were living in a house I worked so hard to maintain while treating me like an intruder. I stayed upstairs, scrolling through old photos on my phone, vacations I had paid for, birthday dinners I had organized, and realized something painful. In nearly every picture, I was the one holding the camera. I wasn't part of the memory. I was just the guy making sure everyone else had one. Sunday morning, I woke up early and went for a long drive, no destination in mind. I ended up at a park on the edge of town, where I sat on a bench and just breathed. The air was crisp, the grass damp with dew, and for the first time in weeks, I felt my thoughts untangle. I realized I had been living like a guest in my own life. I was always trying to win approval, from Dylan, from Emma, even from Laura, and in the process, I had stopped asking myself what I actually wanted. On the drive home, I made a decision. I wasn't going to leave, not yet, but I was done begging for respect. If they didn't see me as part of this family, then fine, I would stop giving them all the benefits that came with me being in it. That afternoon, I quietly started taking inventory of everything. I made a spreadsheet of all the bills in my name: internet, Netflix, Disney Plus, Spotify, the kid's cell phone plan, even the cloud gaming subscription Dylan used almost daily. I calculated how much I spend on gas driving them to activities, how much I spend on their favorite snacks, how much of my paycheck was going toward a house where I felt invisible. The numbers shocked me. Nearly 60% of my monthly income was going toward things that directly benefited Dylan and Emma. And not once had they said thank you. I didn't confront anyone right away. Instead, I started pulling back in small, subtle ways. When Dylan asked me for a ride to a friend's house Monday after school, I told him I couldn't, even though I easily could have rearranged my schedule. Figure it out, I said evenly, and went back to my work. When Emma asked me to buy her art supplies for a school project, I told her she'd have to wait until her mom could take her shopping. When Laura suggested ordering takeout that night, I declined and cooked a simple dinner for myself, just enough for one. I left the kitchen clean when I was done, then retreated to my office. By midweek, the atmosphere in the house had changed again. Dylan and Emma were sulking, clearly annoyed that I wasn't jumping to meet their every need. Laura pulled me aside one evening and asked, "Are you punishing them?" "No," I said honestly. "I'm just focusing on myself. That's what they want, right? For me to stop acting like a dad? So I'm giving them what they asked for." Laura didn't know how to respond to that. She just looked at me, worried, and said nothing. But the distance gave me clarity. With each passing day, I felt less like a doormat and more like someone who finally remembered where the boundaries were. I wasn't yelling. I wasn't lecturing. I was simply pulling back all the invisible strings I'd been holding up for years. And that's when I started putting together a real plan. Not just a list of bills, but a strategy to show everyone in that house exactly what I contributed and what life would look like without me quietly carrying all the weight. It wasn't about revenge, at least not at first. It was about survival, about reclaiming my space, my peace of mind, and yes, my dignity. I knew I couldn't spring it all at once. It would be too easy for Laura to dismiss me as being dramatic. No, this had to be slow and deliberate. They had to feel the absence of everything I did before they'd ever appreciate it. And so I started preparing for the day I would pull the plug. Literally. The first real sign that my plan was working came a few days later, and it was so small that I almost missed it. Dylan came downstairs one evening, standing awkwardly in the doorway of my office like a cat that wasn't sure if it wanted to come in or not. He said, scratching the back of his neck. "The Wi-Fi's acting weird. Keeps kicking me off." I didn't even look up from my laptop. "That's strange," I said calmly. "I'll look into it later. I'm working right now." I could practically feel the frustration rolling off him as he stomped away. What Dylan didn't know was that it wasn't the Wi-Fi acting weird. I had set the router to block his device for an hour that evening, just to see what would happen. It was my first small test, and the results were almost satisfying. That night, I reset the router, but I didn't tell him. I wanted him to connect the dots himself, that the internet he took for granted wasn't some magical utility that appeared out of nowhere. It was something I paid for and controlled. Over the next week, I made more changes. Quiet ones. Nothing anyone could accuse me of doing maliciously. I canceled one of the streaming services no one but Dylan used. I removed Emma's profile from the family Spotify account and switched the password on the cloud gaming subscription. The kids were confused at first. "Mom, why isn't Disney Plus working?" Emma asked one evening. Laura glanced at me, and I shrugged. "We weren't using it enough to keep paying for it," I said simply, sipping my coffee. It was a small statement, but it had weight. Dylan and Emma exchanged a look, the first flicker of realization that maybe all these things didn't just exist because they wanted them to. At the same time, I was changing in other ways too. The tension in the house had been eating me alive, but now that I had a plan, I felt oddly lighter. I started going to the gym again after work, something I hadn't done since before I married Laura. I dusted off my guitar and played in the evenings instead of sitting in the living room waiting for the next argument. And slowly, something unexpected happened. I started to feel good again. It wasn't just about taking things away from the kids. It was about reclaiming myself. I realized how much of my own identity had been tied up in trying to be a good stepdad, trying to hold this family together with both hands. And when I stopped doing that, I remembered I had my own life, my own goals, my own needs. The more I invested in myself, the more confident I felt. That confidence started bleeding into how I carried myself around the house. I didn't tiptoe anymore. I didn't apologize for taking up space. If Dylan was sprawled on the couch when I came into the living room, I didn't retreat to my office. I sat down and watched whatever I wanted on TV, remote firmly in hand. At first, Dylan would roll his eyes and leave, muttering something under his breath. But after a few days, he just stayed quiet, scrolling on his phone, clearly irritated but unwilling to start a fight he might lose. Emma was different. She started hovering around me more, almost like she wasn't sure how to handle the shift. One evening, she even asked, "Why did you cancel Disney Plus?" "Because I was the one paying for it," I said gently. "And I don't think anyone appreciated it." She bit her lip, thinking about that. Then, in a small voice, she said, "I did. I just never said it." It caught me off guard. For a moment, I almost dropped my guard completely and told her I'd turn it back on. But I reminded myself this wasn't just about one subscription. This was about teaching them both that respect went hand in hand with the privileges they enjoyed. Meanwhile, Laura was starting to notice the difference in me too. One night after the kids were in bed, she sat next to me on the couch and said, "You seem different lately." "Calmer." "I am," I admitted. "I think I finally realized I can't control how anyone else acts. I can only control myself and what I'm willing to accept in this house." She nodded slowly, like she was still processing it. "They've been less mouthy lately," she said. "Whatever you're doing, it might be working." I didn't tell her everything, not yet. But hearing her say that gave me a strange sense of satisfaction. The balance was shifting. A few days later, I took it a step further. I changed the Wi-Fi password. Completely. When Dylan tried to connect that evening and couldn't, he came storming downstairs. "The Wi-Fi's down again," he said. "Nope," I said calmly, closing my laptop. "It's working fine for me. I just changed the password." His jaw dropped. "You can't do that." "Sure I can," I said, standing up and looking him straight in the eye. "You told me I'm not your dad, that I can't tell you what to do. So I'm not. But that means I'm also not responsible for making sure you have free internet whenever you want it. You can ask politely, and if I feel respected, maybe I'll share it again." He stared at me, stunned into silence. For the first time since I'd known him, Dylan had no quick comeback. Emma, who had been listening from the hallway, spoke up softly. Can I please have the password?" I looked at her for a long moment. "Thank you for asking politely," I said. "I'll think about it." And just like that, the house felt different again, quieter, more careful. By the end of the week, something remarkable happened. Dylan started cleaning up after himself without being asked. Not perfectly, but enough that I noticed. Emma offered to help me cook dinner one night. Laura, watching all this, finally said, "I don't know what's going on, but keep doing it." Inside, I smiled. Because this wasn't just about getting respect anymore. This was about showing them what real accountability looked like. I could feel the power slowly tipping back into my hands, and it felt good. But I knew this was just the beginning. The real turning point was coming. And when it did, I was ready to show everyone exactly what life looked like when I stopped quietly holding everything together. By the time the second week rolled around, the house was running on a new rhythm, one I controlled, even if no one wanted to admit it out loud. For the first time since I'd moved in, I felt like I wasn't constantly on edge, bracing for the next snide comment or eye roll. Instead, I was quietly preparing for something bigger. The moment that solidified my resolve came one Wednesday night, when Laura and I were sitting at the table after dinner. Dylan and Emma had gone upstairs, leaving their plates behind. Normally, Laura would sigh and start loading the dishwasher herself, but this time I stayed seated and said, "Don't touch them." She frowned. "What? Leave them there," I said calmly. "They left the mess. They can come clean it." She hesitated, then nodded, maybe realizing I wasn't going to budge. We waited 15 minutes. Nothing. 20 minutes. Still nothing. Finally, I stood up, went to the bottom of the stairs, and called up, "Dishes need to be done before bed." No answer. So I grabbed my phone, walked back into the kitchen, and took pictures of the mess, the plates, the crumbs, the cups, and then sent them to our family group chat with a single message. "This is not my job anymore." Dylan came stomping down the stairs 5 minutes later, glaring at me like I had just insulted him personally. "You seriously sent a picture to the group chat? What's wrong with you?" "What's wrong?" I said evenly. "Is you expecting everyone else to clean up after you?" He muttered under his breath, but he started cleaning. Emma followed silently a few minutes later, grabbing the cups. I didn't smile, didn't thank them, just watched and nodded once when they were done. That was the night I realized something important. I didn't have to yell, or argue, or plead. All I had to do was be consistent, calm, and firm. That was my power. And with that realization came the idea that pushed my plan into motion. That weekend, I sat down with all my notes, the spreadsheet of expenses, the list of every subscription and bill in my name, and turned it into something visual. I created a chart that showed exactly where my money was going every month. Wi-Fi, $90. Streaming subscriptions, $60. Groceries, for $100. Gas, $180. Cell phone plan, $120. And so on. When I was done, I printed it out and pinned it to the corkboard in my office. It was my quiet reminder of just how much I was contributing. Every time I looked at it, I felt a little stronger, a little more certain that what I was doing wasn't petty, it was necessary. I also started researching parental controls on the router and streaming services. It wasn't about spying on them. It was about being ready to shut things down when the time came. I learned I could block individual devices from the Wi-Fi with a single tap on my phone. I could change passwords remotely. I could even set schedules for when the internet was available. I didn't pull the trigger yet, not fully, but just knowing I had that power in my back pocket gave me a strange, quiet confidence. Meanwhile, I started stepping more into my own life outside of the house. I joined a local cycling group that met twice a week after work. I reconnected with an old college friend and grabbed dinner with him one Friday night, something I hadn't done in years. The more I invested in myself, the less desperate I felt for Dylan and Emma's approval. But the real breakthrough came when I discovered something about their dad. It was Saturday morning, and I had just finished making coffee when Laura got a call from him. She stepped outside to talk, but the sliding door was open and I could hear enough of the conversation to catch the gist. He was complaining about how expensive everything was getting: child support, school fees, the new shoes Dylan wanted, and suggesting that maybe we could start covering more of the extras. Laura didn't commit to anything, but when she came back inside, I asked, "Does he ever help with the day-to-day stuff? Like Wi-Fi, streaming, gas money?" She shook her head. "No, that's on us." "What?" I didn't answer right away, but inside, my mind was racing. If their father wasn't contributing to the extras, then everything Dylan and Emma took for granted, the games, the streaming, the cell phones, was coming directly from me. That realization was like gasoline on a fire. I had been simmering with frustration for weeks, but now I saw just how much leverage I really had. I wasn't just the guy paying for the Wi-Fi. I was the person holding together their entire lifestyle. And that meant when I was ready to make my move, it wouldn't just be inconvenient. It would be undeniable. So I started lining everything up. First, I moved the router into my locked office. No more easy access for anyone who wanted to accidentally reset it. Second, I changed every password for every streaming service, every account, every shared subscription, and saved them all in a private document. Third, I quietly called the cell phone provider and had parental control features activated on Dylan and Emma's lines. I didn't use them yet, but just knowing I could turn off data or restrict calls that will made me feel like I was holding the keys to the kingdom. And finally, I started tracking every expense for the month, down to the dollar, so that when the moment came, I could present a clear, irrefutable picture of exactly what I provided and exactly what I was withdrawing. By the end of that week, I felt more in control than I had in months. The resentment was still there, sure, but now it was focused, channeled into action instead of just festering in the back of my mind. One night, as I sat in my office reviewing my notes, I heard Dylan and Emma arguing upstairs. Normally, that sound would have made me tense up, ready to step in and play mediator. This time, I just smiled to myself and kept working. Because I knew something they didn't. The next time they crossed the line, the next time they decided to test me, I would be ready. And when it happened, there would be no yelling, no begging, no drama. Just a calm, measured response that would shake the entire house. The moment came sooner than I expected. It was a Thursday evening, one of those nights when everyone was home and the house felt just a little too full. I had been upstairs in my office finishing some work when I heard a loud crash from the kitchen, the unmistakable sound of something breaking. I went downstairs and found Dylan standing there, holding an empty glass with shards scattered all over the floor. "What happened?" I asked, keeping my voice neutral. He shrugged, not even trying to look guilty. "It slipped. No big deal." "Then clean it up," I said simply. He didn't move. "It's just a glass. Mom will do it later." I felt the familiar heat rise in my chest, but this time I didn't let it control me. I just looked at him, let the silence hang for a moment, then turned and walked into my office. I closed the door, sat at my desk, and opened my laptop. My hands were steady as I clicked into the router settings, selected Dylan's and Emma's devices, and blocked them from the Wi-Fi. Then I pulled out my phone and locked their data plans with a single tap. Within 5 minutes, I heard it start. "Mom, the Wi-Fi's down again," Dylan shouted from upstairs. "It's not working on my phone either," Emma called. I waited. I wanted them to come to me, not Laura. Sure enough, a few minutes later there was a knock on my office door. "What's going on?" Dylan demanded when I opened it. I leaned casually against the doorframe, not even pretending to hide the calm satisfaction on my face. "The Wi-Fi is fine. I just turned off access to your devices." His mouth dropped open. "You can't do that." "Yes, I can," I said evenly. "I pay for it, and I'm done paying for things that go unappreciated. Consider this a pause until we can have a real conversation about respect." Emma appeared behind him, looking panicked. "But I have homework. I need the internet." "Then you can sit at the table and use my laptop for an hour," I said. "But no phones, no games, no streaming until further notice." Dylan's face turned bright red. "This is insane. You can't just cut us off." "I already did," I said, my voice calm but final. "And this is just the beginning." Before he could argue, I closed the door and went back to my desk. The next hour was chaos. I could hear them stomping around upstairs, muttering to each other, even trying to reset the router, only to discover it was no longer in its usual spot. I sat back in my chair, sipped my coffee, and waited. Eventually, there was another knock, softer this time. "Ryan." It was Emma's voice. I opened the door and found her standing there, arms crossed, but looking smaller than usual. "Can we talk?" she asked. "Of course," I said, stepping aside. She came in and sat down in the chair across from my desk. "Look, I know we've been kind of awful, but can't you just give us the Wi-Fi back? Please." I didn't answer right away. Instead, I turned my laptop around and showed her the spreadsheet I had been working on for weeks, the one that detailed every single expense I covered. "Do you see this?" I asked quietly. Her eyes scanned the numbers, and I could see the moment she realized just how much I was contributing. "Wow," she said softly. "This is what I pay for every single month," I said. "Not because I have to, but because I wanted to make this house comfortable for everyone. But when you and Dylan tell me I'm not your real dad, when you treat me like I don't belong here, why should I keep doing all this?" She swallowed hard, her eyes darting toward the door as if hoping Dylan would walk in and rescue her from the conversation. But he didn't. "I didn't know it was that much," she admitted. "Now you do," I said. "And until I feel respected, I'm done letting anyone treat me like I'm just some guy living here rent-free." You don't get to have all the privileges without any of the responsibility. She nodded slowly, then left without another word. A half hour later, Dylan came downstairs, not stomping this time, but walking carefully, like he was stepping onto thin ice. "Can we talk?" he asked, standing in the doorway. "Sure," I said, gesturing for him to sit. He didn't sit. He just stood there, hands shoved into his pockets, looking at the floor. I guess I was kind of a jerk," he muttered. "Kind of," I said, raising an eyebrow. He sighed. "Okay, a lot of a jerk. But turning off the Wi-Fi isn't fair. Neither is stealing from me," I said evenly. "Neither is yelling in my face that I'm nothing. You wanted me to stop acting like a parent? Fine. But that means I stop being the person who pays for everything too." For a long moment, Dylan just stood there, silent. Then, to my shock, he said, "So what do you want?" I leaned back in my chair. "I want respect. I want this house to run like a family, not like a hotel where I'm the unpaid staff. And until that happens, the Wi-Fi, the streaming, even the phone data stays off. You can earn it back, but not by demanding it." He didn't argue. He didn't yell. He just nodded once, quietly, and left. That night, the house was eerily quiet. No blaring TVs, no shouting from upstairs, no video game sound effects echoing through the walls. Just silence. And for the first time in months, I sat in the living room, turned on a show I wanted to watch, and actually felt at peace. But this wasn't over. This was just the first strike, the wake-up call. I knew there would be fallout, and I knew Dylan wasn't done testing me. And that was fine, because I was more than ready for whatever came next. The next morning felt different. The house was quiet, almost unnervingly so. Normally Dylan would be up early gaming before school. Emma would be on her phone scrolling TikTok at the table, and I'd be navigating around their mess while making coffee. Instead, when I walked into the kitchen, both kids were already sitting at the table, backpacks packed, plates neatly stacked next to the sink. They glanced at me, then looked away, as if not sure what version of me they'd get today. Laura came downstairs a few minutes later, clearly picking up on the strange atmosphere. "Everything okay?" she asked cautiously. I poured my coffee and shrugged. "Everything's fine." It wasn't until after school that the real conversation happened. I was sitting in my office when Laura knocked on the door. She didn't wait for me to answer, just came in, closed the door behind her, and sat down across from me. "The kids told me about last night," she said carefully. "I'm sure they did," I said evenly. "They said you cut off the Wi-Fi, the phone data, everything." "I did," I confirmed. She took a deep breath. "Ryan, don't you think that's a little extreme?" I turned my laptop toward her, showing her the spreadsheet I'd shown Emma. "Do you see this? This is what I spend every single month. I'm not asking to be their dad, Laura, but I am asking to be treated like more than an ATM with legs." She scanned the screen, her expression softening as she realized just how much was there. I didn't know it was that much." "Exactly," I said. "No one knew. No one cared. I've been bending over backwards for two kids who openly tell me I don't belong here. I can't live like that anymore." Laura didn't argue. She just nodded slowly, like she was finally seeing the whole picture. "What do you want to do?" "I want a family meeting," I said. "Tonight." That evening, I called everyone into the living room. Dylan slouched onto the couch, clearly expecting a lecture. Emma sat cross-legged in the chair, quiet but watchful. Laura sat next to me, her hand resting lightly on my knee as if to say, "I'm with you on this." "I'm going to make this simple," I began. "This house does not run on autopilot. Everything you enjoy here, the internet, the snacks, the games, the streaming services, costs money. My money. And until now, I've been giving all of it freely, without asking for anything in return but basic respect." Dylan opened his mouth to interrupt, but I held up a hand. "Let me finish." He shut his mouth. "I'm not here to be the bad guy. I'm not here to replace your dad. But I am here to be an adult who lives in this house, and that means I deserve respect. So here's what's going to happen. From now on, there will be a list of chores. Everyone contributes. No one eats dinner until the kitchen is clean. No one uses the Wi-Fi until homework is done. And if I hear you're not my dad again, everything you see here." I gestured around the room, toward the router in my office, the console on the shelf, the television, goes dark. The room was silent for a moment. Emma nodded quickly, maybe relieved that this was all I was asking for. Dylan, on the other hand, looked like he was about to explode. "This is so dumb," he muttered finally. I stood up slowly, walked to the router, and unplugged it. The lights went out instantly. You just lost your internet privileges for 48 hours, I said calmly, setting the router on the shelf next to me. We can try this conversation again on Saturday. Dylan's face turned red. You can't just. Yes, I can, I interrupted. Because this is not a democracy. This is a house, and I will not be disrespected in it. For a moment, I thought he was going to storm out. But instead, he sank back onto the couch, arms crossed, glaring at the floor. The next 2 days were rough. No Wi-Fi meant no gaming, no streaming, no mindless scrolling. Dylan sulked, Emma kept quiet, and Laura seemed almost relieved to have the house peaceful for once. On Saturday afternoon, Dylan knocked on my office door. When I opened it, he looked different, not angry, just tired. Can we talk? He asked quietly. I gestured for him to sit. I'm sorry, he said, the words slow but sincere. For everything. For saying you're not part of the family. For taking the money. I was mad, okay? But you're right. You do a lot. I didn't see it before. For a long moment, I just looked at him. This was the same kid who had once stood in my kitchen and told me I was nothing. And now he was sitting here, apologizing. I appreciate that, I said finally. And I accept your apology. But Dylan, respect isn't a one-time thing. It's a choice you make every day. You want the Wi-Fi back? You want the privileges? Then show me that you mean this. He nodded. Okay. When I turned the Wi-Fi back on later that night, it felt different. Not like I was restoring something they had a right to, but like I was granting something they had earned. Over the next few weeks, the change stuck. Dylan started cleaning up without being asked. Emma would thank me when I cooked dinner. Even Laura seemed lighter, like the constant tension had finally broken. And one night, as we all sat in the living room watching a movie, the first time we'd done that together in months, Dylan glanced over at me and said, almost casually, "Thanks for putting this on." It wasn't much, just a simple acknowledgement. But for me, it was everything. Because for the first time in a long time, I didn't feel like a stranger in my own home. I felt like part of a family. And as I leaned back on the couch, watching them laugh at the screen, I thought to myself, this is how it should have been all along. Then I smiled, not a bitter smile, not a forced one, but a real one, and whispered under my breath, "Welcome to my house." And this time, no one argued. I was 28 when I finally decided to walk away. Not from my job, at least, not just that, but from the family dynamic that had been weighing me down for most of my adult life. My name's Eric, and up until a few years ago, I was the classic oldest son trying to please everyone. Keep the peace, be the responsible one, show up for everyone else even when no one showed up for me. You know the type. I had a decent job at a mid-sized tech firm, nothing fancy, but solid pay, stable hours, and the illusion of growth. The kind of place that dangles a promotion just far enough to keep you loyal, while slowly draining the life out of you. And I might have stayed there, kept grinding, kept playing their game, if it weren't for one conversation that flipped everything. But before I get there, I should talk about my family. Because if you really want to understand why that moment mattered so much, you need to understand where I came from. I grew up in a family where appearances meant everything. My dad was a small-town lawyer, sharp suit, polished shoes, always had a firm handshake and a story to tell. My mom was the type to host book club meetings with wine that cost more than our weekly groceries, just to keep up appearances with her friends. And then there was my younger brother, Derek, golden boy, family favorite, and professional gaslighter in a varsity jacket. Derek was 3 years younger than me, but from the moment he hit high school, the world revolved around him. Straight A's, captain of the football team, early acceptance into a top-tier college. Meanwhile, I was the quiet kid with average grades and a knack for fixing things that no one ever noticed. When I got my first job offer out of college, my parents barely acknowledged it. But when Derek got an internship at some startup with an edgy name and a ping-pong table in the lobby, my mom threw a dinner party. It wasn't outright cruelty, not at first. Just little things. My dad introducing Derek to his colleagues as the real star of the family. My mom brushing off my job as something Eric's doing until he finds his path. Derek calling me boring responsible Eric, like it was some kind of affectionate insult. I laughed it off for years. Told myself they didn't mean anything by it. But when you hear something enough times, it starts to stick. By the time I hit 27, I had worked my way into a senior analyst role at the tech firm. I wasn't making six figures or running departments, but I had a team under me, a few successful projects, and a decent reputation in the industry. Still, every holiday dinner turned into a highlight reel of Derek's life. He had switched jobs 3 times in 2 years and somehow failed upwards each time. My parents called it being ambitious. When I mentioned staying at one company to build experience, my dad said, "That's nice, Eric. Some people just like security, I suppose." But the worst part? They always made me feel like I was ungrateful if I ever brought any of it up. "You're too sensitive. We're just proud of both our boys in different ways. Don't be jealous of your brother's success." I wasn't jealous. I just wanted to be seen, to be heard. The final crack came last Thanksgiving. We were all at my parents' house, me, Derek, his new girlfriend, some influencer with a 3-word name, and our parents. I had just wrapped up a big product launch at work, something that took months of planning and had landed us a new long-term client. I was proud of it, actually proud. So I mentioned it during dinner, casually, thinking maybe it'd lead to something other than silence. But instead, Derek put down his fork and said, "Wow, so you finally did something impressive at that little desk job of yours." He laughed. So did his girlfriend. I looked at my parents, expecting, I don't know, something. A glance, a scold. Maybe a "that wasn't nice, Derek." But my mom just reached for the wine and said, "Oh, he's just teasing." And my dad? He gave me this half smile and said, "Well, maybe now you'll get that raise you've been hoping for." I didn't say anything for the rest of dinner. I couldn't. Something in me just snapped. It was like I saw the last 20 years of my life in a flash. All the times I stayed quiet, played it safe, let them walk over me while convincing myself I was taking the high road. That night, I sat in my childhood bedroom, staring at the ceiling, feeling this weird mix of anger and shame. I wasn't even mad at Derek, not really. He was who he was. I was mad at myself for allowing it, for shrinking so they'd be comfortable, for thinking that if I just worked hard enough, they'd eventually respect me. 2 weeks later, I got an offer from a competitor, a director-level position, higher pay, better title, more autonomy. I didn't even apply. They'd heard about my work from the launch and reached out. For the first time in years, I didn't hesitate. I said yes. The next morning, I walked into my boss's office to give my 2 weeks' notice. He was a decent guy, but a little too used to people sticking around for scraps. When I told him I was leaving, he actually laughed. "You'll regret this," he said, leaning back in his chair. "You'll never find something better." I didn't even respond. I just smiled, shook his hand, and walked out. 2 weeks later, I was onboarding at the new company. But the real story didn't start until a few months later, when the dust settled, when I started showing up to industry events with a title that turned heads, when people who used to ignore my emails were now asking for coffee meetings. I felt like I had stepped into an alternate version of my life, one where I was finally allowed to take up space. And then I got the invite. A tech conference, big-name speakers, company booths, networking dinners. I was scheduled to speak on a panel about product innovation. It was a huge opportunity. I was prepping for it in the green room when I saw the attendee list. My old company was sending people, and one of them was my old boss. What I didn't know yet, what would flip everything upside down, was that someone else from my family would be there too. Someone who had no idea I'd be attending, and who was about to learn just how much my life had changed. That's when everything really started to unravel. But I'll get to that. Because before the conference, before the confrontation, before the revenge that would leave my entire family stunned, there was one last dinner. And at that dinner, someone crossed a line they could never uncross. 2 weeks before the conference, I flew home for my mom's birthday. I almost didn't. Things had been weird since Thanksgiving, and I hadn't exactly kept in touch. But she called, said she missed me, said she wanted the whole family together for one night. No drama, she promised. Just dinner, Eric. I should have known better. From the moment I walked in, it was like I had stepped back into the role they'd assigned me years ago. Quiet Eric. The afterthought. Derek and his girlfriend Ashley. Yes, that was her name. I finally remembered. We're already there, sitting on the couch and scrolling through photos on her phone. My dad was pouring drinks, and my mom was fussing over the table. I brought flowers. No one noticed. Dinner started with champagne. Derek had just closed on a condo, apparently. I don't know how, since he switched jobs again, and I was fairly certain he was still bouncing between marketing gigs like they were seasonal hobbies. But there he was, bragging about how it was in a historic district, how he got in early, how his boss said he was the most visionary hire they'd had. His boss, by the way, was 2 years younger than me. My parents were glowing. My mom kept touching his shoulder like he'd just cured cancer. My dad raised his glass. To Derek, the pride of the family. I didn't even touch mine. Halfway through the meal, Derek turned to me with a smirk. "So, Eric, how's the little analyst job going?" I paused. "I don't work there anymore." That got their attention. My mom looked up, fork halfway to her mouth. "What? When did that happen?" 3 months ago. I took a director role at Silverpoint Tech. I'm heading a new product division. Silence. Silverpoint, for context, was the rising star in the industry and the biggest threat to my old firm, the one I had just left. My dad blinked. Derek looked like I had spoken in another language. My mom's voice was clipped. "You didn't tell us." "No," I said. "I didn't." "Well, congratulations," she said, but the tone was all wrong. Polite. Flat. Like I had just announced I'd won a scratch-off ticket, not landed a career-changing job. Derek snorted into his glass. "Director?" he said, dragging the word out. "Wow, didn't know you were into titles now. Next thing you'll tell us you've got a private jet." I smiled thinly. "Not yet, but I do fly business class now." It was petty, I'll admit that, but it felt good. For about 5 seconds. Until my mom cut in. "You know, Eric, that's not really appropriate. No need to make this into a competition. Derek's worked very hard, too." I stared at her. I didn't say he hadn't, but the mood had shifted. My dad was already changing the subject, asking Ashley about her brand partnerships. Derek went right back into brag mode, talking about the condo again, how the ceilings were vaulted and how the neighborhood had artisan butchers and a wine co-op. I excused myself to the kitchen to help clear the plates. Not because I wanted to, but because I needed to breathe. And that's when I saw it. On the fridge, held up by a novelty magnet, was a printed invitation. A formal one. To the Tech Lead Summit in San Diego. With Derek's name on it. I stared at it for a long time. Not because he was going, but because I recognized the invitation. I had received the exact same one. The same font, same logo, same colors. Only my name had been listed as a speaker. Derek's was listed under guest. That's when I realized. He was going too. To the conference. To my conference. I took a photo of it when no one was looking. Just in case. The rest of the night blurred. I barely spoke. Every time Derek laughed, it grated on my nerves. Every time my parents leaned toward him with that warm, indulgent look they never gave me, it chipped away at something inside me. But I stayed quiet. Because that's what I'd always done. Until the next morning. I woke up early, packed my things, and came downstairs to find my mom making coffee. She didn't say good morning. Just, "Are you really not staying for brunch?" "I have a meeting tomorrow," I said. "I need to prep." She nodded, then looked at me over the rim of her mug. "Eric, I hope you're not holding a grudge about last night. Your brother's just excitable." "I'm not mad about last night." "Good. I'm mad that you keep pretending like it's nothing." She blinked. "Excuse me. Derek belittles me every time I'm here." "You let him." "Dad lets him. You call it teasing, but it's not. He talks to me like I'm a joke, and you act like I should be flattered." She didn't answer. "You know I'm speaking at the Tech Lead Summit," I said. "Did you even look at the email I sent a few weeks ago?" "I don't remember getting an email." I laughed. "I sent it to the family group." You replied with a thumbs up. Her lips pressed together. "I saw the invite on your fridge," I added. "He's going. Derek's going. And you never even said congratulations to me." "Not really. He was invited by his company," she said quietly. "He's attending. I'm speaking. But sure, let's act like we're equals." "Eric." "No, Mom. I'm tired of this. I worked my ass off to get where I am. No one handed it to me. And I'm done pretending that your silence doesn't hurt." There was a long pause. Then she said, "You've always been so sensitive." And just like that, I knew I was done. I left without saying goodbye to Derek or my dad. Over the next 2 weeks, I focused on preparing for the summit. My panel was slotted right before the keynote, which meant high visibility. I was nervous, but excited. It felt like everything I'd worked for was finally coming together. My boss had even hinted that, if it went well, I might be offered a larger team. Maybe even a full department by Q3. 2 days before the conference, I got a LinkedIn notification. Derek Whitmore has updated his profile. I clicked out of habit and froze. He had added a new line under speaking engagements. Panelist. Tech Lead Summit 2025, San Diego. I read it 3 times. Then I checked the schedule. His name wasn't there. I called my contact at the summit committee, someone I had built a good rapport with. I didn't say much, just asked if the speaker list had changed. Nope, she said. You're still the only Whitmore on stage. What? No reason, I said. Just making sure. I sat in silence for a long time after that. Because I knew exactly what was happening. Derek was going to show up. Pretend to be a speaker. Work the room. Use my panel as a platform to network. Probably even drop our last name in conversations, as if he were me. I stared at my phone, heart pounding. Not out of fear, but something sharper. Rage. Years of being ignored, minimized, dismissed. Years of being told I was too sensitive, too quiet, too safe. And now, my brother was using my name, my success, as his ticket into a world I had bled to reach. And the worst part? I was pretty sure my parents knew, that they had encouraged it. Because in their eyes, it didn't matter which son was on stage, as long as it reflected well on them. The morning of the conference, I flew in early, checked into the hotel, ironed my suit, went over my talking points, and then I waited, because I had a plan. And when Derek arrived, grinning, confident, wearing a badge that didn't belong to him, I was ready. I didn't confront Derek the moment he arrived at the Tech Lead Summit. I wanted to, but I didn't, because something in me had changed. Years ago, I would have cornered him in the lobby, demanded he explain himself, maybe even walked away before the panel out of sheer frustration. But I wasn't that person anymore. Instead, I watched. He walked in wearing a navy blazer a size too tight, slicked back hair, and his signature smirk. Ashley trailed behind him, snapping selfies in front of every sponsor banner. Derek's badge hung confidently from a blue lanyard around his neck. I knew instantly that it wasn't his. The name said David Williams, but the picture had been replaced. Poor David, whoever he was, probably had no idea his face had been torn off a badge by someone who considered Photoshop a personality trait. Derek spotted me from across the exhibit floor. He waved like we were old pals. I gave a slight nod and turned back to the conversation I was having. He didn't approach. Not yet. The hours leading up to my panel passed in a blur. I met other speakers, went over logistics with the event staff, double-checked my slides. Everyone was buzzing about the audience size, 400 people in the room, not to mention the live stream to thousands of attendees who couldn't travel. It was the kind of opportunity that could change a career. And yet, my stomach was in knots. Not from nerves. Well, not entirely. It was the knowledge that Derek was somewhere out there, pretending to be part of something he hadn't earned. And worse, that my own family probably saw nothing wrong with it. I gave my talk. I nailed it. I spoke about innovation cycles, cross-functional collaboration, scaling niche products. But I also told a story, mine. I didn't name names, but I talked about working in a place where I was underestimated. About the pressure of being the quiet one in a family of loud voices. About learning to find power in stillness and value in substance over noise. People applauded. A few even stood. I stepped off that stage feeling like I had just shed the last layer of the skin I used to wear. The version of me who stayed quiet, who waited to be noticed, who sought approval from people who never planned to give it. Then came the moment I hadn't planned for. I was at the networking mixer later that evening, sipping club soda and talking to a recruiter from a massive firm, when Derek slithered up beside me. There he is, he said, clapping a hand on my back like we were teammates. The star of the show. I turned. You shouldn't be here. He raised an eyebrow. Relax. I'm just networking. Using someone else's badge? He grinned. It's a conference, Eric. Everyone stretches the truth a little. That's not true stretching, I said. That's fraud. He rolled his eyes. You're being dramatic. I stepped back. Don't follow me around. Don't attach yourself to my name. And when people ask what you do, maybe try telling the truth for once. He laughed. You really think they care? You think any of these people are going to remember the difference between us? I do, I said. And I think that's enough. He opened his mouth to say something else, but I walked away. I didn't see him for the rest of the evening. And then, just like that, it was over. I flew home the next morning and returned to my routine. My job, my team, my goals. But something felt off. At first, it was subtle. A sudden quiet from my parents. Calls that went unanswered. Messages that got polite one-word replies. Then, the silence turned into something louder. One Saturday, I opened Facebook and saw a photo my mom had posted. Derek, standing on a stage at what looked like a small community tech event. The caption read, "So proud of our son for sharing his insights as a keynote speaker this weekend. A rising star." I didn't comment. I didn't like it. Instead, I messaged her privately. "Why are you pretending Derek is some industry expert?" She replied, "He's doing amazing things, Eric. You should be happy for him." I asked, "Are you ever going to be proud of me?" No reply. That was the moment I truly hit bottom. Not because of Derek. Not because of some lie he told on a fake badge. But because I realized the thing I'd been chasing my whole life, validation from my family, was never going to come. They had chosen who they wanted to believe in. And it wasn't me. I didn't leave my apartment that weekend. I sat with the weight of it, the finality of knowing that no matter how far I climbed, no matter what I accomplished, I would always be the footnote in someone else's story to them. I felt hollow, like my success didn't count if they didn't care. But somewhere in that silence, something else began to form. A new question. What if their pride wasn't the point anymore? What if I stopped measuring myself with a ruler they never meant to hand me in the first place? On Monday, I walked into the office early. Earlier than usual. My manager caught me in the hallway and smiled. "That panel was phenomenal, Eric," she said. "I've been hearing about it nonstop." "Thanks. We've been talking upstairs," she continued. "And we want to expand the pilot project you've been leading. Double the scope. Full team under you." I blinked. "Really? Really?" she said. "You've proven yourself." For once, I didn't doubt it. I didn't ask, "Are you sure? Or do you think I'm ready?" I just nodded and said, "I'd love to." And I meant it. The next few months were a blur of progress. I hired new staff, held strategy meetings, led initiatives that got noticed by upper leadership. The internal newsletter featured our project 3 times in 2 months. Recruiters started messaging me weekly. I felt unstoppable. But more than that, I felt seen. Not by my parents, not by Derek, but by the people who mattered now, my team, my peers, the colleagues who had watched me rise from quiet analyst to director with a voice. I started mentoring junior employees. I spoke at 2 more conferences. I was invited onto a podcast to talk about product strategy and leadership in fast-scaling companies. And slowly, the hollow part inside me started to fill, not with validation, but with clarity. I realized that I didn't need revenge to feel whole. But that didn't mean I wasn't going to get it. Because just when I thought I had moved on, a package arrived at my office. No return address. Inside was a glossy, printed brochure, Derek's new consulting firm, complete with a stock photo headshot, a list of exaggerated achievements, and, my favorite part, a quote that read, "Helping clients unlock innovation through real industry experience." He had listed the Tech Lead Summit under his credentials again. Only this time, he claimed he was a featured guest speaker. I nearly laughed. But what really caught my attention was the back of the brochure. A list of companies he claimed to have collaborated with. And one of them was mine. My company. That's when I knew it was time. Not to prove anything to my parents. Not to win some imaginary competition. But to draw a line. Because Derek had finally crossed into my world. And this time, he dragged my name with him. So I did what I do best. I started planning. Quietly. Strategically. No emotion. No confrontation. Just a well-timed series of moves that would show everyone, not just Derek, but the people he was trying to impress, exactly what happened when you built your success on someone else's shoulders. I wasn't looking for payback anymore. I was looking for truth. And the truth was about to come out. I stared at that glossy brochure like it was a mirror into the past. The photo of Derek, chin tilted up, arms crossed like some corporate messiah. The list of buzzwords, disruptive innovation, thought leadership, scaling frameworks, words I use daily in my line of work, now butchered into empty jargon on a mailer he probably handed out like business cards at hotels. The claims he made were bold. Too bold. One line stood out more than the rest. Former keynote speaker at Tech Lead Summit and product strategist for Silver Point Tech. My company. My title. My work. This wasn't some little white lie to get into a mixer. Derek was using my career like a prop. And worse, he was using my company's name to land his so-called clients. If I did nothing, it could reflect poorly on me. It could look like I endorsed him. That was the moment I felt the shift again. Not just anger, but something colder, more focused. The difference between rage and resolve. I opened my laptop. First thing I did was take a screenshot of every page in the brochure. Then I checked the website listed on the back. Of course, it was filled with half-baked blog posts, inflated testimonials, and stock photos of handshakes. One blog post titled "The Power of Silent Leadership" was eerily familiar. Too familiar, because it was a paraphrased version of a talk I had given at the Tech Lead Summit. He'd plagiarized me, not even subtly. I cross-referenced the timestamps. My video had gone up 2 weeks before his blog post had been published. Same bullet points, same story structure, even the same phrasing in places. I was done, but I wasn't going to call him out in a text or family dinner. That never worked. No, I wanted something cleaner, smarter, something that left no room for denial, and something that, for once, he wouldn't see coming. So I started with the legal route. I pulled in Marlene, one of the sharpest in-house counsels at Silver Point. I'd only worked with her once before on a vendor contract, but I remembered how she dissected a licensing agreement like a surgeon. I scheduled a private meeting, laid everything out, screenshots, URLs, the brochure. She listened silently, flipping through the pages, her expression unreadable. When I finished, she looked up and said, "This is bad. You think he's actually gotten business out of this?" "Doesn't matter," she said. "The implication alone is risky. If he claims affiliation with us, and something goes wrong with a client, our name could be pulled into it." "Exactly," she nodded slowly. "I'll draft a cease and desist, and a letter clarifying our disassociation. Do you want your name on it?" I paused. "Not yet." She gave me a knowing look. "Keeping your powder dry?" "Something like that." By the end of the day, we had a document ready, a formal cease and desist letter, along with a statement to be used if we had to go public. But I didn't send it. Not immediately. Because this wasn't just about stopping Derek. It was about revealing him. Publicly. Permanently. So I dug deeper. I reached out to one of my old contacts at the Tech Lead Summit Committee, Laura, a fellow speaker and part of the planning board. I told her what was going on, showed her the brochure, the website, the doctored photos. Her reaction was instant. "Oh my God, Eric. I remember him. That guy who kept hanging around backstage." "Yup. He tried to get into the speaker dinner, didn't he?" "He did. He told the staff he was my co-presenter." She groaned. "That explains so much. I had to vouch for you because they were confused about which Whitmore was supposed to be on the list." I felt my jaw tighten. "He's using the summit name now, telling people he was a keynote speaker. Let me guess. No credentials, no speaking slot, no record." "None." Lara's tone shifted. "Do you want us to issue a public correction?" I shook my head. "Not yet. I need to line everything up first." And that's exactly what I did. Over the next few weeks, I started building my case, quietly, methodically, like laying out a chessboard. I reached out to 3 of the companies Derek claimed to have collaborated with. Only one responded, but the answer was telling. "Never heard of him," the email said. "We've never worked with any consulting agency under that name." Then, by pure coincidence, or maybe karma, a former coworker of Derek's messaged me on LinkedIn. "Hey, this is random," she wrote, "but I saw your name on a podcast and realized your brother used to name drop you all the time at happy hour. He claimed he trained you back when he was in product dev funny." Huh? Funny wasn't the word I'd use. But now I had a pattern, a track record, and just enough receipts to put something bigger together. I booked another call, this time with an old classmate from grad school who had gone into investigative journalism. We weren't close, but we'd always respected each other's work. Her name was Jaya, and she specialized in business exposés, scams, fake credentials, pyramid schemes. The works. I sent her everything. At first, she was hesitant. "Is this personal, Eric?" "It started that way," I said. "But now it's professional. He's using false affiliations to build a business. He's naming real companies, misrepresenting public events, plagiarizing intellectual property." She asked for 2 days. I gave her 4. When she called me back, she was breathless. I found more. She had uncovered a fake testimonial on Derek's website, attributed to a VP at a fintech firm that didn't exist. The photo used was a filtered LinkedIn headshot of someone else entirely, a guy named Alex Bingham who had no idea his face was being used. She also found a podcast where Derek had apparently interviewed himself, using a voice filter to pose as a client. It would have been funny if it weren't so pathetic. "I want to run the story," Jaya said. "A light piece, nothing defamatory. Just enough to raise questions. Can you time it?" She paused. "Time it for what?" "I need 3 weeks," I said. "There's an event coming." And there was. Another tech conference, smaller, more regional, but still respectable. Silver Point was sponsoring it, and I was scheduled to give the opening remarks. I had already seen Derek's name on the RSVP list. This time, he wasn't even pretending to speak. He had listed himself as press. The audacity. So I waited. 3 weeks. During that time, I made sure everything was in place. Marlene finalized the legal documents and cleared them for release. My company's comms team wrote up a statement clarifying that Derek Whitmore had no affiliation with Silver Point and never had. Jaya sent me the draft of her article, a polished, damning piece about false branding, image manipulation, and the thin line between ambition and fraud. And finally, just to make sure, Laura from TechLead emailed me the final nail. An official letter from the TechLead Summit stating that Derek Whitmore had never spoken, presented, or been formally invited in any capacity beyond a guest pass. All that remained was the execution. The morning of the conference, I walked into the venue with a calm I hadn't felt in years. Derek was already there, laughing with some vendors, holding a press badge like it was a backstage pass to success. He hadn't seen me yet. Perfect, because by the time he did, everything was going to change. The conference hall was buzzing with the kind of over-caffeinated energy you only get at tech events. Young founders in fitted blazers pitching ideas over stale pastries, product managers flipping through business cards like trading cards, and panels running 5 minutes behind while everyone pretended that was just startup culture. I didn't mind the chaos. It worked in my favor. Derek stood near the center of it all, confident as ever, his press badge swinging from his neck like it was a medal. He was talking to 2 junior reps from a mid-tier VC firm I recognized. I'd met them a month earlier at a closed-door pitch session, where I'd advised them on product viability metrics. I knew they respected me, and now, they were listening to my brother, the same brother who had used my credentials to build a house of cards, and who had no idea that every single card was about to come down. I could have walked up to him right then and there. I could have yanked the badge from his neck and embarrassed him in front of everyone. But that wasn't my style anymore. I didn't want a scene. I wanted something quieter, deeper, permanent. The first domino fell at 10:17 a.m. That's when Jaya's exposé went live. The false genius. How one man faked his way into the tech industry. It hit LinkedIn first, then Twitter, then Hacker News. Within 15 minutes, it was trending regionally. She had done her homework. Interviews, screenshots, audio clips from the fake podcast, even a side-by-side breakdown of Derek's plagiarized blog post versus my TechLead Summit speech. She hadn't used my name, per my request, but the references were obvious enough to anyone in our circle. The article ended with a simple line. In an industry built on innovation, credibility matters more than charisma. And sooner or later, the truth catches up. It didn't take long for the second domino to fall. At 10:32 a.m., the official Silver Point statement went live on our company site. We are aware of individuals falsely claiming professional affiliation with Silver Point Tech. These claims are categorically untrue. Silver Point maintains no professional, contractual, or advisory relationship with Derek Whitmore. I timed my opening remarks for 10:45. By the time I took the stage, half the audience was already whispering. People were looking at their phones, their faces shifting from curiosity to confusion to disbelief. A few heads turned toward Derek, who was still planted in the crowd, blissfully unaware. I didn't call him out. I didn't have to. I delivered my speech as planned, focused, forward-thinking, sharp. I mentioned the importance of ethics in innovation, of building something real. I even referenced the value of earning trust the hard way. When I stepped down, people clapped, not just politely, but genuinely. And that's when I saw it. Derek, standing off to the side, mouth slightly open, eyes locked on mine. I nodded at him, just once. Calm, controlled. He started walking toward me. But before he reached me, he was intercepted. 2 conference staff members stopped him. One of them was holding a printout. It was the email from the TechLead Summit team, the one confirming Derek had never been a speaker. The other staffer looked stern. Mr. Whitmore, we need to talk. I didn't stay to watch what happened next, because I didn't need to. The trap had been set. The truth had been laid out, piece by piece. All that was left now was the fallout. And oh, did it fall. By 2 p.m., Derek's consulting site had gone offline. By 4 p.m., Two of the companies he'd approached as potential clients had issued formal statements denying any association. One of them tagged the expose in their tweet. By 6 p.m., Ashley had unfollowed him on every platform. I know because someone sent me the screenshots. Petty? Maybe, but satisfying. The next day, Derek's LinkedIn was wiped clean. Gone were the bold titles, the buzzword-laced bios. He had changed his headline to, "Looking for new opportunities." The comments beneath it were brutal. Some sarcastic, some just confused. A few people tagged Jaya's article. And my parents? That part wasn't as public. But in a way, it cut deeper. 3 days after the article dropped, I got a call from my mom. First one in weeks. I didn't answer. She left a voicemail. "Eric, I don't know what to say. We didn't know it was this serious. He told us he was doing well, that you were helping him. We just wanted to believe he was finally getting his life together. I'm sorry. We're both sorry." I saved the message. I never responded. Because it wasn't about anger anymore. It was about boundaries. About not shrinking myself anymore to make space for people who refused to see me. And as for Derek, the last time I saw him, it was by accident. 6 months later, at a smaller tech event. He wasn't speaking. He wasn't even registered. He was manning a booth for a third-tier software reseller, wearing a tight polo shirt with someone else's logo on it. No badge, no smirk, just quiet, tired eyes. He looked up, recognized me instantly. I didn't say a word, but he stood, walked over. "Eric," he said quietly, "can we talk?" I looked him dead in the eye, and I said, "You're right, Derek." He blinked. "About what?" "I do have regrets." His mouth opened slightly, and I finished. "I regret not cutting you off 2 years sooner." Then I walked away. No second glance. No guilt. Just clarity. I built my life back brick by brick. I stopped seeking permission to be proud of myself. I stopped explaining my worth to people who only listened when it benefited them. I focused on my team, on the work, on the people who showed up. And for the first time in years, I felt free. Because revenge isn't always loud. Sometimes it's a quiet line spoken at the right moment. Sometimes it's success without apology. And sometimes, just sometimes, it's walking away from the people who underestimated you and letting them sit in the silence they created. I didn't win by destroying him. I won by finally choosing myself. My name is Julian, I'm 41, and I've spent most of my adult life doing 2 things: building my business from the ground up and trying, really trying, to keep my family from falling apart. I was the oldest of 3, the so-called golden child, when I was younger, not because I was particularly brilliant or charming, but because I did what my parents expected. I got good grades, stayed out of trouble, and eventually became the one everyone leaned on. After college, I started a logistics company with nothing but a borrowed laptop and a second-hand car. Fast forward 20 years, and that company is now worth millions. I don't say that to brag, just to set the stage. Because despite everything I achieved, I never stopped trying to keep everyone afloat. And maybe that was my mistake. My parents never made much. My dad worked at a factory until it shut down, and my mom cleaned houses on and off when her back allowed. My younger sister, Paige, bounced from job to job, had 3 kids with 2 different dads, and somehow always managed to land on her feet, usually by falling onto mine. And I kept helping. When the roof at my parents' house started leaking, I paid for it. When Paige got evicted, I fronted her deposit. When my niece needed braces, I swiped my card before she even asked. I told myself it was the right thing to do, that family sticks together. But over the years, that line started to blur, until the day I walked into that house and everything snapped. It was a rainy Saturday in late March, the kind of day you just want to spend curled up on the couch. My daughter, Lily, she's 13, had asked to visit her grandparents. She loves them, or at least, she used to. I dropped her off around noon, told her I'd be back in a couple hours, and headed to a nearby cafe to get some work done. I figured they'd be happy to see her, maybe bake something together, watch one of those black and white movies my mom likes. But when I came back earlier than planned, I didn't even make it past the entryway before I heard shouting. Not the usual back and forth bickering my parents do, but sharp, biting anger. Directed at Lily. "Wash the dishes properly, you useless girl," my mom snapped. Her voice was so full of venom I stopped cold. I stood in the hallway, my hand on the doorframe, listening. My heart was racing. "I'm sorry, Grandma. I didn't mean to." Lily stammered, her voice trembling. "You didn't mean to leave grease all over the plates?" Are you that lazy or just dumb? Then came the laughter. Paige's kids. I recognized the cackling tone of her middle child, Mason. Guess rich girls don't know how to scrub a plate, he snorted. My blood ran cold. I stepped into the kitchen and found Lily standing at the sink, red-eyed, with suds on her hands. My mother towered over her, arms crossed. Paige was on the couch, scrolling through her phone like this was just another afternoon. Her youngest was throwing popcorn at the TV. Nobody noticed me at first. Lily, I said, calm but loud. She turned around fast, startled. The relief in her eyes hit me like a punch. Dad, what's going on here? I asked quietly. My mother straightened up. She's been disrespectful all day. Couldn't even do the dishes right. I'm teaching her some responsibility. I glanced at the sink. A couple of plates, barely anything. My daughter hadn't even been here 2 hours. She's a child, I said. My voice was low, but I could feel the heat building in my chest. Well, maybe if you didn't spoil her so much, my mom began, but I held up a hand. No, I said firmly. You don't speak to her like that. Ever. Paige looked up, finally. Oh, please, Julian. She was acting like a princess. I don't know what you're so upset about. Mason was just joking. Joking? I turned to Mason, who now suddenly looked like he wanted to disappear into the couch. Were you laughing at her? He shrugged. She was crying over dishes. Like a baby. And then I saw it clearly. This wasn't a one-off. This had been brewing for years. The entitlement, the way my family treated me like an ATM, and now my daughter was their next target. They couldn't get enough out of me anymore, so they were trying to humble her. Break her. Bring her down to their level. I want you to go to the car, Lily, I said. But, now, sweetheart. She nodded and slipped past me, brushing her sleeve across her face. As soon as I heard the front door close, I turned back to my parents and sister. You don't speak to my daughter again, I said. You don't see her. You don't ask about her. You don't joke at her expense. You're done. My father, who'd been half dozing in the armchair, grumbled, don't overreact. She needs to toughen up. I looked at him and then at my mother. You live in this house because of me. Every repair, every utility, every cent of mortgage still owed is paid by me. You remember that. My mom scoffed, so what? We raised you. I nodded slowly. And I paid you back. 10 times over. But this is where it ends. I didn't scream. I didn't throw anything. I just walked out, took Lily home, made her hot cocoa, and sat with her until she fell asleep on the couch watching cartoons. Then I poured myself a drink and started making phone calls. First the bank, then the lawyer, then the property management firm I'd hired 2 years ago to handle the paperwork and taxes on my parents' house because I couldn't trust them to keep things in order. It wasn't hard to unwind the support systems I'd put in place. I'd kept receipts. I knew exactly how to make the gears stop turning. But what none of them realized was how much they depended on those gears, and how fast the machinery would grind to a halt once I stepped away. And that was just the beginning. The next week was quiet, eerily so. I didn't return any calls, didn't respond to the passive-aggressive text from Paige asking why Mom was freaking out about something to do with the mortgage. I didn't even open the voicemail from my father, though I saw it in my notifications. I needed space. For the first time in years, I let myself feel the weight of everything I'd carried. Every holiday meal I paid for. Every electric bill I covered because the system messed up again. Every late-night transfer to keep their water running. It wasn't generosity anymore. It was servitude wrapped in guilt. The first sign of real panic came 10 days later. I was in my office reviewing contracts when my receptionist buzzed through. Julian, there's someone here asking for you. Says it's urgent. A woman named Paige. I closed my laptop and sighed. Send her in. She stormed into the room before the door had even finished opening. Her hair was a mess, face flushed red, eyes wide. What did you do? She snapped. I didn't get up from my desk. I just tilted my head calm. Good to see you too, Paige. They got a notice from the bank. Mom called me screaming. Foreclosure? Are you seriously doing this? You're letting them lose the house. I raised an eyebrow. You mean the house I've been paying for the last 11 years? They didn't know that. Didn't they? I asked, keeping my tone measured. Who did they think was paying? Santa. Paige's face scrunched up. That's not the point. You can't just walk away and let your own parents become homeless. I stood up slowly, walked around my desk, and stopped just in front of her. Let me ask you something, Paige. If someone screamed in your child's face and called her useless, if they stood by while their grandchild was mocked and humiliated, would you invite them to stay in your home afterward? She hesitated. No, I said for her. Because that's what happened to Lily. And no one said a word. Not you, not mom, not dad. You just let it happen. They didn't mean it, she muttered. Oh, they meant every word. And so did Mason, who I assume learned that kind of cruelty from somewhere. Her jaw clenched. So this is revenge? You're punishing all of us because your kid got her feelings hurt. My voice was quiet. This is boundaries. Something our family has never had. I should have drawn the line years ago. She was silent for a moment, eyes darting around like she was looking for the right angle. Then her expression changed. Less anger, more panic. You can't let this happen, she said, her voice suddenly soft. They're old, Julian. They don't have anywhere to go. What if dad gets sick again? Then you and your kids can finally step up, I replied. Because I'm done being the only one who sacrifices anything. Paige opened her mouth like she was going to argue, but then closed it. She turned and stormed out without another word. I sat back down, ran a hand over my face, and exhaled. I felt guilt, of course I did. I'm not made of stone. These were the people who raised me. But somewhere along the way, they stopped seeing me as family and started seeing me as infrastructure. As long as I paid, I was good. The moment I expected respect, I became difficult. 2 weeks later, the real fallout began. My mom called me, finally. I didn't answer. I let it ring. She left a voicemail, her voice quivering. Julian, we didn't know you were serious. Please, we can't lose the house. We didn't mean what we said to Lily. It was just a bad day. Call me back. I didn't. I listened to it once, then deleted it. Lily noticed something was different. She didn't know the details, but she could tell something had shifted. One evening she asked me, Dad, are we still going to Grandma and Grandpa's for Easter? I looked at her gently. Not this year, sweetheart. We're starting some new traditions. She nodded, curling closer into me on the couch. Good. I don't like how they talk to you. That hit me harder than anything else had. She'd seen it all along. Maybe not the words, but the energy. Kids always do. And now that I saw it through her eyes, I couldn't unsee it. The final breaking point came just after the 30-day notice hit. I knew because I got a call from the property manager. He said my parents had tried to plead with the bank directly, but without any record of income or ability to refinance. The house was going to auction. Paige tried to stall it, but her credit was a mess, and even her boyfriend had bailed after realizing how deep in the red her finances were. And me? I didn't lift a finger. The day before the bank was scheduled to take possession, I got one last text. From my mom. It just said, please don't let us lose everything. I stared at it for a long time. Then I looked over at Lily, who was setting the table, humming to herself. And I knew, this time, I wasn't going to save them. I didn't respond to her message. For years, I would have. I would have driven over with a checkbook and 1,000 reasons why they didn't mean it. And they're still your parents. But not anymore. The words echoed in my head. You useless girl. I kept seeing Lily's face, flushed red, trying not to cry while my mother loomed over her like she wasn't even family, like she was some servant. That wasn't a slip of the tongue. That was who they really were when they thought I wasn't looking. And maybe it had always been. A week later, I drove past the house, not to gloat, just to see. It was a chilly Monday afternoon. Spring hadn't quite warmed up yet, and the sky was this heavy gray, like the weather couldn't decide if it wanted to rain or just stay cold. The driveway was empty. The curtains were drawn, and taped to the front door was the bank's notice. Bold black print, weather-warped at the corners. I parked across the street, engine idling. Just stared. That house had been in our family for nearly 30 years. I remembered summers in that backyard, barbecues with paper plates and off-key music. I remembered sitting at that front step with skin knees. But now, it looked smaller, sadder, hollow. And maybe that's how it had felt for a long time. It just took this for me to finally see it. Paige's minivan pulled up a few minutes later. I recognized it right away, same dent in the back bumper she'd never fixed. She stepped out first, wrapped in a thick coat, followed by her kids. Mason was dragging his feet, sulking. The youngest, Avery, was holding a bag of cereal and spilling it without noticing. Paige kept looking around like she expected someone to pop out and say it was all a joke. But no one did. She marched up to the door, read the notice, and then just stood there. I watched her shoulders tense. Mason said something, probably sarcastic, and she turned and snapped at him. The whole scene unfolded like a movie I'd seen too many times. Anger, denial, deflection. Eventually, Paige pulled out her phone and started pacing. I knew exactly who she was calling. I let it ring. By the fifth attempt, my phone buzzed so much I switched it off. I didn't need to hear her panic, or her excuses, or her promises that this time things would be different. I already knew the script by heart. The next few days were quiet again. It was strange, almost peaceful. No calls, no drama, no guilt-tripping group texts. Lily started to brighten up. She laughed more. Her posture changed, even her voice. It was like she was growing taller just from not being pushed down all the time. One night, we were eating dinner, just the two of us, spaghetti and garlic bread, when she looked up from her plate and said, "Dad, are we still family with them?" I froze, fork halfway to my mouth. "What do you mean?" I asked, careful. "I mean, do you stop being family if someone's really mean to you all the time?" I set my fork down and leaned in. Family's supposed to make you feel safe, loved. They don't always have to agree with you or say nice things all the time, but they should never make you feel small. She nodded, thinking, "So, they're not really our family anymore." I reached across the table and squeezed her hand. "They'll always be part of where we came from, but we get to choose what kind of family we build now." She smiled faintly. "Good. I like ours better." I went to bed that night with a lump in my throat. Proud of her, angry at them. A strange mix that sat in my chest like a rock. But things weren't over yet. The next morning, I woke to a knock at my front door. When I opened it, I found my mother standing there. Hair disheveled, jacket too thin for the weather. Her eyes swollen like she hadn't slept in days. She didn't say anything for a long moment. Just stood there, looking smaller than I'd ever seen her. "Julian," she said finally. "Please, just talk to me." I didn't answer. Not yet. She glanced past me, into the house. "I miss Lily." I stepped outside and pulled the door closed behind me. "You miss her?" I asked. "Or do you miss the house? The bills paid on time? The safety net you used to have?" Her mouth opened, then shut again. No words. I folded my arms. "Because Lily hasn't missed you. Not once. She's been laughing again, sleeping peacefully, doing her homework without tears." Tears welled in her eyes. "We didn't mean it. We were just frustrated." "You didn't mean to humiliate her? To let Mason laugh while you berated her?" She needed to learn. She needed to be treated like a granddaughter, not a punching bag. She flinched at that. I sighed, the cold biting through my sleeves. "I didn't do this to punish you. I did it to protect her. And maybe myself." "I lost everything," she whispered. "Your father blames me. Paige won't even take us in." I stared at her, and for a brief, painful second, I felt it, that old pull. The urge to make things right. But then I remembered Lily's face at the sink. Her hands red from the hot water. The trembling in her voice. And I knew. This wasn't the time to forgive. Not yet. Maybe not ever. I looked at my mother standing there, shivering on my doorstep, tears threatening to spill. For a moment, I saw her not as the woman who humiliated my daughter, but as the woman who used to read me bedtime stories, who packed my school lunches even when money was tight, who stayed up during storms just in case I was scared. And for that brief moment, a younger version of me stirred. The boy who wanted nothing more than to make his parents proud, to keep his family safe, to fix everything with just a little more effort. But I wasn't that boy anymore. I was a father now, and that changed everything. "You need to leave," I said quietly. My mother's face contorted like she didn't quite understand what she'd heard. "Julian, please, just let me explain. Let me see Lily. She's my granddaughter." I shook my head. "She's the girl you called useless. The one you yelled at like she was a burden in your house. That's not love, Mom. That's control. You didn't want to see her. You wanted to shape her into something small and quiet and obedient, just like you did with me." She stepped closer. "That's not true. We raised you." "No," I interrupted. "You raised me to feel like I owed you everything. And I've paid that debt tenfold. But now you want to be part of my life again? Part of Lily's? You need to understand something." I took a breath, steadying my voice. "I don't owe you anymore. And Lily doesn't owe you a single thing." She wiped her nose with the sleeve of her coat. "So that's it. You're just cutting us off? We're your family." I looked at her for a long moment, then said, "Family doesn't survive on blood alone. It survives on love, respect, and decency. You taught me how to survive, but I had to teach myself how to live." Her shoulders sagged, like the last of the strength holding her up had given out. She turned without another word and walked down the steps, her pace slow, dragging like every footstep weighed more than the last. I watched her disappear down the street, not looking back. I didn't feel triumphant. I didn't feel victorious. I felt free. And that, more than anything, mattered. Over the next few weeks, the fallout rippled through the rest of the family. Paige texted once, just once, to say that I'd ruined everything and that I had no right to play God. I didn't respond, not out of cruelty, but because there was no point. I had finally accepted something it had taken me 4 decades to understand. You can't heal people who don't want to stop hurting you. The house went up for auction 2 months later. I didn't go. I thought about it, maybe for closure. But instead, I spent that day at a park with Lily. We flew a kite, got ice cream, and lay on the grass watching clouds roll across the sky. She didn't bring them up once. Later that week, I was packing away some old boxes in the garage when I came across a small photo album. It was the kind my mom used to make every year when I was a kid. Pages of birthday parties, Christmas mornings, summer trips to the lake, with everyone smiling like life was perfect. I sat on an overturned paint bucket and flipped through it. There was a photo of me and Paige in the snow, both of us red-nosed and laughing. Another of my dad teaching me to ride a bike. One of my mom holding me as a toddler, her face lit with joy. The past is a tricky thing. It can feel like a warm blanket or a cold chain. That photo album, it was both. I didn't throw it away, but I didn't bring it back into the house either. I slid it back into the box, taped it shut, and wrote a label on the front in thick black marker, for later, if needed. And I left it there. Time moved on, as it always does. Lily turned 14. I surprised her with a weekend trip to the mountains, just the two of us. We talked about school, about how she wanted to learn guitar, about a boy in her class who made her laugh, but was definitely not a boyfriend. She made sure to clarify. She didn't ask about my parents once. A year passed, then 2, and then one day, I got a letter. A real letter, not an email or text. It had no return address, just my name and street scribbled in barely legible cursive. I knew the handwriting. I opened it slowly. It was from my dad. The message was short, barely 4 lines. Julian, I don't know if you'll ever read this, but your mother is in a home now. Early stages of dementia. She asks for you and Lily sometimes, though I don't think she remembers what happened. I've lost a lot. I'm not writing for pity. Just wanted you to know. Dad. I stared at the letter, numb. I reread it twice. My dad was never a man of many words, and in those 4 lines, I could feel, not regret exactly, but something close. Like someone standing at the edge of a cliff, staring down, wondering how they got there. I didn't write back. I didn't visit. But I did sit down with Lily that night and tell her the truth. Not everything. Just enough. She listened quietly, never interrupting. At the end, she asked, "Do you think they're sorry?" I thought about it. I think they're sad. And I think they regret losing us. Whether that's the same as being sorry, I'm not sure. She nodded, accepting it. Then she said something I'll never forget. Maybe being sorry isn't enough. Maybe people have to change too. I looked at her, this young girl who somehow carried the wisdom I had taken a lifetime to earn, and I smiled. "You're right," I said. "Sorry without change is just a word." We hugged, and that hug said everything that needed saying. Years went by. Lily graduated high school with honors. I sat front row, cheering louder than any other parent in the auditorium. When she crossed the stage, I could see her scanning the crowd, and when she found me, she grinned and gave me the smallest nod, like it was our moment, not just hers. I never reconnected with my parents after that. My mother passed away in the care facility 2 years later. Quietly. Alone. I didn't go to the funeral. Neither did Lily. My father? He moved in with Paige, from what I heard. I never followed up. People might read this and think I'm cold, that I let bitterness swallow the love that should have bound our family together. But that's not it at all. I didn't choose vengeance. I chose peace. And peace sometimes requires letting go of those who refuse to stop hurting you, no matter what title they hold. You can't build a future while dragging the ruins of the past behind you. I still drive by the old house sometimes. A new family lives there now. Kids ride bikes in the driveway. A Labrador barks at squirrels in the yard. It doesn't feel like our house anymore. And that's okay, because home isn't a building. It's the people you protect, the love you nurture, and the peace you fight to keep intact. Even if it means walking away from everything you once tried to save. And me? I finally stopped being their burden-bearing son and became the father Lily deserved. That's a legacy I can live with.